Reverend Insanity Chapter 1569 to Chapter 1626. Several days later in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone arrived in front of the Immortal Formation in mini green heaven again. Be careful, I am about to start. The time path clone had a solemn expression. The formation spirit showed itself and nodded. There was a Gu Immortal standing beside it. It was Xianxia. He had a nervous expression as well. A pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm. After a while, he grabbed Xiacha's leg and dragged her out. The entire process was done very carefully. Xiacha was still in deep sleep. She did not feel anything or react. Even so, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body clone only dared to drag half of this rank 8 Gu Immortal's body out. Xiacha's upper body was still in the dream realm, but her lower body was exposed outside the dream realm. The most crucial immortal aperture was in her abdomen, so this was enough. Next, it was Fang Yuan's turn to make a move. After a while, he activated Immortal Killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand was eerie and heavy. It flew towards Xiacha's immortal aperture. But before it touched, traces of Dao Mark light appeared on Xiacha's body. This was a passive time path defensive method. Even if Xiacha was in deep sleep, it could still be activated. Normally, this defensive method would not work in the dream realm. But Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was also useless in the dream realm. Only by dragging it out and using it outside the dream realm, could Fang Yuan steal Xiacha's immortal Gu. Seeing that Great Thief Ghost Hand was blocked, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Over the last few days, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had targeted Xiacha. This time path defensive move was very troublesome, but Fang Yuan had already used his time path attainment level and the light of wisdom to deduce a solution. Thus, another killer move was activated by Fang Yuan. The killer move's effect was very clear. The Dao Mark light on Xiacha's body dimmed, Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the immortal aperture and vanished. Thankfully, Xiacha's defensive method is not as good as those people from Celestial Court. It was probably set up at the last minute to deal with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Therefore, I was able to break this move in such a short period of time. This time path defense was not rank 8, it was only rank 7. Fang Yuan used his time path immortal Gu and many mortal Gu to form a killer move to resolve it. In setting up the time path formation to ambush the southern border pursuers, although the important time path immortal Gu were not destroyed, most of the mortal Gu and several rank 6 time path immortal Gu were destroyed. This is bad for my plan to head to the River of Time. Next, let's see what we can harvest from Xiacha. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Not long after, his expression suddenly changed, and the Great Thief Ghost Hand flew out shakily. Its 5 fingers were originally open, but now it was clenched into a fist. There seemed to be something inside, constantly struggling, wanting to break out. Seeing such a scene, Fang Yuan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. Xianxia, who was at the side, more or less understood the Great Thief Ghost Hand. At this moment, he blurted out in joy, "Good fellow." He stole a rank 8 immortal Gu on his first try. At this time, the formation spirit said, "Master, not good." Xiacha's soul seems to be fluctuating. Fang Yuan's time path clone's expression turned solemn. He quickly manipulated the pure dream reality seeker physique body and stuffed Xiacha into the dream realm again. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stayed beside Xiacha and observed her for a while. Seeing that Xiacha had stabilized and fell into deep sleep again, he left. Ordinary Gu immortals would also become unstable when half of their body was in the dream realm. They would show signs of leaving the dream realm, but the duration would be much longer. Xiacha seemed to be cultivating time path. Her time was greatly reduced, it was pitifully short. Fang Yuan had sensed this the first time he teleported her into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At that time, the Shadow Sect immortals broke out in cold sweat from the fright. After resolving Xiacha's problem, Fang Yuan and the rest had the time to inspect the immortal Gu that Great Thief Ghost Hand stole, to see what it looked like. This immortal Gu struggled intensely, but Great Thief Ghost Hand used the power of the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment to steal Soul Beast token, so stealing a rank 8 immortal Gu was completely within the scope of its ability. Adding on Fang Yuan's abundant methods, refining it was a sure thing, there would be no accidents. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan successfully refined this goo for his own use. This goo worm was a milky white silkworm. It was the size of an adult's index finger. When held in his hand, it was only the weight of an egg. The silkworm's body was pink and soft. It was like touching a baby's face. On the silkworm's head, there was a small green leaf that looked like mulberry leaves. Interestingly, when the silkworm curled up, the mulberry leaves also wrapped around its body. The goo worm's dense aura showed its extraordinary identity at all times, rank 8 time path immortal goo, but as for what immortal goo it was, Fang Yuan could not be sure. He could only guess. This is likely the rank 8 time path immortal goo, spring. If spring goo was used alone, it would cause an area to enter spring. Ice and snow would melt, warm winds would blow, and new shoots would grow. Goo masters nurtured, used, refined, and used goo. Their knowledge was broad and profound. After obtaining an unfamiliar immortal goo, one needed to probe and deduce its power and effect. There were often unfathomable dangers in this aspect. Even though Fang Yuan refined this immortal goo, he was not in a hurry to verify his guess, because he had a more reliable way to obtain an accurate answer. This answer fell on Xianxia. As long as he searched her soul, not only would Fang Yuan know this immortal goo's identity and usage, Fang Yuan would even know the spring scissors killer move that Xianxia had used. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to search her soul. Xiaocha's soul was protected by her body. It was not easy to search her soul with rank 8 cultivation level. Fang Yuan's plan was meticulous. He wanted to extract Xiaocha's soul first and separate her body from her soul, before targeting her soul, but it was troublesome to extract Xiaocha's soul. Fang Yuan needed to prepare for some time. And before that, Fang Yuan's first step was to steal as many goo worms as possible from Xiaocha's immortal aperture. According to the previous method, Fang Yuan next targeted Xiaocha. The second time, Great Thief Ghost Hand, he only stole one rank 5 mortal goo. It was a stark contrast to the huge success of the first time. It seems that the effect of the unfavorable year has disappeared. My luck and Xiaocha's luck have shrunk by a lot. Fang Yuan realized. For a rank 8 goo immortal to have such an achievement, it meant that they had good luck, or they had methods to increase their luck. Fang Yuan used the incomplete luck path true inheritance to have luck that surpassed ordinary rank 8s. But for people like Feng Jioga, this level of luck was not much of a threat. As for Feng Qimhong, it was even less of a threat. After Feng Yuan learned of the reason, he continued to use the killer move Unfavorable Year on Xiaocha, using Great Thief Ghost Hand frequently to steal her immortal goo. More than 10 days passed in the sovereign immortal aperture's time. Fang Yuan obtained a large number of mortal goo, as well as Xiaocha's 4 immortal goo. These 4 immortal goo formed a set. They were spring goo, summer goo, autumn goo, and winter goo. Spring goo was like a white silkworm. It had green mulberry leaves on its head. Summer goo was like a black mosquito. It was the size of a palm, but it had 3 pairs of thin wings on its back, flickering with colorful lights as it flew. Autumn goo was like a dark red cricket carved out of precious antique wood. Its chirping was extremely loud. Winter goo was a gray-white cocoon. It emitted waves of frost energy. Among them, spring goo and summer goo were rank 8, while autumn goo and winter goo were slightly weaker. They were only rank 7. After Fang Yuan stole these 4 immortal goo, he used Great Thief Ghost Hand repeatedly, but could only steal mortal goo. Thus, he deduced that Xiaocha only had these 4 immortal goo. This was similar to He Fan's situation. He Fan also had few immortal goo. Back then, Fang Yuan only obtained rank 8 years flow like water, rank 7 year goo, and after goo. If the two were to be compared, they should be evenly matched. Even though Xiaocha had 2 rank 8 immortal goo, He Fan's years flow like water brought huge profits. With it, he would be the #1 giant in the world in the year goo business. He obtained 4 more immortal goo at once, and they were all time path, 2 rank 8 and 2 rank 7. They were all very high level. They greatly filled up the huge gap that Fang Yuan needed in this aspect. But as for how to use them, he had to soul search Xiaocha. When Fang Yuan obtained these immortal goo, the pressure in his heart dissipated by a lot. Without the immortal goo, even if Xiaocha woke up unexpectedly, she would be like a tiger without claws. Her strength would fall greatly. Taking out the immortal goo of these goo immortals was the most important task. Next was taking out their souls and separating their souls from their bodies. After all, the control of the body, other than the soul, wills could also be used. By leaving a few wills in the immortal aperture, they could temporarily replace the soul and control the body. Finally, Fang Yuan prepared to attack their immortal apertures. But now, Fang Yuan's task of stealing immortal goo had to be delayed. He did not have enough immortal essence. Earlier, he had already shown signs of exhaustion. Recently, he set up an immortal formation. After an intense battle, he returned to the sovereign immortal aperture and set up an immortal formation again, using killer moves like Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation and Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were already dangerously low. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the Year-Goo business was very poor. Even though Fang Yuan had the dragonfish business, it could not sustain Fang Yuan's huge expenditure. Not to mention, Danghun Mountain was still recovering. But all of this was still under Fang Yuan's control. He smiled coldly. Hee, it is time to make those southern border forces bleed. The following process was definitely going to be pleasurable. Not just extorting immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan was also going to extort a large amount of resources to feed his newly obtained immortal goo. Without cultivation resources, how could he rise my ass? Southern border. Yanshou Mountain. Xia clan's headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land. In the Blessed Land, there were countless mortal goo houses, forming a chain of palaces. It was a grand sight. In the central hall of these palaces, Xiafei Kuai was in a hurry. He was a rank 7 goo immortal who cultivated light path. His battle strength was slightly weaker than Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo, but he was not ordinary. But because he cultivated a certain immortal killer move, he was irritable. Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and had once fought with him, setting up a 5-year agreement. Now that Fang Yuan's identity was exposed and he had rank 8 battle strength, Xiafei Kuai naturally threw this 5-year agreement to the back of his mind. Where did this news come from? Xiafei Kuai asked as he walked. Beside him was a featherman. Maid, she had rank 5 goo master cultivation level. Xia clan raised large numbers of featherman slaves. In this headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land, feathermen were the most numerous. This featherman maid had an extraordinary status. She was one of the managers of this palace. She knew a lot of information. Even though Xiafei Kuai knew that he would know everything after entering Central Great Hall, he could not wait any longer. He asked this featherman maid first. The featherman maid quickly answered, "It came from Jewel Yellow Skies half a day ago. That demon Fang Yuan came looking for me. He sent an information path goo worm to my purple spirit light stall in Jewel Yellow Skies." The goo worm contained the extortion letter. Purple spirit light was a rank 7 immortal material. It was not plucked from white heaven. It came from ores deep underground. This was Xia clan's main source of income. Xia clan controlled the largest purple spirit stone mine in the 5 regions, thus they were the leader of this business. Even though any goo immortal could change their identity when transacting in Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not afraid of being discovered. But in a situation like Xia clan, they had to maintain their identity and build their reputation. That was the most profitable thing to do. Thus, Xia clan's stall had a clear identity. Fang Yuan was able to find it easily. Humph. He is truly daring. He actually dares to extort my great Xia clan. Xiafei Kuai was furious. The featherman maid did not dare to say anything. She obediently accompanied him to the palace entrance before stopping. She did not have the right to follow them in. The door of the palace had long been opened, and the main seat was empty. Usually, it was Xiacha who sat there, or it was her will. On the first seat on the left was the Xia clan's second supreme elder, Xia Zhao. He had a sturdy figure and a calm temperament. He specialized in Earth Path and was currently the backbone of Xia family. Opposite Xia Zhao, in the first seat on the right, sat the Xia clan's third supreme elder, Xia Qinyuan. He was also an Earth Path goo immortal. Other than them, at the other seats, Xiao Lu Pei, Xia Qing Tsung, Xiao Shui Mo, Xia Fan, and other goo immortals had either arrived with their main bodies or substituted wills. Only Xiafei Kuai himself was missing. There's no need for formalities. Hurry up and sit, Xiao Zhao said in a low voice. Xiafei Kuai controlled his temper, nodded, and silently took his seat. An information path mortal goo came from the left and landed in Xiafei Kuai's hands. Xiao Zhao glanced around and said, "Since everyone is here, let's discuss." Xiafei Kuai split out a trace of his divine sense and entered the goo worm to inspect it. This information path mortal goo was the extortion letter left behind by Fang Yuan. The content of the extortion letter was only a few sentences, it was concise and comprehensive. But at the back, there was a video recording of the scene of Xianxia being trapped in the sovereign immortal aperture. Xiaofei Kuai looked through it once, his heart was burning with anger, he was so angry that he almost crushed this information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have committed heinous crimes, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xiaofei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. Xia clan's other goo immortals did not say anything, their expressions were dark and unsightly, they remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Other than anger, these people were also in a daze of disbelief. The great Xia clan, a super force, was actually extorted by a demonic path goo immortal one day. The most shocking thing was Xianxia, the great first supreme elder, the person in charge of Xia clan, a rank 8 existence. Not only did she fail to capture Fang Yuan, she was even captured alive. Yes, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength, he could match rank 8s. Xia clan's goo immortals had also seen the video of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But so what? Defeating a rank 8 goo immortal and capturing a rank 8 were two completely different concepts. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. Xia clan's immortals had never thought that the outcome would be like this. Honestly speaking, even now, most of them were still in a daze, they felt like they were dreaming. This was too unimaginable. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, a rank 7 goo immortal captured a rank 8 and more than 10 rank 7 goo immortal experts. These rank 7 goo immortals were the signature battle strength of their respective clans. Each of them had their own methods, without rank 8s, they were important factors that could influence the whole of southern border. They could dominate a region and suppress the situation. Southern Border's righteous path was very determined to capture Fang Yuan, they created such a powerful group. But now, these people were captured by Fang Yuan. Compared to the other clans, Xia clan's situation was the most difficult. Because they did not lose a rank 7 goo immortal, they lost the only rank 8 in their clan. This was no longer a matter of losing prestige, it directly shook the entire foundation of Xia clan. In this world where strength ruled, one person's safety was related to the entire situation. Xianxia had an irreplaceable and important role to the entire Xia clan. I did not gather all of you here to watch helplessly. Our clan is facing a crucial period, our situation is very dangerous. At this moment, we need everyone to work together to overcome this crisis. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Xiaozhao spoke again. When this happened, all of Xia clan's goo immortals were stunned, Xiaozhao was no exception. To speak the truth, these last days, as the second supreme elder, he was under the greatest pressure, his heart was filled with darkness. However, when the extortion letter arrived, he relaxed a little. You have all seen that mortal goo, Fang Yuan wants us to take out 1,000,000 immortal yuan stone. If you have any thoughts, tell us. Xiaozhao said. After a while of silence, Xia clan's third supreme elder purposely coughed. 1,000,000 immortal yuan stone is not a small number, but it is not a large number, our Xia clan can still afford it. But what I am most concerned about is that this letter only states a request, it does not have any intention of handing over Lady Xianxia. The immortals nodded slightly at these words. Xiaofei Kuai raised his eyebrows in annoyance, asking, should we inform the other clans? We are being extorted, but I'm afraid they are also in the same situation. Xiao Lupei sneered, glancing at Xiaofei Kuai without saying anything. Xiaofei Kuai glared at him in anger, what do you want to say? Just say it. Xiao Lupei was a rank 7 goo immortal, he cultivated wisdom path and his wisdom path attainment was very high, he was one of the top deduction experts in southern border. He sneered, how can we rely on those outsiders? Right now, they want us to lose our first supreme elder. Since you know that demon Fang Yuan is not extorting our clan, have you heard the reactions of the other clans? Have you seen the other clans trying to contact us? Xiaofei Kuai was speechless. Xia clan suddenly lost their rank 8 pillar, the territory and resources they occupied immediately became much larger. This situation was much more dangerous than Wu clan. Thinking about Wu clan, back then, they still had a rank 8 goo immortal, Wu Yong, but because of Shadow Sect's interference, they fell into a predicament and were besieged on all sides, almost unable to turn the situation around. Southern border was full of sects, the righteous path forces were all scheming and plotting against each other, there were many contradictions. Wu clan had been the number one force for a long time, but they did not have the ability to lead the overall situation. Thus, to Xia clan, they could not lose Xianxia. When Fang Yuan's will came to the purple spiritual light stall again, he received 1,000,000 immortal yuan stones from Xia clan. We need to have a good talk. Xia Zhao personally received Fang Yuan, his divine sense constantly moving. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he did not refuse, we can talk. But I am very busy now. If you have anything to say, use an information path goo worm to send it to this stall. Please wait, listen to me. Xiao Zhao wanted to make Fang Yuan stay, but Fang Yuan's will turned around and left. Xiao Zhao was furious but also helpless. It was obvious what Fang Yuan was busy with. After capturing the southern border immortals, Fang Yuan had already firmly grasped the initiative, he had a huge advantage. With such a priceless hostage in hand, extortion and blackmail could be said to be unbridled and unscrupulous. But Fang Yuan was vigilant, he did not act wantonly. His first wave of extortion targets were only 3 clans. Xia clan was undoubtedly the first. First Supreme Elder Xianxia was Xia clan's only rank 8 Gu immortal, she was the root of Xia clan, she was too important. Xia clan could not afford to lose her, once they lost her, the entire clan's force would shrink by 70 to 80%, and Yi clan was second. Because the Yi clan Gu immortal Fang Yuan captured this time was Yi Yang. This Gu immortal was the strongest among Yi clan's rank 7 experts, he cultivated space path and was favored by everyone, he had rank 8 aptitude. More importantly, he was the direct descendant of Yi clan's first Supreme Elder, he was the successor that the first Supreme Elder had specially nurtured. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, southern border's internal strife was endless. Yi Yang was framed and fell into Shang clan's hands. Yi clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate to pay a huge price to redeem Yi Yang from Shang clan. Thus, Fang Yuan was looking forward to Yi clan's ransom. Finally, the third was Qi clan. The Qi clan Gu immortal in Fang Yuan's hands was the clan's second Supreme Elder, he had a high status and authority. Moreover, Qi Qiyu had transacted with Fang Yuan before and obtained dream path research results. With such a precedent, it was natural for Qi clan to compromise. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts, he first chose to extort from Wu clan, which he hated the most, and also Tai clan, which hated the demonic path the most. As long as these 3 clans gave in, it would be much easier for Fang Yuan to extort other southern border righteous path forces. After all, with such a precedent, the righteous path would not be so ambitious. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini green heaven, immortal formation. Immortal killer move, great thief ghost hand, the ghost hand entered Yi Yang's immortal aperture and returned with a rank 7 immortal Gu in its hand. Yingwu Xia and the array spirit watched quietly from the side, their expressions numb. They were already used to it. Because in this period of time, Fang Yuan had plundered a huge number of immortal Gu. Furthermore, he had stolen Xiaocha's 2 rank 8 time path immortal Gu, spring and summer. With such a shock, what happened next seemed lukewarm. To refine these immortal Gu, Fang Yuan specially created another immortal formation. This immortal formation used the wisdom refinement Gu formation as the foundation, adding in many wisdom path immortal Gu to create a modified version. Wisdom refinement Gu formation, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to assist woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was someone else's will, the effect would be even better. Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal Gu he obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, among them was the crucial changed soul immortal Gu from the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Now, Fang Yuan had lost the heart of a woman and was still using the light of wisdom as the core. The brand new wisdom refinement immortal array was even more powerful. Especially when wisdom Gu was rank 9, it could easily suppress these rank 7 immortal Gu. Adding on Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level and wisdom path methods, he had made great progress. The wisdom refinement Gu formation's effect was outstanding, it had great results. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined the newly stolen immortal Gu. This was a space path immortal Gu, it looked like a blue jade ball with a pair of snow-white wings. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu, it was called space travel, it had the effect of moving around. Shadowsek's true inheritance had related information. For example, this goo was first captured from an ancient desolate beast-level Pegasus. Fang Yuan stored the space travel goo. He was not proficient in space path, his attainment level was ordinary, and he did not have many space path Dao marks. But Fang Yuan had too many true inheritances. He had a vast number of immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes. He did not lack methods to use immortal goo. By now, he had already taken out the immortal goo of most of the southern border goo immortals. As for the lack of immortal essence, it had already been resolved. The 1 million immortal yuan stones that Xia clan had sent earlier were like a heavenly river that was pouring into a field that was about to dry up. 1 million immortal yuan stones meant 1 million green grape immortal essence beads. When converted into red date immortal essence, it was 10,000 beads. This amount had already greatly surpassed Fang Yuan's highest red date immortal essence reserve. Fang Yuan continued to use Great Thief Ghost Hand, but he did not take out any more immortal goo from Yang's body. Thus, he placed this person back into the dream realm and pulled out another person. It was Qi Clan's second supreme elder, an Earth Path rank 7 goo immortal. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he attacked again. He wanted to take away all the immortal goo from these southern border goo immortals and put them into his own pocket. As for the people, he had to release some first. Extortion could be seen as a type of transaction, but the seller was very strong, while the buyer was very resentful and helpless. And when doing business, one had to pay attention to credibility. If he did not release some hostages, how could Southern Border's righteous path believe Fang Yuan, and how could they continue to be extorted with hope? Fang Yuan planned to release Qi Clan's second supreme elder first, then Yi Clan's Yang. Qi Clan had a transaction after all, and in the future, Fang Yuan still planned to support Qi Clan to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, these two clans would definitely continue to be extorted until the bottom line. Even though it was not easy to nurture a goo immortal. But the value of a hostage was fixed and had an upper limit. These righteous path forces had been established for so many years, they were not fools. If Fang Yuan's demand was too much and greatly exceeded the value of a goo immortal, or the price that the buyer could bear, they would not make a losing transaction. All in all, extortion required skill. Several days later, another batch of immortal yuan stones was obtained. That was Yi Clan's first ransom, 1,200,000 immortal yuan stones. In terms of value, Yang could not compare to Xianxia, but Yi Clan itself was very wealthy, at least surpassing Xia Clan, so they had even more immortal yuan stones in their current reserves. A super force's reserves of immortal yuan stones were more or less, but they were mostly around 1 million. Thus, Fang Yuan's first extortion of immortal yuan stones was not only because he himself was lacking them, but also because other forces could easily take them out. Although there was a certain difficulty, it was very small. First, he would make them submit, then he would use increasingly harsh demands to extort them, making them bleed bit by bit. Fang Yuan was well versed in the art of extortion. But this time, even though I captured the southern border immortals, I did not get any response from the Celestial Court. What did the Celestial Court prepare in the River of Time? Fang Yuan pondered in his mind. He constructed the year's flow execution formation this time. The main point was naturally to deal with the southern border immortals, but he also had the intention of luring the Celestial Court to make a move. If the Celestial Court had troops lying in ambush, they would most likely follow the tributary of the River of Time and attack Fang Yuan from both sides. But from start to finish, Fang Yuan did not see the troops of the Celestial Court making a move. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Red Heaven. The moment Fang Yuan's time path clone appeared, it attracted the attention of countless year beasts. Ah! Cluck cluck cluck. Roar roar, countless year beasts roared as they pounced at Fang Yuan. A large number of ancient desolate beasts pushed the desolate level year beasts to the side, their gazes were filled with desire. But soon, an immemorial year chicken flapped its wings valiantly. Desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts avoided it in panic. The scene was chaotic. The immemorial year chicken ran to Fang Yuan's time path clone and lowered its head, showing a docile expression. Fang Yuan smiled as he caressed the immemorial year chicken's head, its exaggerated crimson comb. He waved his sleeves and scattered countless mortal year goo. The immemorial year chicken clucked as it opened its beak, emitting a strong suction force that swallowed most of the year goo. Only a few year goo were scattered around, causing the surrounding ancient year beasts to fight over them. The immemorial year chicken was not satisfied after eating. It stared at Fang Yuan's time path clone, its eyes shining brightly. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A vast number of year goo flew out like pebbles on a beach, forming a storm. Everyone had a share. The year beasts went into a frenzy. After a long time, including the immemorial year chicken, all the year beasts had eaten their fill. The slight restlessness caused by hunger had disappeared, and they returned to their lazy state. They lay on the white clouds and entered a resting state, no longer moving. Fang Yuan's time path clone looked around and nodded before flying away. In this mini red heaven, there were a total of 7 year beast groups. This was the third group that Fang Yuan was feeding. There were many year beasts in the sovereign immortal aperture to begin with. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used the year's flow execution formation to scheme against southern border's righteous path. Other than capturing the southern border immortals, his biggest spoils of war were the year beasts that he subdued in battle. These year beasts were of high quality. They were at least desolate level year beasts, a large number of ancient year beasts, and 7 immemorial year beasts. Originally, with Fang Yuan's soul foundation, he could only enslave 1 or 2 immemorial year beasts. But now, his soul path cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though it had been declining recently, most of his foundation was still intact. Enslaving 7 immemorial year beasts was not a problem. What was worth mentioning was that among these 7 immemorial year beasts, immemorial year chickens had the most numbers, 3 of them. The other 4 were immemorial year tiger, immemorial year dragon, immemorial year rabbit, and immemorial year horse. In the river of time, every once in a while, one of the immemorial year beasts would appear in large numbers. Clearly, this period of time was the most prosperous period for immemorial year chickens. However, even though Fang Yuan controlled 7 immemorial year beasts, each of them could not compare to the immemorial year monkey that Fang Yuan controlled earlier in terms of battle strength. But that immemorial year monkey died in battle. Of course, the battle strength of all 7 immemorial year beasts added together was much stronger than one immemorial year monkey. There was a clear difference in battle strength between immemorial year beasts. It was like the difference between rank 8 goo immortals. Fang Yuan fed these year beasts as he thought. With so many new year beasts, the cost of feeding them has increased by dozens of times. If not for extorting a batch of immortal yuan stones, I might not even be able to feed them. The higher the rank of the year beasts, the greater their appetite. And the food used to feed year beasts was year goo. Fang Yuan used rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water to refine a vast number of mortal year goo, which could barely support these year beasts' stomachs. And activating year's flow like water immortal goo consumed Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence. Previously, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence to feed the year beasts. Now that there were so many year beasts, there were 7 immemorial year beasts. Thus, the feeding of year beasts had become Fang Yuan's biggest expenditure. Currently, Danghun Mountain has already been restored to 80%. The guts goo's production is no longer terrible. It has become passable, barely acceptable. By the time Danghun Mountain is completely repaired, the year beasts will become a burden. Fang Yuan had to feed year beasts once in a while. Refining year goo using year's flow like water was the most economical method, but it was still a huge burden. And Fang Yuan needed to raise these year beasts to deal with the battle in the river of time, so he had to solve the problem of feeding them. Actually, this problem was not just with year beasts, but also with eagle groups. Fang Yuan had once bought large numbers of eagle beasts to enslave the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The feeding of these eagles had always been a burden. To make them self-sufficient and bring them into the world of the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would need to spend a lot of energy and funds to create a complete food chain. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. Creating a complete food chain was also a goo immortal's deep research and understanding of the heavenly Tao. But compared to eagle groups, year beasts were much larger in scale. They needed to be fed the most. Due to the uniqueness of Nian beasts, it was much easier for them to build a complete food chain. With Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Langya true inheritance, and others, Fang Yuan always had a way to solve problems. Now, he had 3 options to choose from. The first option was to build a year essence pool. This was a resource point. It could also be seen as a miniature river of time. Its use was to simulate the environment of the river of time, to allow year beasts to live, and reproduce. The year essence pool had different sizes. It was divided into rank 6, rank 7, rank 8, and rank 9. The advantage of this option was that it saved space, and the year beasts that lived inside would produce a certain amount of year goo. After a long time, it would produce other wild time path goo worms, or even sun beasts, moon beasts, and others, eventually forming a miniature river of time. The disadvantage was that the cost was too high. Just the rank 6 year essence pool alone was a huge sum. If converted into immortal yuan stone, it would not be 1 million or 10 million, but 100 million immortal yuan stone, and the rank 7 year essence pool was even more ridiculous. It involved many rare immortal materials, most of them were priceless. A rank 6 year essence pool could be built if one was wealthy enough. But rank 7 was not something immortal yuan stone could solve. As for Feng Yuan, he needed a rank 8 year essence pool to contain those 7 immemorial year beasts. The second option was flowing gold time stage. This was a rank 7 time path immortal goo house. It was quite special. Because it needed to be fixed, it could not move freely like most other immortal goo houses. Once it was set up, flowing gold time stage would turn into a bright moon that shrouded the blessed land sky, rising and falling continuously. Flowing gold time stage could contain a large number of year beasts. They could also sleep peacefully. This way, the need to feed them would be greatly reduced. The advantage of this option was that flowing gold time stage could extract the year beast's strength for its own use. It did not require Feng Yuan to expend immortal essence. This would allow Feng Yuan to make full use of the year beasts during peaceful times. He would not feed them for nothing. The disadvantage of this option was also obvious. Firstly, constructing this rank 7 immortal goo house, flowing gold time stage, required a large number of time path immortal goo. But Feng Yuan needed these time path immortal goo to protect himself. Secondly, flowing gold time stage had to be fixed as much as possible. It was attached to the immortal aperture and could operate on its own. Thus, even if it was constructed, it could not help Feng Yuan fight in the river of time. It was not proficient in battle. Thirdly, this immortal goo house expended the year beast's strength. If it was extracted to its limits, the year beasts would die and their time path Dao marks would be destroyed. Their corpses would have no value. Finally, when the year beasts wake up, they would need an enormous amount of food to replenish their expenditure. The third option was the 12 zodiac battle formation. By gathering 12 different species of immemorial year beasts and using them as the cores, the 12 zodiac battle formation could be formed. This formation specialized in offense. It was completely different from flowing gold time stage. Although it was a formation, it could move. Because the cores were 12 immemorial year beasts. Normally, these immemorial year beasts would be sealed like statues. They would not move and did not need to be fed. But during battle, they would be unsealed and form the battle formation to kill the enemy. Evidently, this formation with immemorial year beasts as the cores was not a modern goo formation, it was an ancient battle formation. It was similar to Green City Rampage and Heavenly Giant Solar, but the latter two used goo immortals as the cores, while this 12 zodiac battle formation used immemorial year beasts as the cores. The advantage of this option was that it could save on the cost of feeding the beasts. But the disadvantage was that it only targeted immemorial year beasts. If he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts, Feng Yuan would not be able to form the 12 zodiac battle formation. But to do this, Feng Yuan would need to find even more immemorial year beasts, and these immemorial year beasts would need to be of different types. This kind of collection work not only depended on strength, it also depended on luck. It was very difficult and would take a long time. After deep consideration, Feng Yuan decided to use the first option. Although the first option required the most investment, if it succeeded, the benefits would also be the greatest. With my own strength, if I want to build a rank 8 year essence pool, I might not even be able to build 30% of it before my finances would collapse and I would fall into a predicament. Feng Yuan's assets were actually very deep, but many of them could not be sold, for example, reverse flow river. Moreover, he had to face external pressure like the celestial court. He had to balance all aspects. He could not risk everything and build a year essence pool without caring about anything else. But now is indeed the best time for me to build a year essence pool. Xia clan, you want to talk to me? Send me 3 portions of whirlpool dawn light first. Fang Yuan sent an information path mortal goo to Xia clan's stall. Soon, Xia clan replied, Fang Yuan is wise, although my clan got rid of the whirlpool dawn light, the origin is actually inside First Supreme Elder's immortal aperture. My clan's treasury does not have any of it. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, this reply was unexpected, but he sneered, how can I not know this? Send me 3 portions, no, 10 portions of whirlpool dawn light, only then will I see your clan's sincerity, we can talk. Otherwise. But this whirlpool dawn light is very rare, even in jewel yellow skies, it is priceless. 3 portions is fine, but 10 portions, where can my clan find them? I don't care. That's your problem. Fang Yuan coldly replied the last sentence. Shang clan. 3008 parts jade, I want it within 3 days. Fang Yuan's tone was firm. Shang clan's side was in a difficult position, 8 parts jade is a rank 8 immortal material, transactions in jewel yellow skies are usually within 100 taels. It is truly difficult for my clan to take out so much at once. He, I believe in your clan's strength. Shang clan, who doesn't know that you are the #1 force in southern border? Fang Yuan sneered, no matter how Shang clan negotiated, their conditions did not change. Ba clan. Where is my 7 treasures water? Fang Yuan urged. Ba clan quickly replied, the 7 treasures water has been prepared, we can hand over the goods at the same time. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, very good. To express my sincerity, I will hand over a batch of goods first. What is this? The Ba clan Gu immortal was shocked and furious. Can't you tell? This is the arm of your clan's Gu immortal. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Fang Yuan. What is the meaning of this? Humph. You want to exchange for your clan's Gu immortal with just some 7 treasures water? Isn't this too easy? Or do you think I am stupid? If you don't satisfy me, I will just kill him. Oh, of course, I will use a letter Gu to record the process of killing him and hang it in jewel yellow skies. Or maybe, I can sell this person to Wu clan. He, ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan laughed cruelly. The Ba clan Gu immortal almost crushed his teeth. After a long while, the Ba clan Gu immortal squeezed out a sentence, Fang Yuan, let's talk this out. It is easy for me to talk this out. First, send over the 7 treasures water and show your Ba clan's sincerity. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, your clan wants to overthrow Wu clan and become the #1 force in southern border, how can you be so petty? Wu clan is willing to pay any price for an external supreme elder. Your Ba clan's Gu immortal is your blood relative, can you just watch him die? What is your clan's first supreme elder thinking? Are you really that cold and heartless? Fang Yuan's words were sharp, the Ba clan Gu immortals on the other side had pale expressions, they were furious and helpless. Luo family, Ho family, Chai family, these were the targets of Fang Yuan's second wave of extortion. As for the Tai clan and the Wu clan, they did not make a move. Fang Yuan made all sorts of requests to these families. Naturally, he encountered resistance in the process. However, Fang Yuan had hostages in his hands, and his location was extremely secretive. It was impossible to find him, so he firmly held the upper hand. The Southern Border Righteous faction had no choice but to pinch their noses and satisfy Fang Yuan's requests one by one. Among them, the Xiao family's sincerity was the greatest. The 10 portions of Maelstrom of Dawn were the first to be delivered to Fang Yuan. Even though Xia clan's Gu immortals shouted about how difficult it was to gather these dawn light spiral vortexes, Fang Yuan knew that these super forces had deep foundations. Satisfying his extortion requests was not beyond their capabilities, it was just a little difficult. Maelstrom of Dawn light, 8 parts jade, 7 treasures water. Some of these immortal materials were rank 8, some were rank 7, but there were many of them, they were all delivered to Fang Yuan one after another. Soon, Fang Yuan had more than half of the immortal materials he needed to construct the Year Essence Pool. This efficiency was shockingly high. If Fang Yuan were to supervise and collect them alone, he would need to spend at least 10 years, and this was under a situation where his luck was good. Fang Yuan had deep foundations, but in terms of immortal materials, he could not compare to these super forces that had thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. Of course, the immortal materials that Fang Yuan requested were not just the materials needed to construct the Year Essence Pool. There were also many immortal materials that were prepared for him to refine immortal goo. At this moment, the Time Path clone arrived outside the immortal formation again. This is the last time of plundering. After this, these southern border goo immortals will not have any immortal goo on them. Southern Border's righteous path had a total of 13 super clans. They were Wu clan, Ba clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Ho clan, Luo clan, Qiao clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Yi clan, Qi clan, Yang clan, and Yao clan. Fang Yuan could fight rank 8, chasing after Fang Yuan was something that every clan could benefit from. Thus, every clan sent a goo immortal expert with at least rank 7 cultivation level. Their battle strength was the trump card of each clan. Even the Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xianxia, personally took action to lead the heroes and unify the leadership to prevent internal friction. Such goo immortal experts each had at least 2 or 3 immortal goo, some had 4 or 5 immortal goo, like Xianxia. On average, each of them had 3 immortal goo. Before Fang Yuan finished plundering, these immortal goo, together with his previous accumulation, had already surpassed 100, immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Seeing the southern border goo immortal Yangku being dragged out of the dream realm by the pure dream reality seeker physique body, Fang Yuan immediately used his signature method. A rank 7 immortal goo was taken out. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. It was Soul Search immortal goo. This Soul Search immortal goo was rank 7, it was suitable for Fang Yuan to plunder their souls. But this goo is just icing on the cake. Although I do not have Soul Search immortal goo, I can use other Soul Path immortal goo to form the immortal killer move Soul Search. It is just that it is more convenient with this immortal goo. I might as well change this Soul Search immortal goo to absorb Soul immortal goo. Shadow Sect once had absorbed Soul immortal goo. If Fang Yuan had it now, it would be much easier to take these southern border goo immortal souls into his body. With his current methods, he would need to go through a lot of trouble. Yangku had a total of 3 Soul Path immortal goo, but the next 2 did not have absorbed Soul immortal goo. The last person was Wu clan's Lu Hao. This person has a method to counter my fixed immortal travel. I want to take a good look. Fang Yuan activated his killer move again and again. After a while, he finally took out an immortal goo. Ah! Fang Yuan was stunned. This immortal goo actually self-destructed once it left the immortal aperture. What is this situation? Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He continued to steal, but he could only steal the remains of goo worms. Be it immortal goo or mortal goo, they all self-destructed along with the first immortal goo. Fang Yuan carefully examined these goo worm remains and soon found out that this was a special refinement path method. As long as these goo worms left the immortal aperture, they would all self-destruct. There is actually such a method? This refinement path method is extraordinary. It is definitely on the same level as Long-Hair Ancestor. It seems that this goo immortal was not simply recruited by Wu clan, he is likely to be someone from the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan immediately deduced the truth. In the history of goo immortals, there were 3 refinement path grade experts, they were all supreme grandmasters. Other than Long-Hair Ancestor from the medieval antiquity era, there was also old eccentric Tian Nan from the remote antiquity era, and old immortal Kong Ju from the olden antiquity era. These 2 were pure humans, most of their true inheritances were collected by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Wu clan, he knew about Wu clan's information clearly. Wu clan did not have such a refinement path method. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. This method was out of his expectations. Fang Yuan was caught off guard and suffered a loss. At the same time, he realized, I had planned to use Year's flow execution formation to lure out the arrangements of the Celestial Court in the River of Time and expose them to me. To think that the Celestial Court infiltrated Southern Border's group to hunt me down. So close, with Fairy Myrtle's methods, this person is definitely not the only one, she definitely has other arrangements. Thankfully, I retreated in time and did not get entangled with Lu Weiyin. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in Southern Border, how could they be so easily infiltrated by the Celestial Court? This matter is not so simple, it is likely that Wu Yong brought in the strength of the Celestial Court to deal with me. He is indeed a formidable person, he is not afraid of this matter being exposed and violating the taboo of Southern Border's goo immortal world. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he looked at the remains of the immortal Gu in his hands again. Gu as before. He muttered softly. Gu as before was an idea he had once had. It was an idea derived from man as before and landscape as before. When Gu worms were injured or destroyed, using Gu as before could restore them to their previous state. But this idea seemed good, but the more one looked into it, the more unrealistic it became. Mortal Gu were Tao marks, immortal Gu were fragments of the great Tao. To restore them, Gu as before's power and rank had to far surpass the target. Just this point meant that Gu as before was not as practical as man as before and landscape as before. Not to mention the difficulty in manipulating it. But now, Fang Yuan seemed to be able to see a trace of Gu as before's embryonic form on these Gu worm remains. These Gu worms are clearly of space path, but refinement path Tao marks can be attached to them. After activating it, I can destroy them. Refinement path was good at refining Gu, but conversely, it was also good at destroying Gu worms. Maybe to me, these Gu worm remains are more valuable than the immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. In the ambush earlier, Lu Hao had used fixed space immortal Gu to deal with Fang Yuan, preventing him from activating fixed immortal travel. The celestial quartz design was to prevent fixed space Gu from falling into Fang Yuan's hands. But in fact, there were many ways to counter fixed immortal travel. Fixed space Gu was not the only one. On the contrary, I might be able to find clues from these Gu worm remains and create Gu as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan carefully stored these Gu worm remains. To him, there was a lot of reference value. Of course, it would be better to directly look at the methods and inheritances of the celestial court. But this possibility was too remote for Fang Yuan. I have absorbed long hair true meaning and my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still two great monuments, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju, who were equally famous as long hair ancestor. Most of the inheritances of these two must have been collected by the celestial court. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Although he could clearly see the opportunity to create Gu as before, the celestial court was like an insurmountable wall, blocking Fang Yuan's path. Celestial court. Yu Hall Qianzhong was still as bright and dignified as ever. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, purple light flashed past her beautiful eyes. Next, she frowned slightly, muttering in an ethereal tone, "Fixed space immortal Gu has self-destructed." After Fairy Myrtle obtained Star Constellation chessboard, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path grade experts in the current Gu immortal world. This time, she sent Lu Hao and Jun Xinguang to deal with Fang Yuan. How could she not be on guard against Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand? A lesson learned. Fixed immortal travel immortal Gu was stolen by Fang Yuan from Fengjiuge right under Fairy Myrtle's nose. Fairy Myrtle would not make such a mistake a second time. Yuan Xiongdu shortly after, Fairy Myrtle contacted this newly promoted rank 8 Gu immortal of Celestial Court. Lady Ziwei. Yuan Xiongdu immediately replied. Go refine fixed space Gu. Fairy Myrtle instructed plainly. Yuan Xiongdu's expression changed. He was the one who arranged the refinement path Tao marks on fixed space Gu and the others, so he had a rough idea. Fairy Myrtle's words were meaningless. Lu Hao was most likely dead. Lu Hao and Yuan Xiongdu came from the same ancient sect. Yuan Xiongdu hesitated for a moment before asking, Lady Ziwei, Lu Hao, he is likely captured by Fang Yuan, but I would rather he be killed by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle's tone was indifferent. It was shockingly similar to how Fang Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path. Yuan Xiongdu was stunned for a moment before reacting. Fairy Myrtle's words were not because she had a personal grudge with Lu Hao and wanted him to die, but because if Lu Hao was captured, it meant that the other Southern Border immortals were also captured by Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed Lu Hao, the other Southern Border immortals would be no exception. In this way, there would be a blood feud between Fang Yuan and the Southern Border righteous faction. There would never be any possibility of compromise or cooperation. Southern Border had previously experienced the Battle of Yitian Mountain and the Battle of Dream Realm and suffered heavy losses. This time, if the Southern Border immortals were killed by Fang Yuan, it would truly be a blow to their vitality. The entire Gu immortal world's strength and foundation would fall to the bottom of the 5 regions. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, the border wall would disappear, and Central Continent would be the first to attack Southern Border. Once the Southern Border was annexed by the Central Continent had 2 regions and was already the strongest. It immediately surpassed the remaining 3 regions and had a great advantage. The situation had also changed, and they were no longer in the predicament of being trapped in the 4 battlefields. Compared to the big picture, what was sacrificing a mere rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Hao? After understanding this, the shock on Yuan Qiongdu's face disappeared as he said, I will go and refine fixed space Gu now. Yuan Qiongdu had already made ample preparations. He was a rank 8 and had the help of the Celestial Quartz refinement path formation. Refining fixed space immortal Gu and other things should be a sure thing. However, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with uneasiness. This uneasiness was an omen for Wisdom Path Gu immortals. The 3 elements of Wisdom Path were thoughts, wills, and emotions. The rise, change, and destruction of emotions, to Gu immortals of other paths, might only be their own emotions. But to Wisdom Path Gu immortals, it had a different meaning. Could it be that I missed something? What is it that is making me so uneasy? Fairy Myrtle calmed her mind and held Star Constellation chessboard as she made deep deductions. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of doubt. The result of the deduction was the same as before. Fan Yuan was able to set up this ambush successfully because of the first step. He successfully lured the Southern Border immortals into the time path formation. This is not his contribution. Shadow Sect set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time long ago by combining natural Dao marks. Fan Yuan had formation path Grandmaster attainment. He could at most set up an immortal formation based on immortal materials. Only after reaching formation path Great Grandmaster level could one set up an immortal formation based on the natural Dao marks of the outside world. Shadow Sect naturally did not lack such people, thus, they had already set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time, completely concealing this tributary of the River of Time. This immortal formation that was set up based on natural Dao marks might save immortal Gu, but it had its drawbacks. The main drawback was that according to the distribution and arrangement of the natural Dao marks, the time path formation that was set up would be different. When Gu immortals set up this immortal formation, not only did they need to have their own ideas, they also had to adapt to the situation. If the time path Dao marks of another location were used, they would not be able to set up such a powerful concealment time path formation. Thus, the terrifying battle result of Fan Yuan successfully ambushing and capturing the Southern Border immortals could not be replicated a second time. Fairy Ziwei had paid a huge price for this. She had used the crucial clues brought back by Jun Shenguang to deduce this after much difficulty. Without the restriction of the immortal formation, even if Fan Yuan uses the pure dream reality seeker physique body to self-detonate, the dream realm will not expand quickly. Gu immortals can escape easily. If he uses an immortal battlefield, unless it is a dream path battlefield, the battlefield of other paths will be corroded by the dream realm and destroyed. Thus, Fan Yuan's battle tactic using the dream realm does not pose much of a threat. Then why am I feeling uneasy? Is it because of Spectral Soul? Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle left the hall and went to a certain place in Celestial Court. Spectral Soul was here. After Danghun Mountain self-detonated, he used this chance to use the Soul Path Dao marks to protect himself and put up a desperate resistance. But Celestial Court did not lack methods. Now that Fairy Myrtle arrived, a grand immortal formation had already been set up. It was buzzing as it activated. This gigantic immortal formation was like a gigantic grindstone, constantly grinding away the Soul Path Dao marks inside. Spectral Soul, you still want to put up a desperate resistance? It is a pity. In 3 days, the Soul Path Dao marks around you will be completely ground away by the formation. Your actions earlier are just a show of struggling at death's door. Fairy Myrtle entered the formation and smiled coldly at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was silent as a rock. He did not reply. Purple light burst out in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation chessboard let out dense blue light. She scanned the entire immortal formation and Spectral Soul's body. After a few times, she was sure that there was nothing wrong with Spectral Soul's body. He did not have any hidden methods to resist. There is no problem with Spectral Soul. It seems that my uneasiness is not here. Where is it then? Wait, don't tell me. Fairy Myrtle came out of the immortal formation. Her expression changed as she thought of a person. Thus, she immediately moved without hesitation. She left Celestial Court personally, arriving at a nameless valley in central continent. The valley was lush and green, there was a waterfall inside. Duke Long was living under the waterfall, wholeheartedly teaching and protecting Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong, if there was anything that could make Fairy Myrtle feel uneasy, it would be this great dream seed. The waterfall rumbled, it fell down like a waterfall, water vapor was thick. In a dream realm, the young girl Feng Kim Hong had snow-white skin, she was elegant and beautiful, she sat quietly on a snow-white rock with her eyes closed. A Gu immortal with an extremely concealed aura, he had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on his forehead, he had a strong body, he stood quietly at the side, he was like a giant pillar that supported the sky, looking at Feng Kim Hong. Senior Duke Long Fairy Myrtle quietly went forward, greeting in a low voice. Duke Long nodded, he raised his hand and gestured for Fairy Myrtle to keep quiet. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes, she let out a soft cry like a young phoenix. Next, she activated her killer move, pointing at the dream realm in front of her with her index finger. Whoosh! With a soft sound, white light shot out, entering the dream realm. The dreamland suddenly froze. Then, with a crash, it shattered like a mirror, scattering in all directions. I succeeded in learning Shatter Dream. Feng Kim Hong raised her arms, cheering. Duke Long nodded, he had a gratified expression on his face. Fairy Myrtle had a look of shock in her eyes, Feng Kim Hong's progress in Dream Path was beyond her expectations. Any killer move of the old paths, even if it was rank 9, even if it was a rank 9 immortal Gu house, could not do anything to Dream Realms. To think that Feng Kim Hong's mortal killer move, Shattered Dream, was actually effective against Dream Realms. Huang Heir, you have cultivated for a long time, go and rest. Duke Long sent Feng Kim Hong away, he had an amiable expression, there was no trace of the terrifying divine might that he had when he rampaged through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alive. Yes, Master. Feng Kim Hong knew that Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had important matters to discuss, he left obediently. After Feng Kim Hong left, only Duke Long and Zishan Makoto were left. Duke Long asked, why did you come here? Nothing much, I just felt uneasy, but I could not find the reason. Fairy Myrtle spoke the truth. Duke Long frowned, with your wisdom path attainment, uneasiness is a huge matter, but you could not find the reason? Fairy Myrtle nodded, I deduced Feng Yuan and checked Spectral Soul's location, I still felt uneasy, so I came here to take a look. Duke Long smiled, then you saw it, what do you think of this place? Fairy Myrtle also smiled, I was overthinking, with Senior Duke Long's guidance, Feng Kim Hong's progress is far beyond expectations. Duke Long shook his head, I have no attainment in Dream Path, Huang Heir was able to achieve this because of her innate talent and independent cultivation. I am only watching over her, to prevent any accidents from happening to her. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined, she praised sincerely, this child is the hope of our celestial court's resurgence and unify the 5 regions. Duke Long nodded, his gaze flickered, I know where your uneasiness is coming from. Oh? Lord Duke Long, please enlighten me. My wisdom path attainment is not even 1/10,000th of yours, but I can only control those people. Since it is not Feng Yuan, Spectral Soul, or Feng Kim Hong, then it can only be Red Lotus. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined, Lord Duke Long, are you talking about Red Lotus True Inheritance? 3 Demon Venerables attacked Celestial Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable almost destroyed Fate Immortal Gu. Normal people could guess that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind his true inheritance because he was unwilling to give up, he wanted his descendants to continue to destroy Fate Immortal Gu. How is the progress in finding Red Lotus True Inheritance? Duke Long asked. A trace of dawn light, bright and fresh, continuously rotating like a dream, hovered at the center of Feng Yuan's time path clone's palm. Around Feng Yuan, Xianxia and the rest were already prepared. Let's begin. Feng Yuan called out, the aura of Gu worms on his body surged, his immortal essence was expended intensely, the rank 8 immortal material whirlpool dawn light in his hand exploded, covering the surrounding 100 li. Almost at the same time, Xianxia and the rest stopped this whirlpool dawn light, not allowing it to spread further. Whirlpool dawn light's extensibility was extremely good, it expanded to 100 li, even though it no longer had its luster and was like a transparent water wave. Fang Yuan's time path clone could still feel the whirlpool's wind at the center. Fang Yuan inspected and saw that the Shadow Sect immortals had already stabilized the situation. He took out the second whirlpool dawn light and did the same thing. Numerous vortexes exploded in the light of dawn, dyeing the surrounding area of 100 miles into a dreamy light, flickering and flickering. At this time, Fang Yuan took out the 7 treasures water. This water was grayish-white in color. It was not eye-catching. There were all kinds of lumps in the water. They were like gold, silver, jewelry, jade, and agate. But if these lumps were fished out, once they left the surface of the 7 treasures water, they would turn into 7 treasures water and sprinkle down. The time path clone raised his hands, raising a lump of 7 treasures water above his head. For the next step, the clone could only assist. Fang Yuan's main body had to take action. Because Fang Yuan's time path clone's cultivation was only rank 6, it was not enough to take on this responsibility. Fang Yuan's main body's divine sense had already enveloped this place. Any trace of abnormality could be seen by him instantly. At this moment, Fang Yuan activated his method. His immortal essence was rapidly expended. A white light landed on the 7 treasures water. Gurgling, the 7 treasures water started to boil. Countless bubbles appeared on the surface. The lumps in the 7 treasures water were like snow encountering the sun. They dissolved at a visible speed. The 7 treasures water's volume continued to expand. Soon, all the lumps in the water were eliminated. After it purified the 7 treasures water, another strange light shot out like lightning, instantly hitting the 7 treasures water. The 7 treasures water immediately turned into a lump of ice, emitting cold air that spread out and engulfed Fang Yuan's time path clone. Then, it spread out in all directions, accurately covering the surrounding 50 li. When Xianxia and the others saw this, they hurriedly threw the 8-division jade in their hands into the dense cold mist. Everything went on smoothly, inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Several days later, with a loud rumble, a huge pool of 100 li was formed. This is rank 8 year essence pool. Because of the ample preparation and luck, Fang Yuan's first attempt at setting up the year essence pool was a success. Fang Yuan inspected it 3 times. After making sure there were no mistakes, he started to use time path methods to draw in the tributary of the river of time. In every immortal aperture world, as long as time was still flowing, there would be a tributary of the river of time. The tributary of the river of time was usually hidden. Only special time path methods could be used to target and guide it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the tributary of the river of time in the sovereign immortal aperture was much wider and faster than ordinary immortal apertures. The tributary of the river of time smoothly poured into the year essence pool, and flowed out from the other end of the pool. However, the tributary of the river of time that flowed out was weak like a stream. It flowed slowly, no longer surging like before. In the year essence pool, the water level was rising slowly. In the following period of time, the entire sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would slow down. When the year essence pool was full, the tributary of the river of time that flowed out would return to its original state, and the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would also return to normal. The year essence pool's construction was successful. Fang Yuan's time path clone and the Shadow Sect immortals were extremely tired. They did not sleep or rest for several days. They had to concentrate and expend a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan's main body's divine sense was still paying attention, the others left to rest. Fang Yuan's time path methods gradually lost effectiveness. The year essence pool and the tributary of the river of time became fainter. After a while, they completely disappeared, hidden deep inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was rather special. It was connected to the tributary of the river of time. It did not show itself. Its effect was not just a resource point, it also had the effect of a dam. For example, if the year essence pool leaked or accumulated water, it could cause the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to change. Even though Fang Yuan had immortal killer moves like days pass like years, these moves expended immortal essence, and after each use, there would be a time interval. It could not affect the tributary of the river of time a second time. But with the year essence pool, this was much easier. Thus, many Gu immortals, even if they did not cultivate time path, would construct such a pool in their immortal aperture to change their immortal aperture's time. Of course, most of them constructed rank 6 or 7 year essence pools. They were not like Fang Yuan who constructed a rank 8 year essence pool. A rank 8-year essence pool was too expensive to construct, the investment was too huge, and formation path methods were needed. In essence, it was an immortal goo formation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. He could use the Dao marks and the immortal materials to set up a goo immortal formation. The year beasts started to cheer. The water level of the year essence pool was still very low, but a small number of desolate level year beasts sensed it and went in. They were born in the river of time, grew up in the river, and died in the river. The environment they were most suited to was the river of time. And the year essence pool simulated the environment of the river of time. It was no wonder these year beasts welcomed it so warmly. As the tributary of the river of time continued to pour in, the year essence pool continued to expand. Be it the whirlpool dawn light, 7 treasures water, or 8 parts jade, they all had good ductility. They were condensed into one and did not have the characteristic of collapsing on their own. When the year essence pool was filled with water, this rank 8-year essence pool would reach a terrifying size of 10,000 li. Even more amazing was that it was hidden deep inside, like an illusion. It did not occupy any space in the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was like an independent small world. Fang Yuan could set up his own food chain. It had nothing to do with the sovereign immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan most satisfied was that the year essence pool itself could restrain year beasts. They could only move around in the pool and could not run outside. With this, Fang Yuan could take in even more year beasts, and these year beasts could be completely wild. For example, wild immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan could only control 7 immemorial year beasts now. If these immemorial year beasts died in battle, Fang Yuan would not have any reinforcements. But if there were other wild immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool, Fang Yuan could sacrifice 1 or 2 immemorial year monkeys to temporarily enslave them and replenish his forces in time. This was extremely beneficial to his plan to go to the river of time. After this period of recuperation, Fang Yuan's main body's injuries had already healed. Next, I need to separate these goo immortals' bodies and souls, then extract their souls and soul search them one by one. At the same time, Fang Yuan's extortion of Southern Border's righteous path did not stop. But this time, there was a strong resistance. Southern Border's righteous path forces started to unite to resist Fang Yuan. The year essence pool was expensive. Fang Yuan's extortion had already made all the forces feel pain. Fang Yuan kept asking Southern Border's righteous path to show their sincerity, but he himself did not show any sincerity. This made Southern Border's righteous path secretly think about it and decided to unite to pressure Fang Yuan, to force him to submit. Several days later. Fang Yuan, if you do not show your sincerity, our Southern Border righteous path will not let you get any more resources. Shang Clan's Gu Immortal was chosen to represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. He negotiated with Fang Yuan with a firm tone. But he quickly changed the topic. Earlier, our Southern Border's tribes have already shown our sincerity. Now, Fang Yuan, only if you show your sincerity can we continue to negotiate. Otherwise, even if you kill these Gu Immortals, we will not compromise. Fang Yuan sneered, what kind of sincerity do you want from me? Do you want me to release a portion of the captives first? Shang Clan's Gu Immortal quickly replied, we are not asking for you to release the hostages, we can do it step by step. For example, Immortal Gu. You do not need many Immortal Gu, you can return them to us first, and as the price, we will give you the cultivation resources you need. Southern Border's righteous path was not stupid. If they let Fang Yuan release a portion of the hostages first, then the righteous path clans that obtained benefits might not put in any effort in the following negotiations. Thus, they would rather Fang Yuan release the Immortal Gu, Immortal Aperture resources, Gu Immortal Bodies, and Gu Immortal Souls in batches first. Redeem Immortal Gu? How can that be? Fang Yuan snickered coldly. Immortal Gu were unique, this kind of thing was unique in the world. If Fang Yuan had it, it meant others did not, thus its value was hard to estimate. Even though Fang Yuan had once sold Immortal Gu and purchased a large number of eagles. But back then, his life was in danger, he had no choice. Fang Yuan had countless killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes, he could use most of them. The only problem was the burden of feeding them. But before that, Fang Yuan had already solved it. Even though he had obtained a large number of Immortal Gu now, the feeding resources for these Immortal Gu were almost all on the Southern Border Gu Immortals. These Gu immortal experts were the trump cards of their clans, they had deep foundations, how could they not be able to raise their own Gu worms? Because they could feed immortal Gu independently, their battle strength was stable, allowing Gu immortals to be unparalleled and defend their own territories. Currently, Fang Yuan could not use many immortal Gu, but if he could not use them now, what about in the future? The future was not certain. In the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan was able to turn this situation around. Other than the guidance of the will of the stars, the most important reason was that Fang Yuan had changed soul immortal Gu. One could say, without this tiny rank 7 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would have died long ago, and Shadow Sect would still be able to succeed in defying heaven. The difference between before and after was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. No one could say for sure. In the future, one of these immortal Gu might be similar to change soul immortal Gu and allow Fang Yuan to turn the situation around. Not to mention, if Fang Yuan sold some of them, and someone obtained them, they would be like Fang Yuan in the Battle of Etian Mountain, turning the situation around unimaginably. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to reject the proposal of trading immortal Gu. Shang clan's Gu immortal was not angry, then we can exchange Gu. This new proposal made Fang Yuan's heart move. For Southern Border's righteous path, they definitely wanted to recover their losses. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was extremely vicious, he was likely to kill the hostages and kill the captives, so they were prepared for the worst. These immortal Gu of the Southern Border captives were of great value to the various clans. Because they knew how to use them, many immortal Gu were taken from the clan's treasury by the Gu immortals. The clan also had killer moves for them. In fact, many killer moves were signature methods, but without the corresponding immortal Gu, they could not be used. Thus, to Southern Border's righteous path, they would rather give up some of the immortal Gu in their treasury, because these immortal Gu were not very valuable to them. Next, they would use these immortal Gu to exchange for Fang Yuan's immortal Gu. This was a very profitable transaction. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. This deal was essentially a win-win situation. It was also quite beneficial to him. Many immortal Gu were not useful to Southern Border's clans, their value was not high, but to Fang Yuan, they were crucial. I'm interested in this proposal. But what kind of Gu worms can your families take out? Fang Yuan asked. Shang clan's Gu immortals were prepared, they immediately sent a list to Fang Yuan through Jewel Yellow Skies. Who knew that after Fang Yuan received the list, he said, "Let me think about this list first. Next, I also have a list for your clans." Fang Yuan, I have already said, unless you show your sincerity, our Southern Border righteous path will not accept your extortion. The Shang clan Gu immortals' tone immediately changed. Fang Yuan laughed, your Southern Border righteous path wants to trade immortal Gu, sure. But my condition is that you give me all the immortal materials on this list, only then will you have the qualifications to trade. Fang Yuan, don't go too far. We cannot continue the discussion if you continue like this. He. Fang Yuan laughed, the Gu immortal that fell into my hands this time is Shang Hu Zhang, right? What do you think will happen if I sell this person to Floating Life Immortal? The Shang clan Gu immortal was stunned. Floating Life Immortal was a Southern Border demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal, he had deep hatred with Shang Hu Zhang. He had declared more than once that if Shang Hu Zhang fell into his hands, he would pull out his tendons, skin him alive, and grind his bones to ashes. I believe that if I sell Shang Hu Zhang to Floating Life Immortal, he will definitely be interested. Fang Yuan said slowly. Fang Yuan, you dare. The Shang clan Gu immortal was furious. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Fang Yuan retorted, I even dare to offend the Celestial Court, why would I be afraid of you, a mere Shang clan? You. The Shang clan Gu immortal could not restrain his anger at a bandit like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, don't overestimate yourself, you are only the person chosen to negotiate with me. Do you really think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? Let me give you another example, Luo clan's Luo Fei is also in my hands. Tell me, if I strip her clothes and throw her into a cesspool, what will happen? Or, if I throw her into a group of giant monkeys in heat, then use an information path mortal Gu to record everything that happens, and sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies, what will happen? The Shang clan Gu immortal gritted his teeth, deep disgust flashing in his eyes. Fang Yuan, you are a demon, the Reverse Flow River Lord, you have inherited Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and other true inheritances, your name is known throughout the world. How can you be so shameless and despicable? No, 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 you are wrong. Fang Yuan shook his head. It is not that I am so despicable, it is your attitude that is wrong. You want to anger me and even sow discord, saying many bad things about the other clans. For example, how Luo clan cursed me and wanted to target me and harm me. I believed your words, that is why I took revenge on Luo clan. This time, the Shang clan Gu immortal could not speak, he could only tremble with a pale expression, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Now, do you still think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? After a long while, the Shang clan Gu immortal looked like a deflated balloon. Alright, you win, Fang Yuan. I'll take this list back, but I can't guarantee how they'll react. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. I don't need you to guarantee anything, you have no qualifications to do so. Even if you do, I won't believe you. Go ahead, you can tell them what I said just now with a lot of embellishment. Oh, yes, I must receive a satisfactory answer within 3 days. If not, I will sell Shang Hu Zhang to Floating Life Immortal first. The Shang clan Gu immortal panicked. Fang Yuan, you cannot do this. I can represent Shang clan to talk to you in private. I won't talk. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it. The Shang clan Gu immortal could not contact Fang Yuan anymore. Veins popped on his forehead as he flew into a rage. In less than 3 days, Southern Border's righteous path handed over all the resources on Fang Yuan's list. With the hostages in hand, Fang Yuan had too much initiative. He did not need to use other methods, just some despicable tricks could destroy the reputation and prestige that Southern Border's righteous path had accumulated for thousands of years, turning Southern Border's righteous path into the biggest laughingstock in the eyes of the 5 regions Gu immortals. Of course, in the past countless years, there had been cases of righteous path Gu immortals falling into the hands of the demonic path. But these demonic path Gu immortals were not as deranged as Fang Yuan, most of them did not have wisdom path methods like Fang Yuan. Wisdom path Gu immortals were very rare, even if Southern Border's righteous path forces did not have wisdom path Gu immortals, they could rely on their connections to find a wisdom path grade expert to help them. But when it came to Fang Yuan cultivated wisdom path to begin with. His killer move Yama Emperor could defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. If he really hid, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his exact location. Most importantly, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s, he had outstanding battle strength, he had a ruthless nature, and was also cunning and vicious. Southern Border's righteous path had no choice but to accept Fang Yuan's conditions. Of course, this was all because Fang Yuan's extortion had not reached the bottom line of Southern Border's righteous path. If it really reached the bottom line, these Southern Border righteous path forces would not be so easy to deal with. Fang Yuan, we can have a good talk now, right? The Shang clan Gu immortal from last time found Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You are really unwelcome, you can't even avoid such a troublesome task? The Shang clan Gu immortal's expression was dark, just like what Fang Yuan said, this task would damage his reputation, but so what? He had no choice but to show up this time. Shang clan's first supreme elder had personally mentioned his name. Let's not talk about idle talk. We have already satisfied your conditions, now. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan snatched it. Fang Yuan said, now, it is time for me to show my sincerity. Here. What is this? Fang Yuan smiled. This is an information path Mortal Gu, specially for E-clan's use. I used some blood path methods to refine it, so only E-clan's Gu immortals can refine it. Even if others refine it, they will fail. Even if they use methods to refine it, they will not receive any accurate information from me. This, no need to ask, take it back and you will know. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it, he left again. The Shang clan Gu immortal was vexed. As long as he handed this Gu worm back according to Fang Yuan's instructions. E-clan's Gu immortals refined it and quickly obtained an address. They were worried this was Fang Yuan's scheme, so they gathered the other clans and went together. Finally, they found Gu immortal Yang. Yang. This is our clan's Gu immortal Yang. Oh heavens, this Fang Yuan actually released a captive. At once, the Southern Border immortals were surprised and joyful, but even more incredulous. Wait, don't be happy too early. There might be a problem with this Yang. Even without the reminder of the other clans, Clan had already started a comprehensive inspection. The final result was that this was indeed Yang and not Feng Yuan's disguise. It was just that this was not the complete Yang, it was only his body. Yang's soul was still in Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan's sincerity made the southern border Gu immortals see hope in saving the captives. In the following conversation, Feng Yuan said frankly, "The reason why I released Yang's body is naturally to gain more benefits. I might even capture you in the future, so I won't ruin my reputation in this aspect. You can rest assured, as long as you can pay the price, I will return all the captives to you." Feng Yuan, this scoundrel. At once, Southern Border's righteous path did not know how to respond. The immortals had mixed feelings. There was joy from seeing the hope of saving the hostages, but also disgust, anger, hatred, helplessness towards Feng Yuan, as well as a trace of uneasiness and fear. Feng Yuan appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With his strength, he had the ability to capture lone righteous path Gu immortals. As long as he succeeded and escaped far away, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his location. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path was threatened by Feng Yuan. Even rank 8 Gu immortals became vigilant. Facing the demon Feng Yuan, they were not safe. After all, Xianxia was the best example. Although Feng Yuan's words made Southern Border's righteous path furious and fearful, Feng Yuan's goal was achieved. He had successfully convinced Southern Border's righteous path. Although the sincerity made Southern Border's righteous path hate Feng Yuan even more, they chose to believe in Feng Yuan's sincerity in this aspect. In fact, they were willing to believe in this sincerity. Because, to them, losing a Gu immortal was a greater loss. If it was a rank 6 Gu immortal, then so be it. Most importantly, these Gu immortals who were captured were all rank 7 experts. They were their trump cards. Clan Xianxia was even their first supreme elder. Such a person, if they lost her, it would have a huge impact on the entire clan. Spirit Affinity House had once lost Feng Jioga. Their resource points were immediately coveted by the surrounding 10 great ancient sects. They were under great pressure. The 10 great ancient sects had the same source, Celestial Court. Their relationship was much closer than Southern Border's righteous path. But even so, if Southern Border's righteous path fell into such a situation, their situation would no doubt become even more disadvantageous. If all the Southern Border righteous path clans lost these Gu immortals, it would be fine. But what they were worried about was, what if Feng Yuan killed one group and released another? Earth veins were moving at this time. All kinds of immortal materials and wild immortal Gu had appeared in this period of time. Southern Border's forces were already fighting fiercely with each other. Southern Border's righteous path already had many factions and conflicts. The earth veins moving even more intensified these internal conflicts. If Feng Yuan killed one group and released another, the balance between the righteous path forces would be broken. The whole of Southern Border would be in turmoil again. Southern Border's righteous path accepted Feng Yuan's extortion because they were afraid of Feng Yuan, or worried about the captured people. It was not purely like that. They were still worried about themselves. Whoever Feng Yuan released and killed could already change the whole situation of Southern Border. They were indeed afraid of Feng Yuan, even if they did not admit it. But they were even more afraid of each other. Precisely because of this situation, Feng Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path without any restraints. The righteous path may sound dignified, but when it comes to fighting, they will not be careless. Northern Plains He tribe is the best example. He tribe is weak, but with the excuse of being the culprit of 88-point Xianxia Tower, all the Huangjing tribes immediately attacked them. Compared to a lone wolf like me, no matter how much extortion you extort, you won't be able to snatch away my territory. It's also impossible for me to establish a super faction and occupy these territories in a hurry. On the other hand, the other righteous sects have many people and have the instinct to expand, so the threat is greater. Speaking of which, this is still because the southern territories' powers are numerous and lack a strong leader. If I did this in Zhongzhou state, the 10 ancient sects wouldn't even give a damn about me. The southern border, the western desert, and the eastern sea are all filled with mountains and forests. However, the southern border's internal conflicts are the most intense because of the earth veins moving. As for northern plains, Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Compared to his previous life, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had already appeared in the world earlier, and was currently actively unifying the whole of Northern Plains' Guimmortal world. Previously, this plan was secretly obstructed by the Celestial Court. It was unknown which Celestial Court's spy disguised as Fang Yuan and killed Cloud Young Master Yun Liang, causing Longevity Heaven's plan to recruit Northern Plains lone immortals to be thwarted. But not long ago, Longevity Heaven had an opportunity. That was Xianxia sect's allegiance. Longevity Heaven absorbed the whole of Xianxia sect and did a lot of propaganda, letting the whole world know that Longevity Heaven had accepted the whole of Xianxia Blessed Land. According to the agreement between Giant Sun Immortal and Long-Hair Ancestor, Xianxia Blessed Land would be given equal status, and they would be responsible for protecting them. This action of buying a bone with 1,000 taels of gold was really beautiful. The 5 regions' Guimmortal world was shaken by this. Xianxia Blessed Land's Guimmortals were all variant humans. Longevity Heaven was actually so generous. In that case, it would definitely treat human Guimmortals even more favorably. Longevity Heaven changed the minds of the people because of this. It changed the views of the whole of Northern Plains' Guimmortal world. Their recruitment of lone immortals progressed at a rapid pace. It was completely different from before. Speaking of which, Land Spirit of Xianxia joining Longevity Heaven at this time is truly a fool's luck. Longevity Heaven was so active. In the future 5 regions' chaotic war, Northern Plains would definitely bring even more trouble to Central Continent. Western Desert's Xiao clan and Southern Border's Qi clan were also secretly receiving Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan's actions were not limited to this. During this period of time, he had been promoting the threat of Celestial Court in Jewel Yellow Skies. He had mentioned the threat of Star Caste and Fate Immortal Gu time and time again. The Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Battle of the Dream Realm, Xianxia Sect's battle, and many other scenes were displayed by Fang Yuan in Jewel Yellow Skies. He silently described the ambition and tyranny of Celestial Court in interfering with the other 4 regions. Such actions did not seem to have any reaction. But Fang Yuan believed that in the other 4 regions, no super force would not feel disgust towards such a Celestial Court. They were just restraining themselves for the time being. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects accepted Celestial Court because they were subordinate sects of Celestial Court. They were created by members of Celestial Court. Northern Plains Righteous Path forces could accept Longevity Heaven because they had the same bloodline, and Longevity Heaven was Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. It represented the Orthodox lineage. As for Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, these super forces dominated their own regions. They were used to acting like tyrants, who would want to have another force above them, ordering them around. Several days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search. Fang Yuan had obtained rank 7 Soul Search Immortal Gu from Yang Ku. He had already conceived a killer move that used Soul Search Immortal Gu as the core. But its power was more than 10 times that of activating Soul Search Immortal Gu. Under the effect of this killer move, all sorts of information was extracted from the Gu Immortals' souls and transferred into Fang Yuan's mind. The lives of the Gu Immortals, their cultivation secrets, the conflicts between their forces, their secret treasuries, and so on, were all seen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Southern Border's information to begin with. On one hand, it was the records in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. On the other hand, he had disguised as Wu Yihai and joined Wu Clan, using Wu Clan's channels to understand more. On this basis, with the first-hand information of many Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan immediately gained a deeper understanding of Southern Border's situation. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals like Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu could not compare to Fang Yuan in understanding of Southern Border's situation. This means that the Immortal Gu lists provided by each clan are all correct, but they are lacking in some details. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces naturally gave Fang Yuan a list of Immortal Gu to exchange for. Fang Yuan's soul searched these Gu Immortals and immediately understood the details of these forces. If it were rank 6 or ordinary rank 7, they might not be able to do so, but these rank 7 Gu Immortals were all experts. Strength meant authority, they were the core of each clan's authority. Fang Yuan did not mind the concealment of the clans. Because he knew that these Immortal Gu were concealed because the clans were unwilling to exchange them, they had high value to each clan. If Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for the Immortal Gu on the list, it would be easier for him to succeed. In fact, he also wanted to exchange for goo. I need to construct an immortal goo house, I need a place to rest and recuperate in the river of time. Moreover, with the immortal goo house, those goo immortals from Shadow Sect can also join the battle and lend me a hand. Some immortal goo could not be used by Feng Yuan, he could exchange them. After all, Southern Border's righteous path would have a greater advantage in dealing with Celestial Court in the future. Of course, some immortal goo were of great use to Feng Yuan, he would not exchange them. Immortal goo were unique, they had great value, but what was more important was the overall situation, Celestial Court. The immortal formation rumbled, Fairy Myrtle held the iron dragon fish as she looked down at Spectral Soul. Scenes of memories emerged from Spectral Soul's body, appearing in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled, with this portion of the food path true inheritance, Celestial Court can also produce gold, silver, copper, and iron dragon fish, changing the situation in jewel yellow skies. Spectral Soul, you are finished. Earlier, Danghun Mountain self-detonation allowed you to live for some time. But now, what else do you have? Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search, the surging power struck Xiacha's soul fiercely. But soon, Xiacha's soul shone with time path down marks, blocking Feng Yuan's Soul Search Killer Move. But Feng Yuan did not give up, he continued to inject immortal essence without stopping. After a long while, like a pair of hands lifting a corner of a steel plate, a hole appeared in the time path down marks on Xiacha's soul. Feng Yuan's Soul Search Killer Move finally took effect. A large amount of information was greedily absorbed by Feng Yuan at this moment. But the time path Dao marks did not admit defeat, the Dao marks around the hole in the defense were still closing in. Eventually, as time passed, this loophole that Feng Yuan had painstakingly created was filled up by time path Dao marks. It was not that the defense here was much tighter than before, Feng Yuan's Soul Search Killer Move had to stop because of this. This Xiacha is worthy of being a rank 8 Gu Immortal, her foundation is deep, her soul also has a time path defensive method that can resist a rank 7 Soul Search Killer Move. This defensive method also has the effect of self-recovery and self-counterattack, it is truly amazing. Feng Yuan captured the Southern Border Immortals. After stealing their immortal goo, he extracted their souls and isolated them from their bodies. At this level, the risk of imprisoning these Southern Border Goo Immortals had already fallen to a negligible level. Next, he searched the souls of these souls that did not have a physical body to protect them. The souls of Tai Chu Zhong, Shanghu Zhang, and the rest did not pose much difficulty to Feng Yuan, all the information was plundered by Feng Yuan. But when he encountered Yang Ku, there was some trouble. Yang Ku was a rank 7 expert who cultivated Soul Path, he naturally had a strong resistance against soul search methods. Yang Ku was not a problem, the bigger problem was Lu Hao. Lu Hao's fixed space immortal goo were arranged by the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan could not obtain them. His soul was naturally not left out by the Celestial Court, they also had strong defensive methods. However, in the end, the two of them still fell to Feng Yuan's means and had their souls searched by him. If Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivators, then Feng Yuan's spectral soul true inheritance was undoubtedly the #1 soul path sacred scripture in the world. Because of this, Feng Yuan found out that Lu Hao's true identity was actually an inner member of the Celestial Court. However, the most troublesome one was Xiacha's soul. Xiacha's soul was filled with time path Dao marks, forming a tight defense that blocked any external attacks. Feng Yuan's soul searching was disadvantageous to Xiacha, so it was naturally a form of offense. Feng Yuan used all of his methods to suppress it with the help of the immortal formation and modified the soul search killer move to its current limit, only then could he soul search Xiacha's soul. However, this level of soul searching was extremely difficult, and the progress was not smooth. Feng Yuan would often have to expend a great deal of effort to break through a small loophole. This loophole would not exist forever, after a while, it would be covered by time path Dao marks again. Feng Yuan could only search the soul when the loophole was formed. After this time, the surface of the loophole would have even more time path Dao marks than before, and its defense would be stronger. But thankfully, the time path Dao marks on Xiacha's soul would not increase. If there were more time path Dao marks on the loophole, it meant that there were fewer Dao marks in other areas. This gave Feng Yuan a better opportunity for his next attack. Everyone else's souls had already been searched, only Xiaocha's soul was left. Fang Yuan attacked Xiaocha's soul while using his time path clone and fixed immortal travel to enter the immortal apertures of the Gu immortals. Because of the first-hand information obtained from soul searching, Fang Yuan knew the situation inside these Gu immortals' immortal apertures. It was easy for him to use fixed immortal travel to enter. Moreover, Fang Yuan knew what good things were hidden inside these immortal apertures. When Gu immortals cultivate, their own immortal apertures are of utmost importance. These southern border Gu immortals were all experts with deep foundations. The management of their immortal apertures was also top-notch. There were many good things inside. These Gu immortals were basically all released by Fang Yuan. Because annexing their immortal apertures and gaining Dao marks would be far inferior to extorting those super forces that Fang Yuan was extorting. The increase in Dao marks would increase one's foundation, as well as a brighter future. But no matter how bright the future was, it would be meaningless if they could not get past the current obstacle. The current obstacle was Fate Gu, or more accurately speaking, it was to prevent the Celestial Court from completely repairing Fate Gu. But Fang Yuan had no clue about this. He could already evade the Celestial Court's pursuit, but Fate Gu was stored in the depths of the Celestial Court. How to prevent the Celestial Court from repairing it was far beyond Fang Yuan's abilities. Thus, Fang Yuan did all he could to enter the River of Time and inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. In human history, the three demon venerables attacked the Celestial Court one after another. Only Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu. Although he did not destroy it completely, he did indeed damage Fate Gu. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable died, he left behind his true inheritance. It was highly likely that he left behind a plan to destroy Fate Gu. And to successfully inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance and not be destroyed by the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan needed to raise his time path strength. The methods of the other sects would be greatly weakened in the River of Time's battlefield. They were basically useless. The Year Essence Pool, Time Path Immortal Gu Houses, and many more, Fang Yuan needed to transact with Southern Border's righteous path. And Fang Yuan's bargaining chip was naturally these Gu immortal captives. Several days later in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Roar, in the sky above mini Southern Border, a dark green rock dragon roared, its huge and slender body slithered around. Next, under the control of Fang Yuan's killer move, the rock dragon plunged into the ground of mini Southern Border. Next, rumbling sounds resounded in the surroundings. This rock dragon forcefully drilled deep into the ground, until even its tail disappeared. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The matter of drawing in the ore vein is finally done. This rock dragon was not the kind of rock dragon of the Rockman tribes, it was formed from ore vein. This ore vein was formed from the rank 7 immortal material, Dark Ink Stone. It was moved from the immortal aperture of a Southern Border captive who cultivated Earth Path, by Fang Yuan. As for the method to move such a large ore vein, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance naturally had records. But the immortal Gu and killer move that Fang Yuan used came from that Southern Border captive. He himself was the same, moving the Dark Ink Stone or vein from the outside world into his immortal aperture. What Fang Yuan was doing now was merely imitating his actions. With this Dark Ink Stone or vein, I can mine a batch every year and sell them in jewel yellow skies. But this profit, even though it was not much, it was a steady stream. Because the Dark Ink Stone or vein would continuously absorb the surrounding earth chi to strengthen itself. As long as Fang Yuan maintained a certain mining rate, he could rely on this place to continuously mine Dark Ink Stone. Even though Dark Ink Stone was not a high rank 7 immortal material, it was still a rank 7 immortal material after all. Its value could not be ignored. Maybe I can even move a batch of rockmen over and reproduce using the Dark Ink Stone or vein. Fang Yuan had a thought. This was very beneficial to the rockmen. The higher the grade of the ore vein, the more beneficial it was to the reproduction, survival, and strengthening of the rockman tribes. Even more importantly, the rockmen would also feed these ore veins, making them even purer. This was a win-win situation for both sides. But if the rockmen were moved over, this Dark Ink Stone or vein would not be suitable for mining, it would be left as a new home for the rockmen. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to move the rockmen over. He did not care about the wealth from mining the Dark Ink Stone or vein, he cared more about the future profits from the rockmen and the ore vein. Fang Yuan naturally obtained more than just this Dark Ink Stone or vein from the Southern Border captives. In many southern border, there were dozens of mountains. Most of the mountains were ordinary mountains, but they had dense earth path down marks, which was a treasure trove. There were also some mountains that reached the level of famous mountains, for example, the interior Rain Mountain. This mountain was always shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Drops of rain fell from the dark clouds. These drops of rain were not ordinary rainwater, they were the rank 6 immortal material interior rain, for example, Copper Seal Mountain. This mountain was crimson in color, it was in the center of Fangjing, it was like a huge seal that stood on many southern border. Copper Seal Mountain did not have a trace of soil, it was completely made up of all kinds of copper. There were mortal-level copper materials like Chaotic Heaven Copper, Wisdom Copper, Snowflake Copper, and immortal materials like Dark Profound Copper and Ascending Dragon Copper. Of course, the majority of the mortal materials were mortal materials, there was only a small portion of immortal materials, and most of them were rank 6 immortal materials. The highest copper material could reach the 7th rank, and there was only one type, that was the famous Tyrant Copper. Once this type of copper appeared, it meant that there would not be a second rank 7 copper material appearing. Mountains, or veins, forests, because these Gu immortal captives came from southern border, almost half of the resources were moved to mini southern border by Fang Yuan. Because the resources and environment were very suitable. The other half of the resources were distributed to the other 4 mini regions and the mini 9 heavens. For example, Mini Central Continent had a phantom shadow flower garden, a vast amount of immortal farmer soil was used to create a fertile plain. In Kokitahara, there was a heaven pillar wind. This wind was shaped like a giant pillar, it was extremely tall and long. When heaven pillar wind blew, it did not move, it blew on the same spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that was supporting the sky. In Mini Eastern Sea, there was a brand new sea area. It was called Wave Flower Sea Area. The sea area had surging waves, countless mystical flowers were born and extinguished in the waves, they were called wave break flowers. Because the time it took for them to grow and wither was very short, they were hard to pick. When Fang Yuan obtained the method to nurture this resource from a young, he was quite surprised. In Mini Western Desert, there were more than 10 Fusang trees, each branch of this tree was an immortal material. The sovereign immortal aperture is too big, if we convert it to a specific value, the sovereign immortal aperture's development rate was only 3 to 4%. Now, because of this annexation, it has reached 8 to 9%. Don't forget that these immortal apertures of southern borders Gu immortals still have a lot of resources left, including the largest one, Xianxia Grotto Heaven. This way, it can definitely reach 10%. Fang Yuan sighed. These resources varied in size, many large resource points were the economic pillars of southern borders Gu immortals. In Jewel Yellow Skies, Celestial Court had already started selling copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and silver dragonfish at low prices. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business suffered a huge setback. But so what? Sovereign immortal aperture, mini southern border. Rumble, the ground shook fiercely, next, the dense light of the earth path killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a formless hand moving soft soil, the surrounding terrain started to cave in while the soil at the periphery protruded upwards, forming a circular valley. Mountain peaks formed a circle around the concave area, isolating it from the outside world. In this concave area, there was no vegetation, there was little soil, large amounts of steel were exposed, facing the wind and clouds. This was the White Steel Bowl Valley. After extorting Shang clan, Fang Yuan obtained the method to construct the White Steel Juice resource point, as well as the corresponding construction materials. The White Steel Bowl Valley was a mid-sized resource point. After construction, it would be able to condense the rank 7 immortal material White Steel Juice at the center of the concave area. With this immortal material, Fang Yuan could feed rank 7 Edge Gu by himself. Earlier, when he searched Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture, he did not find any resources to feed Edge Gu. After soul-searching Tai Chu Zhong, Fang Yuan realized that he was planning to construct such a resource point. He had already negotiated the price with Shang Hu Zhong. Fang Yuan extorted Shang clan again, he did not pay any price and constructed the White Steel Bowl Valley. After completing this task, Fang Yuan's time path clone went to Dang Hun Mountain without stopping. A crystal mountain towered majestically, it was pink in color and emitted a dreamy luster. Fang Yuan tossed soul cores to Danghun Mountain. After a while, a large number of guts goo were produced on the surface of the mountain. Danghun Mountain was finally repaired. It was close to its complete state, at 99%, that was enough. Fang Yuan would not be able to reach the complete state. Celestial Court was already familiar with Danghun Mountain's complete state. Even though fixed immortal travel was in Fang Yuan's hands, Celestial Court might have some immortal killer moves that could have similar effects to fixed immortal travel. From now on, I can produce a large number of guts goo. The guts goo trade has resumed. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, sighing internally. It was not easy to achieve this step, and it consumed a huge amount of Fang Yuan's celestial core power. Danghun Mountain had been destroyed before, but it was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Goo, turning into a pile of mud, but it still had Soul Path Dao marks. But this time, Fang Yuan only had a small piece of Danghun Mountain rock. Most of the Soul Path Dao marks were destroyed along with Danghun Mountain. From this restoration of Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan deeply experienced the profundity of Orderly Well Killer move. This rank 9 immortal killer move was used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. It was extremely powerful. Without its help, Fang Yuan would never be able to repair Danghun Mountain. With the guts goo trade, the Celestial Court will not be able to restrict my income. However, because I moved so many resource points from Southern Border's immortal apertures, I can cultivate without relying on the guts goo trade and maintain a virtuous cycle. I should use these guts goo for my soul path cultivation. Fang Yuan's soul foundation had once surpassed 100 million man-soul, but it had fallen greatly now. If he cultivated his soul again and raised his soul foundation, Fang Yuan would be able to enslave even more immemorial year beasts. It is a pity that the development of Green Ghost Desert did not succeed. Qingqiu escaped, Xuanbu Jin's identity was exposed, hunting soul beasts has become an empty dream. However, maybe I can borrow Fang Clan's help. Fang Yuan had a thought. He wanted to cultivate his soul. He naturally needed more guts goo, which meant he had to expend even more souls. The souls of Southern Border Goo Immortals could not be used here. It was a waste of resources. Soul cores were the most suitable. Where could he get a large number of soul cores? The price of soul cores in Jewel Yellow Skies had already risen, especially recently. It had been raised to a high level. Fang Yuan naturally knew that the Celestial Court was behind this. Fang Clan. In the conference hall, the Grand Elders gathered together. Everyone, take a look at this letter. An old man sat on the main seat. He was tall and sturdy, his white hair fluttered like a lion's mane. He was Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fang Shi. Fang Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fang Dichang, third Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng, as well as Fang Ji, Fang Chen, Fang Leng, and Fang Yun were all in the hall. The immortals read the letter with different expressions. Fang Chen gritted his teeth. I already felt that Xuanbu Jin was not a good person, to think that he was actually Fang Yuan in disguise. Now that his identity was exposed by the Celestial Court, he even accused my Fang clan of colluding with demonic path people. Now, my clan is being ostracized and besieged by other righteous path forces. It is all because of that demon Fang Yuan. He actually wants my Fang clan to provide soul cores for him? He is simply daydreaming. Fang Chen was Fang Clan's son-in-law. He had once had a quarrel with Fang Yuan. Now, he immediately expressed his stance. He did not want to be in cahoots with this demon Fang Yuan. Rank 7 Poison Path Gu Immortal Fang Ji glanced at Fang Chen, asking with an indifferent expression, this means, Fang Chen, you want to reject Fang Yuan's request? Fang Chen was dazed. Do you think my Fang clan is afraid of Fang Yuan? Right now, all the righteous path forces are working together to deal with my Fang clan. Their reason is that we colluded with demonic path people. Now, if my clan still transacts with Fang Yuan, I'm afraid this will become even more of an excuse. Fang Ji was silent. Ever since Fang clan defeated the Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal Chinny in Green Ghost Desert, they successfully captured Divine Beam Palace and even subdued 2 rank 7 lone immortals, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, to become Fang Clan's Slade Gu Immortals. Their gains were huge. But at the same time, Fang Clan also paid a huge price. The 3 immortal Gu houses that participated in the battle all suffered heavy losses, while they could not refine Divine Beam Palace. Fang Clan's strength fell because of this, and the Celestial Court exposed this matter. Fang clan was immediately targeted by the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. But did they really want to reject Fang Yuan? This question had been lingering in the minds of Fang clan's Gu immortals for a long time. How could Fang clan afford to reject him? Fang clan was being targeted by the other clans, they were facing huge pressure, they were in a precarious situation. At this crucial moment, would they offend Fang Yuan, in the current world, who did not know that Fang Yuan was a vicious and crafty person, but he also had great battle strength, even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Such a person was all alone, he had no friends or family to tie him down, he did not have any territory or force, Fang clan had no way to deal with him. Fang clan's Gu immortals recalled the information from a while ago. How did Fang Yuan use fixed immortal travel to repeatedly destroy southern borders Qi clan's resource points? If they really refused Fang Yuan and Fang Yuan attacked, he would deal with Fang clan like how he dealt with Qi clan. What would Fang clan do? In southern border, Qi clan was a righteous path force. After being attacked by Fang Yuan, no clan came to reinforce them. And Fang clan's situation was far worse than Qi clan. Not only did Fang clan not send reinforcements, they would even attract the attacks of other righteous path forces. If they were not careful, Fang clan would become the next Northern Plains He clan, their headquarters would fall and their clan would be exterminated. Fang Ling, Fang Yun, what do you think of this? Fang Dichang suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Fang Yun was stunned, the two of them only had rank 6 cultivation level, in such an occasion, they would not be able to speak, they only had the qualifications to listen. Now that he was suddenly asked, he was caught off guard. I don't know what to do. After all, Fang Yuan saved my life, he is my benefactor. Moreover, didn't the alliance agreement between our clan and him stipulate it? It is not impossible for him to ask for soul accounting as a reward. Ah, of course, I'll listen to you, Lord Foster Father. You can just calculate it. Fang Dichang's expression sank slightly, he stared at his adopted son before looking at Fang Ling. Compared to the lively Fang Yun, Fang Ling had a steady nature, he was looked upon favorably by many Fang clan Gu immortals, they thought he was the future hope of Fang clan. Fang Ling pondered for a moment before saying, I wonder if everyone saw that in this letter, Fang Yuan did not use Xuan Bujin's name, but directly used Fang Yuan's real name? Fang Chen snorted coldly. Firstly, the celestial court exposed this matter, even if Fang Yuan uses Xuan Bujin's identity, it will be useless. Secondly, he might still want to threaten our clan. Directly using his real name is saying, I am Fang Yuan, if your Fang clan does not do as I say, you will have to face my, Fang Yuan's anger and revenge. Fang Ling smiled, there are indeed a few layers of meaning. Fang Yuan is very confident that he can bring trouble to our Fang clan. I also believe this, so I think we should agree to Fang Yuan's request. What? Fang Chen raised his voice, his eyebrows were raised, he was about to retort. But at this time, Fang Dichang waved his hand, let him continue. Fang Chen did not dare to make a sound. Fang Ling breathed in deeply, continuing, everyone, our clan is in a predicament, facing difficulties from all sides. Is it really because we cooperated with this demon, Fang Yuan? Not at all. The true reason is that our clan obtained Divine Bean Palace. Once we digest this victory, the number 1 position in Western Desert's righteous path might be transferred to our Fang clan. Strength represents authority, and even more so, benefits. Our clan's rise naturally has to trample on the bodies of other clans. This is the true reason why all the great clans cannot tolerate our clan and want to deal with us. If our clan does not satisfy Fang Yuan's request and draw a clear line with him, will the other righteous path forces let us off? Impossible. Instead, our clan will become enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, if such a demon overlord takes revenge, any super force will have a huge headache. And if we satisfy Fang Yuan's request in his letter, not only will our alliance with him be broken, we will also be able to pull our relationship closer, we might even be able to borrow Fang Yuan's strength to deal with other super forces. Of course, we will only secretly hand over the soul cores to Fang Yuan, we will also discuss with him and break off relations with him on the surface. So what if we lose these rank 6 and 7 soul cores? They are just some immortal materials, as long as our Fang clan survives this crisis, what immortal materials will we lack in the future? The immortals were silent. Fang Dichang stroked his beard and smiled. Fang Shi laughed heartily. Alright, let's do it this way. Fang Yin will communicate with Fang Yuan. Ah? Oh. Fang Yun was dazed. Fang Leng was the one who made the analysis and suggestion. Why was he the one to carry it out? But First Supreme Elder's orders could not be ignored. Fang Yun could only accept it. This Fang Leng can distinguish right from wrong. He has a clear view of the overall situation. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder are deliberately nurturing him, wanting to nurture him into the future successor of Fang clan. How can such a person have the stain of colluding with a demon? Thus, we can only let Fang Yun take over. Fang Chen looked at the ignorant Fang Yun, his eyes flashing with pity and sympathy. This kind of pity and sympathy also had the feeling of being in the same boat. Why did Fang Yun have to do this? Because Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son. Fang clan's two biggest factions were First Supreme Elder Fang Shi and Second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang. Soul cores were the size of eggs, they were dark blue and almost black. They rained down on Dang Hun Mountain from the sky. The soul core was the essence of a soul beast. After a soul beast died, its corpse would be useless, it would turn into ashes and only leave behind the soul core. Soul cores contained a large number of soul path Dao marks, they were excellent goo materials. Soul cores varied in size. Ordinary soul beasts' soul cores were the size of rice grains, they were the size of eggs at rank 6. Rank 7 immemorial soul beasts had soul cores that were the size of carriages. After some discussion, Fang clan finally agreed to Fang Yuan's request and secretly sent a large number of soul cores. These soul cores were all rank 6 goo materials, a few were rank 7, there was not a single rank 8 soul core. Fang Yuan had 2 rank 8 soul cores, he kept them and did not want to use them on Dang Hun Mountain to produce guts goo. Rank 8 immortal materials were usually used to refine rank 8 immortal goo or to set up formations. It was just that using it to produce guts goo was a waste of resources. Dang Hun Mountain shone brightly, the soul cores turned into powder, their essence scattered and sank into Dang Hun Mountain. In a flash, guts goo were formed, they were growing rapidly. Fang Yuan saw this and nodded to himself, this way, my soul path cultivation will be on the right track again, I will be able to advance quickly. Soul Path Foundation was extremely important to Fang Yuan. It was needed to enslave immemorial year beasts, and the deeper the foundation, the more immemorial year beasts Fang Yuan could enslave. Yama Emperor's killer move expended Soul Path Foundation. Every time a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal deduced Fang Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and block for Fang Yuan, a portion of Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation would be expended. Burning Soul Bursting Luck was the same. There was also Lead Soul into Dream Killer move. Fang Yuan had already researched this killer move thoroughly, there was a chance of failure in leading other people's souls into dreams. But the higher Fang Yuan's soul foundation was, the higher the success rate of the killer move. Fang Yuan directly used his real name to send the letter. Without the disguise of Swanbu Jin, the Fang clan's response was not beyond his expectations. A lone wolf like Fang Yuan would find it very difficult to invade a superpower's territory. At most, he could plunder some resources. However, the other superpowers were different. They would occupy or even seize resource points for a long period of time and send forces to guard them. The biggest threat to Fang clan was the other righteous path forces that were eyeing them covetously. Furthermore, the Western Desert is a very special place. Western Desert's Goo Immortals are more willing to compromise than the other 4 regions. This was not because Western Desert Goo Immortals had soft bones, but because of the environment. The Western Desert was different from the other 4 regions. Oases dotted the vast desert like stars. When Goo Masters fought with each other, once the oasis was destroyed, they would no longer have the foundation to survive and could easily end up in mutual destruction. On the other hand, the oases had different products, Goo Masters' cultivation needed to complement each other. Thus, Goo Masters often set up caravans, and after breaking through many obstacles along the way, different Goo Masters, as well as different forces, often cooperated with each other. Thus, for a long time, Western Desert's Goo Masters developed the habit of compromising and taking the initiative to compromise in order to survive together. Any Goo Immortal would cultivate step by step as a Goo Master. This habit was deeply ingrained in their bones and was already a part of Western Desert's Goo Immortal's nature. Fang Yuan had roamed Western Desert for a period of time in his previous life and knew the nature of Western Desert's people. If Fang Yuan captured Western Desert's Gu Immortals, the Righteous Path forces would definitely compromise faster than Southern Border, and their attitude would be more realistic and upright. If Fang Yuan captured Northern Plains Gu Immortals, it would be different. Northern Plains Gu Immortals did not fear death and would even think that it was a form of humiliation to be ransomed. It would be a headache for Fang Yuan to capture Northern Plains Gu Immortals. In the following days, Fang Yuan resumed his soul path cultivation while extorting Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. At the same time, he continued to soul search the Southern Border captives. Fang Yuan placed the focus of his soul search on Xianxia. Even though the process of searching her soul was slightly difficult, it was not like there was no progress. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture's time was fast. After a long time, he had made many gains. Soon, Xiaocha's immortal killer moves were dug out by Fang Yuan. Xiaocha was indeed worthy of being Xia clan's first supreme elder. She created 2 sets of killer moves around spring, summer, autumn, and winter immortal Gu. Each set had 4 moves. The first set of killer moves was mainly used for offense. They were Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, Autumn Hair, and Winter Coat. Among them, Fang Yuan had already seen Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. These 2 moves were ferocious and displayed the power of rank 8. Autumn Hair was an investigative killer move. It greatly made up for Fang Yuan's lack of investigative ability. And Winter Coat was a defensive killer move. It was also quite effective. The second set of killer moves was used to manage the immortal aperture. They were Spring Plowing, Summer Plowing, Autumn Harvest, and Winter Storage. Each move was ingenious and mystical, and even more amazing was that when these 4 moves were used together, their power would multiply. They were extremely effective in managing the immortal aperture. Other than these, there were other moves for healing or dodging. They were also quite exquisite, but they could not compare to these 2 sets of killer moves. Actually, conceptualizing immortal killer moves was a very difficult thing. It tested the Gu Immortal's talent and ability. Central Continent Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend spent several years in closed cultivation before he deduced the killer move Lightning Deity. And this was after he used Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe as a reference. Under normal circumstances, a Gu Immortal would need 5 to 6 years to deduce and conceptualize a killer move without the help of wisdom path methods. It was not easy to choose a suitable Gu worm from a myriad of Gu worms. When the Gu worms were combined, there were countless choices. Even if they were conceptualized, it would not work if it had no practical value. The repercussions would also be unacceptable. After completing the killer move, they would have to continuously modify it in the following years. That was even more difficult. Of course, 5 to 6 years did not mean the Gu Immortal could do nothing but deduce the killer move wholeheartedly. If the Gu Immortal had something to refer to, like immortal Gu recipes or the inheritances of predecessors, they could shorten this time. However, this time was calculated in units of years. Fang Yuan could deduce and modify killer moves easily every time. The main reason was the light of wisdom. The rank 9 wisdom Gu was not just for show. Of course, there was another important factor, that was his deep attainment level foundation in all sorts of paths. The immortal Gu and immortal killer moves obtained from Xiaocha greatly replenished Fang Yuan's time path strength. He could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, like a volcano eruption. But Fang Yuan still faced an awkward problem. Spring and summer are both rank 8 immortal Gu. They can only be activated with rank 8 immortal essence. I am only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Without using other methods, I don't even have the qualifications to refine them. So I still need to raise my cultivation level to rank 8. This way, not only will I be able to use spring and summer, I will also be able to use wisdom sword immortal Gu. Fang Yuan made a deduction for the advancement to rank 8. Several days later, he completed the deduction. Not counting the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations, rank 7 had to go through 3 grand tribulations to advance to rank 8, and these 3 grand tribulations would get stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan's own progress was already very close to the final 3rd grand tribulation. The threat of the grand tribulation itself was not high. Even if Providence adjusted it to its limit, Fang Yuan had exposed Heavenly Secret Killer move and had the initiative. Fang Yuan was not worried about the grand tribulation, but the human tribulation. To undergo the grand tribulation, one had to place their immortal aperture and connect with the outside world, absorbing heaven and earth chi. At this time, Fang Yuan's location would be directly exposed to providence. At the same time, it would be much more difficult to guard against others' deductions. Celestial Court would not let go of this chance. They would definitely have an estimate of Fang Yuan's cultivation level. If Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in southern border, after southern border's Gu immortals learned of it, even if they were captives in Fang Yuan's hands, they would definitely find trouble with Fang Yuan and get rid of Fang Yuan as soon as possible, because if they got rid of Fang Yuan, there would be no future trouble. In the long run, southern border's righteous path would gain even more benefits. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business had already been obstructed by Celestial Court, his income had fallen sharply. From this, it could be seen that Spectral Soul could no longer hold on. Celestial Court's soul searching had made a lot of progress. As time passed, Celestial Court would obtain more information, Fang Yuan would be in a more passive position, the methods in Spectral Soul's true inheritance would continue to fall in value. Right now, Celestial Court is my main enemy. The key to fighting against Celestial Court is Fate Gu. If Celestial Court completely repairs Fate Gu, I will have no chance of winning. If it is destroyed, I can continue to struggle. And the key to destroying Fate Gu is Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had already deduced that there was a high possibility that Red Lotus True Inheritance contained a method to destroy Fate Gu. And inheriting Red Lotus True Inheritance depends on whether I can break through Celestial Court's defensive line in the River of Time. The key to this is the Third Grand Tribulation. If I pass it and become rank 8, I will be able to use Spring, Summer, and Wisdom Sword, these 3 rank 8 immortal Gu. My battle strength will rise sharply and I will have hope in the battle in the River of Time. If I cannot pass it, I will die. Even if I survive, I will have lost the opportunity. Once I fall behind, I will always fall behind, unless Celestial Court makes a serious mistake, they will not give me any chance to turn the situation around. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as ice, he could see the current situation clearly. The most important thing now was how to pass the Third Grand Tribulation and become rank 8. In the following days, other than cultivating his own soul-searching Xianxia, and managing his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan focused on exploring dream realms, practicing new immortal killer moves, and modifying old killer moves. Modifying old killer moves was necessary, especially soul path killer moves, they needed to be greatly modified. Otherwise, when fighting against Celestial Court's Gu immortals, Fang Yuan would be in a passive position if they countered him. Practicing new killer moves, Fang Yuan mainly practiced Xiaocha's methods. He only had rank 7 cultivation level now, but Autumn Gu and Winter Gu were also rank 7, he could practice their corresponding immortal killer moves. There were 2 difficulties in practicing killer moves. One was that they could easily get injured, but Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he did not have conflicting Dao marks, and he also had mana as before, this was not hard to overcome. The second was that it consumed a lot of immortal essence. If immortal essence was expended quickly, he could use immortal Yuan stone to convert it. Fang Yuan was originally short on funds, but now that he had a lot of business, he did not lack money. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Blurred Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had already entered the dream realm. Under the setting sun. Do you believe in fate? A human female immortal with skin as white as snow, wearing a yellow robe, under her curved eyebrows, a pair of misty eyes looked at the beautiful sunset with worry. Fang Yuan was acting as a Rockmangu immortal, but he could not control him. The dream realm was deducing on its own, the Rockmangu immortal said in a muffled voice, I, 2G, cultivate rule path, I naturally believe in fate. Ever since I saw you, Fairy Ruali, I knew that you were my destined partner, the person I would spend my entire life pursuing and loving. Fairy Ruali smiled, but her brows were slightly furrowed as she turned to look at the Rockmangu immortal 2G, that is indeed the case, we are fated to be an immortal couple. What? I. The Rockmangu immortal was stunned before becoming overjoyed, shouting in disbelief, Fairy Ruali, you have agreed to it? Fairy Ruali nodded her head lightly. Oh heavens, oh heavens. Ha 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 ha. I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh heavens. 2G waved his hands and legs, shouting towards the sky, after failing over 3,000 times, I finally succeeded. Ha ha ha. Fairy Ruali, from today onwards, you are my wife. You are my husband. 2G's body trembled in excitement. The trembling was so intense that small rock fragments started to fall from his body. The second scene. Ruali was lying on 2G's arm. She was as light as a white feather. She looked at the sky, the clouds were moving and her eyes were clear as water. 2G's eyes were in a daze, his gaze did not shift, it was focused on Ruali's face. He muttered, although more than 10 years have passed, I feel like this is all a dream. Ruali, oh Ruali, my wife, I swear I will love you and protect you, if you have any wish, I will do everything I can to satisfy it. Really? Ruali asked softly. Of course. 2G answered without any hesitation. A rare look of hesitation appeared on Ruali's face. After a long while, she said with difficulty, then kill someone for me. Kill who? Even if it is a rank 8 existence, believe me, I will risk my life to kill him. 2G agreed with a solemn expression. It's just a newborn baby. Ruali said with a smile that was filled with bitterness. 2G was stunned. Baby? Ruali took a deep breath. Do you believe in fate? I cultivate rule path, so of course I believe in the rules of this world. Everything has its own specific path, which is fate, 2G replied. Ruali continued, then let me tell you, this baby is very likely to be the future Gu Venerable, known as Reckless Savage. In the future, I will definitely die in his hands. What? 2G was shocked. Ruali, how many times have you predicted this prophecy? Ruali smiled bitterly, actually, just once is enough. But I have indeed calculated many times, and every time the result is the same. Do you know why Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's prophecies are so accurate? That is because the path of fate is fixed. Me dying in Reckless Savage's hands is my fate. 2G's mouth was dry, his calm heart was in turmoil, he could not calm down. But right after that, surging killing intent suddenly gushed out from his body, and he slowly stood up. Then I'll go kill him. Although this is fate. I don't believe that I, a Grand 2G, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, cannot kill a baby. Fang Yuan's soul foundation continued to be expended. Third scene. 2G was heavily injured, he returned to Fairy Ruali. His lips were trembling, he had guilt on his face, along with some shock. Fairy Ruali smiled faintly, I know, on your way there, you met your old enemy, and coincidentally, he just had a breakthrough. 2G was overjoyed, you deduced it? Fairy Ruali nodded, from the moment you were attacked, I deduced it. 2G was stunned, he hesitated for a moment before asking, then Ruali, since you deduced it, why didn't you come to help me? If we husband and wife worked together, we could definitely kill that guy. Ruali shook her head and smiled bitterly, you still don't understand? This is fate's arrangement. If I did not tell you the result of my deduction, you would not have killed that baby. If you did not kill that baby, you would not have met your old enemy. Any attempt to change fate will be met with fate's punishment. The injuries all over your body right now are your punishment. And if I had gone to help you, there would have been other obstructions. 2G blinked a few times before reacting, he said in joy. So it was like this. That's great, Ruali, your decision was correct. You can't get hurt. I'd rather be torn into pieces than have a single strand of your hair broken. Ruali smiled bitterly at 2G, now you know how powerful I am? No need to try anymore, stay by my side, quietly accompany me for the last period of my life. I believe with you by my side, I will be very happy. No. 2G's body shook, he said fiercely, absolutely not. I won't sit by and watch this happen, I won't let you die. I promised you, I swore that I would love and protect you forever. But my death is fate's arrangement. 2G, my husband, you also said that you believe in fate. Ruali said with deep meaning. Then. I don't believe it. At first, 2G struggled and hesitated, but towards the end, he could not help but roar, he clenched his fists and his anger soared to the sky. The fourth scene. 2G went to search for that crucial baby again, but an earthly calamity suddenly appeared, that city collapsed, the refugees scattered and the baby was nowhere to be seen. 2G killed any mortals he caught, but he ran into several righteous path human immortals. After a huge battle, although 2G killed a few, he became a wanted criminal of the human Gu immortals. The fifth scene. Several years later, the calamity and tribulation were extremely strange. 2G barely survived the tribulation and almost died. When he was lying on the bed, unable to move, he heard that Ruali had finally deduced the exact location of that baby. I am going to kill him. 2G struggled to get up, but after a few steps, he fainted. After waking up, he looked at the white-haired fairy Ruali and sobbed, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault, Ruali, you managed to deduce it after so many years of closed cultivation. If not for my incompetence." Fairy Ruali smiled warmly and consoled, "It's alright, I can deduce it again." The 6th scene. They encountered a beast tide. The 7th scene. Fairy Ruali's deduction failed and she suffered a backlash. Her youth was exhausted and she became an old woman. She lay in 2G's embrace and smiled bitterly. "I must be in a terrible state right now, isn't that right?" 2G gently stroked her hair, his gaze was still affectionate. No matter what you become, you are still the fairy Ruali that I love." This unique dream realm continued. Fang Yuan was just a spectator. No matter how 2G and Ruali chased, all their attempts failed. Once, he caught up to the baby, but because of an accident, the baby escaped. 3 times, he caught up to the baby, but because of a freak combination of factors, the baby escaped. And that baby gradually grew up and became a Gu immortal. The situation continued to develop along the path of fate. Fairy Ruali's death was approaching. 2G became more and more nervous. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. He schemed all day and cultivated bitterly. He would try any method to improve himself, no matter how risky it was. In contrast, Fairy Ruali relaxed. She was no longer keen on deducing. She persuaded 2G not to risk his life. 2G did not listen. He became even more anxious. Whenever 2G had time, she would accompany him, lying in his arms and looking at her husband gently, not shifting her gaze for a long time, as if she could not get enough of him. Finally, the 8th scene. The most fatal attack was blocked by 2G's body, and he fought back with all his might, forcing the enemy back. 2G was about to die. He was lying in Fairy Ruali's arms for the first time, but he was very happy. We finally won against fate. Ruali, my wife. I did it, I really did it, cough cough cough. He was so happy that he wanted to shout, but he was too weak, he could only cough continuously. He knew that he was going to die for sure, he did not have long to live. Using the last bit of time, he held Fairy Ruali's hand with difficulty, looking at her with incomparable deep emotions. He instructed in an extremely solemn manner, "I am going to die, please live on, live on." Sparkling tears flowed down from Fairy Ruali's eyes, sliding down her face and dripping down. She tightly hugged the Rockman Gu immortal 2G, whispering softly in his ears, "Do you know? Although I cultivate wisdom path, I do not believe in fate. When I deduced the arrangements of fate for me, who would want to die? That's why I found you. Actually, our union wasn't part of fate at all. I do not love you, I only want to use you." 2G smiled, replying in an extremely weak voice, "I know, but so what? I love you, being used by you, I am very happy, I am willing to do so. Thank you, for giving me such a chance, allowing me to be used by you. I used to believe in fate, but I do not anymore. Look, you are still alive, fate has already changed, how good is that?" Saying this, 2G no longer had the strength to support his heavy eyelids, he slowly closed and no longer reacted. Fairy Ruali cried loudly. She had never lost her composure like this in her life. She shook her head as she cried, "I used to not believe in fate, but I do now." Saying so, her body burst out with pure white light. The light flowed like water, slowly entering the Rockman Gu immortal 2G's body. The Rockman Gu immortal's aura gradually grew stronger from its weakest state, while Fairy Ruali became weaker and weaker, her figure becoming fainter and fainter. The Rockman Gu immortal opened his eyes again. When he saw the situation, his face was filled with shock and panic. He shouted, "No, stop, I don't want to be healed. You will die, you will die." Unfortunately, he had no strength left, he could not stop it. Fairy Ruali's figure was already very faint. She revealed a final smile. It was incomparably gentle and had a trace of craftiness. "You know, once this killer move is activated, it cannot be stopped. I want to say one last sentence to you, the words you want to hear the most in your heart. You stupid rock. I love you." Saying so, fairy ruali turned into bubbles of light, vanishing from the world. The dazzling light faded in the stone room. Feng Kim Hong breathed in deeply, her phoenix eyes shining brightly as she looked ahead without blinking. Right now, in front of her, there was a light lump that resembled a silkworm cocoon. It was the size of a millstone, quietly floating in the air. The final step. Feng Kim Hong breathed in deeply, suddenly moving her 10 fingers. In an instant, her 10 fingers bloomed like a lotus flower, endless light flickered, illuminating the entire stone room. Feng Kim Hong's technique was so skillful that even refinement path grandmasters would show a solemn expression upon seeing it. By now, Feng Kim Hong was already a refinement path great grandmaster. It was not strange for her to have such an exquisite gu refinement technique. Feng Kim Hong was using a metal and fire dual path refinement method. She had already found the most suitable refinement path method for her. Boom, a moment later, there was an explosion, but the cocoon did not explode, it shrunk instead. The pure white surface of the cocoon gradually turned into a deep blue color. At the same time, the cocoon gradually hardened, giving off a metallic luster. After several failures, I finally succeeded. Joy flashed in Feng Kim Hong's eyes. She maintained her calm. The demeanor of a refinement path grade expert was already starting to show. The rank 5 gu worm was refined, but there was still an appropriate method to deal with it. Feng Kim Hong opened her mouth, carefully letting out a cold breeze. As the breeze blew, the blue silkworm cocoon trembled slightly, emitting a sizzling sound. Large amounts of steam rose, quickly filling the entire stone room with hot steam. Using a metal and fire dual path refinement path method would cause such a backlash. The gu worm's internal temperature was too high. If it was not cooled down in time, although it would not die, the gu worm would suffer severe damage and be difficult to use. Gu refinement was broad and profound. There were many ways to do it. Any gu refinement method had its advantages and disadvantages. If he used the ice refinement method to refine this gu worm, then there would be no need for it to cool down. Instead, he would have to soak it in a hot spring for a period of time. Feng Kim Hong stopped all his tricks, left the praying mat, and stood up. The rank 5 gu quietly floated to her hand. She concentrated and activated it. Her solemn face blossomed into a dazzling and breathtaking smile. She then left the secret room and came to the outside world. The moment she opened the door, the loud roar of the waterfall, the chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves in the wind rushed into her ears. The extremely tranquil seclusion chamber was already far away, and the world became lively again. Verdant green mountains, birdsong, fragrant flowers, bright sunshine, a scene of peace. Feng Kim Hong looked around, and sure enough, he saw Duke Long sitting cross-legged on a boulder next to the pool, silent as a rock. The light of the mountain pleases birds, the shadow of the pond empties people's hearts. Master, take a look. I refined this dream pillow gu. Feng Kim Hong ran to Duke Long, raising the newly refined rank 5 gu and showing off. Duke Long slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the dream pillow gu as he slightly nodded, saying calmly, not bad, not bad. Feng Kim Hong slightly pouted, not only not bad? Master, you don't know, but I failed several times to refine this gu worm, and only succeeded this time. With this dream pillow gu, a mortal gu master can definitely enter a dream as long as they rest their head on it. This is extremely beneficial to my spirit affinity house, and even the whole of Central Continent. Ever since Feng Kim Hong became Duke Long's disciple, she had been cultivating wholeheartedly. Duke Long did not give her any cultivation pointers, but instead taught her about the current situation of the world, giving pointers to the world and raising Feng Kim Hong's insight and knowledge. Feng Kim Hong had received Duke Long's careful guidance. She was no longer the same as before. She had a strategic vision and could consider problems from the big picture. This dream pillow gu that Feng Jioge refined seemed ordinary, but because it was a mortal gu, it could be used by many gu masters. As long as we can mass-produce this gu, our Central Continent gu masters can easily enter their own dream realms and excavate dream path gu materials, gaining an advantage in the Great Era. It could be said that this was a gu that could raise a region's strategic advantage. It had great significance. Duke Long was not surprised at all. You have accomplished this. It is only natural for you to have such achievements. Huang Er, you are the future great dream immortal venerable. Before Duke Long finished, he was interrupted by Feng Kim Hong, who showed a trace of unwillingness. All right, you are talking about this again. Don't tell me that I obtained all these accomplishments because I am the future great dream immortal venerable? Duke Long smiled lightly, he fixed his gaze on Feng Kim Hong and suddenly changed the topic. Huang Er, do you believe in fate? Feng Kim Hong frowned. Master, are you talking about fate goo? Duke Long nodded. That's right, it is the fate goo recorded in, it is also the fate goo that my celestial court is going to restore. Recorded that Renzu spent a huge amount of effort to gather goo materials, he even sacrificed his own hands to refine wealth goo. He brought his son, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and daughter, myriad gold wondrous essence, to the place where the feathermen lived. But strangely, so many feathermen had vanished without a trace. What is going on? Renzu was puzzled. That is because I came here, those feathermen are afraid of me, they all ran away. A black and white spider strolled leisurely, appearing in front of Renzu. Who are you? Renzu asked. The spider laughed. Oh human, you have walked on the path that I opened in the door of life and death, do you still not know who I am? I am Fate Goo. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence continued to ask, Oh Fate Goo, you are not even as big as my palm, why are those feathermen afraid of you? Fate Goo laughed, because they want to pursue freedom, but I, Fate, want to restrain and restrict them. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance grumbled, so your intentions are the same as ours. You are truly a failure, you did not even capture a single featherman, you even implicated us. Fate Goo laughed loudly, who said I failed? These feathermen are pursuing freedom, but what do they know? Their successful escape is just a superficial act, I had already restrained them long ago. Their path to freedom was arranged by me, but they think they have succeeded, they do not know anything. You guys are the same, look at yourselves. Renzu, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence looked at their own bodies. They found that their limbs and bodies were covered in pale white spider silk at some point in time. They also found that not only the three of them, even the surrounding flowers, trees, rocks, and water were covered in spider silk. These spider silk gathered together and formed a spider web that spread out from Renzu's group's vision. This is the silk web that I weaved, it is called myriad web. Everything in the world is in this web, they are manipulated and manipulated by fate. The people that you meet, the things that happen, they are all under my control. Fate Goo said. Renzu's group felt a chill in their hearts, they quickly struggled. Fate Goo laughed, it's useless, you can't break free. Fate cannot be changed. Renzu stared at Fate Goo furiously, Fate, oh Fate, why are you manipulating us, why are you making fun of us? According to what you said, all the hardships and misfortunes that I have encountered are all because of you. The reason why I lost my children is also because of you. Fate Goo said leisurely, Oh human, I know you want to save your eldest son, Verdant great son, but he is already dead. Death is a human's fate, you cannot save him. Also, you want to rely on wealth Goo to save your daughter, boundless forest Samsara, that is also impossible. Saying so, a spider silk grabbed onto Renzu's wealth Goo, pulling it out and dragging it towards Fate Goo. Quickly put it down, that is our goo worm. Blazing glory lightning brilliance shouted in anger. Myriad gold wondrous essence's eyes turned red as she sobbed, this is wealth Goo that my father sacrificed his own hands and painstakingly refined. What right do you have to take it away? Renzu struggled with all his might, but the spider silk was getting tighter and tighter, firmly binding the three of them on the spot, unable to move. Fate Goo laughed loudly, life and death are determined by fate, riches and honor are determined by heaven. O human, according to your fate, you are destined to be poor and lowly, to be tortured and humiliated, you will go crazy and eventually die. Even though you refined wealth Goo, you do not have the life to enjoy it. If you are fated to be poor, dig for gold and turn it into copper, if you are fated to be rich, pick up white paper and turn it into cloth. All these are within my control. Renzu, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence were very angry, they scolded Fate Goo. Fate Goo was not angry at all, it was leisurely and contented, many people have scolded me, but so what? Oh human, no matter how much you scold fate, it will not change anything. Saying so, Fate Goo suddenly exerted strength and pulled the spider silk, throwing blazing glory lightning brilliance and myriad gold wondrous essence far away, disappearing from Renzu's vision. Oh my children! Renzu cried out in grief. Fate Gu said faintly, "Oh human, don't blame me, this is all your fate." Actually, not just you, loneliness is everyone's fate. Even your children will not accompany you for life, they will eventually leave you. All encounters are temporary. Parting is normal. Renzu struggled with all his might, but the more he struggled, the more spider silk coiled around his body, wrapping him tightly. Renzu felt an enormous pressure. This pressure was getting stronger and stronger, squeezing him from all directions. He was almost suffocated. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily. He gradually stopped struggling because he was powerless. Then, Renzu started to sob, tears rolling down his cheeks. "Why is my life so bitter?" Fate Gu was silent. But at this time, a voice came from the depths of Renzu's heart. That was the voice of Self Gu. "Oh human, rather than bemoaning your fate, why don't you believe in your own strength?" Renzu stopped crying. He suddenly realized, right, although I do not have strength Gu, Self Gu has swallowed strength Gu and has its own strength. Self Gu, I can only rely on you. Self Gu let out a dazzling light, trying to break the spider silk. The spider silk broke a little, but soon, even more spider silk coiled around Renzu. Can't I use my own strength? Renzu was anxious, right, Self Gu, not only did you take a bite of strength Gu, you also took a bite of love Gu. If strength is not enough, we can only rely on our own love. Thus, Self Gu let out a gentle light, trying to break the spider silk, but it also failed. Fate Gu said, "Oh human, why don't you understand? Love is a kind of fate, I arranged it, making verdant great sun fall in love with desolate Guyue, making the rockmen also fall in love with desolate Guyue. I also arranged success and failure in their lives, so in the end, they both died." No. No. Renzu screamed and wailed. Fate Gu listened quietly. Renzu gradually lost the strength to cry. He muttered weakly, "I understand now, why the feathermen pursue freedom." Fate Gu laughed, "Oh human, you also want to pursue freedom?" Renzu nodded, "That's right, if I am free, I will no longer be bound by your fate." Fate Gu said, "But look at those feathermen, they also pursue freedom, but aren't they still being manipulated by me?" Renzu shook his head, "The freedom I pursue is different from them. What I seek is absolute freedom." Fate Gu laughed heartily, "A person's absolute freedom, that is madness. Oh human, look, you want to pursue freedom, but that is actually walking towards madness. Like I said, you will go crazy. That is the path I arranged for you, you will not be able to escape from my control." No. I don't believe it. I will use my own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom. I don't believe you, I will escape from your control. Renzu retorted. Fate Gu's laughter became even louder. "Oh human, you are really going crazy, your mind is no longer clear. Don't you remember? Your Self Gu only ate strength Gu and love Gu, so you only have your own strength and love, but not your own wisdom. Oh human, when you think you are smart, this is a sign that you are going crazy." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. This time, it was Renzu's turn to laugh. "I don't believe you, oh Fate Gu, I don't believe it. I don't believe in fate in this world." Fate Gu was silent for a while before saying, "Even if you don't believe it, I still exist." Renzu, however, said, "No, that's not it. When I don't believe it, you will no longer exist. I don't believe in fate, fate does not exist." Ha ha ha. Fate Gu shook its head and sighed, "So pitiful, oh human, you have already gone crazy." Renzu's hair was disheveled, snot and tears covered his face, he struggled, he knelt on the ground, he fell limply on the ground and rolled around. Just like what fate said, he had become a madman. Time passed by slowly, a memory of the past suddenly appeared in Duke Long's mind. 1,000,000 years ago. Do you believe in fate? Duke Long stood there, looking at his disciple with a gentle gaze. His disciple was only a youngster. Celestial Court was plump, he had a handsome face and bright eyes. He had long black hair that hung down to his waist, and there was a vivid red lotus birthmark between his eyebrows. Duke Long continued, "Oh Red Lotus, you are the future immortal venerable, you will definitely lead our human race towards a new era of prosperity and glory. You will definitely succeed, you will create your own goo worms and moves, you will become the pride of your parents, you will be invincible in the world, your name will go down in history. You will enter Celestial Court and become the leader of humanity, you will bring blessings to the people, you will shine in the universe in time. The youngster Red Lotus blinked his eyes before smiling, revealing his dazzling white teeth. There is nothing wrong with this. I believe in fate. Duke Long was dazed for a moment before returning to reality. He looked at Feng Kim Hong, saying solemnly, Huang Er, you need to understand, you will be the future great dream immortal venerable, you will surpass all the venerables of the past. You will create dream path, you will roam the world, you will be invincible. You will definitely shine in history, you will become the immortal monument of our human race. Don't be afraid, don't hesitate, you will succeed again and again, you will advance courageously, you will walk to the peak of this world. Feng Kim Hong listened, the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Kim Hong said, if all of this is predestined, then I don't believe in fate. Celestial Court. The formation let out buzzing noises, the piercing light pierced into Spectral Soul's body like needles. Even though he curled up and resisted with all his strength, he could not resist the power of the formation. Fairy Myrtle shut her eyes, she controlled the formation with full concentration while receiving the information that she obtained from Spectral Soul's body. Only when the formation let out a noise of being overwhelmed did Fairy Myrtle stop reluctantly. She took a deep look at Spectral Soul. Even though they were enemies, Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Spectral Soul's tenacious willpower. He was clearly in a desperate situation with no hope left, but he still resisted to the end. As expected of one of the Gu Venerables who had dominated the world since ancient times. Fairy Myrtle did not say anything else, she left the place. After returning to her hall, she started to deduce with all her strength. Using Star Constellation chessboard, her deduction ability was at the peak of the world. A vast number of thoughts surged in her mind, they were like billions of stars flickering rapidly. Her thoughts collided with each other, some even flew out of her mind and out of her body, turning into countless purple light specks that enveloped Fairy Myrtle's entire body. They quickly spread and filled the entire grand hall. After a long while, the purple thoughts converged and dissipated, they finally calmed down. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, she stopped her method and slowly opened her eyes. There was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, she was in low spirits, her brows were tightly furrowed. Feng Yuan, where are you undergoing tribulation? Fairy Myrtle muttered. She had painstakingly soul-searched Spectral Soul's body repeatedly, it was to gather the internal information of the Shadow Sect. Especially the arrangements left in the 5 regions, Fairy Myrtle was most concerned about them. Because earlier, Feng Yuan had relied on the arrangements of the Shadow Sect to capture the entire southern border Righteous Path group. If Feng Yuan were to undergo the heavenly tribulation, it was highly likely that he would have to rely on these arrangements of the Shadow Sect. There was no reason for him to not borrow strength from them. Fairy Myrtle had been paying close attention to Feng Yuan's cultivation level. Ever since the battle at Xianxia, she had deduced that Feng Yuan was not far from rank 8. Rank 7 and rank 8 were 2 completely different levels. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8 was the peak of the world. Once Feng Yuan reaches rank 8 cultivation level, he would be unstoppable, he would become a huge problem for the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's final tribulation is the key. If we can kill him here, it will be of great benefit to the Celestial Court and the people of the world. Fairy Myrtle would not let go of any opportunity to kill Feng Yuan, but when she tried to do so, she realized that it was very difficult. Because she did not know the exact time and location of Feng Yuan's tribulation. Feng Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move, he was extremely vigilant and would not give her any chance to make deductions. Feng Yuan had abundant time path methods, it was very easy to change the time flow of his immortal aperture, so he could not estimate when he would undergo the final tribulation. Feng Yuan also had fixed immortal travel, he could undergo tribulation anywhere in the world. How could Fairy Myrtle make arrangements like this? At most, she could exclude Black Heaven and White Heaven. Because blessed lands absorbed more earth chi when undergoing tribulation, they were often in the 5 regions. Of course, the possibility of Black Heaven and White Heaven was small. But it was not like there were none, after all, there were a few places with abundant earth chi, they were very special. But what about the remaining 5 regions? Unlike the River of Time, this was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth, so Fairy Myrtle could set up immortal Gu houses to defend it. In such a huge area like the 5 regions, even 1,000 immortal Gu houses would not be enough. Moreover, the celestial court did not have enough manpower to send to the 5 regions to prevent Feng Yuan from undergoing tribulation. Fairy Myrtle sighed, she did not have any good ideas. Right now, she could only search for Spectral Soul's soul and use these precious clues to deduce the possible location of Feng Yuan's tribulation. On the other hand, she actively communicated with the righteous path forces of the 5 regions and spread the news of Feng Yuan undergoing tribulation. The celestial court could not help the other 4 regions, they could only borrow their strength to have hope. The news of Feng Yuan undergoing tribulation soon spread throughout the 5 regions. Not only the righteous path clans and sects of the regions, even demonic path and lone immortals heard about it. By now, Feng Yuan's name had spread throughout the 5 regions. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had incredible battle achievements, he was already publicly recognized as the number 1 person below rank 8. The Gu immortal world publicly recognized that even Feng Jioge could not compare to him. He was the strongest rising star of the demonic path in the last 100 years, his growth speed was astounding. By the time the Gu immortal world reacted, he was already a demonic path overlord with terrifying might. Thus, the news of Feng Yuan undergoing tribulation quickly caused a huge commotion in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. If this demon Feng Yuan wants to pass the final grand tribulation, he will become a rank 8 Gu immortal, wouldn't that be too bad? The demonic path is declining, what can he do? This person is not ordinary, he is Spring-Autumn Cicada and is someone who has been reborn, he has also obtained the inheritance of many Gu venerables. It is just a grand tribulation, it cannot stop him. I don't think so. As the saying goes, those who do evil are doomed to destruction. This demon is extremely arrogant. If he wants to undergo tribulation, he will have to ask the celestial court and the righteous path in the world. Some were optimistic about Feng Yuan, while others were pessimistic. One thing was clear, most Gu immortals did not want to see Feng Yuan successfully undergo tribulation. This demon is only rank 6 or 7 and he is already wreaking havoc in the world. If he becomes rank 8, won't he turn the world upside down? I don't care if Feng Yuan undergoes tribulation in other places. But if he undergoes tribulation in southern border, my Tai clan will not agree. While the Gu immortal world was discussing, southern border's righteous path forces were also actively meeting and communicating, discussing how to deal with Feng Yuan. Even though their clans still had Gu immortals as hostages in Feng Yuan's hands. But if they could really use this chance to get rid of the calamity that was Feng Yuan, southern border's righteous path forces would be very enthusiastic about it. The reason was simple, it was benefits. If they ignored Feng Yuan, he would become stronger in the future, his threat would become greater, he would always be a dark cloud that shrouded the hearts of southern border's righteous path forces. One day, one of their forces might suffer a calamity. More importantly, Feng Yuan had an abundance of immortal Gu recipes, inheritances, and all kinds of cultivation resources. He was a moving human-shaped treasure mountain. If they got rid of him, they might be able to make huge gains. Even if his immortal aperture was destroyed, as long as a portion of Feng Yuan's soul remained, these righteous path forces would be able to soul search and obtain the incomplete inheritance of a certain venerable. Just this point was enough for these righteous path forces to flock to him like a flock of ducks. Wu Yong pondered, our southern border is the headquarters of the Shadow Sect, there must be a lot of arrangements here. Earlier, Feng Yuan was able to capture many fellow immortals because he used one of these arrangements. Feng Yuan is very likely to undergo tribulation in southern border. Before Wu Yong said this, he had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's guidance, he knew about the remaining arrangements of the Shadow Sect in various parts of southern border. Even though Wu Yong knew clearly that Fairy Myrtle wanted to kill him through others. But Wu Yong was willing to be used like this. Because Feng Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai and played around with him. If Feng Yuan was alive, it would be the greatest humiliation to the whole of Wu clan and to him, Wu Yong. Lord Wu Yong's analysis is very reasonable. Xiao clan's Gu immortal immediately added, Feng Yuan captured our Gu immortals, he is also the inheritor of the Shadow Sect, the current sect leader, he definitely has incredible soul path methods. After soul searching him, he will definitely know our southern border righteous path like the back of his hand. Secondly, our southern border has experienced many changes in recent years, be it lone immortals or demonic path, especially our righteous path, we have suffered huge losses. If demon Feng Yuan undergoes tribulation here, he will face the least resistance. Even if Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation in southern border, how can we guard against him? Southern border is so huge, how can we know where he is undergoing tribulation? A Gu immortal asked. We can find out about this. Xia clan's Gu immortal immediately replied, once he places his immortal aperture, he can communicate with heaven and earth. This state will start from the start of the tribulation, until he succeeds and keeps his immortal aperture. At this time, he will no longer be hiding in the shadows, he will have traces to follow. We don't need anyone's help, just the wisdom path Gu immortals of our Xia clan can deduce his exact location with the help of the formation. Of course, if more wisdom path friends help us, we will have a higher chance of deducing Fang Yuan's location, and it will also be faster. Another Xia clan Gu immortal continued, actually, the true difficulty is not in the deduction, but when we know the location of Fang Yuan's tribulation, how do we get there in time? There is also a prerequisite, we need to gather a large number of Gu immortals to deal with Fang Yuan. Facing this problem, the southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. Since ancient times, southern border's righteous path forces had always been independent, no one was willing to submit to anyone else. And now, to get rid of Fang Yuan, these righteous path forces needed to work together and act together. This could almost be considered as an unprecedented thing. Actually, Fang Yuan's current battle strength could rival rank 8, but he was alone. Most of the righteous path forces, just one of them could make Fang Yuan suffer greatly during the tribulation, fail the tribulation, or even die. Because these righteous path clans either had rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses that could resist rank 8s. They had operated for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and had deep foundations. In comparison, Fang Yuan's rise was still too short. But was it possible for just one super clan to deal with Fang Yuan with all their strength? Impossible. This was a forest, every righteous path clan was a fierce beast that ruled over an area. Making this fierce beast leave its territory to deal with another fierce beast, even if this fierce beast had not matured yet, it still had claws and teeth. The risk was too high. Even if they got rid of the other party, the fierce beast that left its territory was likely to be injured, and if the injuries were too severe, it would attract the invasion of other fierce beasts. Of course, invasion was the essence, but on the surface, they would still put on a righteous front. There would always be all sorts of excuses. Southern border's righteous path had many layers of conflicts. After so many years, would they need to worry about finding an excuse? Even if they could not find one, they could help, for example, establish the southern border shared prosperity sphere. Look, I am so enthusiastic in helping others. Do you have the face to refuse? Even if you want to refuse, do you have the strength to do so? Thus, the true difficulty in dealing with Fang Yuan did not lie in Fang Yuan himself. Was Fang Yuan very strong? Indeed, it was very rare to see a rank 7 battle a rank 8 in history. But compared to a super force, Fang Yuan was not strong, his overall strength could not compare. If they fought head-on, Fang Yuan would be badly injured. Some southern border Gu immortals could not help but smile bitterly, because they realized, the current situation was somewhat ironic, the ones truly restricting them were each other. They were wary of each other, they restrained each other, they had huge territories, they were on guard against each other, so they needed to split up their forces. After a long silence, a Tai clan Gu immortal suddenly spoke, actually, there is a way to resolve this problem. As everyone knows, my Tai clan has an immortal Gu house, Beacon Tower. The southern border Gu immortals continued to be silent, but not long after, a voice suddenly resounded, I agree to Tai clan building Beacon Tower. The immortals were shocked, because this person was none other than Wu clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong. Even the Tai clan rank 6 Gu immortal who spoke earlier was surprised. Wu Yong actually supported Tai clan's construction of Beacon Tower, while the immortals were still in shock. Wu Yong spoke again, his voice was low and powerful, every word was like a boulder that fell on the immortals' hearts. He said, it is time to make a change. Haven't you noticed it? The waves of the Great Era have arrived, the regional walls of the 5 regions are starting to dissipate. If we do not make a change, we will drown in the waves of the new era. The immortals were silent. The second person stood up, he was Ba clan's first supreme elder, he had always wanted to seize Wu clan's position as the number 1 force. My Ba family supports Wu Yong, he said, which was rare for him to open his mouth. We need to look forward, everyone. Central continent has the celestial court, northern plains has the longevity heaven, what does my southern border have? He paused for a moment, and then said some philosophical words. Although there are many mountains, each of them will be conquered by others one by one. Thus, I support Wu Yong, and also support Tai clan in building beacon towers. Not long after he said that, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, also expressed his support. Next, Luo clan, Ho clan, Chai clan, and other Gu immortals with high authority spoke one after another, expressing their strong desire to work together. The southern border immortals suddenly realized in their shock that this discussion had a huge significance. It would definitely be recorded in southern border's history. An unprecedented situation had occurred. Southern border's righteous path forces were going to work together. This was not the grand propaganda of the past, this was true cooperation. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly lively. Southern border's Gu immortals felt a surge of emotions. They had the excitement of participating in a historical moment. Several months later, in southern border. In a nameless ordinary valley. Rank 6 female immortal Ba Tao shouted, her aura surging. She raised her hands high, as if she was holding something heavy. Her face soon turned red, her body trembled as she struggled. Hurry up, Ba Tao urged. On the other side, another Gu immortal was also activating a killer move. This person had rank 6 cultivation. He was a young man from Tai clan, his surname was Tai, he was Tai Chu Zhong's son. Pieces of red light spheres spiraled up, with a loud sound, they turned into a red pillar of light that was about to pierce the clouds. But at this time, the third old Gu immortal appeared. He was standing on the clouds, he waved his hand and suppressed this red pillar of light. The red pillar of light dissipated, revealing a 7-layered pagoda that looked like it was made from red copper. A lump of fire was quietly burning at the top of the pagoda. All right. Tai Yi let out a breath of turbid air, showing a gratified expression. A beacon tower has been built. I'm so tired. Ba Tao felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She sat on the ground, panting, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Finally, the third old Gu immortal slowly floated down. At the same time, countless Gu worms flew and gathered, entering his sleeves. This was a team that was building beacon towers. There were a total of 3 people. Tai clan Gu immortal Tai Yi was in charge of construction, Ba Tao assisted, while the old Gu immortal was in charge of setting up the formation and disguising it. After all, the beacon tower would cause a huge commotion when it was built, it would be easily discovered. There were more than a dozen squads like this. Ever since Southern Border's Righteous Path united, these teams had been moving around, building beacon towers all over Southern Border. Beacon Tower is indeed worthy of being Tai clan's signature immortal Gu house. It is truly inconceivable. Just mortal Gu can have the power of an immortal Gu house. It can transport Gu immortals. The old Gu immortal sighed as he looked at the beacon tower. Tai Yi walked to Ba Tao's side and pulled the ladder up. His heart was moved when he heard this, and he said, the true power of the beacon tower is that the more it is built, the greater its overall power. To reach the level of an immortal Gu house, we need at least 100 beacon towers. Right now, we have over 1,000. Beacon towers in Southern Border, we can transport rank 7 Gu immortals. But to reach rank 8, I need at least 10,000 beacon towers. Thank you for answering my question. The elderly Gu immortal nodded, expressing his gratitude. Tai Yi and he looked at each other and smiled at the same time. If it was in the past, this kind of secret regarding the beacon tower would never be spoken of. But now, because the Southern Border Alliance was being formed, the attitude of Gu immortals towards each other and the way they interacted with each other was gradually changing. If there is a beacon tower built near that tributary of the River of Time, our Southern Border good faction will definitely be able to send reinforcements and save my grandfather in time. Ba Tao stared at the beacon tower in a daze, muttering. Ba Tao, we still have hope. Didn't Fang Yuan release clan's Gu immortals already? This demon Fang Yuan just wants more cultivation resources. The elderly Gu immortal consoled. Tai Yi didn't say anything. He remained silent, but his thoughts were tumbling. He and Ba Tao were in a similar situation. His father Tai Chu Zhong was also one of Fang Yuan's captives. He naturally had anger and hatred towards Fang Yuan, but he had to admit, if not for Fang Yuan capturing so many Southern Border Gu immortals and giving Southern Border's Righteous Path a painful beating, How could Southern Border's righteous path unite so quickly? Between comfort and pain, the latter naturally moved people's hearts more. Thinking about it, Tai secretly felt that it was a little ironic. The Beacon Tower plan was the dream of Tai clan for many years, but it was realized because of a demonic path overlord. Of course, there was another crucial factor, the arrival of the Great Era. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's role was extremely important. Sizzle. The beacon tower suddenly made a strange sound and even trembled slightly. What's going on? This scene immediately attracted the attention of the elderly Gu immortal. He frowned and looked at Tai Yi. Ba Tao also looked at Tai Yi with her beautiful eyes. She had participated in the construction of many beacon towers, but had never seen such a situation before. Could it be that some flaws were left behind during the construction of this beacon tower? Tai Yi's frown deepened. Don't worry, this situation does not mean that there is a problem with this beacon tower, but that one of the beacon towers scattered all over Southern Border has been completely destroyed. Oh? Is that so? The elderly Gu immortals frowned slightly eased. Ba Tao snorted coldly. This situation was also within Southern Border's righteous path's expectations. Because although the construction of the beacon tower was approved by Southern Border's righteous path, there were still demonic path and lone cultivator forces in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. The beacon tower was in Tai clan's hands. It represented the benefits of Tai clan and other Southern Border super forces. It had nothing to do with these demonic path and lone immortals. It was very likely that the beacon tower that was constructed would be discovered and then destroyed by these Gu immortals. Find out who did it. We need to kill one to warn the others. The elderly Gu immortals killing intent sword. This was also one of the methods that Southern Border's righteous path had come up with to deal with this matter. However, at the next moment, the abnormality of the beacon tower made the three immortals stunned. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, a series of strange noises resounded. The newly constructed beacon tower shook continuously like a patient suffering from epilepsy. What's going on? Does this mean that a large number of beacon towers have been destroyed? Ba Tao and the elderly Gu immortal looked at Tai Yi again. This time, even Tai Yi was hesitant, muttering to himself, strange, is there really a problem with this beacon tower? But at the next moment, his suspicions were shattered. The three immortals' expressions changed, because they received a shocking piece of news almost at the same time. There was only one person crazily destroying the beacon towers. It was none other than that unforgivable and heinous demonic path overlord, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has outstanding wisdom path methods. It is not difficult for him to deduce the locations of these beacon towers. He also has fixed immortal travel. He can come and go freely. It is not strange for him to do this. Tai Yi's expression was grim. Damn it. The celestial court is useless. They actually allowed Fang Yuan to steal fixed immortal travel. Ba Tao clenched her fists, feeling extreme hatred. The elderly Gu immortal was experienced after all. Let's go back to the clan. Since Fang Yuan is making a move, it is no longer safe outside. Tai Yi and Ba Tao's hearts tightened, thinking of Fang Yuan's methods. They no longer had any thoughts of staying here. At the same time, Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, and the other clan leaders were also having an urgent meeting. Fang Yuan must have seen the threat of the beacon towers. He attacked in advance and is destroying them crazily. This shows that our clan's beacon towers are a huge threat to Fang Yuan. He is already feeling uneasy and fearful. Tai clan's first supreme elder said. Just let him destroy them. The difficulty of building beacon towers is high. They need Gu immortals to do it personally. But they are only made of mortal Gu, the cost is low, just let him destroy them. Shang clan's first supreme elder sneered, showing a heroic air. Wu Yong, however, frowned. He had a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is crafty and crafty, he cannot be underestimated. I feel that there is a deeper meaning behind his actions. It is not as simple as it seems. Wu Yong's words immediately attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. One of them said, is there such a possibility? Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation in Southern Border, and one of these beacon towers is very close to his tribulation location, thus he attacked and destroyed a large number of them. That makes sense. Quick, gather wisdom path Gu immortals to make deductions. As long as Fang Yuan makes a move, he will leave behind all sorts of clues. Now that he is making such a big move, the deductions will definitely be more fruitful than before. After a round of deductions, the results were indeed brilliant. Southern Border's righteous path obtained 3 locations. If Fang Yuan wanted to undergo tribulation, these were the most likely locations. Quickly investigate. Pay close attention to these 3 locations, we must defend them to the death. Similar orders were passed down. Southern Border's Immortal world moved in unison for the first time in history, all to exterminate their common enemy. 5 Regional Mountain Range? Jun Xinguang's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's destruction of the beacon towers had caused a huge commotion. Even though the Celestial Court's influence in Southern Border was weak, they could still find out. Southern Border had gathered many Wisdom Path Immortals and deduced 3 locations, one of which was the 5 Regional Mountain Range. The Celestial Court, however, had Fairy Myrtle deduced the 5 Regional Mountain Range alone. Jun Xinguang immediately moved towards the 5 Regional Mountain Range. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding the 5 Regional Mountain Range appeared in his mind. This 5 Regional Mountain Range was not a naturally formed mountain range, it was man-made. The person who created this mountain range was not simple, it was the rank 8 Restriction Path Immortal Tao Zhu. This person was known as the Restriction Master and had extraordinary attainment level in his path. He had deeply researched the 5 regional walls and tried to find a method to allow Immortals to easily cross the regional walls, thus creating the 5 Regional Mountain Range. Unfortunately, even after his death, he did not obtain any useful results. But this 5 Regional Mountain Range was left behind and became a special place in Southern Border. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch chased after Fang Yuan and was once defeated by Fang Yuan in the regional wall. This battle exposed the secret that Fang Yuan's battle strength is almost unaffected in the regional wall. It can be said that the 5 regional walls are his natural home ground. Regrettably, the heaven and earth chi in the 5 regional walls are extremely difficult to extract. He cannot undergo tribulation in the regional walls. But the 5 Regional Mountain Range is different, it is man-made and located in Southern Border, it has abundant earth chi and good weather, at the same time, it can give Fang Yuan some home ground advantage. Jun Xinguang's speed was extremely fast, while he was thinking, he had already crossed tens of thousands of li. On the horizon, the 5 Regional Mountain Range was already in sight. The reason why he could arrive at the scene so quickly was because Jun Xinguang had been patrolling the area. The 5 Regional Mountain Range was a special place that was long known, it was not a secret. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle had been scheming against Fang Yuan, deducing some suitable locations for him to undergo tribulation. The 5 Regional Mountain Range was naturally at the top of the list. Therefore, the 5 Regional Mountain Range itself was one of the key surveillance areas of the Celestial Court. This time, in order for the Celestial Court to deal with Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle did not hesitate to mobilize many rank 8 Immortals to the other 4 regions. There were 2 in Southern Border, Jun Xinguang was one of them. There was also a rank 8 Immortal, Wei Feng, who was quite far away but was also rapidly approaching. When Jun Xinguang got close to the 5 Regional Mountain Range, he immediately used his killer move to conceal himself as he carefully approached. Walala, a huge amount of heaven and earth chi was like a tidal wave, continuously being drawn out and gathered at the center of the 5 Regional Mountain Range. That place was obscured by the light and shadow, and it was impossible to see clearly. It was like a bottomless hole, continuously sucking in the massive amount of chi of heaven and earth. Such a scale is truly terrifying. Jun Xinguang's heart trembled as he watched. He immediately used his unique investigative method. After Fang Yuan set up an ambush and successfully captured a group of Southern Border Immortals, Jun Xinguang had also personally arrived at the scene. At this time, Jun Xinguang was filled with vigilance. Even though he was a rank 8 Immortal, whose cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan, he did not dare to advance rashly. If after entering the 5 Regional Mountain Range, he discovered that this was Fang Yuan's ambush, that would be disastrous. After Jun Xinguang investigated, he confirmed that someone was undergoing tribulation here. But whether it was Fang Yuan or not was another matter. Jun Xinguang was very patient, he used other methods and obtained results after a while. This was an otherworldly demon undergoing tribulation. This way, Jun Xinguang was almost 100% sure that this was Fang Yuan's main body. He is actually undergoing tribulation here. Jun Guang muttered, his gaze filled with disbelief. But he quickly reacted and laughed at himself. Reality is illusion, illusion is reality. Fang Yuan's main body is clearly here, but I actually did not dare to believe it. The He family of the Northern Plains had unique methods to detect the otherworldly demons. The Celestial Court naturally had similar killer moves. Fairy Myrtle had once persuaded Fang Yuan to surrender in Langya Blessed Land. She had revealed that the Celestial Court was the Celestial Court of humans. They could accept even otherworldly demons. The Celestial Court had indeed recruited otherworldly demons to become members of the Celestial Court, but there were no clear records in history and no one knew about it. It was not strange for the Celestial Court to have such methods. Right now, Jun Guang was using such a method. If Fang Yuan had thought of this method in advance and prepared against it, the possibility of that is too small. After all, even if he had been reborn, this method of mine had been specially modified by Lady Ziwei recently. It is said that after Yuan Qiongdu joined the Celestial Court, other than being in charge of repairing Fate Gu, he was also refining Immortal Gu for Fang Yuan. In history, there were examples of rank 8 demonic path Gu immortals wreaking havoc in the world. When the Celestial Court could not restrain them, they would refine Immortal Gu for these demons. This type of Immortal Gu was specially used to restrain such demons. It had extraordinary effects. Fang Yuan was only rank 7, but he had already received such great attention and treatment from the Celestial Court. This was unprecedented in history. Maybe there is another reason, that is, his grand tribulation cannot be delayed any longer. He has to undergo tribulation. Jun Guang's eyes shined with bright light. Someone was undergoing tribulation here, and was confirmed to be an otherworldly demon. Fang Yuan's identity was already clear. If it were anyone else, who would be so stupid as to undergo tribulation here, and with the scale of heaven and earth qi, and the otherworldly demon, who else could it be other than Fang Yuan? Good, good, good. Fang Yuan, I, the Celestial Court, have finally caught you. Jun Guang said good 3 times in a row, his expression becoming more and more excited. Fang Yuan had already started his tribulation. At this time, he could not move at will. He had already become a live target. Even if he had fixed immortal travel, what could he do? It could be said that this was Fang Yuan's weakest moment. Jun Guang's expression gradually calmed down, becoming solemn as a murderous aura shrouded his whole body. If I can kill Fang Yuan in this trip, it will be a huge merit. Jun Guang's heart was burning. He was truly lucky to have encountered such a good opportunity. No wonder Lady Ziwei once told me that my luck is very dense, although it is inferior to Fang Yuan's. As long as I don't make the first move, I will not be suppressed by Fang Yuan's luck. If I wait for Fang Yuan's luck to weaken, I will have a chance to gain victory. Thinking of this, Jun Guang's eyes were already surging with killing intent. So what if it is the 5 regional mountain range? It is only a replica of the 5 regional walls. Even if Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional walls, I, Jun Guang, will still force my way in and kill you at any cost. Rumble, a sonic boom resounded as an Immortal Gu house flew towards the 5 regional mountain range at lightning speed. Jun Guang immediately felt a chill in his heart. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building? These southern border immortals came so quickly. As expected, the beacon towers are of great help to them. They gathered so quickly. Even my Celestial Court does not have such methods. If we attack southern border in the future, we will need to get rid of these beacon towers first. Jun Guang saw these southern border righteous path immortals and felt some joy in his heart. He needed these people to take the lead and wear down Fang Yuan's battle strength and luck. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building directly rose into the sky. Wu Yong led the southern border righteous path immortals and stood in the bamboo building, overlooking the entire 5 regional mountain range. Seeing such a scale of heaven and earth qi, many Gu immortals showed shock and bewilderment. Some wisdom path Gu immortals worked together to deduce, and soon, one of them said excitedly, there is a high chance that Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation here. Great! Wonderful, wonderful. This demon Fang Yuan has committed a heinous crime. He is extremely vicious and evil. Today we must behead him to avenge our southern border's righteous path. Killing this demon will cleanse heaven and earth. It will bring blessings to all living beings. Humph, does this Fang Yuan really think our southern border righteous path is a pushover? He is actually undergoing tribulation in southern border. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid he thinks that if he captures our clansmen, we will hesitate to attack him. You don't know how firm the righteous path of the southern border is. The southern border immortals discussed with surging battle intent. Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder Xia Zhao and third Supreme Elder Xia Qinyuan looked at each other helplessly. Although they wanted to save their clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Cha, they had no choice but to follow the crowd in this situation. Southern border's righteous path had been extorted by Feng Yuan earlier, they were already filled with anger. But because they could not find Feng Yuan earlier, under the consideration of benefits, they accepted the extortion to protect the hostages. Now that Feng Yuan was in front of them, as long as they killed him, they might be able to obtain many venerable inheritances, as well as countless cultivation resources, and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The overwhelming hatred and the huge benefits made these southern border Gu immortals' eyes turn red with greed. Our southern border righteous path alliance has just been established. We need a powerful demon to serve as our flag. Feng Yuan is the perfect candidate. Everyone, this damned devil is currently undergoing tribulation, time is limited, let's attack together, encircle and annihilate him from all directions, let this day next year be his death anniversary. Under Wu Yong's order, the southern border righteous immortals swarmed out. There were rank 8 Gu immortals like Qi Chuyu and Sheng Wu Jia, as well as powerful experts like Xia Zhao, as well as rank 7 experts like Yao Du, Ho Teng, and Ba De. This lineup was so powerful that even Jun Shenguang, who was hiding at the side, was shocked. This could be said to be the full force of southern border's righteous path. There were probably only some rank 6 immortals left in their headquarters. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heaven chi surged, the boundless clouds condensed into dozens of huge light pillars, ruthlessly suppressing Feng Yuan. Earth chi condensed, dragging Feng Yuan's footsteps. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression, his attention was not on the tribulation, but outside the immortal aperture. Good heavens, many people came. Southern border's righteous path hates me to the core, of course, they are also scrambling for my wealth. Other than that, there must be celestial quartz Gu immortals hiding nearby, it is just that I have not discovered them yet. Although he had captured so many southern border Gu immortals and soul searched them one by one, he had a deep understanding of southern border's righteous path. But at this moment, he did not dare to be careless or underestimate them. Because southern border's righteous path also had deep foundations, they had trump cards. Especially some deep foundations, even the first supreme elders of each race might not know about them, let alone Feng Yuan's captive, Xia Cha, who was only the first supreme elder. Beacon towers are indeed troublesome. Feng Yuan sighed again. Once they entered the 5 regional mountain range, the southern border immortals immediately felt an intense repulsive or attractive force. They activated killer moves to move forward while maintaining their defensive methods. Their immortal apertures all shook as they suffered the backlash of immortal killer moves. This demon really chose a good place. Immediately, a southern border Gu immortal gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Even if my immortal aperture is destroyed, I will kill this demon and rid the world of evil." Even more Gu immortals' battle intent surged, their determination to kill Feng Yuan became even firmer. Feng Yuan was so crafty and ruthless, he did not show any reverence towards the celestial court, he was daring and unbridled, not to mention the righteous path of the other 4 regions. This person only had rank 7 cultivation level, yet he ambushed southern border's righteous path, capturing hostages and extorting them wantonly. If he became rank 8, what would happen? If Feng Yuan was in the righteous path, it would be fine. The righteous path would follow the rules of the game. But he was in the demonic path, he was alone and needed a vast amount of cultivation resources to cultivate, he would reach out to the righteous path and plunder. This was an irreconcilable conflict, but Feng Yuan not only had the ability to plunder, he could even defend against deductions and had fierce battle strength. This was too frightening. They had to get rid of this scourge as soon as possible. Kill. Kill. Take revenge for my clansmen. Whoever can cut off Feng Yuan's head, no matter who it is, I, Sheng Wu Jia, will reward them handsomely. I, Qi Chuyu, will personally set up an immortal formation for him. My Wu clan will open our treasury, whoever kills Feng Yuan can choose 3 immortal Gu. Under the heavy reward, the morale of the southern border Gu immortals soared. To prevent Feng Yuan from escaping, they split into several groups and charged in from different directions of the 5 regional mountain range, directly attacking the center. Cluck cluck cluck, with a series of chicken cries, the immemorial year chicken's huge body suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Shang Wujia's group. Fang Yuan had naturally made arrangements. The immemorial year beasts were scattered everywhere to protect him and resist the strong enemies. This was an immemorial year beast. It was ferocious as it pecked at the southern border Gu immortals. The accompanying rank 7 Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts and were about to resist with all their strength when they suddenly heard Shang Wujia's cold snort. "Little chicken, you dare to stop me!" Shang Wujia roared, activating his rank 8 killer move. Boom, with a loud bang, the entire immemorial year chicken was slapped into the mountain and fainted on the spot. The accompanying rank 7 Gu immortals immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gazes towards Shang Wujia had already changed. Although Shang Wujia is a rank 8 Gu immortal, he has never been famous for his battle strength. To think that his offensive killer move is so fierce. A primordial year chicken is after all a primordial desolate beast. It didn't even have the chance to make a move before it was knocked unconscious by Shang Wujia. Fierce, too fierce. Shang clan is one of the top 5 super forces in southern border, but the strength that Shang Wujia has displayed is too strong. Shang Wujia's performance caused people to be shocked, exceeding their imaginations. No matter how weak the immemorial year chicken was, it was still at rank 8 level. To think that it could not even last one round against him. Oh? Did he bring weak chicken Gu with him? Fang Yuan observed the battle while undergoing tribulation. The immemorial year chicken's poor performance made Fang Yuan recall a famous transaction from his previous life. Ba clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Ba Ji did not hesitate to pay a huge price to transact with Shang clan, obtaining rank 8 weak chicken Gu. Because of a special method, he could use this immortal Gu above his rank, causing his strength to soar rapidly, becoming the biggest winner of the transaction. Subsequently, he caused a huge commotion in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Right now, Gu immortal Ba Ji is still in closed cultivation. His reputation is unknown and no one is interested in him. Weak chicken Gu is still in Shang clan's hands, and was used by Shang Wujia to deal with me. Shang Wujia's battle strength was not outstanding among southern borders rank 8s, but with weak chicken Gu, he was in the limelight for once. Fortunately, that immemorial year chicken was only defeated and not killed. There was still hope of saving it. Fang Yuan immediately sent an immemorial year snake to attack Shang Wujia's group. As the two clashed, Shang Wujia was immediately obstructed, his advance coming to an abrupt halt. There were several other groups that had the same encounter as Shang Wujia. All of them had rank 8 Gu immortals. Evidently, Fang Yuan's main focus was on defending against these rank 8 existences. In a one-on-one battle, these immemorial year beasts were naturally not the rank 8 Gu immortals match, but they could resist for some time. But in the 5 regional mountain range, it was a different battle environment. Using any immortal killer move here would have a higher difficulty, and the Gu immortal themselves would have to suffer the backlash first. There was also the omnipresent gravitational and repulsive forces that constantly interfered with the Gu immortals. Not only did they have to fight, they also had to divert their attention to deal with these enormous gravitational and repulsive forces. These gravitational and repulsive forces were stronger as the Gu immortals' cultivation level rose. Rank 8 Gu immortals could barely move forward. This was also why under normal circumstances, rank 8 Gu immortals had to go through Black Heaven and White Heaven, taking detours. Of course, the 5 regional mountain range was only an imitation of the 5 regional walls. It was not the real 5 regional walls, so the obstruction to rank 8 Gu immortals was not as strong as the real regional walls. Even so, it greatly suppressed the performance of rank 8 Gu immortals. At once, even these rank 8 Gu immortals like Wu Yong could not advance even an inch while resisting the immemorial year beasts with all their strength. These immemorial year beasts came from the river of time. They were not born in the 5 regions, so they were not restricted. As for immortal Gu house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, it was a fixed immortal killer move. It was even more severely restricted in the 5 regional mountain range. It was stored in Wu Yang's immortal aperture and could not be used easily. The demon's schemes are truly crafty, no wonder he chose to undergo tribulation here. Feeling the difficulty of the battle, a Gu immortal coughed out blood and shouted. "Don't mind us, you guys charge in and disturb Fang Yuan's tribulation." We can't let him pass this tribulation. Chichiyu shouted. Even though Feng Yuan had arranged immemorial year beasts, in terms of numbers, he could not compare to the southern border Gu immortals. When the immemorial year beast was fighting the southern border immortals, it was also being restrained. Many southern border Gu immortals bypassed the immemorial year beasts and continued to attack Feng Yuan. Great formation, rise! Feng Yuan did not panic in the face of danger. With a command, an immortal Dao Great Formation suddenly rose in the surroundings. At once, the southern border Gu immortals lost their five senses, they were in chaos, their vision was filled with fog and they lost their direction. This demon still has a backup plan. Don't be afraid, we cannot easily use immortal Gu houses in the 5 regional mountain range, the same goes for immortal formations. If he uses it for too long, it will collapse on its own. At that time, Feng Yuan will have to bear the backlash of the array's collapse. No, this is exactly Feng Yuan's delaying tactic. As long as he could endure this period of time and successfully transcend the tribulation, even if the array was broken and he suffered a backlash, he would not be able to escape. He would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape in time. The southern border Gu immortals conversed at lightning speed, they immediately understood Feng Yuan's delaying tactic. We need to break out of this formation as soon as possible. That fellow cultivator has such a method? Oh no, Qi Clan's Gu immortals are blocked, they cannot come. Damn it, this demon is doing this on purpose. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a Gu immortal laughed loudly. Everyone turned to look, it was a person with a large head and a small body, he had a crafty gaze. Immediately, someone asked, Ho Clan friend, why are you laughing? Ho Clan Gu immortal Ho Zi Ho stopped laughing. Everyone, don't worry, this formation does not have any spatial restriction ability, it is simply confusing our senses and causing us to lose our direction. I have a beast that can be used. Come out. As soon as he said that, a mystical light flew out of Ho Zi Ho's immortal aperture and landed on his shoulder, turning into a monkey. This monkey was small and had dense fur, it was shining in silver light and had 8 ears, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. Immediately, a Gu immortal cried out in shock, is this the immemorial desolate beast 8 ears monkey? Ho Zi Ho laughed loudly, yes, it is. Ear monkeys were rare beasts, they belonged to information path, even ordinary mortal beasts were rare, immortal level ear monkeys were even rarer. When an ear monkey grew 6 ears, it was a desolate beast. 7 ears were ancient desolate beasts. 8 ears were immemorial desolate beasts. At once, the southern border immortals' gazes towards Ho Zi Ho changed. Ho Zi Ho only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface, his battle strength was not outstanding and he was not famous. To think that he had hidden an immemorial desolate beast as a helper, this concealment was too deep, if not for the encirclement against Feng Yuan, he might not have been forced to reveal such a trump card. Monkey monkey, where are the enemies? Ho Zi Ho rubbed the 8 ears monkey's small head, instructing softly. As an immemorial desolate beast, the 8 ears monkey was actually very docile, it obediently listened to Ho Zi Ho. It listened attentively before chirping and stretching out its hand to point a direction. The immortals received its guidance and continued to advance. Suddenly, the immortal formation changed, the 8 ears monkey immediately shouted and listened attentively, pointing in another direction. Feng Yuan immediately frowned, this way, even if the formation changed continuously, it would not be able to block this group of southern border Gu immortals. It is actually an 8 ears monkey. Although southern borders Ho clan has always reared and enslaved monkey beasts, I did not expect them to have such a rare divine beast. Jun Xinguang saw this and his killing intent surged. This encirclement against Feng Yuan was a huge matter. Jun Xinguang hesitated for a moment before deciding to take the risk. When the southern border Gu immortals entered the 5 regional mountain range, he had already activated his killer move and stealthily sneaked in. And the other celestial court Gu immortal, Wei Feng, was also rapidly rushing over, waiting to be the Oriole. With this 8 ears monkey, we can monitor the world. When my central continent invades southern border in the future, most stealth methods will be ineffective. Getting rid of it will be greatly beneficial to my celestial court's plan. Jun Xinguang thought of this and his gaze towards the 8 ears monkey revealed a trace of killing intent. The 8 ears monkey immediately sensed it and screamed in panic. This beast is so sharp. Jun Xinguang quickly retracted his gaze and looked ahead. Forget it, I will let it go for now. The urgent matter now is to deal with Feng Yuan. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Ho Zihui quickly comforted the 8-ears monkey on his shoulder. Right at this time, their vision suddenly cleared up as a Gu immortal shouted, "We are out." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Heaven and earth chi were still surging, the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was wide open and continuously devouring. This is the immortal aperture of the demon Feng Yuan? We are close. With a strong enemy in front of them, the southern border immortals were stunned, they looked at each other and did not dare to move forward. Feng Yuan's fierce might made these rank 7 Gu immortals feel somewhat uneasy. Although the Southern Alliance has been established, how can the overall situation be changed in a short period of time? Motley crew is still a motley crew after all. Jun Xinguang sneered. He concealed himself and continued to advance rapidly. He actually wanted to enter Feng Yuan's immortal aperture in one step. Once I enter Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, he will fall into a passive state and will have to restrain himself. I will not fight Feng Yuan at all. As long as I cause destruction everywhere, Feng Yuan will not be able to endure it. Even better is that Feng Yuan's grand tribulation has not formed yet. If I disturb him from the side, he will not be able to attend to one thing and might really be killed by me. But it is safer to continue hiding in his immortal aperture and wait for Feng Yuan to fight against the southern border immortals before I make my move. Haha. I am really looking forward to his expression when he finds out that a powerful enemy has suddenly appeared in his immortal aperture. Jun Xinguang had extremely powerful concealment methods, this was also his specialty. Of course, he knew that there was a chance that Feng Yuan would see through this risk and discover him. But such a great opportunity was right in front of him, if he did not grasp it, it would be a waste of time. Comparatively speaking, the possibility of Feng Yuan seeing through it was much smaller than not being able to see through it. How could there be no risk in this world? Not to mention the dangers of battle. Jun Xinguang was a noble rank 8 Gu immortal, but he had never lost the courage to risk his life. However, he had a clear yardstick in his heart when he should risk his life and when he shouldn't. Now is the time to fight with my life on the line. Jun Xinguang's eyes shined with a strange light as he activated his immortal killer move. Enduring the backlash of the killer move, he mixed into the heaven and earth chi and was about to enter the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture's entrance was open, but the amount of heaven and earth chi absorbed had already decreased by a lot. The enemy is right in front of us, why are you hesitating? Tai Clan's Gu immortals raised their eyebrows and shouted at the southern border immortals. Many people's faces turned slightly red as they came to their senses. Someone shouted, "Let's charge in together. This demon Feng Yuan is still undergoing tribulation, we will definitely win this battle. Whoever flees will be the greatest disgrace of southern border's righteous path." That's right, charge into the enemy's immortal aperture. Even if we die, we will make this demon Feng Yuan suffer heavy losses. Why are you so pessimistic? This demon extorted so many things, there are definitely peerless treasures in his immortal aperture. Not to mention others, there are several secluded domains of heaven and earth. My clan's Gu immortals are still being held captive by him, but we do not know where he is being held. I have already checked, there are no immortal formations around. Ho Zihui rubbed the 8-ears monkey's head and said with certainty. The southern border immortals immediately relaxed. Feng Yuan's formation had made southern border's righteous path suffer greatly. Once this worry was gone, the southern border immortals' morale soared, they immediately used their abilities and charged into the immortal aperture. Hell, but at the next moment, there was a sudden change. A series of ear-piercing buzzing sounds resounded in the battlefield, almost piercing the immortals' eardrums. At the same time, an extremely dazzling light burst out. Many southern border Gu immortals were caught off guard, their vision was filled with white, they were temporarily blinded. The southern border immortals were pale with fright, they quickly went on guard. Countless killer moves struck the center of the light. The person at the center of the light was not Feng Yuan, but Jun Xinguang. He was filled with anger and shock. This killer move of mine is the light of alarm, it will only be used when I face fatal danger, it is not controlled by me. I was about to sneak into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture earlier, but I activated the light of shock. What is going on? Don't tell me this is a huge trap set by Feng Yuan? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He blocked the attacks of the southern border immortals while retreating rapidly. He, you have great skills, but since you're here, why are you leaving so quickly? Fang Yuan's laughter drifted into Jun Xinguang's ears. Jun Xinguang's heart trembled as he cried out involuntarily, not good. He felt a formless suction force pulling at him, trying to drag him into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. In an instant, the doubts in Jun Xinguang's heart completely disappeared without a trace. He was absolutely sure that this was a trap set up by Fang Yuan. Jun Xinguang roared, disregarding the backlash of the 5 regional mountain range. He activated his immortal killer move to resist the formless suction force that Fang Yuan was exerting on him. Immediately after, Jun Xinguang displayed the technique he was most proud of. His figure turned into a strange light and was about to shoot out of the battlefield. But even though the killer move succeeded, the strange light shot out at an extremely slow speed, comparable to a snail or a tortoise. Damn it, this is a time path method. Jun Xinguang immediately recognized it. Because of this time path method, his time was slowed down by nearly 100 times. Jun Xinguang was inwardly shocked. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal with rank 8 Dao marks, how can my time be slowed down by so much? Fang Yuan's time path method is actually at rank 8 level, it completely surpasses the information we had. How did he do it? What's going on? I was hit. Time is incomparably slow, it is like I have fallen into a swamp, quickly think of a way. Similar to Jun Xinguang, the nearby southern border immortals were also in the same situation. You all came uninvited, I will return such hospitality 100-fold. Fang Yuan said as he descended onto the battlefield. Only to see a Gu immortal with fluttering white clothes and green hair. He had an extremely handsome face and a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss and as cold as ice, filled with terrifying killing intent. The Gu immortals present were all too familiar with such an appearance, their bodies shook intensely as they turned pale with fright. Among the southern border immortals, someone even cried out in shock, it's Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ignored these southern border rank 7 Gu immortals, his gaze was eerie as he looked at Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang's face was flushed red, he was using all his strength to get rid of the time path restriction on his body. He had many methods and his efforts were fruitful, the time path restriction that Fang Yuan placed on him was getting lesser and lesser, and Jun Xinguang's speed was also getting faster. Fang Yuan smiled as he slowly stretched out his left hand from his sleeve. His left hand was white as jade, his 5 fingers spread out in a graceful manner, like a white lotus blooming. Surging soul path aura suddenly erupted and contracted in an instant, condensing into a phantom image in the center of Fang Yuan's left palm. This phantom image was vivid and lifelike, it was Luo Pavali that had shrunk by 1,000,000 times. The phantom image of Luo Pavali slowly rotated on its own, Fang Yuan's left hand's 5 fingers began to slowly close. Alarm bells rang in Jun Xinguang's mind, an incomparable sense of danger enveloped his entire body and mind. His eyes were wide open, he was so nervous that his pupils were about to split apart. What killer move is this? Terrifying, too terrifying. My senses are definitely not wrong, if I get hit by this move, I will definitely die. Escape, I must escape, quickly escape. Jun Xinguang's face was blood red, his thin and long white eyebrows were trembling crazily, he no longer had his previous breathtaking demeanor. Immortal killer move, Sunshine God. He gave a loud roar, brazenly using his strongest method. His whole body turned into a lump of light, endless light burst out, it was as if a small sun had appeared in the whole battlefield, the burning white light had boundless might that could illuminate heaven and earth, wherever it went, Fang Yuan's time path hand disintegrated. The southern border immortals had just escaped, but they were engulfed by the extremely dazzling white light. The fake regional walls that filled every part of the mountain range dissipated under the intense assault of the white light. The whole 5 regional mountain range started to shake, especially at the center of the battlefield, a large number of mountain rocks shattered and collapsed, it was a scene of chaos. The aftermath of Sunshine God even impacted the other battlefields. Southern Borders rank 18 was fighting with the immemorial Year Immortal, they were severely disrupted. This is a Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal? He is probably a member of the Celestial Court. As the light dissipated, the central battlefield became extremely clear. Suddenly, a southern border Gu Immortal cried out in shock. Wait, that immortal aperture, it is my clan's Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. What? It is not Fang Yuan's immortal aperture? Everyone was shocked. This is a trap. Jun Xinguang screamed. He gathered his spirit and frantically retreated. Trying to escape? Fang Yuan suddenly appeared not far from Jun Xinguang. His heart shook fiercely. Jun Xinguang's pupils shrunk to pin size as he stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. At that moment, he suddenly realized, rather than saying that Fang Yuan was ambushing southern borders Gu Immortals, it would be more accurate to say that he was specifically targeting members of the Celestial Court like him. So your true target is me? Humph. That move of yours has already been exposed. I am already on guard. Your trap has also collapsed. Can you still restrain me? Merely rank 7 cultivation. I am a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Moreover, there is even reinforcements, Wei Feng, who is rushing over. Unless these southern border Gu Immortals are with you, do you think you can kill me? Jun Xinguang breathed in deeply. Countless lights flowed around his body like water, forming an impregnable defense. Sure enough, at the next moment, the southern border immortals attacked one after another. Their target was the same. Fang Yuan. Wu Yong took the lead, while Qi Chuyu and Shang Wu Jia followed closely behind, allowing the immemorial year beasts to attack themselves. They also wanted to deal with Fang Yuan. Next, a large number of southern border Gu Immortal experts used their own methods. Jun Xinguang laughed heartily. Fang Yuan, you demon, your evil deeds will only bring about your own destruction. You still want to kill me? Today, you will die for sure. Is that so? At the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan was calm and collected, even the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Boom, at the next moment, his rank 7 aura suddenly changed, an incomparable aura soared into the sky and radiated in all directions. The group of people were all shocked. What? Rank 8 aura? This is impossible. Fang Yuan's body slightly paused, he stretched out his finger and lightly pointed. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. Next, he folded his arms, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, forming a fan. Immortal killer move, summer fan. This is? Qi Chuyu and Shang Wu Jia were dumbstruck at this scene. This is Lady Xiacha's. Xia clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals cried out in pain, an extremely bad feeling shrouding their hearts. Rumble, spring scissors fiercely suppressed Jun Xinguang. Summer fan was rapidly waved in Fang Yuan's hands, brazenly defeating all kinds of killer moves of the southern border immortals. Shock, witnessing Fang Yuan's rank 8 might, all the Gu immortals present felt a sense of shock. The immortals had come to obstruct Fang Yuan, to disrupt his tribulation and prevent him from becoming rank 8. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan would already have rank 8 cultivation level when they met again? This change caught everyone off guard. When did he become rank 8? Qi Chuyu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. It is not strange to be able to use spring scissors and summer fan, but these two killer moves are amplified by time path Dao marks and can block all attacks. Even if Fang Yuan becomes rank 8, how can he have so many time path Dao marks in such a short period of time? I think it is more likely that he is using Xiacha's body and using familiar face to deceive us and make us think that he has already undergone tribulation. Shang Wu Jia forced himself to remain calm as he analyzed. No. My clan's first Supreme Elder Spring and Summer Immortal Gu are both rank 8, only rank 8 Immortal Essence can be used. Xia clan's second Supreme Elder Xiaxia shouted. This? Shang Wu Jia immediately hesitated. Immortal Essence contained the user's will, only the user, or the heavenly spirit or land spirit formed after death could use their own Immortal Essence. The only exception was Immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses could use Immortal Essence from any source. But Fang Yuan's two killer moves were clearly not Immortal Gu houses. If Fang Yuan was only rank 7 and only had Red Date Immortal Essence, he would not be able to activate Spring and Summer Immortal Gu. Even if he replaced Xiacha's body and obtained her Immortal Essence, he would not be able to use it. There is no point in thinking too much, kill Fang Yuan and we might find out. Wu Yong shouted. He shot out like lightning, the immemorial year beast behind him fell to the ground, unable to get up again. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong displayed great battle strength, he killed the immemorial year beast that Fang Yuan deployed first and fought Fang Yuan with all his strength. Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's gaze was cold, his battle intent surged as he shouted loudly, "Even if you advance to rank 8, you will not be able to escape this calamity. The 5-boundary mountain range that you have carefully chosen will be your burial ground." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire mountain range began to shake violently. For a moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Body parts flew everywhere. "What's going on?" The immortals were bewildered. Wu Yong's voice immediately reached the immortals' ears. "Don't worry, everyone. This is a contingency plan that I've specially arranged. It can change the direction of the earth veins under the 5-realm mountain range and cause the entire mountain range to collapse." The immortals were even more puzzled. So what if he changed the direction of the earth veins? But soon, they were pleasantly surprised to see that as the mountains gradually collapsed, the unique colorful light of the 5 boundaries mountain range also rapidly disintegrated and vanished. This? For a moment, even Jun Shenguang revealed a shocked expression. "Great. Without these restraints, our battle strength will recover to its original state, we will no longer be restricted." The southern border Gu immortals were overjoyed. This Wu Yong is indeed different from Wu Du Xiao, he actually had such a contingency plan. Shang Wujia's eyes flickered with bright light. Why is Wu clan so familiar with the 5 boundaries mountain range? Simply changing the direction of the earth veins cannot achieve such an effect. They must also know the details of Tao Zhu's arrangement of this mountain range. Qi Chuyu's thoughts moved rapidly. At the periphery of the 5 boundaries mountain range, the formation formed by Wu clan and Qiao clan's Gu immortals was constantly rumbling. It was the source of the change in the entire 5 boundaries mountain range. Qiao Si Lu, Wu Yubo, and the others were guarding this place. Wu Yubo looked at the battlefield and chuckled coldly. This demon Feng Yuan wants to rely on the 5 boundaries mountain range. Now that he has lost his terrain advantage, how can he deal with the encirclement of our southern border righteous path? Qiao Silu was silent, her expression was somewhat complex. She had once been very close to Wu Yihai, she had once thought that they would become husband and wife. But in the end, the shocking change far surpassed her imagination. Wu Yihai was actually Feng Yuan in disguise. Every time she thought about how she had once been so close to this demon, Feng Yuan, she shuddered. There was no lingering affection between her and Feng Yuan, her complex emotions were because of the 5 boundaries mountain range itself. Everyone thought that Tao Zhu's research on the 5 regional walls did not have any results. But the truth was not so. Qiao clan unexpectedly obtained a clue to Tao Zhu's inheritance. They had been secretly searching for it, trying to uncover it. Who could have thought that this information would be known by Wu Yong? Under his pressure, Qiao clan had no choice but to contribute it, and it was used here. Precisely because of this clue, Wu Yong had a deep understanding of the 5 boundaries mountain range. He was able to change the earth veins and make the light chi of the 5 boundaries dissipate. If it were anyone else doing this and randomly changing the earth veins, unless they were extremely lucky, under normal circumstances, the light chi of the 5 boundaries would still exist. Sigh. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal's inheritance, but it was used here. Now that the 5 boundaries mountain range is destroyed, all hope is gone. Qiao Silu sighed. Even though she said so much, not much time had actually passed. First, the killer move light of surprise burst out from Jun Shenguang's body, then Feng Yuan appeared and chased after Jun Shenguang, then the southern border immortals attacked, but Feng Yuan blocked them, exposing his rank 8 cultivation level. Then, the southern border immortals conversed, Wu Yong charged forward, the 5 boundaries mountain range collapsed, and Feng Yuan's terrain advantage disappeared. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Feng Yuan's original intention of blocking the attacks of the southern border immortals did not change. Even when Wu Yong approached, he still chased after Jun Shenguang. Jun Shenguang used his trump card killer move, his aura fell to an extremely low level. His Sunshine Sun God had terrifying power. Not only did it expend a large amount of white lychee immortal essence, it also permanently expended his own light path Dao marks. It was a move that dealt great damage to the enemy and himself. Moreover, he had used it in the 5 boundaries mountain range and suffered an intense backlash. Although he managed to escape temporarily, he suffered heavy injuries as a result. But now, the light energy of the 5 boundaries was rapidly declining. Jun Shenguang felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt increasingly relaxed, his greatest worry was immediately resolved. Seeing Wu Yong charging towards Fan Yuan, a thought appeared in Jun Xinguang's mind: should I cooperate with the southern border Gu immortals and encircle Fan Yuan? Jun Xinguang quickly rejected this thought the moment it appeared. Continue escaping. The current situation was very complex. He was not a southern border Gu immortal after all. More importantly, Fan Yuan was chasing after him. If he escaped, it would mean Fan Yuan's failure. Jun Xinguang's decision to retreat was very wise. Fan Yuan was still chasing after him. He did not care about Wu Yong. But right at this time, a change occurred. A powerful aura surged as a huge five-colored pillar of light shot into the sky. At the same time, a grand voice resounded in the whole of the Five Boundaries mountain range: Junior, you did well. You actually passed my final test and destroyed the entire Five Boundaries mountain range. Now, the 5 regional inheritance that I left behind is yours. Cultivate well and roam the world in the future. Don't disgrace my name. In the 5-colored pillar of light, a will gathered like smoke, forming into the appearance of a Gu immortal that looked like it was alive. Countless gazes landed on it. Someone immediately recognized it. That's right, this is old man Tao Zhu's appearance when he was alive. No way? At the edge of the mountain range, Xiao Lu could see the pillar of light and hear the voice. She had a strange expression. Tao Zhu's final test was to destroy the 5 Boundaries mountain range? I actually managed to activate Tao Zhu's inheritance by accident. Tao Zhu heard someone calling him old man and felt displeased. He said arrogantly, "What old man? This junior has inherited my inheritance. How can he be so rude?" Rumble, intense winds blew, heaven and earth roared. What answered him was Wu Yong's rank 8 killer move, but it was not aimed at him, it was aimed at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was hit by this killer move. His immortal robe fluttered and rippled like water. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move reflected power, but Wu Yong forcefully endured it and continued to get closer. Fan Yuan's speed was immediately suppressed. It turned out that Wu Yong's move had a huge range. Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only reflect the portion that Fan Yuan had to endure. Fan Yuan flew and reflected it all the way. Even though he was safe, his speed was greatly reduced. Fan Yuan had been relying on Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time. How could Wu Yong not have methods to counter it? Ah! Tao Zhu was shocked. He quickly looked around and saw several rank 8 Gu immortals fighting. With so many rank 7 experts present, he was so shocked that his body almost collapsed. What's going on? This was completely different from his expectations. There were no respectful juniors, only ferocious Gu immortals. Ignore him, he is just a dead man. The inheritance is here, we will take it after the battle. The urgent matter now is to kill this demon, Fan Yuan. Not just Tao Zhu's inheritance, even if it is a Gu Venerable's true inheritance, I will give it up to kill Fan Yuan. The immortals shouted. Their attention was once again focused on Fan Yuan. Tao Zhu's will, he was completely dumbfounded. This was not in line with his script. Next, he shuddered, reacting. Who is it? So many Gu immortals are trying to kill him. To kill him, they are even willing to give up a Gu Venerable's true inheritance? Tao Zhu also looked at Fan Yuan, but soon found that he did not know this person. Who is this person? Is he a Gu immortal after my main body died? Right at this time, Fan Yuan finally caught up to Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang was sweating profusely from nervousness. An intense feeling of danger was ringing in his mind like a war drum. He escaped with all his might, while cursing in his mind, Wu Yong, you scoundrel. What killer move is this? It can even trap me. Wu Yong's killer move had a huge range. It naturally took care of Jun Xinguang. How could Wu Yong's exquisite method be easy to deal with? Jun Xinguang's strength fell greatly. This obstruction caused his speed to fall even more severely than Fan Yuan's. It's over. Fan Yuan muttered. The moment he attacked, his eyes were like an ancient well with no ripples. The phantom image of Luo Pavali in his palm slowly rotated. Suddenly, he clenched his fingers, holding the phantom image in his palm. A ball of strange gray light surged out from the gaps between his fingers. Fan Yuan opened his palm and slapped at Jun Xinguang. The strange light shot out at an incredible speed. Jun Xinguang tried to dodge like a headless fly, frantically dodging. Wu Yong chased from behind, a dark light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, intense winds blew around Jun Xinguang, the resistance rising sharply. Wu Yong, screw you. Before Jun Xinguang could curse, he was hit by Fang Yuan's strange gray light. In an instant, his flying momentum came to a halt. There were no injuries on his body, but his soul was heavily injured, almost dying on the spot. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. While Jun Xinguang was in a daze, an immortal goo house suddenly appeared beside Fang Yuan. The killer move that Ying Wu Xia was preparing inside the house hit Jun Xinguang. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Jun Xinguang had no time to react, he sank into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. The immortal goo house flew out, its shape was blurry and indistinct, it swallowed Jun Xinguang and flew back to Fang Yuan's side. Wu Yong was pale with fright, he had originally interfered with Jun Xinguang to probe the power of Fang Yuan's move. After all, Jun Xinguang was not a southern border goo immortal, why couldn't he make use of him? But Wu Yong had never expected Fang Yuan to capture Jun Xinguang in one move. Earlier, when Fang Yuan captured the southern border immortals, he had set up an ambush and painstakingly set up a time path formation. But now, he had captured Jun Xinguang with just a few methods. His battle strength had risen to such a level, it was simply unheard of. What killer move is that? It seems to target the goo immortal's soul? Its power is terrifying, we need to guard against it. There is also the immortal goo house. What immortal goo house is that? It is almost undetectable when hidden. Southern Borders rank 8s were approaching with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan's performance shocked Tao Zhu's will to no end. Where did this soul path goo immortal come from? Just one attack was enough to heavily injure a rank 8 goo immortal. Such awe-inspiring demonic might, even spectral soul was no match for it when he was young. This young man looks weak and delicate, to think that he is so vicious and ruthless, his methods are superb. He must have killed many people, otherwise, why would Southern Borders righteous path goo immortals encircle him on such a large scale? Realizing this, Tao Zhu's will immediately cowered. For the first time, he felt that the pillar of light around him was so dazzling. My main body set this up to facilitate the inheritance. Sigh. To think that the true opening of the inheritance would be like this. Who did I offend? Is it easy to set up an inheritance after so much effort? Tao Zhu's will felt helpless, not to mention Amir will like him, even if his main body was still alive, he would have to retreat. This situation was too deep, the waves were too fierce, he could not get involved. Tao Zhu's will cowered, he shrunk back into the pillar of light while thinking, don't look at me, don't look at me. How could the goo immortals have the energy or mood to look at him? Fang Yuan had captured the rank 8 goo immortal Jun Xinguang in front of everyone, his battle strength was shocking, almost all the rank 7 goo immortals were speechless, even the rank 8s were dazed. How should I fight such a strong enemy? If I fight and die, what will happen to my clan? If the other rank 8s die, wouldn't I be helping others? If Fang Yuan was rank 7, with reverse flow protection seal, he could fight rank 8s, Southern Borders rank 8 goo immortals could endure this level of battle strength. But now, it was completely different, not only was Fang Yuan a rank 8 goo immortal, he also had a mysterious and powerful method, it seemed to be a soul path method that complemented lead soul into dream. Jun Xinguang's example was right in front of them, Southern Borders rank 8 goo immortals were also likely to be killed by Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, Southern Borders righteous path's old habits resurfaced. After all, there were many factions, they had been in charge for too long, their wariness towards each other was deeply ingrained in their bones. Even if they realized the need to work together, at the crucial moment, hesitation was a knot in the hearts of all rank 8 goo immortals. These Southern Border rank 8 goo immortals hesitated, but Fang Yuan did not. He laughed loudly and turned around to attack Wu Yong. Wu Yong. What did you just say? This is my burial ground? Ha ha ha. I think, on the contrary, this is your grave. Come, let's settle old and new grudges together. Fang Yuan roared. His voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the 5-boundary mountain range. He was dressed in white, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His demonic might overflowed the sky, his killing intent surging to the heavens intimidated the group of immortals. Qi Chuyu, Shangwu Jia, and the other rank 8 goo immortals saw that Fang Yuan was targeting Wu Yong, they felt complex emotions, they were nervous, but also slightly relieved. Next, all sorts of dark thoughts appeared in their minds. Although Fang Yuan was ferocious, he was a lone wolf after all. Not to mention, Qi Chuyu had made a deal with Fang Yuan. Now that the Southern Alliance was newly established, the alliance leader position had always been empty. Wu Yong was the undisputed #1 candidate. If he became the alliance leader, it would be hard to say how he would treat the other clans in the future. Southern Borders clans had existed for too long. To truly unite, the difficult thing was the countless obstacles in the hearts of the Gu immortals. When two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Wu Yong, it was beneficial to the other clans. Moreover, it was not that they did not come to help, but weren't there immemorial year beasts here? Motley crew. Wu Yong took a quick glance, seeing that no one was coming to help him, he cursed in his heart. But facing the charging Fang Yuan, he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, his courage and battle intent were stimulated. I want to see what method you used to capture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong released clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, controlling this immortal Gu house to charge at Fang Yuan with a boundless and majestic aura. Although Fang Yuan had the mysterious immortal Gu house, he was absolutely no match for clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. A sinister cold light flashed in his eyes, he suddenly changed direction and charged down. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo. Building's momentum was too fierce, it crashed into thin air. Wu Yong, you have the immortal Gu house with you, you are safe enough. Then if I kill these rank 7 immortals of your southern border righteous path, can you save them one by one? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally. Damn it. Wu Yong quickly controlled clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to change direction and chase after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said again, Wu Yong, you are really ambitious, you want to establish Southern Borders Alliance, you want to be the alliance leader, right? After I kill these people, let's see if you still have the face to be the alliance leader. Fang Yuan did not have any substantial confrontation with Wu Yong, but his words were like knives that cut deeply into Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong led the Southern Border Immortals to surround and kill Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because he had enmity with Fang Yuan and could not live under the same sky, but on the other hand, it was to pave the way for him to ascend to the alliance leader position and accumulate prestige. But if Fang Yuan really killed these rank 7 Gu immortals, while Wu Yong sat in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building unscathed, and could not do anything to Fang Yuan, then his prestige would definitely fall, and he would be even further away from the alliance leader position. Wu Yong was anxious and furious, he almost wanted to stomp his feet in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Although clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was extremely fast and the distance between it and Fang Yuan was shrinking rapidly, Fang Yuan had already arrived in front of those rank 7 Gu immortals first. Hold on. Am I going to die? Not necessarily. There are so many Gu immortals here, I still have hope of surviving. Before Fang Yuan attacked, these rank 7 Southern Border Gu immortals had already lost their morale, they did not even have the slightest thought of counterattacking, they only thought of how to preserve their lives. Fang Yuan forcibly captured Central Continent's rank 8 Gu immortals, this scene was too shocking. Die. Fang Yuan's roar suddenly stopped. At the crucial moment, a thick earth-yellow halo burst out from the Southern Border immortals' feet, protecting them. This was a rank 8 level defensive method. Fang Yuan, why the need to kill again? You kill me, I kill you, this cycle is so pitiful and pathetic. You are a hero of your time, Sai, why can't you see through this? Lu Weiyin's figure appeared not far away. You again. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a sword as he ruthlessly stared at Lu Weiyin. Boom, at the next moment, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building crashed down like a meteor, carrying Wu Yong's intense hatred and anger, heavily crashing into Fang Yuan's back. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal, Fang Yuan was unscathed, the attack was completely reflected by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. But the huge impact was unavoidable, Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. Wu Yong's mind relaxed, after driving Fang Yuan away from these Southern Border rank 7 Gu immortals, it would be even harder for him to attack them. But soon, Lu Weiyin's voice could be heard, oh no. This is Fang Yuan's plan, he wants to escape. Wu Yong's expression was ashen as he helplessly looked at Fang Yuan charging into that immortal aperture. The moment he entered, the immortal aperture's entrance closed loudly. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty, since he set up an ambush here, how could he not have arranged an escape route? After entering the immortal aperture, he definitely has an escape method, like fixed immortal travel. At once, veins bulged on Wu Yong's head, he felt extremely stifled. Immortal apertures were easy to defend and hard to attack, especially immortal apertures with a closed entrance. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path immortals were here, they could definitely take down this blessed land. But the time that Fang Yuan managed to buy was enough for him to escape. Wu Yong was extremely aggressive, he gathered a large group to encircle Fang Yuan, but he still failed. Not only was he unable to harm Fang Yuan at all, he even captured a Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal in front of everyone. This was simply a huge slap to Wu Yong's face. Even more despicable is this guy. Wu Yong's gaze was dark as he stared at Lu Weiyin. He suddenly spoke, "Lu Weiyin, why didn't you stop him?" Lu Weiyin quickly bowed and said slowly, "I am ashamed. I have already tried my best to protect the Southern Border immortals, but I was unable to do so." In an instant, Lu Weiyin received countless gratitude from the Southern Border Gu immortals. Wu Yong breathed heavily, he was extremely furious, he clenched his fists tightly but could not do anything to Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor, he had a terrifying background, he was the biggest threat to Wu Yong's position as the alliance leader. Wu Yong led the immortals to kill Fang Yuan, he left Lu Weiyin behind, he did not want to bring him along so that he could build up his reputation. In the end, after the battle, Fang Yuan's escape was already set in stone, while Wu Yong gained nothing, his reputation fell greatly. In contrast, Lu Weiyin was the complete opposite, Wu Yong's gaze flickered like lightning. How can this be? How can this be? Southern Border's battle report had already arrived, Fairy Myrtle muttered with a perplexed look in her eyes. The grand and spacious hall was now filled with confusion. Not only did Fang Yuan not undergo tribulation, he had already reached rank 8. In fact, he even set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range and captured the celestial quartz Gu immortal, Jun Shenguang. Fairy Myrtle already knew about the Southern Border Gu immortals being captured by Fang Yuan, but she did not expect the same thing to befall her celestial quartz side so quickly. Celestial quartz Gu immortals were actually captured alive. How long had it been since this happened? The moment she heard this news, Fairy Myrtle subconsciously thought of the illustrious battle achievements of several demon venerables in history. The space between her brows was even more sorrowful, and there was even more panic than usual. Even though she had always overestimated Fang Yuan, to think that today, Fang Yuan's growth was still far beyond her expectations. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained reverse flow protection seal, he has been a huge problem. Now that he is rank 8 and has Xianxia's methods, even though he is using the 5 regional mountain range to weaken his enemies to a large extent, he can indeed pose a threat to the celestial quartz Gu immortals. Fairy Myrtle heaved a long sigh. She had already expected that such a day would come. Thus, she had tried all ways to eliminate this danger in advance, but she had never expected Fang Yuan's progress to be so rapid. Fang Yuan's progress is getting faster and faster, it seems that the quantitative change has triggered a qualitative change. But how in the world did he become rank 8 silently? Fairy Myrtle did not understand. Originally, she had thought that Fang Yuan's rapid cultivation progress was because he used a time path method to accelerate the flow of time in his immortal aperture. But now, Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized that Fang Yuan definitely had a wondrous method that could defy common sense and raise his cultivation level. Then, what is this method? Fairy Myrtle did not continue deducing, she left the hall and went to where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. The formation rumbled. After some time, Fairy Myrtle returned to the hall with a shocked expression. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture, so that's how it is. Fairy Myrtle muttered with a dazed expression. Spectral Soul's ambition shocked her. What made her even more wary was that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu had already been refined and obtained by Fang Yuan. A strong sense of bitterness welled up in her heart. Spectral Soul had concealed himself so deeply, if Fang Yuan hadn't exposed the clues and aroused Fairy Myrtle's suspicions, she wouldn't have searched his soul. Otherwise, she would still be kept in the dark. No wonder Fang Yuan's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. This time, he was able to reach rank 8 because he annexed the immortal apertures of many Southern Border Gu immortals and passed the calamities and tribulations. He was able to use Summer Fan Killer move to resist the attacks of other rank 8s, it means he also annexed Xiaxhia's immortal aperture. That way, he would have enough time path down marks to amplify summer fan killer move. Immortal apertures can only devour smaller apertures, but the sovereign immortal aperture is special. But to Xianxia's immortal apertures rank 8 Grotto Heaven, it requires great Grandmaster attainment level. How can Fang Yuan have it? Wait. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle's expression turned ugly. All sorts of clues in her mind converged, the fog from earlier dissipated. Fang Yuan has a method to raise his attainment level from dream realms. No wonder he entered southern border and plundered dream realms. His great Grandmaster attainment level must have been obtained from the dream realms. Gasp, thinking of this, even the powerful and knowledgeable Fairy Myrtle could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture, he could annex it at any time to pass calamities and tribulations. And the biggest obstacle in annexing an aperture was the attainment level of the path. Raising attainment level was very difficult, it often took hundreds of years. But Fang Yuan could use dream realms to rapidly raise his attainment level. This way, he would enter a virtuous cycle. The explosive cultivation speed was enough to create huge waves in the history of human cultivation. No, more accurately speaking, the scary one is spectral soul. Fang Yuan was merely controlled by providence, he was reborn as a pawn to destroy spectral soul's heaven-defying plan, but he escaped from control in the end. Fairy Myrtle's body turned cold. Even though Heavenly Court had already imprisoned spectral soul, even Fairy Ziwei would interrogate spectral soul once in a while and search his soul to obtain crucial information. Spectral soul was not as powerful as spectral soul. Fairy Myrtle felt a wave of lingering fear. If spectral soul really succeeded, he would have great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths, he would be filled with killing intent, he could annex apertures and cooperate with Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, his cultivation level would rise all the way to rank 8, at that level, spectral soul's main body would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. And most importantly, during the 5 regions chaotic war, when dream realms appear, spectral soul would have a chance to advance even further. From this move, it could be seen just how great his ambition was. He had already made countless preparations in this aspect. If he could really do that, he would have a huge advantage over the others. Even a great dream seed like Feng Kim Hong would not have the chance to grow. Fortunately, he did not succeed at the most important stage. Now, it is Fang Yuan who replaced his original plan. From this, he did not succeed, but he did not fail completely either. Thinking of Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Fang Yuan gave up on so many southern border Gu immortals to capture Jun Shenguang alive. His action is the same as when I soul-searched spectral soul, he wants to search Jun Shenguang's soul for the arrangements of the celestial court. Oh no, the river of time. The river surged, coming from where it came and going to where it went. It was grand and majestic, reaching all the way to the limits of one's vision. Inside the immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan quietly looked at the surging river water, it undulated and created countless dazzling waves. The river of time, indeed, after entering the immortal aperture and gaining some time, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel's immortal killer move to escape. Not long after, he entered the river of time. At this moment, Jun Shenguang's soul was being plundered inside his sovereign immortal aperture. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan urgently needed to know what arrangements the celestial court had in the river of time. I set up an ambush in the 5 regional mountain range and fought a huge battle. Even though I captured Jun Shenguang, I also exposed a lot of information. In order to not give the celestial court a chance to react, Fang Yuan wanted to catch them off guard and enter the river of time at this crucial moment. This Lu Weiyin is not simple. He acted at the right time and saved those southern border rank 7s at the most crucial moment. I'm afraid it's very likely that he's already hiding somewhere. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has a benevolent nature, he corrected the chaos and repaired the damage to spectral soul in the 5 regions. Especially in southern border, he has the highest reputation among the 10 venerables, he is the most popular. As his current inheritor, Lu Weiyin naturally inherited this reputation. Even though this person tried to deal with me, his true motive does not seem to be simple, he is shrouded in a layer of mystery. It is a pity that in the 500 years of my previous life, such a person did not exist. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan increasingly felt that his memories of the 500 years of his previous life were not reliable. Of course, there was also a possibility that after his rebirth, his indirect influence had increased to the point that it affected rank 8s like Lu Weiyin as well. Fang Yuan shook his head, putting Lu Weiyin to the back of his mind. He thought about Tao Zhu's inheritance. He felt some regret. Tao Zhu's true inheritance was definitely related to the 5 regional walls. Even though the 5 regional walls would disappear in the future, and the 5 regions would become one. Tao Zhu's research on how to cross regional walls seemed like a joke. But thinking about it, Tao Zhu could create the 5 regional mountain range. By imitating the 5 regional walls, wouldn't he be able to replace the location of the regional walls to defend, especially for Fang Yuan? Fighting in the regional walls was extremely beneficial to him. It is a pity, such a pity, the situation back then did not allow me to take this inheritance. I missed Tao Zhu's inheritance. Tao Zhu's true inheritance. If it were a few months ago, Fang Yuan might be able to use southern border Gu immortals to exchange for this inheritance. But now, almost all of the southern border captives in his hands had already been devoured by him, directly killing them. These southern border Gu immortals were all rank 7 experts. As for Xianxia, she had rank 8 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture devoured all of them, as well as the many immortal apertures in City Well. Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose sharply. He went from rank 7 to rank 8, passing the final grand tribulation of rank 7. Fang Yuan had planned to continue capturing southern border Gu immortals in the 5 regional mountain range and extort them. But Lu Weiyin's attack destroyed Fang Yuan's plan. Not only did his cultivation level rise, because the sovereign immortal aperture devoured immortal apertures, Fang Yuan's Dao marks also rose sharply. Through perceivable Dao immortal Gu's careful measurements, Fang Yuan had a huge accumulation of Dao marks. He had very few time path Dao marks, almost at the bottom, but now, he was at the top, with a total of 73,000 Dao marks. Almost all of them were contributed by Xianxia. It was a classic example of plundering by force, getting rich overnight. With so many time path Dao marks, each of Fang Yuan's time path killer moves could be amplified by 73 times. Furthermore, Spring and Summer Gu were rank 8 Gu immortals. Their battle strength was quite impressive. In the 5 regional mountain range, they resisted the joint attacks of many Gu immortals. Of course, this was also because of the 5 regional walls' geographical advantage. Southern borders Gu immortals did not cooperate well, they weakened each other. Second was Water Path Dao marks, it surpassed 60,000. Water Path itself had a lot of accumulation. Fang Yuan killed lone immortals Zhou Li, Wu Yihai, Yu Chan, and others, and the Eastern Sea lone cultivators who died in City Well were mostly Water Path cultivators. Third was Transformation Path Dao marks, it had 50,000. This was the original first place. It had been accumulating for a long time, but now it had fallen to third place. Fourth was Soul Path, it surpassed 30,000. The Immortal Aperture's own Dao marks, as well as the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue's Earthly Calamity, Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue's Heavenly Tribulation, and so on, he had over 29,000. As for the remaining hundreds of Daoist marks, they had been added to his soul by Fang Yuan, a soul cultivator. According to the records of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Million Man Soul, 10 Million Man Soul, 100 Million Man Soul, Desolate Soul, only when a soul cultivator reaches Desolate Soul would the Dao marks on the soul reach 1,000. After that, there were Ice and Snow Path, Rule Path, Metal Path, Wood Path, Fire Path, Wind Path, and other common paths. There were about 20,000 of them. Below that were Dark Path, Light Path, Strength Path, Chi Path, Luck Path, Sound Path, Blood Path, and many others. At the very bottom were Food Path, Phantom Path, and other paths. They had a scale of a few thousand, a few hundred, and even 0. He looked at the dream again. All of the dreamlands in Fang Yuan's possession had been successfully explored by him in the past few months, and the dreamlands of each school had grown to varying degrees. The highest was still Refinement Path, Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Realm. The second was Theft Path and Time Path, Great Grandmaster level. The third tier was Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, and so on. They were all Grandmasters. Rule Path and Soul Path also joined in. There were many paths below, but they were not detailed. It was not like the number of Dao marks. The higher one's attainment level, the harder it was to increase. The most obvious increase was still in Time Path, Soul Path, and Rule Path. Other than Dao marks and dream realms, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's development had also reached 15% after annexing a large number of immortal apertures. What was worth mentioning was that in Xianxia's immortal aperture, Fang Yuan unexpectedly found that there was also a year essence pool in her immortal aperture. This way, there were 2 year essence pools in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Other than these, Fang Yuan's greatest gains were 2. One was Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan had been trying to comprehend this immortal killer move, he had only deduced it recently. The second was the incomplete form of an immortal goo house. Fang Yuan had wanted to build an immortal goo house long ago, to make it convenient for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to fight for him. To build this immortal goo house, Fang Yuan had used secluded residence, Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City, Floating City, Regret Pool, Baihe Palace and other immortal goo houses, with emphasis on graceful chaotic dual stage. In the past few months, he had been extorting Southern Border's righteous path, exchanging goo for goo, exchanging many crucial immortal goo to create the framework. This immortal goo house was created by Fang Yuan, it could be said to be unprecedented. And because he wanted to go to the River of Time, it mainly used Time Path immortal goo, it had various abilities and was most proficient in concealment. Even though it was only a framework, it was very useful in the 5 regional mountain range. Xianxia and the rest relied on this house to cooperate with Fang Yuan and successfully capture Junshengguang. In the River of Time, the tides rose and fell, waves splashed and splashed, creating colorful lights. Fang Yuan rode the incomplete immortal goo house as he moved slowly in the river. The rank 6 time path clone had already come out of the sovereign immortal aperture, it stood beside him with its eyes closed, sensing silently. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left behind many true inheritances scattered in the River of Time. And Spring Autumn Cicada was the key to sense them. But the River of Time was huge, to find a few Stone Lotus Islands, other than luck, a lot of time and effort was needed. In this exploration of the River of Time, it would be best if I can find Red Lotus true inheritances. But most importantly, I need to probe the arrangements of the Celestial Court here, I need to catch them off guard, and if possible, I need to destroy their arrangements. Fang Yuan thought as he searched Junshengguang's soul in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Junshengguang's soul was originally protected by Light Path Dao marks, but after being hit by Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil, this layer of defense was completely destroyed. Junshengguang's soul was also injured, he was on the brink of death. Precisely so, after Xianxia used Lead Soul into Dream, Junshengguang was directly hit and fell unconscious. The premise of Lead Soul into Dream was to sense the soul and then compare the difference between the soul. The greater the difference between the enemy and oneself, the easier it was to succeed. To be able to cause such a result against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Luo Pasil was very powerful, however, compared to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and thinking about how Fang Yuan used Luo Pavali as the core of this move, it was not surprising that it had such power. Right now, Junshengguang's soul was so weak, he could not resist Fang Yuan's methods. Fang Yuan received a lot of information. What arrangements did the Celestial Court make? Junshengguang definitely knows a thing or two. After a while, Fang Yuan's brows relaxed, he had a discovery. Oh? Time Path Immortal Gu House present in past pavilion. He had just thought of this when the river water in front of him suddenly surged up, a pavilion was riding the waves like a flying boat. This pavilion had no ventilation on all sides, it had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass, the pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion, it was the most luxurious decoration. There were 4 Gu Immortals standing in the pavilion, they had rank 7 cultivation level, they looked at Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house with dangerous light flickering in their eyes. This present and past pavilion is a pure time path immortal Gu house, it can observe the past and present, it is most proficient in investigative techniques. The Celestial Court arranged this room, the moment I entered, they sensed me. Amazing! Amazing! Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he praised and explained to Xianxia and the rest. Xianxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest frowned, some had dark expressions. They had some understanding. The strongest aspect of Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house was its concealment ability. To think that present and past pavilion could see through it. This was like being defeated by the enemy in their strongest aspect. Before the battle even started, they were already in a passive state. Present and past pavilion charged towards Fang Yuan's group and stopped. It was 1,000 steps away from the incomplete immortal goo house, unmoving like a mountain. A person in the pavilion said coldly, "The 4 Xianxia of Central Continent are guarding this place, demon, don't think about advancing." Another person behind him shouted, "That's right. If you want to pass, you have to step over our corpses." 4 Xianxia. Fang Yuan's soul searched Jun Shenguang. He quickly obtained their information. According to Jun Shenguang's information, the 4 Xianxia had the same cultivation level. They were all rank 7 and had learned a combination attack technique with extraordinary power. They could even fight against a rank 8 Gu immortal. Of course, they could only fight once. After a few rounds, they would definitely be defeated by the rank 8 Gu immortal. They were not like Fang Yuan or Feng Zhouge, who had battle strength that could fight rank 8s. Even so, this was already quite impressive. After the 4 Xianxia were nurtured, they were treated as trump cards by Spirit Butterfly Valley. They could not be mobilized easily. Celestial Court wants to make arrangements in the River of Time. Spirit Butterfly Valley has no choice but to obey. For Xianxia, these 4 are all time path and have great teamwork. They are the best candidates to control present and past pavilion. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. For Xianxia and present and past pavilion were not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Rank 8 Gu immortals who happened to be time path were rare indeed. Celestial Court originally had Lord Huangshi. Unfortunately, he had been killed by Fang Yuan using Red Lotus Island in the River of Time. Celestial Court had to deal with Fang Yuan and set up defenses in the River of Time. They could only choose rank 7 Gu immortals for their time path manpower. Unless some old monsters from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard came out of their own accord. What Fang Yuan was concerned about was that other than present and past pavilion, Celestial Court also had a time path immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht. Present and past pavilion is very proficient in investigation. It happened to be nearby, so it was the first to stop me. I cannot stay here. If the 4 Xianxia succeed in delaying me, Eternal Yacht will come and reinforce me. It will be 2 against 1. It will be very disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court had a huge advantage. Even though they could not bring out a time path rank 8, they definitely had rank 8s of other paths. They also had 2 immortal Gu houses, present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had an incomplete immortal Gu house. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing and the rest had weak cultivation levels. Fang Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out the second batch of immemorial year beasts. The first batch of immemorial year beasts he set up in the 5-boundary mountain range were either injured or killed by the southern border righteous path. Fang Yuan did not have time to recall them. But it didn't matter. Fang Yuan still had a second batch. After annexing Xiaxia's immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had a second year essence pool, which contained Xiaxia's 2 immemorial year beasts. In addition, for the past few months, Fang Yuan had been using the immemorial year beast fishing array to lure many immemorial year beasts into the year essence pool. As such, Fang Yuan had gathered 2 batches of immemorial year beasts, and the second batch had 9 of them. The only flaw was that Fang Yuan did not gather 12 different immemorial year beasts to form an ancient battle formation. During the entire process, he also tried to collect them. However, when he really tried to implement it, he realized that this kind of collection was really difficult to achieve. Most of them were immemorial year chickens. During this period of time, the River of Time had been producing these year beasts. In Fang Yuan's second batch of immemorial year beasts, there were 5 immemorial year chickens, more than half of the total. The 9 immemorial year beasts roared as they charged towards present and past pavilion. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xianxia had solemn expressions as they worked together to unleash the power of present and past pavilion. Whoosh, a huge wave of 10 feet tall surged towards the 9 immemorial year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were ferocious beasts that lived in the River of Time. The waves created by present and past pavilion could not stop their charge. In an instant, they paused for a moment before breaking through the obstruction. creating countless waves as they continued to attack present and past pavilion. The surface of present and past pavilion shone with bright light, the light shot into the sky like a pillar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, wave after wave of giant waves rose up like moving city walls, attacking and defending at the same time, continuously crashing towards the immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's heart moved. The immemorial year beasts received his command and cooperated with each other. Like arrows, they shot through the waves and city walls, closing in on present and past pavilion. But unexpectedly, the four Xianxia suddenly shouted in unison. The screen in present and past pavilion suddenly gave off faint green smoke. The green smoke flew into the battlefield. The immemorial year beasts were all affected, their speed decreased as if they had fallen into a swamp. The green smoke settled down and melted into the surface of the river of time, dyeing the surface layer of the river of time green. Present and past pavilion shook heavily. The light pillar that shot into the sky suddenly dissipated, turning into green light that shrouded in all directions. The sound of the waves suddenly became turbulent. The waves were many times stronger than before, reaching a height of more than 10 feet. Not just that, dozens of whirlpools formed on the surface of the river of time, becoming the best trap to trap the immemorial year beasts. The 9 immemorial year beasts were originally gathered together, but after the attack of the waves and the whirlpools, their formation quickly broke apart. They fell into a difficult situation. At once, present and past pavilions sat at the center, controlling the situation. Fang Yuan's immemorial year beasts were completely at a disadvantage. The four Xianxia's expressions relaxed. Shang Xianxia let out a breath of air. We finally got through the initial stage. We were not defeated by the demon's attacks. Sun Guozi smiled. Present and past pavilion has already controlled the battlefield. Even though Fang Yuan has many immemorial year beasts, they cannot gather together. They are not a threat. That's right. Shang Xianxia stroked his beard. Even though present and past pavilion is not his match and will lose in the end. As long as we stall for some time, eternal yacht will reinforce us. At that time, our strength will soar and surpass the other party. Shang Xianxia had a deep gaze. The demon is crafty. We cannot be careless, we need to be careful. He had just said that when an immemorial year monkey closest to present and past pavilion burst out, using an immortal killer move. It held a huge fan in its hand as it waved towards the front. Rank 8 immortal killer move, summer fan. In an instant, intense winds blew, sweeping everything in the surroundings. The entire battlefield turned dark. The immemorial year monkey was surrounded by several huge waves. It was like a sturdy wall that supported the sky, but with one wave of this summer fan, it crumbled and crumbled. The immemorial year monkey laughed strangely as it charged forward. The four Xianxia in present and past pavilion were shocked. They soon realized that this immemorial year monkey was Fang Yuan's disguise. That demon is fighting personally. Impossible. We have the investigative killer move that Lady Ziwei taught us. We can see through his familiar face. Why were we still deceived? Fang Yuan snickered internally. He had been racing against time for the past few months. He used all his time and energy to the limit. Familiar face was also modified. Fang Yuan finally arrived in front of the four Xianxia. Present and past pavilion burst out with dazzling light again. Fang Yuan used the immemorial year monkey's sturdy body to punch with both fists, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was only a loud sound. Present and past pavilion did not budge. It is useless. The current present and past pavilion is like a 1,000-year-old tree. It is rooted in the river of time. How can you move it? Sun Guozi screamed. She was very nervous. Is that so? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He used a mortal killer move, spring scissors, at the next moment. Crack, crack. Spring scissors continued to cut. At first, present and past pavilion could still hold on, but after a few cuts, the light on the surface could not hold on anymore. After 5 or 6 cuts, a corner of present and past pavilion's roof was cut off. This is a rank 8 time path killer move, but how can it have such power? Even present and past pavilion cannot match it? How can this be? The four Xianxia panicked. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He originally had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. He was at rank 8 level. Now that he had turned into the immemorial year monkey, his transformation path Dao marks turned into time path Dao marks. He gained another 50,000. Thus, he had over 120,000 time path Dao marks. ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals did not have more than 30,000 Dao marks. 120,000 Dao marks was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, only those who had passed a myriad tribulation would have such an accumulation. 120,000 Dao marks could amplify any time path killer move's power by 120 times, and Fang Yuan was using 2 rank 8 level immortal killer moves. Even though present and past pavilion had the terrain advantage, Fang Yuan's killer moves were also amplified by the environment in the River of Time. Fang Yuan's time path strength rose sharply, even present and past pavilion could not resist his demonic might. Fang Yuan's 2 killer moves attacked from both sides, forcing present and past pavilion to retreat. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xianxia resisted with all their might, occasionally retaliating. Fang Yuan did not need to use winter coat to defend himself, he could endure the attacks with just his immemorial year monkey body. Persevere. A huge ship arrived from afar, riding the waves. Several Gu immortals on the ship shouted with nervous expressions. It was Eternal Yacht. It is too late. Fang Yuan snickered to himself, he waved his summer fan and created a huge tornado. Present and past pavilion's tiles were blown away, it was on the verge of collapse. Spring scissors flew to him and cut, present and past pavilion's pillars were cut, it collapsed completely. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, he jumped above present and past pavilion and kicked with his immemorial year monkey leg. Boom, the entire present and past pavilion broke apart, the 4 Xianxia were either dead or injured, they were kicked into the River of Time by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan left with the incomplete immortal Gu house. Cough cough cough. Xianxia was sprawled on the deck of Eternal Yacht, coughing continuously, he was soaked in water. Beside him, Xianxia had already fainted, his injuries were severe and his condition was not good. Rank 8 Gu immortal Qingyi walked over, looking at Xianxia calmly, the other 2 were swept away by the River of Time, we cannot find them. Xianxia breathed heavily, standing up with difficulty, he looked at Xianxia with a pale expression, the 2 of them died in battle, this demon Fang Yuan is truly amazing. How is the search for the remaining survivors of present and past pavilion? The 4 Xianxia were siblings, they were very close, but right now, Xianxia was more concerned about present and past pavilion, he did not care about the dying Xianxia, he did not feel any sadness or anger. Qingyi smiled lightly, the core immortal Gu are not damaged, they have all been retrieved. That's good. Xianxia let out a breath of air, his expression eased up. Qingyi nodded, I have already prepared a quiet room for you. Xianxia, thank you, I will go down and revive my siblings. It turned out that the 4 Xianxia were siblings, they were the closest, they cultivated an incredible killer move. Even if the 3 died, as long as one of them survived, they could use the killer move to revive the other 3. Precisely so, Xianxia did not feel any sadness. A moment later, the 4 Xianxia were healed, they returned to the deck and joined the battle. The second batch of immemorial year beasts that Fang Yuan left behind were surrounding Eternal Yacht, attacking from all directions, the river water surged, the sound of waves filled Fang Yuan's ears. Right now, he had returned to his original appearance, he had entered the incomplete immortal Gu house to rest. With this incomplete immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan had a base of operations, it was very convenient. That Eternal Yacht did not chase after us. They had already left the battlefield for some time, Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. The incomplete immortal Gu house's speed could not compare to Eternal Yacht, it specialized in concealment. With present and past pavilion, the incomplete immortal Gu house would be exposed. But Eternal Yacht might not be able to sense the incomplete immortal Gu house. Otherwise, why hadn't the Eternal Arc caught up to them after such a long time? We're safe for now. Xianxia took a deep breath. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. That was a really tense moment. That's right. If sect leader didn't destroy the pavilion of present and past in time, I'm afraid we would have fallen into the quagmire of the battle. Goddess Miaoyin smiled. Bai Ningbing remained silent at the side. He Lulan was also quietly looking at the vast river of time outside the immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's time path clone had his eyes closed, frowning slightly. He tried his best to sense it, but his vital Gu, spring-autumn cicada, did not have much reaction. The truth was, according to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's deduction, the higher the rank of spring-autumn cicada, the wider the range of its senses, and the easier it would be to find Red Lotus's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada only had 6 revolutions. Even though he had a large number of corresponding immortal goo recipes, and Fang Yuan had attempted to refine it several times, he still failed. This was truly regrettable, but Fang Yuan had already tried his best. For the last few months, he had done his best: soul path cultivation, exploring dream realms, modifying killer moves, extorting southern borders righteous path, planning the entire situation, defending against deductions, annexing immortal apertures, and so on. He had expended all his energy and time. Being able to squeeze out some time to refine spring-autumn cicada was quite a miracle. But the true miracle did not happen. Fang Yuan's attempts all ended in failure. Spring-autumn cicada might be rank 6, but I have already made up for it in other aspects. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with confidence. He had planned for a long time to enter the river of time this time. Fang Yuan had already used methods like burning soul-bursting luck in the aspect of luck path. He only stopped after reaching the limit of his abilities. Finding 1 or 2 red lotus stone islands in this vast river of time naturally depended on luck. Roar! The river water suddenly became turbulent. Beast roars entered everyone's ears. There are 2 immemorial year beasts fighting ahead. After inspecting, Xianxia was shocked. Looking closely, these 2 immemorial year beasts had been fighting for a long time. They were at the end of their tether. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Wasn't his luck here? He flew out of the incomplete immortal goo house and activated familiar face, turning into a river and entering the river of time. Next, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and activated the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Those 2 immemorial year beasts sensed the strong aura of delicious food. They stopped at the same time and rushed towards Fang Yuan. They did not find any enemies, but they sensed a tributary of the river of time hidden in the river water. The immemorial year beasts did not even think about it. They charged into this tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time belonged to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If it were before, Fang Yuan would not dare to fish immemorial year beasts like this. If they entered, they would definitely cause damage to the sovereign immortal aperture. But now was different. Fang Yuan already had year essence pools, and 2 of them. The year essence pool was connected to the tributary of the river of time. It was like a huge dam. The immemorial year beasts were lured by the formation. Following the tributary of the river of time, they charged into the dam and became trapped. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He stopped his transformation killer move and flew back to the incomplete immortal goo house. Those 2 immemorial year monkeys were trapped in the year essence pool. They could not find food anywhere. They sensed something amiss and wanted to return to the river of time. But how could that be possible? Fang Yuan used enslavement path methods and quickly subdued these 2 immemorial year beasts. The incomplete immortal goo house moved stealthily, searching for Red Lotus Stone Island. Fang Yuan encountered many more year beasts. He did not reject any of them. He directly lured them into the year essence pool and subdued them. Soon, Fang Yuan had 6 immemorial year beasts. He had even more ancient and desolate level year beasts. Other than year beasts, there were other life forms in the river of time, like sun beasts, moon beasts, and dark web spiders, but Fang Yuan wisely abandoned them. The year essence pool's effect was fully displayed at this moment. With it, Fang Yuan could directly lure immemorial year beasts in, and the sovereign immortal aperture would still be very safe. Without the restriction of the year essence pool, immemorial year beasts could follow the tributary of the river of time to any place in the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the tributary of the river of time passed through the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Wait! While moving, Fang Yuan's time path clone suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light shined in them. He seemed to have made a huge discovery. The time path clone closed his eyes again, frowning deeply as he tried to sense. Next, he pointed in a direction. There seems to be something over there. It made spring-autumn cicada tremble slightly. The time path clone's tone was uncertain. But this was the only clue. Fang Yuan immediately controlled the incomplete immortal goo house to change directions and move forward. As the distance shortened, Fang Yuan's clone's expression became more joyful. The reaction is getting stronger. Our luck is really good. We got results so quickly. After moving for a while, a thin layer of fog appeared in front of Fang Yuan's group. The incomplete immortal goo house slowed down slightly, but without any hesitation, it flew into the fog. The fog was very extraordinary. It could reverse one's direction and confuse one's emotions. But Fang Yuan's clone relied on spring-autumn cicada. It was like he had the most crucial key. He could point out the direction at any time. The fog was thick, the river water became calm under the cover of the fog. It was not as turbulent as outside. Vaguely, the vague silhouette of a stone island appeared in front of Fang Yuan's group. Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Xianxia stared with wide eyes, shouting in shock. Bai Ningbing and the rest could not help but feel their breathing quicken. When the incomplete immortal goo house reached the edge of the Stone Lotus Island, the stone island suddenly shot out a bright white light that struck the incomplete immortal goo house. What's going on? Fairy Miao-yin screamed. Oh no! This is a trap. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light, but it was too late to leave now. The entire incomplete immortal goo house shook intensely, resisting the powerful attack with difficulty. Demon, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A rank 8 goo immortal with a majestic body suddenly appeared on the Stone Lotus Island. At the next moment, the killer move that he had prepared for a long time hit the incomplete immortal goo house. Boom! Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house did not specialize in defense. After being hit, it broke apart. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly defended themselves inside the immortal goo house. Large amounts of flames devoured all the goo worms in the way like poisonous snakes. They attacked Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Fang Yuan shouted as he activated the immortal killer move Winter Coat. His body was immediately covered in a layer of white frost. The frost not only protected Fang Yuan himself, it even spread out at this crucial moment to protect the Time Path clone, He Lulan, Xianxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. In this aspect, Winter Coat was superior to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect oneself, it could not help others. But Winter Coat Killer Move could push oneself to the target. Winter Coat Killer Move blocked the fire snakes, but at the next moment, the old man on the Stone Lotus Island shouted, "Brilliant might, snakes turn into dragons." Whoosh, the flames suddenly erupted, and a ferocious heat spewed out. The fire snakes intertwined and converged, turning into a terrifying flame dragon that was more than 100 feet long and bearing its fangs. The crimson flame dragon tore through Winter Coat Killer Move and attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan had wanted to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance and take the immortals into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but he did not expect this Fire Snake Killer Move to have a follow-up. The old man had rich battle experience. He did not give Fang Yuan any leeway. The fire dragon was extremely lifelike. It opened its mouth and charged down from above. Fang Yuan and the rest looked up. Their faces were bright red from the light of the fire. The intense heat assaulted them as if they were being roasted on a grill. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest's expressions changed. Despair appeared in their eyes. This fire dragon was not an ordinary rank 8 killer move. It had extraordinary power. Even Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang killer move could not escape from it. Their only hope was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's nostrils, ears, and mouth were all bleeding. Winter Coat Killer Move was broken. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of a rank 8 killer move. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed. Fortunately, the core immortal goo were still around. They were only slightly damaged and could still be used temporarily. Fang Yuan was faced with a dilemma. Behind him were his Time Path clone, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest. Their cultivation level was too low. They could not stop this flame dragon by themselves. If they had the incomplete immortal goo house, they would at least be qualified to participate in the battle, but the old man was extremely ruthless. He destroyed the incomplete immortal goo house at once. If Fang Yuan stayed on the spot and blocked for them, not only would his winter coat be broken, he would not have any good methods. Even if he did, it would be very dangerous, because the old man wanted to force Fang Yuan to go against him. Once Fang Yuan fought him for the sake of protecting the immortals behind him, then he would undoubtedly fall into the old man's trap. Fang Yuan was almost certain that the old man still had killer moves. Once Fang Yuan fought the flame dragon, he would fall into the old man's rhythm. He would be led around by the nose in the following battle. In an instant, Fang Yuan made up his mind. He moved at lightning speed, dodging the flame dragon. The old man laughed maniacally. "What a demon! Then burn all of you to ashes." The flame dragon ignored Fang Yuan, it continued to charge down. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he suddenly changed his direction and charged towards the old man. The old man immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fang Yuan, his lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched Fang Yuan charge towards him. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He wanted to attack the weak to save the weak, but he did not expect the old man to be so courageous, he was not afraid of fighting to the death. In fact, it was very likely that there were other arrangements on this stone lotus island, he was very confident. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger, the results of his months of hard work and sleepless training were fruitful. Spring Scissors was activated once again and shot towards the old man. The scissors were sharp, but when it cut the old man's body, the old man's hair suddenly started burning, turning into a huge flame cloak that burned fiercely, blocking the spring scissors. Ha ha ha, this move of mine is called Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. I got inspiration from Verdant Great Sun's flame hair in the legends of Renzu, it is my proudest creation. I will tell you the truth, even though I am a fire path Gu immortal, in terms of offense, I am stronger in defense. Not just spring scissors, even if summer fan attacks me, I will not fear it. The old man laughed loudly. But at the next moment, the old man's laughter stopped. It turned out that the flame dragon's attack was futile, be it Fang Yuan's time path clone, Bai Ning Bing, or He Lulan, they were all alive. The old man's eyelids twitched, he licked his dry lips as he said fiercely, "This is a dream realm?" It turned out that Fang Yuan did not dodge the flame dragon because he gave up on his clone and the other Gu immortals, he made Xianxia self-detonate at the crucial moment. Ever since the Battle of the Five Regional Mountain Range, Xianxia had changed his body to a pure dream reality seeker physique body. And because of the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique body Mountain's dream path Dao marks, he was able to use lead soul into dream and successfully trap the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Shenguang. Now that the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Xianxia's soul fell into the dream realm. The other immortals were also trapped because they were close. The dream realm's initial appearance cut off all other paths methods. The old man's flame dragon was extremely fierce, but when it reached the dream realm, it was like a phantom, it had no effect. Humph, you are truly a crafty demon, but you will die today. The old man stomped his feet as he flew into the sky, the stone lotus island below him turned into smoke and dissipated. The old man was covered in a layer of flame cloak, he charged towards Fang Yuan like a flaming meteor. Spring scissors followed him like a shadow, they cut his body repeatedly but they were blocked by the blazing flames, they could not harm the old man at all. Fang Yuan flew back as he activated Summer Fan. Winds blew wildly, causing the old man's flame cloak to flutter loudly, but it was like the fire was being fueled by the wind, it grew stronger and stronger. The old man's mouth opened wide, he showed his sharp teeth as he laughed maniacally, "How is it? My Verdant Sun Flame Cloak is peerless, do you feel despair?" Ha ha ha. Like the old man had said, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Not just that, as they got closer, an intense drunkenness assaulted Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan activated a Wisdom Path killer move, his eyes regained clarity. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak not only contained the extreme profundity of Fire Path, it also simulated the profundities of Human Path, Food Path, and others. The closer he got to the old man, the stronger the drunkenness he felt. Fang Yuan kept retreating, he wanted to pull some distance away from the old man, but things did not go as he wished, the other party's speed surpassed Fang Yuan's. "Demon, you are trapped in the formation, where can you escape to? Obediently accept your death." The old man roared. The Stone Lotus Island earlier was just an illusion, its true essence was a super time path immortal formation set up in the River of Time. This formation was extremely powerful, even Fang Yuan could not see through it. Now that it was activated, it formed a formation space, restraining Fang Yuan inside, restricting omnidirectional travel, fixed immortal travel, and other similar methods. Fang Yuan had previously used a time path formation to ambush Southern Border's righteous path. This time, the Celestial Court also set up a formation to trap Fang Yuan. However, the Celestial Court was much more generous than Fang Yuan, a time path formation set up in the River of Time was not something Fang Yuan could set up. With Fang Yuan's current ability, he could at most set up a time path immortal formation near the tributary of the River of Time in the 5 regions. Even in history, there were very few time path great experts who could set up immortal formations in the river of time. The one who reached the pinnacle was undoubtedly Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This existence's methods had already surpassed the level of time path immortal formations. He directly set up a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth, Stone Lotus Island, affecting a segment of the river of time for his own use. The celestial court had been searching for Stone Lotus Islands. Even though they had not found one, it was not without results. The time path immortal formation here was one of the results. The formation restrained Fang Yuan. He could not dodge or evade. The old man got closer. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not retreat, he charged at the old man. The old man was astonished for a moment, but he quickly reacted and waved his hand, sending blazing flames towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not fear him, he charged forward. Instead, the raging flames rolled back and attacked the old man. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The old man was flustered, he blocked his killer move, but at this moment, Fang Yuan had already arrived in front of him. Fang Yuan was ruthless, he used his body to charge at the old man. Reverse Flow Protection Seal versus Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and the old man were both sent flying. In this competition, they were evenly matched. The old man was at a slight disadvantage, but soon, his flame cloak started burning again, he recovered to his peak state. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very effective against offensive killer moves. But Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was mainly used for defense, the power that was reflected was very little. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Heh, you discovered it so quickly. The old man's gaze was dark. It turned out that this time path immortal formation, other than forming an internal space and isolating the outside, it also had a core ability, that was to create an environment that weakened time path. The Celestial Court's intention was to use this formation to deal with Red Lotus's true inheritance Stone Lotus Islands. These islands were man-made time path secluded domains of heaven and earth. After entering the formation, they would be weakened by the formation. Precisely so, Fang Yuan's two killer moves, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan, were so helpless against Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was very strong. This move was not just the peak of Fire Path, it extended from Fire Path, it involved the profundities of Human Path and Food Path. In terms of subtlety, the Reverse Flow Protection Seal was crude, superficial, and straightforward. Myriad Self-Killer Move, on the other hand, contained Enslavement Path and Strength Path. It was comparable to Verdant Sun Flame Cloak in terms of profundity. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan killer moves were even more ordinary. They contained rank 8 immortal goo and were amplified by time path Dao marks. That was why they were so powerful. They could not break Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, but they could still cause a huge impact. It was not like the current battle, the effect was very weak. After Fang Yuan comprehended this, he immediately cancelled Winter Coat killer move and used Reverse Flow Protection Seal instead. He managed to turn the situation around. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon, Roar Roar Roar. At once, countless dragons danced with silver scales, they charged towards the old man from all directions. After understanding the time path formation's details, Fang Yuan had no choice but to give up on his strongest time path method, but he could still use other methods. In comparison, Fang Yuan's methods were much more plentiful. The old man snorted coldly, not showing any surprise on his face. Before coming here, he had already made ample battle preparations. He was familiar with Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon killer move. You mudskippers, what can you do to me? The old man stood proudly in the sky, he did not dodge, he watched as the myriad dragons attacked him. The verdant sun flame cloak on his body burned intensely, wrapping around him like a huge fireball. When the myriad dragons reached the old man, they started to roar strangely. The sword dragons were filled with drunkenness, they flew around randomly, their ferocious attacks crumbled immediately. When each sword dragon reached a certain level of drunkenness, they started to spontaneously combust with a loud sound. The sword dragons turned into lumps of fire, after burning intensely, they dissipated rapidly. From the looks of it, the ferocious old man was able to burn the 10,000 dragons into ashes without even moving. The sword dragons were huge, but when they got close to the old man, they perished immediately, they could not even harm a hair on the old man. Immortal killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He witnessed the power of this move. It had both offense and defense. It was the bane of Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. Then have a taste of my Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan roared internally. He had already used familiar face to disguise as a sword dragon. He followed the dragon army and got close to the old man. Then, he pretended to be drunk, closed the distance, and suddenly performed the Luo Pasil. The moment the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan was exposed. Luo Pasil had a grand aura, it could not be concealed. The old man's gaze shined like lightning. He did not fear Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. He charged towards Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom, the old man bombarded Fang Yuan indiscriminately, but they were all blocked by Fang Yuan's countercurrent protection seal. Fang Yuan did not make a sound as he withstood the old man's attacks. After much effort, he finally succeeded in brewing the Luo Pasil. The old man was already on guard, but for Fang Yuan, it was even more difficult to grasp the opportunity. Finally, he barely managed to shoot out the Luo Pasil. The strange light brushed past the old man's shoulder and only hit a small part of it. The old man suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. At the same time, the flame cloak on Verdant Sun's back was weakened by 40% as if it had encountered a gale. This move is powerful, but it still can't break through this old man's Verdant Sun flaming cloak. The mighty old man laughed loudly, and as he retreated, he activated a method to heal himself. His speed was faster than Fang Yuan's, and it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to continuously attack him. The old man had a chance to catch his breath. He was at a disadvantage for the moment, but after a while, most of his injuries healed, his aura returned to its peak. Verdant Sun flaming cloak also started burning again. Luo Pasil had terrifying power, but the old man was very vigilant. He did not give Fang Yuan any more chances. His Verdant Sun flaming cloak had outstanding defense. Fang Yuan finally felt how his former opponent felt when facing countercurrent protection seal. This old man's soul is not his weakness. Even though it was just a graze, Fang Yuan still obtained valuable information. Luo Pasil targeted the enemy's soul, but the old man was an experienced rank 8 Gu immortal. He had a deep foundation and no weaknesses. His soul's defense was very tight. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Luo Pasil hit him, it would not be able to kill the old man. There was no way he could kill him in one move. Luo Pasil often needed to be used with lead soul into dream to deal with celestial quartz rank 8 Gu immortals. But at the start of the battle, the old man destroyed Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house. Xianxia and the rest were still trapped in the dream realm. If the incomplete immortal Gu house was still intact, with the help of Xia's lead soul into dream, Fang Yuan would definitely have the upper hand against the old man. But the old man ambushed and destroyed the incomplete immortal Gu house. Not only did Fang Yuan suffer heavy losses, he even lost the initiative and fell into a passive situation, unable to gain the upper hand. This situation was very dangerous for Fang Yuan. He had fallen into an ambush. He had to break out of it as soon as possible. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragon. More sword dragons filled the entire formation space. Even though the old man had the upper hand, he did not relax for a moment. His pupils shrunk as Fang Yuan hit among the flood dragons again. At this time, should he use investigative methods to see through Fang Yuan's true body, or should he eliminate these sword dragons first? If Fang Yuan was not eliminated, the sword dragons would be endless. But the old man knew his limits. He thought to himself, I'm afraid my investigative methods cannot see through familiar face. Fang Yuan is crafty, his intentions are not pure. Although the fierce-looking old man had taken the initiative, and his words and demeanor were both brash and boorish, his heart had always been very cautious and calm. He knew that in a battle between experts of Fang Yuan's level, both sides had rich battle experience. Even though he was in the lead and had the initiative because he attacked first, if he made a mistake, Fang Yuan could turn the situation around. The old man roared, with him as the center. Flames burned and spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire. The sword dragons melted like wax in the flames. The old man's decision made Fang Yuan feel uncomfortable. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing with his tactic, controlling the myriad dragons to charge into the formation space. The ones controlling the formation were Central Continent Gu immortals. Seeing the myriad dragons charge, they wanted to retaliate, but at the next moment, the old man transmitted, "Don't move." Fan Yuan has high time path and wisdom path attainment levels. The more the formation moves, the easier it is for him to see through it. I will deal with these loaches, don't be impatient. The old man did not want to give Fan Yuan any chance. The sea of fire burned the sword dragons with shocking power. Fan Yuan snickered as he suddenly appeared in front of the dream realm. Immortal killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. He quickly gathered the dream realm and turned it into a lump, turning it into a pure dream reality seeker physique body. Oh no, this demon is so crafty. The old man's expression changed. Fan Yuan's moves were both real and fake. He was flexible and had many changes. He could not grasp him. Fan Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly. He wanted to stuff his time path clone, Ying Wuxia's soul, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing inside. But at this moment, the old man's furious roar could be heard from behind him. Demon, don't even think about it. Boom, a killer move exploded, creating a loud sound that resembled a tsunami. Fan Yuan's scalp turned numb. Without even turning around, he knew that this was the old man's fiercest attack since the start of the battle. It's too late. Fan Yuan did not have much time, his heart sank to rock bottom. At the crucial moment, he used his full strength. The time path killer move exploded, causing the time around him to speed up. He pulled the immortals into his immortal aperture, but almost at the same time, his back felt like it was punched by a giant. He was sent flying like a cannonball. 15% of reverse flow river was lost. The impact made Fan Yuan's head spin. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He could only save most of the people. Fairy Miaoying could not be saved. She was still in a comatose state and was instantly burned by the flames that filled the sky. Not even a trace of ash was left. Fan Yuan roared. He controlled myriad dragons to attack the surroundings while attacking the formation himself. The old man became nervous. He attacked Fan Yuan indiscriminately. Fan Yuan held on with reverse flow protection seal. He ignored the old man and attacked the formation. Fan Yuan, you are dreaming if you want to break this formation. The old man roared. Flames burned Fan Yuan's body. Ha ha ha, this is your final struggle before death. The old man pounced behind Fan Yuan. His palms slammed onto Fan Yuan and sent Fan Yuan flying. Fan Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. He was in a pathetic state, but his gaze was still as cold as ice. He continued to attack this time path formation. It is useless. You still want to break through such a powerful formation? Take a good look at your reverse flow river. It is about to dissipate. The old man mocked. His attacks became more frequent. His killing intent surged crazily. Even though reverse flow protection seal could reflect attacks, the old man also had verdant sun flame cloak. He forcefully endured the reflected attacks. He continued to whittle down reverse flow river. He was not wrong. Fan Yuan's reverse flow river had been through a huge battle. It had already expended a lot of energy. Right now, as he attacked, the river water fell. Fan Yuan's immortal robe became more and more blurry. Suddenly, Fan Yuan roared. He stopped attacking and prepared Luo Pasil. The old man's pupils shrunk. His attacks changed. He was on guard against Luo Pasil. Fan Yuan finished preparing. He waved his hand, but he did not attack the old man. He shot towards the edge of the formation. Ugh! A scream was heard. A rank 7 Gu immortal controlling the formation was hit by Luo Pasil and died on the spot. How can this be? All of the central continent Gu immortals were shocked. Fan Yuan actually found one of the formation cores in such a short time. He killed the person inside. Luo Pasil had great power against rank 8 Gu immortals, not to mention these rank 7 Gu immortals. Quick, that formation core is gone. Quickly change the formation and fix it. The Gu immortal shouted. On the other side, the old man shouted as he attacked Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan continued to use the extremely weak reverse flow protection seal to block it. At the same time, he attacked the formation. All sorts of methods were used. The time path immortal formation that the celestial court spent a lot of effort to set up broke down. It could not stop Fan Yuan from unraveling it. How can this be? Fan Yuan's analysis of the formation shocked everyone. Quick, block that place. Someone shouted in shock. A hole finally appeared in the formation. It connected to the outside world. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Time to go. You can't leave. Flames howled as they turned into a ferocious old man. He used all his might to protect the loophole behind him. The other Central Continent Gu immortals saw this and let out sighs of relief. Fang Yuan shot out like an arrow towards the old man. He said indifferently with overflowing killing intent, "Get out of my way." The old man laughed sinisterly. "It is useless, you cannot do anything to my verdant sun flame cloak." The distance between the two shrunk rapidly. The Central Continent Gu immortals quickly changed the formation. Someone shouted, "Block Fang Yuan, we only need 5 breaths of time to change the formation." This is a huge change, it will be 10 times harder for him to deduce and unravel it now. The old man scoffed, "Not to mention 5 breaths of time, even if, His eyes suddenly widened, his expression froze as he looked at Fang Yuan's killer move in disbelief. Fang Yuan's aura was completely restrained, not a trace leaked out. He clasped his palms together in front of his chest. Next, his right hand's fingers touched his left palm, as if he was grabbing something precious. He clenched them into a fist. His left palm stopped at his chest, while his right fist was raised above his head. This move is... The old man no longer had a smile on his face, his eyes revealed nervousness and even a trace of fear. Indeed, it was the immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. Time passed. The first breath. 1 finger. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he raised his right thumb. A sword light suddenly shot out from the center of his right fist, which was raised high above his head. Fast. 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 The sword light was unimaginably fast. The moment it was shot out, it hit the old man's forehead. The old man shook fiercely. The verdant sun flame cloak's fire was weakened by half. The second breath. The second finger. The old man reacted and shouted. The verdant sun flame cloak started burning again. But the sword light hit again. The verdant sun flame cloak was weakened again. The third breath. The third finger. The old man's expression turned pale, he almost crushed his teeth. The verdant sun flame cloak expanded like a fireball. It was the size of a carriage earlier, but now it was the size of a house. The old man roared, "This is my verdant sun flame cloak's peak state. Come, you can't break me." The moment he finished speaking, the sword light hit, the verdant sun flame cloak burst like an inflated balloon, returning to its previous state. 5-finger fist heart sword became stronger the further it went. The fourth breath, the fourth finger, the old man resisted with all his might, blocking the fourth sword. His face was pale, he took a big step back. The verdant sun flame cloak was like a candle in the wind, only a thin layer was left. The fifth breath. Fang Yuan sneered, "What flame cloak, what a joke. Li Huang, you are putting on mourning clothes for yourself, right? Let's end this." The fifth sword. The old man's body shook, his eyes filled with fear. "No, Bo Qing, don't even think of killing me." The flames burned again, and he split into dozens of figures, shooting in all directions. Fang Yuan ignored them, he charged out of the hole and escaped into the river of time. He had just flown out when the time path formation changed completely. The hole from earlier disappeared, it became an inseparable entity once again, firmly sealing the space inside. But Fang Yuan had already escaped. The time path immortal formation was dead silent. The Central Continent Gu immortals controlling the formation were all dumbfounded. The fire clone quietly dissipated, only the old man's main body was left. Right now, his face was pale, anger, fear, shame, hatred, killing intent, and all sorts of other emotions filled his heart. It was like a mess, his expression was twisted into a sinister and terrifying appearance. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and roared. There is no fifth sword. Fang Yuan. You lied to me. P.S. I suddenly had an inspiration, it is the story of the old man Li Huang. I will write a short biography of him and post it on WeChat's official account, Venerable Gu. It will be either today or tomorrow, it can be considered a side story, it can be used as a supplementary reading aid. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit. After a bitter battle of wits and strength, Fang Yuan finally broke through the Celestial Court's ambush and escaped into the river of time. Once he got out of the formation, Fang Yuan felt that it was much harder to maintain reverse flow protection seal. He quickly stopped this move and used the time path killer move Winter Coat. Immortal killer move, familiar face. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year beast. Because he was transforming in the river of time, transformation path was also suppressed by the environment. Although he successfully activated this move, the immortal essence expenditure was dozens of times higher than normal. Thankfully, Familiar Face's core was attitude goo, it only needed to expend mental energy. Thus, on the whole, Familiar Face did not expend much immortal essence. Fang Yuan could barely endure it. Plop. Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year snake and dove into the river of time, swimming away quickly. I finally broke out of the encirclement and broke through the time path formation. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. The situation earlier was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the tighter the defenses of the Celestial Court, the lower the chances of Fang Yuan surviving. There were two important factors in breaking out of the encirclement this time. Firstly, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to break the time path formation with the help of the time path clone. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment far surpassed the imagination of the Celestial Court. He was able to catch them off guard. Secondly, it was Five-Finger Fist Heartsword. Fang Yuan's cultivation level reached rank 8, and after obtaining his own white lychee immortal essence, he could use Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was one of the cores of Five-Finger Fist Heartsword, thus, Fang Yuan could use the fourth sword of Five-Finger Fist Heartsword. This was the current limit. To use the fifth sword, Fang Yuan needed other core sword path immortal goo. A lot of rank 8 immortal essence has been expended. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. The immortal essence storage was already close to the warning line. Even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a fast time flow and the efficiency of accumulating white lychee immortal essence was very high. But after the consecutive battles, especially the battle just now, when he fought bitterly with the old man Li Huang and broke the Celestial Court's time path formation, he had expended a lot of energy. It's best to retreat first. Under such circumstances, this was the only thought in Fang Yuan's mind. This was the wisest choice. Continuing to fight to the death was absolutely foolish. Fang Yuan, where do you think you're going? A roar came from behind him. Fang Yuan turned around and his heart skipped a beat. Only to see that 3 immortal goo houses chased after him with fierce momentum. The one on the left was the Eternal Arkansas. It was tall and towering, braving the wind and waves. On the deck, rank 8 goo immortal Qingyi, rank 7 goo immortals 4 Xianxia and others were united. They were filled with righteousness. The one in the middle was the 3 autumn yellow crane terrace. Delicate and elegant, the orange eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The immortal goo house was shrouded in 3 layers of autumn sunlight. It was mystical and extraordinary. The one on the right was the shark flow lever. The lever was snow white like jade. A rank 8 goo immortal was standing on it. He wore blue star armor and had a rough appearance. There were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. 3 rank 7 immortal goo houses, at least 3 rank 8 goo immortals. The number of rank 7 experts is unknown. Fang Yuan's heart sank. At this moment, he could feel the determination of the Celestial Court to kill him. Even though Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year snake, his speed was not fast enough. Now that the incomplete immortal goo house was destroyed, he could not hide anymore. The distance between the two continued to shrink. The 3 immortal goo houses attacked from afar. Fang Yuan activated Autumn Hair Killer move. It was like he had eyes on his back. He dodged agilely. If he could not dodge, he would use Winter Coat Killer move to block it. Winter Coat Killer move was amplified by the River of Time, as well as Fang Yuan's time path down marks. It displayed astonishing defensive power. Even though it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was comparable. This is not good. The situation continued to worsen. Fang Yuan thought of countermeasures. Luo Seal took a long time to activate. It would take even longer in the River of Time. Its power would also be reduced. Moreover, the Celestial Court's side was definitely on guard. There was little hope of Luo Seal changing the situation. Myriad Self, Myriad Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, Yama Emperor, and others were the same. Fang Yuan could only rely on time path methods like Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. But the 3 immortal goo houses chasing after Fang Yuan were all sturdy like fortresses. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to them. As they fought, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves fell rapidly. The situation was getting more dangerous. The Celestial Court's side chased after Fang Yuan all the way. Their morale was high. They were in high spirits. Suddenly, something strange happened on the river in front of him. huge fountains appeared. Oh no, this is the Sudden Spring River segment. This demon is skilled in luck path, his luck is shocking, he is very hard to kill. As expected, an unforeseen event has occurred here. Follow him, we cannot let him escape. The people of the heavenly court roared, their faces filled with nervousness. Feng Yuan charged into the Sudden Spring River segment. The sudden springs were very dangerous, they had the power of time path. If they were larger, they could endanger a rank 8 Gu immortal's life. Normally, Feng Yuan would avoid them, but now, the Sudden Spring River segment became his hope of escaping. The immemorial year snake slithered in the river, the sudden springs exploded around Feng Yuan again and again, but they did not cause much disturbance to him. Feng Yuan had luck inspection immortal Gu, the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict, he could clearly sense that his luck was falling rapidly. Luck path did not show its power normally, but now, it was showing its profundity. The 3 immortal Gu houses on Celestial Quartz side were having a hard time chasing. The moment they entered the Sudden Spring River segment, Eternal Yacht and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were hit at the same time, they were sent flying by the sudden springs. When they finally swooped down, Shark Flow Lever was hit as well. Feng Yuan encountered rank 6 or 7 small and medium-sized sudden springs, while the Celestial Quartz side encountered rank 8 large sudden springs. Even though Feng Yuan was being disrupted by the sudden springs, the Celestial Quartz side was like a weak patient climbing a mountain. The difference between the two formed a clear contrast, the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals had dark expressions, they felt stifled and were about to vomit blood from anger. It seems that this time, Feng Zhouge is not among the pursuers. Feng Yuan gradually realized. During the Battle of Xianxia, Feng Yuan had seen Feng Zhouge's luck, it was very strong, even he could not suppress him. If he was here, the Celestial Quartz side would not be in such a pathetic state. Along the way, Feng Yuan charged out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Behind him, Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were already far behind, only Eternal Yacht could barely keep up, it also charged out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Without any obstruction, Eternal Yacht's speed rose, it rapidly closed the distance between it and Feng Yuan. I cannot escape like this. Lightning flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, he made up his mind and suddenly stopped, turning around to fight. Seeing that Feng Yuan did not escape, the Gu immortals on Eternal Yacht were overjoyed, but at the next moment, they showed vigilant expressions. Sun Guozi shouted, "Everyone, be careful, the demon is fighting without retreating, he must have some scheme up his sleeve." The moment she said that, Feng Yuan's killer move was activated. Immortal Killer Move, Time Cutting Edge, this move was only at rank 7 level, but with the amplification of Feng Yuan's time path Dao marks, its power was 100 times greater. At the same time, in the River of Time, it rose to near rank 8 level. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortal Xianxia felt a fatal threat, his hair stood on end, his heart shrunk as he quickly dodged, but Time Cutting Edge's speed was even faster than 5-finger fist heart sword. Feng Yuan had just sent it out when the Time Cutting Edge had already reached Xianxia. Eternal Yacht had defenses of course, but Time Cutting Edge was like paper, it easily pierced through. Wasn't this move lost long ago? Why does he know this move? Am I going to die here? At once, Xianxia's face was filled with shock, he fell into deep despair. Let me. At the crucial moment, Sun Guozi stood up and stood in front of Xianxia. Ugh, Sun Guozi's body shook intensely, she was hit by Time Cutting Edge, her eyes were wide open as she fell on the deck. Huff huff huff. Xianxia breathed roughly, his body was covered in cold sweat, he managed to survive. Sun Guozi. Xianxia's face was pale, he showed a deeply moved expression. The other 3 Xuanzi looked at each other, they had calm expressions. They felt, Sun Guozi sacrificed herself for Xianxia, in exchange for a huge favor from this rank 8 Gu immortal, it was definitely a huge gain. Lord Xianxia, don't worry about it. We have unique methods to revive 4th sister. Shang Xuanzi smiled, purposely showing his sincerity. However, Xianxia shook his head slowly and said with an extremely serious expression, I can more or less guess some of the profundities of your methods. I'm afraid your killer moves will be ineffective this time. The 3 Xuanzi were shocked, they asked, Lord, what do you mean? Please explain. This is Bao clan's killer move. The whole of Central Continent was terrified back then. It is called time cutting edge. Qingyi said with a complex expression. He could not conceal his lingering fear. What? It was this move. The three Xianxia's expressions changed. Their bodies shook as they panicked. They were no longer as calm as before. No, impossible. Isn't this move already lost? Shang Xianxia shook his head. He did not believe Qingyi's words. But that is the truth. Stop chasing. Qingyi breathed in deeply. He had a pale expression. Lord. The other rank 7 Gu immortals shouted. Fang Yuan was right in front of them. This was a good chance. Killing this demon would be a huge merit. On the contrary, if they let him go, the immortals would have to bear great responsibility. But Qingyi had made up his mind. Among the 3 immortal Gu houses, Eternal Yacht is the fastest, but its defense is the weakest. You saw it, it cannot resist Fang Yuan's time-cutting edge. If we chase, Fang Yuan will only kill us bit by bit. We will be giving Eternal Yacht to him. Also, my immortal aperture is a void aperture, but you have your own accumulations. You cannot nourish this demon. If there were other immortal Gu houses besides Eternal Yacht, Qingyi might continue to chase. However, given the current situation, there was no hope of victory at all if they gave chase. Author's note: today's WeChat public account will have a new article. It is called Defeated Under the Sword, The Legend of Li Huang. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he slowly opened his eyes. This was a small underground cave. The cave walls were burning with eerie fire, forming a natural formation. Even though the defense was not strong, it had a good warning effect. Fang Yuan was ambushed by the celestial court in the River of Time. He fought with all his strength and finally managed to carve out a path of blood. After getting rid of Qingyi and the rest, Fang Yuan followed a tributary of the River of Time and arrived at the outside world, Southern Border. Southern Border was the headquarters of Shadow Sect. Zishan Makoto had once set up such eerie fire caves everywhere. Fang Yuan used Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, choosing a random one to hide and recuperate. Even though he had reverse flow protection seal, it did not protect him the entire time. He still had to rely on Winter Coat to protect himself. Not mentioning the intense battle with Li Huang, even while escaping, Fang Yuan had to endure the bombardment of 3 immortal Gu houses. His injuries were not light. Fang Yuan inspected his sovereign immortal body and slowly stood up. After recuperating in the small cave for a few days, he had already recovered. The main reason was that the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. This allowed Fang Yuan's healing effect to be astonishing. The rank 8 white lychee immortal essence in his immortal aperture had also increased, but it was still below the warning level. Fang Yuan placed his hands behind his back as he paced around in the small cave. He thought about the situation in front of him, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. This time, he had suffered a huge setback in the River of Time. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as narrowly escaping death. Fang Yuan did not have any lingering fear or rejoice. On the contrary, this situation was within his expectations. The celestial court's strength was too great. Fang Yuan's rise was not even a fraction of the celestial court's history. With such a deep foundation, as long as they exerted a bit of effort, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. The battle in the River of Time a few days ago was the best proof. Previously, Fang Yuan had an advantage against the celestial court because he launched a surprise attack, catching the celestial court off guard. The celestial court had no idea where to start. Fang Yuan had been trying his best and seizing every second he had. His strength continued to advance by leaps and bounds, causing the celestial court to make mistakes every time they dealt with him. However, as the celestial court's investigation of Fang Yuan's background became clearer and clearer, it became more and more important. When the time came for a head-on confrontation, Fang Yuan's strength seemed weak. The strength of the heavenly court did not only lie in their own strength and foundation, but most importantly, their unified will. The strength of Southern Border's righteous path was actually very strong. However, the great families had a loose structure, so it was difficult for them to deal with Fang Yuan. The celestial court, however, had been chasing and beating Fang Yuan everywhere. If not for Fang Yuan's craftiness and foresight, any other demonic path Gu immortal would have been captured or killed by the celestial court. As time passed, the Celestial Court's defenses in the River of Time would become stronger, and Fan Yuan's hopes of obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance would become slimmer and slimmer. Against such a colossus, what could Fan Yuan do? My white lychee immortal essence is almost used up. Reverse Flow River also only has a bit left. It was used up by Li Huang. It is hard to continue using it. Unlike Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, which had the rank 9 killer move Orderly Order, he could use Landscape as before Gu to recover quickly. Reverse Flow River was hard to deal with. Fan Yuan did not lack methods to recover it, but no matter what, it would be a huge and difficult project. It could be foreseen that for a long time in the future, Fan Yuan would not be able to rely on Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He lacked Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Fan Yuan's cultivation level had advanced to rank 8, and with Xiaoqia's methods, his strength had risen by quite a bit. It's just that this time, I've revealed too many of my methods. Immemorial Year Beast, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and other killer moves were all part of Fan Yuan's plan. But Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword and Time-Cutting Edge were exposed, which made Fan Yuan feel pity. But there was no other way. In the battle to break out, Fan Yuan had to use all his methods. If he had hidden them, he would have died already. But it is not like I did not gain anything. The details of the Celestial Court were also probed by Fan Yuan. For example, the Celestial Court had a mysterious method that could cause Spring-Autumn Cicada to vibrate. This was out of Fan Yuan's imagination. But now that he thought about it, Fan Yuan understood. He also thought that the time path formation that ambushed him was not targeting him, but Red Lotus True Inheritance. And Spring-Autumn Cicada was the key to Red Lotus True Inheritance. How could the Celestial Court not research Red Lotus True Inheritance from Spring-Autumn Cicada? Although they could not refine Spring-Autumn Cicada, they could still mimic it. Li Huang, Qingyi. New rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. The Celestial Court ruled Central Continent. It could recruit rank 8 Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects as new members. From time to time, 1 or 2 veteran experts would wake up from the immortal graveyard. It had been established since the immemorial antiquity era. No one could say for sure how deep the foundation of the Celestial Court was. Precisely because of this foundation, in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, the Celestial Court ruled Central Continent, fighting 1 against 4. For a long time, the other 4 regions could not even raise their heads. They even destroyed super clans one after another. Perhaps it was because of this that even after Spectral Soul succeeded in defying heaven, he did not dare to openly attack the Celestial Court. He continued to hide and infiltrate in the dark. And those 3 immortal Gu houses, no, the one I destroyed earlier did not have many immortal Gu destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, the Celestial Court could refine it. I am afraid I will have to face at least 4 of them in the future, or even more. Even the Celestial Court could not easily take out rank 8 Time Path Gu Immortals. But Time Path Immortal Gu houses could be dismantled from other immortal Gu houses, or gathered from the Gu Immortals inventory and assembled. After assembling, the Celestial Court could use a large number of Gu Immortals of other paths to guard the immortal Gu house and seal the entire River of Time. Schemes such as luring the tiger away from the mountain or attacking the besiegers by besieging the enemy would not work. The Celestial Court was the number 1 grotto heaven in the 5 regions. It had no worries. If Fan Yuan attacked the Celestial Court, not only would he not be able to find the entrance, even if he managed to enter, he would incur the wrath of the Celestial Court and wake up 2 or 3 rank 8 great experts in the immortal graveyard. Fan Yuan's life would be forfeit. If Fan Yuan attacked the 10 great ancient sects, he would not be able to shake the Celestial Court's rule. There would be a huge risk. After all, the Celestial Court had the Wisdom Path Great Expert, Fairy Myrtle. Fan Yuan's gaze was as cold as ice. He knew clearly, if he wanted to find Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would have to fight the Celestial Court head-on. The tighter the defense of the Celestial Court in the River of Time, the more it proved the importance of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fan Yuan's hope of destroying Fate Gu lay in this. I need to hurry. The Celestial Court had all sorts of methods. It was likely that they would obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance before Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan had to break through the defenses of the Celestial Court and find the Stone Lotus Island, obtaining the most crucial item left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for what it was, Fan Yuan had no idea. The Celestial Court probably did not know either. Guarding the River of Time was the Celestial Court's scheme. Because they had the advantage in battle, the celestial court did not have to worry about Feng Yuan not attacking. Fate Gu was about to be repaired. Feng Yuan had to break through the celestial court's defenses and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance to have a chance of destroying Fate. Even if he was injured, even if there was an ambush, even if there was a slim chance of survival, Feng Yuan had to do it. There is no ingenious method or shortcut. I can only let my strength continue to rise, until it surpasses the strength of the celestial court. I will break through all obstructions and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. With this goal achieved, Feng Yuan would have the qualifications to continue contending with the celestial court. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was snow-white. Feng Yuan's time path clone stepped into this place. He grabbed a handful of sand and inspected it carefully. These grains of sand were full and sparkling like ice, giving off a trace of coldness. It was a sunny day now. Mini Western Desert's temperature was not low, but it was cool and comfortable in this desert. Feng Yuan's clone picked up a handful of snowy white sand and placed it in his mouth. When the sand touched his saliva, it melted and gave off a faint salty taste. This was salt sand. In human history, salt sand had a story that had been passed down for a long time. 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era, even though humans created the celestial court, the variant humans of the other 4 regions were still very powerful. They suppressed and enslaved humans. In Western Desert, there was a human city that was being oppressed and ostracized by the variant humans. The variant humans worked together and disguised themselves as bandits, robbing any caravan that was heading towards the human city. As time passed, the human city lacked resources and could not hold on any longer. For the safety of the entire city, the human city lord had to compromise with one of the variant human tribes, marrying off his beloved daughter in exchange for peace. The city lord's beloved daughter knew the big picture. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the safety of the entire city. The marriage was quickly gathered and set off from the city, escorted by the human city lord. When they were traveling in the desert, they met an old man who had fainted. The old man's injuries were severe. He was on the brink of death. His body was covered in abscesses and he stank. The city lord saw that he was a human. He sent his subordinates to save him and feed him water. The old man slowly woke up and thanked the city lord. "Oh city lord, since you saved me, why don't you save me again? Give me your robe and your mount, I can leave on my own." The city lord's subordinates mocked him. The city lord's robe was so precious, how could it be worn by an old beggar like him? The city lord waved his hand. No matter how precious the robe is, it cannot compare to a person's life. I have a spare robe, I will give it to you now. But my mount can only be ridden by a strong Gu master. If I give it to you, it will only harm your life. After saying that, the city lord handed the robe, a large amount of clean water, and dry rations to the old man. Then, the city lord ordered someone to bring over a docile camel and gave it to the old man. The old man sighed with emotion. "City lord, I've heard of your benevolence. Now that I've seen you today, it's indeed true. Since you want to do a good deed, you might as well do it to the end. This abscess on my back has been bothering me for years. As long as a virgin girl born on a year, month, day, personally bites it open for me, it will be healed." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the city lord's subordinates started cursing him. They almost attacked and killed him. The city lord was also angry, because everyone knew that his daughter was a virgin girl born in the year, month, day. The city lord said, "Sir, please don't make fun of me. Although I am the city lord, I am also a pitiful father at this moment. I love my daughter, but I had no choice but to give her to the feathermen with ulterior motives and make her their slave concubine. Father, if my sacrifice can be exchanged for the survival of the entire city, I am willing to accept this fate." At this moment, the city lord's daughter walked over. It turned out that the commotion had attracted her attention. From the mouths of the bystanders, she understood what had happened. She walked in front of the old man and nodded. "Sir, please let me take a look at the abscess on your back. You are willing to treat my injury?" The old man was puzzled. "Yes. Although I am the city lord's daughter and others say that my status is noble, how noble can it be?" The city lord's daughter smiled bitterly. Only when the entire human race becomes noble will our status truly be noble. I already have no hope and will become a slave concubine of the mutants. If that's the case, why don't I come and treat you? Our human race is too weak, it's good to have one more person recover. When the city lord and the others heard this, they were very touched and did not stop her. The old man revealed the abscess on his back. It was extremely ugly, and the abscess flowed everywhere, giving off a pungent stench. Anyone who saw it would have the urge to vomit. The city lord's daughter was stunned, but in the end, she endured the discomfort and used her teeth to break the abscess on the old man's back. Once the wound was broken, what was left behind was a silver-colored liquid. The juices flowed into the desert, and a rich aroma immediately filled the air, causing the entire wedding procession to feel refreshed. The old man's figure vanished, only his voice was left behind, resounding in everyone's ears. "Oh city lord, only a person like you is worthy of me saving you. Humans cannot just have goo immortals, they need goo masters like you to have hope. I will leave this desert to you, manage it well." The city lord and the others realized that the old man was a human goo immortal. They quickly knelt down and paid their respects. And this desert, after being contaminated by the silver-colored liquid, turned into snow-white salt sand. The city lord controlled such a huge desert and sold the salt sand as table salt. He did not have to worry about sales. The city was revived and grew stronger day by day. By now, salt sand was no longer a product of Western Desert, it had already spread to the other 4 regions. The salt sand in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was obtained after annexing the immortal apertures of southern border goo immortals. After inspecting the area, Feng Yuan's clone had a deep understanding of this desert. He returned in satisfaction. Right now, in jewel yellow skies, Celestial Court has already started to sell silver dragon fish. It seems that they must have obtained the method to raise dragon fish from spectral soul. In time, the golden dragon fish will also enter the market. Feng Yuan's dragonfish business suffered a huge blow. In the short term, because he had already occupied the market share, his dragonfish business had a lot of profits. But in the future, he would definitely be pushed aside by Celestial Court. But it did not matter. After Feng Yuan annexed the deities of southern frontier, his sovereign immortal aperture gained more than 10 blessed lands and even a grotto heaven. Forget about the salt sand, it was only an ordinary goo material. But there were many immortal materials, 5 to 6 of them could rival the dragonfish business. For example, Xianxia Grotto Heaven's Year Essence Pool was one of them. Thus, Feng Yuan was still making huge profits. His accumulation of immortal Yuan stone was several times faster than before. Earlier, he had been working hard, there was almost no shortage in the feeding of immortal goo. Even though he gained some immortal goo as spoils of war, Feng Yuan also obtained the immortal apertures of goo immortals. He could perfectly relocate all the resource points. There are some flaws in the feeding of immortal goo, but it is not a problem. The Time Path clone took one last look at the salt sand before activating fixed immortal travel. This salt sand desert was the second last resource point that he inspected. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's clone arrived at City Well. Inside City Well, there was already a large group of hairy men gathered. These hairy men were mostly captured by Feng Yuan from the immortal apertures of southern border goo immortals. Southern border goo immortals all raised hairy men to refine mortal goo. Hairy man-slaves were the most popular type in jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan gathered these hairy men from the immortal apertures and placed them in City Well. Currently, raising hairy men was the greatest help to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan imparted some dream path goo recipes and cultivation methods to these hairy men. These hairy men's main task was to enter their own dream realms and search for dream path goo materials, then refine dream path mortal goo for Feng Yuan to use. Feng Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move expended a lot of dream path mortal goo. Earlier, when Feng Yuan explored dream realms, he had already used up all of the dream path mortal goo that he had. If not for these hairy men refining dream path mortal goo to replenish them, Feng Yuan might not have been able to explore all of the dream realms that he had. When Feng Yuan's clone arrived at City Well, the sky was turning dark. Even though there was no sun or moon, it felt like dusk. Ever since Feng Yuan became rank 8, the sovereign blessed land became a grotto heaven. It had astronomical changes. And because the sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources, this astronomical change was very detailed. It was almost the same as the outside world of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan's clone was about to go down to observe the hairy man when his body froze. A bright light flashed in his eyes. My main body has already found the location of the 5 Xiang seal. Fang Yuan rested in the eerie fire cave for a while before leaving and entering White Heaven. His immortal aperture was in good condition. He did not need to rest. His immortal essence storage was rising slowly. He did not want to waste time. He went to White Heaven. This was the time for the 5 Xiang seal to open. The 1,000 years bet would begin again. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit Immemorial White Heaven. In the sky that was originally empty, there was now a tall gate tower. The gatehouse had tall eaves. There were 2 brick carvings on the door. There was a huge plaque on the door with the words 5 Xiang's gambling door written on it. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of brass. It gave off a majestic aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became more solid and clear. Qi clan had a total of 6 Gu immortals. They were all standing outside the gatehouse, waiting for it to turn solid. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He was thin but energetic. His eyes were shining brightly. His hands were behind his back. His back was straight like a spear. It was Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Fa. On his left was the second supreme elder of the Qi clan, Qi Kai. He stroked his beard and said, "I've experienced the opening of the seal a few times, but this is the only time I'm impatient. I can't wait any longer." Third Supreme Elder, Qi Jin, smiled. "This bet has been going on for thousands of years. It will finally come to an end today. As Qi clan's descendants, we can proudly worship our ancestors. The final victor of this bet is our Qi clan." As they spoke, the gatehouse turned solid. A large area of clouds gathered, supporting the gatehouse. 5 colored lights flashed on the doorframe, each representing the strength of the 5 Xiang. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn red. But Shui Xiang Shui clan, because they cultivated blood path, was completely extinct. No one survived. Thus, after the red light shined for a while, it dissipated. Next, yellow light replaced it. On the other hand, Qi Xiang's Qi clan had descendants, but they were all living in their ancestors' immortal apertures. They did not think about improving themselves. They were like pigs and dogs in a pen. They naturally did not have any Gu immortals. Next, there was a brown light. Ni Xiang and Ni clan had Gu immortals in the past. Even though there were not many, they were all elites. Especially Ni Ren. Some people speculated that his refinement path attainment level might have reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. He was the one who fused many immortal Gu with Ni clan's bloodline. This was to leave a legacy for future generations, but now, Ni clan's villages were all controlled by Qi clan. They could not make a comeback. After the brown light was a plain white light. "It's our turn." Qi Kai's spirit was suddenly lifted, and he became even more impatient. "Let's go." Qi Fa's tone was firm. He led the 4 Gu immortals behind him and landed in front of the gatehouse, bathing in white light. The white light shook slightly as it strengthened rapidly, sweeping through the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals before returning to its previous state and continuing to shine. But Qi clan's Gu immortals were all here. The descendant of the Qi phase did not increase anymore, and the white light also dissipated. As for the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals, there was a white cyclone on their foreheads. They had passed the test of Bai Xiang's seal. They were qualified to enter the 5 Xiang's gambling door. "The last one is the Bai family," Qi Jin said, unable to hide the nervousness in his voice. Qi clan's Gu immortals landed on the clouds. Before they entered the gambling door, they were on high alert as they looked around. They knew of Bai Ningbing's existence. Bai Ningbing had inherited Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, and even cultivated the immortal killer move Bai Xiang. She had a stunning performance in many battles. When Celestial Court exposed Fang Yuan's information, they also took into consideration the Shadow Sect members around Fang Yuan. Even though Bai Ningbing did not truly join the Shadow Sect, her information was still leaked. Even though Qi clan was a secluded clan that did not participate in worldly conflicts, they still paid attention to the outside world's information. The blue light shined for a while, but no one appeared. It weakened and was about to dissipate. Qi Kai let out a breath of air. "All right, Bai Ningbing did not appear after all. This time, my Qi clan will definitely win." Ugh. He had just said that when he saw 2 figures flying over. They were extremely fast, landing in front of the gatehouse in the blink of an eye. Qi Clan's Gu immortals looked over. They saw a man and a woman. The woman's silver hair was sparkling like tassels, it reached her waist. She had a pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils that emitted a cold aura. Her skin was white as snow, she had a cold expression, her beauty was breathtaking. What was even more eye-catching was that this female immortal had a pair of small red coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. Seeing this female immortal, Qi Clan's Gu immortals thought of a name, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing came after all, this is bad. Then who is the person beside her? Qi Jin first noticed Bai Ningbing, he then turned his gaze to the other Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was a young man with long hair that reached his waist, but it was black like a waterfall. He had a tall nose bridge and a handsome face, his eyes were dark and deep, they were like the darkness that existed since time immemorial, able to drown the world. Seeing this young Gu immortal, Qi Jin felt like he was struck by lightning, his body shook fiercely as his heart turned cold, his throat moved, his voice became hoarse as he said with difficulty, Fang Yuan. His performance was quite good, the Qi Clan Gu immortal beside him was already shaking, his legs were shaking and his body was covered in cold sweat. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's relationship was widely acknowledged by the Gu immortals of the 5 regions. If Bai Ningbing appeared to participate in the 5 xiangs bet, then it was possible that Fang Yuan would come as well. They had already discussed this before the Qi family took action, so everyone was mentally prepared for it. But, when Fang Yuan appeared in front of them, they realized that their mental preparations were useless. Fear, panic, hesitation, and other emotions filled their bodies and minds, they felt like they had fallen into an icy cave. This was Fang Yuan, he had spring-autumn cicada, he had been reborn. He refined immortal Gu on 3 Kings Mountain as immortal, he seized to immortal blessed land of central continent's 10 great ancient sections. He went to northern plains and destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower, nobody knew how many benefits he obtained. He inherited Thieving Heaven's true inheritance and cooperated with Xianxia blessed lands. Variant humans, he was a traitor. He disguised as Wu Yihai and deceived Wu Yong. He toyed with the whole of Southern Border's righteous path in the Battle of the Dream Realm, he became the sect leader of Shadow Sect. Southern Border's righteous path chased after him, Celestial Court put him on the wanted list, but he was still at large, getting stronger as he fought. In the regional wall, he used rank 7 cultivation level to beat up rank 8 Gu immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch, causing Celestial Court to lose its reputation. Xianxia blessed land was invaded by Celestial Court, he snatched fixed immortal travel and left. Several months ago, he ambushed the whole of Southern Border's righteous path, he kidnapped countless Southern Border Gu immortal experts and extorted them from the super forces. Not long ago, Celestial Court released information in Jewel Yellow Skies, even the battle in the River of Time that no one knew about was exposed. The whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken. Fang Yuan became a rank 8 Gu immortal without anyone knowing, he had killer moves like Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, 5-finger fist heart sword, and the most bizarre thing was, he even learned the long-lost time cutting edge. And Fang Yuan saw that his own information was exposed, he directly exposed the methods of Celestial Court. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The Gu immortal world was in an uproar, Celestial Court's foundation and methods shocked everyone. But what was even more terrifying was that Fang Yuan still escaped. Celestial Court set up a super time path formation in the River of Time, they had several rank 8s and many immortal Gu houses, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan, even though Fang Yuan lost, to put it bluntly, he was like a pathetic dog when escaping for his life. After this battle was exposed, his reputation soared, it was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Not only because of his craftiness and ferocity, but also because his opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court was established since the remote antiquity era, it had 3 million years of history, it had suffered multiple invasions by demon venerables but was still standing strong, it had deep foundation, it had been the #1 force of humanity since its establishment. Celestial Court, after such a long time, Celestial Court still could not do anything to a demonic path Gu immortal? This situation was extremely rare. Looking at the entire history of Celestial Court, there were only a handful of such cases. Countless Gu immortals and super forces were watching, they wanted to see when Celestial Court would capture Fang Yuan. How long could Fang Yuan last? Under such a spectating mood, Fang Yuan's reputation soared like the sun in the sky. Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, could resist rank 8. Rank 8 Fang Yuan had already become the king of demonic immortals that shocked the world. He rose up like a comet, his speed was shocking and otherworldly. Right now, this comet had already turned into a blazing sun. It was so bright that many people could not raise their heads to look at it. Demon King Fang Yuan, Qi Clan's Gu immortals were shaking even more intensely. Fang Yuan's appearance alone was enough to intimidate these people. Everyone, don't panic. Qi Fa spoke, his voice was hoarse and hoarse. His normally straight body was like a bamboo pole in the wind, he was shaking lightly. No one laughed at him. Qi Clan had 3 rank 7 Gu immortals and 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. They were not Fang Yuan's match even if they worked together. In front of Fang Yuan, they were like fish on a chopping board, they could do whatever they wanted to him. After Qi Fa spoke, he mustered his courage and continued, "We are now in front of the gambling door, we have obtained the gatehouse's approval and can explore that grotto heaven, we are also protected by the gatehouse. If Fang Yuan wants to kill us, he will have to get past the gatehouse first. But if he wants to destroy the gatehouse, he will destroy the bet and cannot enter the world on the other side." Qi Fa's words calmed everyone's heart. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Qi Fa, he smiled and praised, "He is quite scheming." Qi Fa's words were directed at Qi Clan's Gu immortals, they were also advice to Fang Yuan. It was not without reason that Qi Clan was able to become the final victor of the 5 Xiangs bet. After so many years, Qi Clan had developed to their current state, they suppressed and enslaved the other 4 clans, they did not have much of a reputation, they were very well hidden. Even Southern Border's righteous path did not notice them, at least, they did not try to touch the 5 Xiang's supreme treasures, this showed Qi Clan's ability. But no matter how capable they were, against Fang Yuan, they were in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan's smile was even more terrifying in their eyes. He bared his white teeth, like sharp swords and spears that emitted a cold light. Fang Yuan took a look at Qi Clan's Gu immortals before turning his gaze to Bai Ningbing. The two had already discussed this beforehand. Bai Ningbing nodded at Fang Yuan and flew into the gatehouse. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were stirred, but they could only watch. As soon as Bai Ningbing entered the light blue icy light, it caused the icy light to waver for a moment before stabilizing. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. He was a little worried about Bai Ningbing's identity as a dragonoid. After all, dragonoids were mutants and not considered orthodox humans. However, from the looks of it, the gatehouse only recognized Bai Ningbing's bloodline and identity. It didn't care whether she was a mutant or a human. After a few deep breaths, Bai Ningbing officially received the approval of the gatehouse. Following an invisible gentle force, she landed on the clouds. Qi Clan's Gu immortals' gazes flickered with regret. Looks like Bai Ningbing hasn't been enslaved by Fang Yuan. Otherwise, the gatehouse wouldn't have acknowledged her. What a pity, damn it, Bai Ningbing obtained the recognition and can enter the world on the other side of the gatehouse. Ever since Bai Ningbing was under the control of Elder Inkstone, the latter had never tried to enslave her. All their cooperation was in the nature of a transaction. After Bai Ningbing submitted to Fang Yuan, although Fang Yuan had ways to control her, he had never done it. It was precisely because of this gatehouse that he had taken into consideration. Bai Ningbing landed on the clouds. After inspecting it carefully, she turned around and said to Fang Yuan, "As long as I land on this cloud, I will have obtained the gatehouse's approval. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot attack each other for now." Okay. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His next action caused the Qi Clan Gu immortals to gasp in shock. Fang Yuan also flew into the light blue light. The light blue light flickered for a moment before stabilizing. Even though Fang Yuan was in his original appearance, he had already activated the immortal killer move Familiar Face. He had modified this move and added in Blood Path Immortal Gu, allowing him to disguise as a descendant. Back then, he had deceived Wu Clan like this, disguising as Wu Yihai and infiltrating Southern Border's righteous path. But before Fang Yuan could feel happy, the other 4 lights flashed on the gatehouse's surface. These 4 lights represented the strength of the other 4 Xiangs. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Earlier, he had asked Bai Ningbing to go first because he wanted to trick the light blue light. He flew into the light and deceived the light blue light, but to think that the other 4 Xiang's strength would burst out. Boom, the gatehouse shook, a formless force pushed Fang Yuan out of the light. Even familiar face can't deceive him? Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. This was a group that had once led Southern Border's Guamortal world. They displayed their might and strength at this moment. Qi Clan's 5 Guamortals let out a sigh of relief, joy appeared on their faces. Fang Yuan's actions gave them a huge fright, but the final result made them feel gratified. So close, Fang Yuan could not get in. We have hope. This way, Fang Yuan will be left outside, while we only have to deal with Bai Ningbing. Her Bai Xiang killer move is troublesome, but our Qi Xiang true inheritance is not to be trifled with. Fang Yuan looked at this gatehouse with rapt attention. Undeniably, he had underestimated this gatehouse. Or more accurately speaking, Shadow Sect's information and Bai Ningbing's information did not have much information on this gatehouse. To deceive this gatehouse, it was impossible to rely on familiar face alone. Fang Yuan did not want Bai Ningbing to explore alone. Bai Ningbing was not reliable. Even if she was, she could not deal with so many Qi clan Guamortals alone. Even though Fang Yuan suffered a setback, his determination to sneak in did not waver. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Blood Xiang, Mud Xiang, and Food Xiang, these are the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. This gatehouse was clearly created by them together, it has the strength of all 5 of them. Fang Yuan fell into rapid thought. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Blood Xiang, Mud Xiang, and Food Xiang corresponded to Qi Path, Ice Path, Blood Path, Earth Path, and Food Path. Blood Path and Earth Path, Fang Yuan had high attainment levels in them, he was very confident. In Food Path, even though his attainment level was not high, Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, it contained the most authentic Food Path inheritance in the world. With such a foundation, Fang Yuan could be said to be in a strategic position, he had a deep foundation. His Qi Path and Ice Path attainment levels were very low. But his Ice Path cultivation was not a problem. Because Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang true inheritance had great reference value, Fang Yuan was able to deceive the light blue ice light. So the only obstacle is the power of Qi Xiang. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. Fang Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was not high enough. Fang Yuan had little knowledge of Qi Path inheritances, after all, Qi Path had been declining for a long time. But it does not matter, I still have the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan decided to use the light of wisdom to forcefully break through. Qi Clan's Guamortals conversed secretly. What is he doing? He seems to be deducing. Didn't the Celestial Court announce that this demon's wisdom path methods are extraordinary? It is useless. How can he deduce the arrangements of the 5 Xiangs in such a short time? Qi Clan's Guamortals were very confident in this. They had already tried to unravel the power of the 5 Xiangs, but there were no results. Not only did 1 or 2 Guamortals fail, generations of Guamortals had tried but to no avail. They had failed too many times against the power of the 5 Xiang seal. How could Fang Yuan be able to do it? Maybe Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods are far above us. But if he wants to deduce it now, he is too naive. This is like trying to deduce an unknown immortal killer move for the first time in a battle, trying to deduce and unravel it. He is too naive. Qi Fa shook his head incessantly. It seemed that with his words, the courage in his heart resurfaced, and his timidity gradually dissipated. Boom, at the next moment, Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, attacking the gatehouse. The gatehouse shook intensely, Qi Clan's Guamortals' expressions changed. This. The demon attacked, he actually attacked the gatehouse. After destroying this teleportation door, does he not want to go to the other side? Did he fly into a rage out of humiliation after failing to divine? Bam bam bam, as Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, the entire gatehouse shook intensely. Qi Clan's Guamortals also shook intensely, they could not stand steadily, they were like candles in the wind. Their faces were also filled with shock and fear, and some of them even began to tremble. Once the gatehouse was destroyed, they would have no protection, they would be captured by Fang Yuan, it would depend on Fang Yuan's mood. You must persevere. Qi Clan's Guamortals prayed madly in their hearts. Fang Yuan's attacks gradually stopped. Qi Clan's Guamortals breathed roughly, their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of their lives hanging by a thread was too terrible, they had never been so nervous before. But in the end, the gatehouse did not fall. The demon did not succeed, this is great. Qi Jin cheered. The other Qi clan Gu immortals were overjoyed, they had excited expressions. Fang Yuan looked at them as he showed a mocking smile. Oh? Why do you think I stopped? Saying so, he activated an indescribable immortal killer move. There was no light or shadow, it was plain and plain, but his aura suddenly underwent an extremely profound change. Next, Fang Yuan slowly descended, bathed in the blue light, he easily obtained the gatehouse's acknowledgement and landed beside Bai Ningbing. Qi clan's Gu immortals were all dumbfounded, some even had their mouths wide open, they were motionless like statues. Their faces were filled with shock, some unbreakable beliefs in their hearts were crumbling with Fang Yuan's success. This demon actually did it. This must be a dream. How can this be? How did he succeed in such a short time? Qi clan's Gu immortals were extremely puzzled, a deep chill swept through their bodies and minds. Fang Yuan's battle strength was already ridiculous, now that he displayed wisdom path attainment, it was beyond the limits of Qi clan's Gu immortals' knowledge. No wonder the celestial court could not do anything to such a monster. And how could they deal with him? Gatehouse. Oh ancestor! This Fang Yuan is an outsider, he cheated. Qi Kai shouted angrily, his expression was filled with fear as well as sadness and anger. But the gatehouse was silent, the power of the 5 Xiang seal had stopped. Soon, an intense aura rose from the gatehouse, 5 colored lights shined brightly again. Qi clan's Gu immortals saw this and showed expressions of despair. Because they knew that the gatehouse's change was not because it had exposed Fang Yuan's identity, it was about to teleport away. To be continued. If you like this novel, you are welcome to vote for it at Start Point. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please go to M. For the fastest novel reading, please visit the dazzling radiance gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan took a look, his surroundings had changed, he was teleported to a small world by the gatehouse. Bai Ningbing was beside him, maintaining the distance from Fang Yuan before the teleportation. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing's expression changed, a mysterious message was transmitted to her mind. She looked at Fang Yuan, seeing that he was unmoved, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is a public grotto heaven, the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs had once donated a portion of their immortal apertures to create it. The entire grotto heaven is split into 5 parts, the regions cannot be moved between, only the central mountain range is the same. That treasure of the bet is at the center of the grotto heaven, as long as the gatehouse acknowledges it, the Gu immortals who are teleported here can try to get it. Along the way, there are some resources that the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs left here, if you have enough strength, you can take them for yourself, but I suggest you not to dig up the roots and kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." Bai Ningbing received this mysterious message, but Fang Yuan did not. It seems that even though I used the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move and disguise myself, it is still too crude. But it is still too crude. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze as he looked afar. This means that we are very far from Qi clan's Gu immortals, and we cannot move between the regions. Even if I disguise as Bai Xiang's descendant, I can only move around in this Bai Xiang grotto heaven? Fang Yuan wanted to test fixed immortal travel, but he did not know what Qi Xiang's region looked like. He had once killed Qi clan's Gu immortal Qi Zai, but this person was one of the Gu immortals who advanced in the last 1,000 years, he had never been here, so he did not have any memories of this place. According to my experience of undoing the seals on the gatehouse, there should be a strong and tight defense here, there should be no space path or other methods. Even if I use fixed immortal travel, there is little chance of me getting out. Fang Yuan assessed the situation, soon, he made a decision. Let's go to the center. The entire public grotto heaven's 5 regions all led to the central mountain range, and the treasure of the bet was hidden in the mountain range. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan went straight for it, he did not need to search for Qi clan's Gu immortals. Putting aside the fact that it was a waste of time and energy, they might not even be able to find it. As long as he reached the mountain range, he would be able to see Qi clan's Gu immortals. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing flew together, crossing mountains and ridges along the way. Bai Xiang cultivated the ice and snow Dao. This place was a part of Bai Xiang grotto heaven, so even though there were tall mountains and precipitous ridges, they were all covered in thick white snow. "Look over there," Bai Ningbing suddenly said. Her gaze was fixed on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was extremely steep, and at the peak of the mountain, there were hundreds of ice mirror snow lotuses. This was a rank 6 immortal material that contained ice path and would path down marks. There were many snow monsters around the snow lotus. There were many desolate level snow monsters. Once someone barged into this place and had designs on the ice mirroring snow lotus, these snow monsters would step in to stop them. In fact, Fang Yuan had already noticed it. He glanced at it indifferently before flying past with Bai Ningbing. Even though these desolate level snow monsters were not Fang Yuan's match, Fang Yuan did not want to waste time here. He went straight to the center of the public grotto heaven, ice mirroring snow lotus, 100-year profound ice, 1000-year profound ice, wide frost water, heaven craft divine jade. Along the way, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing saw many resource points. Even though they were small to mid-sized resource points, they were very abundant. The deeper they went, the more resources there were in the grotto heaven, the more valuable they were. Of course, the beasts and trees guarding the resource points were also getting stronger. This was clearly the arrangement of the 5 Xiang. They wanted to test their descendants. Even though Fang Yuan could sweep through everything with his strength, he ignored these benefits. He only wanted to go to the central mountain range. Howl! A beast group roared as they flew out of the valley, charging towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. These were jade frost antelopes. Some were as big as palaces, some were as small as 2 or 3 houses. The antelope's eyes were jade green, they had no pupils. The antelope's horns were curved upwards, one segment at a time. Even though the antelopes had no wings, they could move forward by jumping in the air. Every time they jumped, their hooves would emit a trace of white frost chi, producing the sound of wind chimes. This group of jade frost antelopes was very strange. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's expressions changed slightly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand, a fan appeared out of thin air and was grabbed by him. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Boom! Summer Fan whipped up a tornado. The tornado was only the surface, it was the true power of Time Path. The aggressive antelope group was immediately engulfed by the intense wind. They were instantly cleared. Corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing on the ground with loud sounds. In an instant, this large group of jade frost antelopes died. Not just that, the snowy peak below was also destroyed by Fang Yuan's fan, forming a huge pile of rocks over 100 li. Fang Yuan, however, shot down like lightning. With a loud sound, rocks flew everywhere. He looked at a huge rock wall, sensing the aura on it. His expression was colder than ice. This was a goo formation that Fang Yuan had already destroyed. It had a clear chi path style. It seems that the rule of not moving between the 5 regions cannot restrict Qi clan's goo immortals. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, who was flying down. Bai Ningbing nodded. This is understandable. After so many years, Qi clan has entered this place many times. They have a deeper understanding of this place. Many of the 5 Xiang's arrangements cannot restrict them anymore. From the looks of it, the rest of our journey won't be smooth sailing. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Qi clan's goo immortals are trying to stop us. They are definitely stalling for time so that they can snatch the treasure. In that case, we should not stay any longer. Let's set off. The two of them continued to fly, and as Bai Ningbing had expected, they were intercepted by many beasts along the way. But these beast groups crumbled under Fang Yuan's attacks. They were barely able to stall for time. Fang Yuan's methods are so terrifying. The small beast tide that we caused is like paper. No, it's as easy as blowing off dust for him to get rid of him. It's really too terrifying. They are here, they are close to the central mountain range. Don't panic, there is still a defensive line in the mountain range. There is an immemorial desolate beast there. The defensive line is broken. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing are already here. Qi clan's goo immortals conversed. The atmosphere was getting tenser. When Fang Yuan arrived, the Qi clan goo immortals' hair stood on end. The atmosphere was so intense that it was almost solid. The location of the treasure was very obvious. When Fang Yuan flew into the central mountain range, he saw it from afar. At the highest peak, there was a palace. It had the same style as the gatehouse. This was an immortal goo house. Fang Yuan successfully entered the immortal goo house. He saw that at the center of the hall, Qi clan's 5 goo immortals were sitting around the treasure. Then, his eyes were firmly glued to the treasure of the bet. This mysterious treasure was actually a white crane. This white crane only had one leg, its feathers were pure white like snow. it was untainted by even a speck of dust. Its beak was red, its wings were folded and its eyes were tightly shut. Fang Yuan's brows quickly furrowed, he discovered the peculiarity of the white crane. It was not a true life form, it was not an immortal goo, but it was giving off rank 9 aura. Amazing! Fang Yuan laughed heartily, so the treasure of the 1,000 years bed is a rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan's laughter made the Qi clan goo immortals' bodies shake. While they were fearful, they also felt anger. The 5 xiangs bet Qi clan's treasure that they had painstakingly hidden was actually coveted by an outsider. He was trying to get his hands on it. The Qi family had already regarded the treasure as their own. Fang Yuan wanted it, this was a huge grudge. Qi clan's goo immortals and Fang Yuan were irreconcilable enemies. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, he did not say anything, he pointed with his finger as a sword light shot out, attacking the Qi clan goo immortals. The 5 Qi clan goo immortals were instilling their wills into the white crane immortal killer move. They did not move, allowing the sword light to attack them. At the critical moment, a 5-colored radiance suddenly rose in the hall and quietly melted the sword light. As expected, Fang Yuan was not surprised. This hall could gather the strength of the entire public grotto heaven. It was also the strongest part of the heaven surveying 5 xiang seal. With such a force supervising it, Fang Yuan and Qi clan's goo immortals could not attack each other for now. Of course, Fang Yuan could attack them forcefully, but he would need to suppress the heaven surveying 5 xiangs. He would also cause huge damage to the entire public grotto heaven. No wonder Qi clan's goo immortals are not moving. But since they have the qualifications to refine this killer move treasure, so can I. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she got closer to the killer move. Next, she imitated the 5 Qi clan goo immortals and instilled her will into it. The 5 Qi clan goo immortals showed anxious expressions. Bai Ningbing's body shook, her expression changed, she quickly called out to Fang Yuan, "Come quickly." Even without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already arrived beside her. He instilled his will into the immortal killer move and understood the situation. At the same time, a message from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable entered his mind. "Oh later, I am Ben Jia Sun, you call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When I was exploring immemorial white heaven, I found a mystical existence by chance. It was like the heavenly spirit of a grotto heaven. It was extremely sensitive, I spent a lot of effort to capture it alive. After researching it, I found it to be even more mystical. It seems to be related to the deepest secret of this world. It resonates with the second half of. I called it the natural heavenly spirit for now. It could not be brought out of immemorial white heaven, nor could it be kept in my grotto heaven. It is filled with providence, it can be replenished at any time. Even I cannot refine it with my own will. I thought about it and found a way to forcefully refine it into an immortal killer move. I named it Heaven Form. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it or vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at M. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Heaven Form. Fang Yuan was shocked, but also realized. He understood everything now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He was skilled in Space Path and created Theft Path. He also had great talent in Refinement Path. He spent his entire life trying to leave the Goo Master world and return to his homeland. He was the wealthiest venerable. He collected immortal materials from all over the world and refined immortal goo. He traveled to many places. His footprints were all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. One time, when he was traveling in White Heaven, he accidentally found a mystical existence. After researching it, he named it the Natural Heavenly Spirit. Even though he had the strength of a demon venerable, he could not refine this natural heavenly spirit. This was not hard to understand. According to the information left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, this natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of White Heaven, and in White Heaven, it was constantly being replenished by providence. When goo immortals refined immortal goo, the essence was to use their own will to get rid of the wild will in the immortal goo and refine the immortal goo into their own tools. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable wanted to refine the natural heavenly spirit. Even though the method was complicated, the essence was the same. Even though the Demon Venerable's will was strong, against the natural heavenly spirit's providence, which was constantly being replenished by providence, he could not win. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suffered a setback, but he was not discouraged. Man was the spirit of all living beings. He thought of a way to combine the natural heavenly spirit with other goo worms to form a rank 9 immortal killer move. This made Fang Yuan think of his ghostly concealment killer move. It was also a rank 9 killer move. It was paired with divine concealment. Even though a long time had passed since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used it, these two moves still existed. This seemed to be Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's style. The problem was, even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable thought of a way to turn the natural heavenly spirit into a rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form, he could not manipulate or use it. Because he had not truly refined the natural heavenly spirit yet. But this was all within Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's plan. He knew that he could not refine the natural heavenly spirit in a short period of time, so he thought of this method to turn the natural heavenly spirit into the immortal killer move heaven form. This way, the natural heavenly spirit would receive less replenishment from Providence. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created heaven form, he did not use it anymore. Before he mysteriously disappeared, he left behind many Thieving Heaven true inheritances. He did not forget heaven form. Heaven form has not been truly refined yet. I can't do it alone. It needs a long time and generations of wills to cleanse it. One day, it would be truly refined by a goo immortal. At that time, it will be used by one person. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message also said that even though this killer move was left behind by him, because he could not control it, it was not counted as part of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It needed the efforts of future generations. It was at most half a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan could completely speculate what would happen after that. One day, when the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs explored immemorial white heaven, they unexpectedly found this half of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message was very clear. This was a rank 9 killer move that could only be used by one person. All of the 5 Xiangs wanted it. They could not agree to it. Internal strife ensued. The 5 Xiangs only existed in name. The 5 Xiangs took action. They found that they could not refine this killer move with just the 5 of them. Thus, the 5 Xiangs made a 1,000-year bet. They decided to use a dual method to compete for the ownership of the immortal killer move. The river of time was turbulent. The wind and rain of time had destroyed many of its currents. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, the 5 Xiangs died. Generations of goo immortals from the 5 clans appeared and disappeared. But now, Qi clan obtained a decisive advantage. After countless generations of hard work, the immortal killer move was finally about to succeed. Fang Yuan interfered. One could imagine how angry and hateful Qi clan's goo immortals were. Since our ancestors, so many generations of hard work, we poured our blood and sweat into it, it was about to bear fruit, but you came to take it. How shameless, too despicable. It was these emotions that caused Qi clan's goo immortals to oppose Fang Yuan to a large extent. Fang Yuan was only a rank 8 goo immortal. They believed that as long as they obtained the rank 9 killer move, they would be able to defeat Fang Yuan. At the very least, they would have the strength to make Fang Yuan wary. They would have the right to negotiate. Fang Yuan came to Bai Ningbing's side. He instilled his will into Bai Xiang killer move. Bai Xiang killer move also had a will of providence. It was stubborn and unyielding. It was like an extremely sturdy fortress that occupied the high ground. And below Providence Fortress, there were countless wills. This was a sea of wills. The 1,000-year bet had been carried out again and again. A large number of goo immortals had left their wills here. The experts were like the 5 Xiangs. They were all rank 8 goo immortals. There were also rank 7 elites, like Ni clan's goo immortal Ni Ren. It was not strange to have such an accumulation. But what made Fang Yuan surprised was that these wills were unmoved. They were silent like rocks. They did not move at all. Only these wills that had just entered were like swimming dragons or rivers. They fought and fought against each other above the sea of wills. 3 of Qi clan's 5 goo immortals' wills were fighting Bai Ningbing's will. The remaining 2 were attacking Providence Fortress at the highest point. That is the core of heaven form. As long as anyone refines that place, they will become the owner of heaven form. Demon Fang Yuan's will has also entered. Persevere, we cannot relax, we are about to succeed. This is the result of our Qi clan's years of hard work. For this moment, we have sacrificed too much. We cannot let this outsider Fang Yuan succeed. Qi clan's goo immortals conversed and encouraged each other. Their morale reached its peak. Actually, they had no choice. Fang Yuan's ruthless nature was well known. If they did not refine this rank 9 killer move, their outcome would be terrible. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan's will charged forward. His will condensed into one, it was like a soaring dragon or a surging river. The three Qi Clan Gu Immortals' wills worked well together, but they could not resist Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, they were forced to retreat. They were only Qi Path Gu Immortals after all, while Fang Yuan had a huge advantage in this aspect. Persevere, no matter what price we have to pay, we need to stall for time. Quickly attack and take down the core. As long as we obtain this move, we might be able to kill this demon king and destroy him. Maybe we can even obtain a large number of Gu Venerable true inheritances. Even if we can't stop him, we have to exhaust his willpower so that he can't take down the Fortress of Heaven's will at the top. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at M. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were united, they were anxious and fearful, but they mustered their courage and fought desperately against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned, he found that his will could not be poured in endlessly, once it reached a certain limit, it could not be poured in anymore. Furthermore, after his will was poured in, the main body could only watch from the side, the will could fight independently. Thus, a vast number of wisdom path methods were useless here. Heaven form was rank 9, Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods were rank 8 at most. Even if heaven form posed a threat, Fang Yuan did not want to use it. Because if heaven form's counterattack was triggered, it would be terrible. Even if it did not counterattack, if heaven form was destroyed, his greatest gain would be gone. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals needed heaven form to deal with Fang Yuan and protect themselves. Fang Yuan also wanted heaven form, because he needed a huge increase in strength to overcome the obstacle of Celestial Court in the River of Time. Thus, the two sides could only fight using the most basic method of wills. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had a solid foundation. Long ago, after he suffered a huge loss from Mo Yao's fake will, he trained hard. Not only did he make up for this weakness, it became his advantage now. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were not Fang Yuan's match, but they had the advantage in numbers, they had more wills, while Fang Yuan only had Bai Ning Bing to help him. As time passed, Fang Yuan's advantage grew, but he could not turn it into a victory. The Qi Clan Gu Immortals who obstructed him attacked relentlessly, they were putting in a lot of effort. In fact, Fang Yuan had another worry, that was Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing had betrayed him once, she was an uncertain factor. But thankfully, the highest layer of Providence Fortress was very sturdy, it did not shake no matter how Qi Clan's Gu Immortals attacked it. Fang Yuan's thoughts became heavy, at this rate, even if he broke through the obstruction and destroyed Qi Clan's will here, he would be at the end of his rope, he would not be able to deal with Heaven's will at the center. After another clash, Qi Clan's wills were pushed back, Fang Yuan's will was like a dragon, it coiled and wrapped around Qi Clan's wills. Qi Clan's wills were shocked, if Fang Yuan destroyed their wills, their situation would worsen, they would not be able to stop Fang Yuan from breaking through. Thus, the scattered wills gathered again and charged at Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing, stop them. Fang Yuan ordered. Bai Ning Bing's will was like a wall made of ice, it pierced in diagonally, but in order to block Qi Clan's will, it suddenly turned around and attacked Fang Yuan. Qi Clan wills were shocked, at the crucial moment, Bai Ning Bing actually betrayed them. Fang Yuan's will was caught off guard by Bai Ning Bing's attack, he was furious. Qi Clan's wills observed and became happy, they attacked Fang Yuan from one direction. Fang Yuan's will weakened rapidly, he had to spit out Qi Clan's wills that he had devoured. Bai Ning Bing, you traitor, I will not forgive you. Fang Yuan's will roared, but he was already defeated, he could only lead his troops and escape downwards. Fang Yuan, with your personality, after obtaining heaven form, do you think you will not target me? I am Bai Xiang's descendant, heaven form is my fortuitous encounter. Ha ha ha. Bai Ning Bing's will laughed wildly, this is such a good chance, if I defeat you here, I will shine brightly for the rest of my life. Bai Ning Bing's will did not want to let Fang Yuan's will go, she chased after it. Fang Yuan's will had no choice but to escape. What are you looking at? Come and help. Bai Ning Bing's will shouted at Qi Clan's will. Qi Clan's wills were also very weak, Qi Fa's will thought for a while before shouting, don't move, it might be a trap, let them fight each other. Fang Yuan's will was counterattacked by Bai Ning Bing, it was too pitiful, the scale was far smaller than Bai Ning Bing's will. In the end, he was surrounded by her will, he could not escape. The more he fought, the lesser he was until he was completely destroyed. To think that this time, the demon Fang Yuan would be the first to lose. Guarding day and night, it is hard to guard against a thief in one's own home. Ha ha ha, this is the time for our Qi clan to rise up, it is a heaven-sent chance. Let's go, we cannot leave Bai Ningbing's will alive. Qi clan's wills attacked again. Bai Ningbing's will resisted tenaciously, but she was outnumbered, she was completely destroyed in the end. We succeeded. Heaven form is ours. Qi clan's wills were immersed in joy, with no enemies around, their wills gathered together and attacked Providence Fortress. Boom, suddenly, the fortress of Heavenly Will exploded, and a large amount of Heavenly Will surged out like a wild beast released from its shackles, pouncing on the Qi clan's will. All along, this final providence had been defending passively. Qi clan's wills were numb, they forgot that it could move freely. Providence Fortress retaliated, Qi clan's wills were caught off guard, they suffered huge losses. How can there be so much Providence Fortress? This is impossible. Providence Fortress is too crafty, it actually showed weakness to the enemy. I cannot accept this. Quickly hold on, we cannot lose. Qi clans. Gu immortals were united, they went all out, from resisting with difficulty, they gradually stabilized their footing and turned the situation around. Eventually, they gained the upper hand. Heaven's will was almost exhausted, the core was exposed, it was waiting for a new owner. We finally won. A moment later, Qi clan's wills almost cried tears of joy. Only a small portion of them were left, while Providence Fortress was almost completely wiped out. That might not be the case. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's will surged in again. Qi clan's wills were stunned, they started to scream. Weren't you destroyed? This is impossible. You have already used up your portion, normally, you can only use your will again after 1,000 years. Did you unravel this rank 9 killer move? No, impossible, this is a rank 9 killer move, it originates from thieving heaven demon venerable. Fang Yuan's will smiled mockingly, he did not explain, he pounced on it. Qi clan's wills were like rabbits, Fang Yuan's will pounced on them like a hungry tiger, they could not resist and were easily destroyed. Next, Fang Yuan's will replaced Providence Fortress, occupying the core. He had become the final victor. Opening his eyes, Fang Yuan saw the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals fleeing in panic. Fang Yuan did not stop them. This immortal Gu house and the public blessed land were arrangements left behind by the 5 Xiangs. If he attacked, the 5 Xiang seal would stop him. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan, she did not move, she did not have any intention of escaping. It turned out that everything earlier was Fang Yuan's scheme. He purposely arranged for Bai Ningbing to betray them, to put on a show. He did not want to deceive Qi clan's Gu immortals, he wanted to deceive Providence. Fang Yuan's experience in dealing with Providence was far greater than Qi clan's Gu immortals. He deduced that Providence's battle strength was very strong. Even if he defeated the Qi clan Gu immortals' wills, he would not be Providence's match. Thus, he purposely retreated, secretly withdrawing a portion of his will. Of course, Bai Ningbing's will was truly destroyed. The advantage of this was that other than deceiving Qi clan's wills, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could get rid of this unstable factor. Qi clan's Gu immortals' wills were already weakened by Fang Yuan, they were in a weakened state, they also had huge pressure, they could not see through Fang Yuan's scheme. This was very difficult. Because if the wills thought on their own, they would expend themselves. The less wills they had, the less ability they could think. At the same time, Qi clan's Gu immortals' wills had to preserve themselves to deal with Providence. The final result was as Fang Yuan expected, he became the final winner. Heaven form was under Fang Yuan's control, but at this moment, he did not go forward to inspect it, he looked at Bai Ningbing with deep meaning. Bai Ningbing, are you really not going to escape? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with killing intent. Bai Ningbing's value had been squeezed dry, she was not like the other shadow sect members, she was not under Fang Yuan's control. Since Fang Yuan obtained heaven form, it was time to deal with this problem. The atmosphere became tense, Fang Yuan's killing intent became stronger. The battle between the two sides was about to begin. Evidently, the current Fang Yuan was not someone Bai Ningbing could resist. Even though the killer move by Xiang was extraordinary and had once terrorized the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was too low, her foundation was far from Fang Yuan's. If they fought, Bai Ningbing would die for sure. Facing Fang Yuan's solid killing intent, Bai Ningbing smiled. She looked at Fang Yuan calmly, asking, "Why should I escape?" After pausing for a while, she said, "Qi clan's Gu immortals escaped because they do not know you well. We are both from Qingmao Mountain. With my understanding of you, how can they escape?" Hehe, since I cannot escape, why should I escape? Not only will I not run, on the contrary, I will join Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan frowned. I had thought of that too, but your Bai Xiang killer move is too profound, it can break almost all alliance agreements. Bai Xiang's specialty was that it could turn Gu immortals into a special existence, any fragment could be reborn. The essence of alliance agreements were faith path Dao marks, Bai Ning being used Bai Xiang's self-mutilation to get rid of the corresponding faith path Dao marks and get rid of the alliance agreement. Thus, Bai Xiang killer move could also be used to heal injuries and get rid of the remaining Dao marks on the body. Indeed. Facing Fang Yuan's wariness, Bai Ningbing laughed heartily. She was not worried about her own safety, but because of this, isn't it even more exciting? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, "Don't treat me like you, Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing nodded. She stopped smiling as her dragon eyes shined with bright light. "That's right, I have always been pursuing excitement. That is why I envy you, Fang Yuan. The life you lead is really too exciting, too wonderful. Every time you plot, every time you succeed, and even every time you fail, it is extremely exciting. Especially the most recent time, you were ambushed by the celestial court and escaped like a dog, haha, it was the most exciting time. The other members of Shadow Sect cannot understand my feelings. Some of them want to save Spectral Soul, some are afraid, some are depressed due to pressure. But my feelings are excitement and joy. The more turbulent it is, the more exciting it is, isn't that so? Others might not understand me, but I know you do, don't you?" Bai Ningbing stared into Fang Yuan's eyes, and her eyes lit up. Fang Yuan remained silent. Back on Qingmao Mountain, he had already determined that Bai Ningbing was a true demon. His judgment was not wrong, Bai Ningbing was exactly like that. In order to pursue a wonderful life, she could give up everything, even her own life. The values of the public, the complicated love and hatred, had nothing to do with her. She was different from the masses. She did not fit in with the world. She only followed her own path. Indulging the feelings in one's heart, disregarding the life and death of all living things. To put it bluntly, Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were very similar. They were the same type of people, but they pursued different things. In pursuit of immortality, Fang Yuan was willing to sacrifice anything, including himself. Even if he didn't succeed in the end and died halfway, he would still be happy and gratified. Because this kind of goal and this kind of way of living made him feel that his life was full of exuberant interest and vitality. Bai Ningbing said that Fang Yuan understood her. This was definitely not wrong, just like how she understood Fang Yuan. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other. Demons naturally had the same feeling. The killing intent in Fang Yuan's eyes slowly dissipated. This layer of killing intent was purposely condensed by him. In truth, he did not have much killing intent in his heart. Why did he want to kill Bai Ningbing? The current Fang Yuan's strength far surpassed Bai Ningbing, the latter was no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. Sometimes, when he saw Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan felt like he was seeing his own shadow. True demons like them were too rare, meeting one was actually a kind of fortune, a kind of gratification to witness oneself. Because they were the most similar to each other, this was a kind of similarity, or rather, recognition. So that year, when Bai Ningbing sacrificed her life to save Fang Yuan, she said those words, to let Fang Yuan live on for her, to witness the wonders of life. In essence, Bai Ningbing felt that Fang Yuan could replace her to a certain extent. Sometimes, Fang Yuan also thought, if he and Bai Ningbing exchanged identities, would he make the same choice as Bai Ningbing? Ha ha ha. Bai Ningbing suddenly raised her head and laughed. I can give you all the resources in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. But I want to keep the Gu worms in Bai Xiang's true inheritance with me. The reason I was willing to join Shadow Sect is because the battle with the Celestial Court was indeed exciting. This was originally your excitement, but it will also be my excitement. In this case, there are three possibilities. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes, excitement and even a trace of madness could be seen in her eyes. First possibility, you will be killed by the celestial court. With your strength, even if you are killed, it will be a wonderful death, you will shine with unprecedented brilliance during your final struggle. I will witness your death, it will be an extremely rare and wonderful experience in my life. Second possibility, celestial court will be defeated by you, or even destroyed. Ha ha ha, that will also be very exciting. The fall of celestial court, the number one force of humanity, such a giant will be like a meteor falling to the ground, the dazzling sparks will stun the world. I look forward to the third possibility the most, because this situation is the most exciting. That is, the celestial court and you will be in a deadlock, both sides will suffer heavy losses. This way, I will be guarding by your side, I will have a great opportunity to reap the benefits. Maybe, I will be the final victor, and both of you will be my stepping stones. Fan Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing calmly, his expression was cold as he said plainly, if I kill you now, these three possibilities will be impossible. Yes, yes. Bai Ningbing frowned, her expression became somewhat dejected, her gaze flickered with uncertainty, her tone also became gloomy, it is like this. If I die in your hands now, although I will do my best to counterattack, the gap between me and you is too big, the excitement is simply not worth mentioning. However, if this is your choice, I will also accept it. She smiled and shrugged, because my strength is too weak, I have to accept it. This kind of cruelty is also very exciting, isn't it? He he he. Death was not scary to Bai Ningbing at all. She was a madwoman, but also had reason and calmness. Such a person was undoubtedly very scary. And the person who was even scarier than her was standing in front of her. That was the person who made Providence helpless and the celestial court helpless, the devil path giant Fan Yuan. The corner of Fan Yuan's mouth slightly curled up, he also laughed, very interesting. Bai Ningbing was a very interesting person. Now that Bai Ningbing was weak, she was at the mercy of Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing's persuasion did not absolve herself at all, she even said the opposite, she might be a threat to Fan Yuan in the future. This was because she understood Fan Yuan. A person like Fan Yuan's mind was as clear as snow, he had already clearly analyzed the pros and cons of killing or not killing. And once Fan Yuan made up his mind, it did not matter what Bai Ningbing said, it was useless. Even without Bai Ningbing's words, Fan Yuan knew that in order to overcome the obstacles of the celestial court and find the true inheritance of Red Lotus, he had to cherish every bit of power. Bai Ningbing was obviously such a precious power. If she was given a chance, she would definitely betray Fan Yuan, but so what, a sharp blade, of course there was the danger of cutting oneself. But if he abandoned the blade and fought barehanded because of this, wouldn't that be stupid? How to use this blade well, not giving her the chance to betray, this was a test of Fan Yuan's ability. If I am not capable enough, and Bai Ningbing succeeds in betraying, I can only blame myself, right? Inside rank 9 killer move heaven form. Fan Yuan's will flew like a dragon, spiraling in the sky before charging down fiercely. Rumble, Fan Yuan's will fell like a meteor, crashing into the sea of wills below, a large amount of wills were destroyed. However, this sea of wills was too vast and deep, Fan Yuan's attack only destroyed a small portion of it. Even though I snatched it and occupied the killer move's core, this place is filled with the wills of the 5 Xiangs and their descendants. Only after I get rid of these wills can I truly activate this rank 9 killer move. This sea of wills was truly huge. Even more troublesome was that these wills were affected by the rank 9 killer move, they were as firm as rocks. If Fan Yuan wanted to get rid of them, many of his methods were useless. Under the influence of the rank 9 killer move, Fan Yuan could not use any of his methods. Fan Yuan's thoughts changed as a brand new will surged in. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the will condensed into swords, countless will swords rained down like a storm, landing on the sea of wills and creating countless holes. In a short while, this sea of wills was weakened by a layer. Compared to the results of the previous will flood dragon, this will sword rain was simply amazing. Fan Yuan saw this and sighed to himself, as expected of rank 8 Immortal Gu Wisdom Sword. He had rank 8 Cultivation level now, he could activate this Gu. Even though this Gu was a sword path Immortal Gu, it was closely related to Wisdom path. Fang Yuan used it as the core to deduce a simple immortal method that could unleash a large amount of sword will. The effect of using these sword wills to cleanse the sea of wills was the best that Fang Yuan had tried. But this way, Fang Yuan's investment had increased by many times. After all, Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo was rank 8, activating it required White Lychee Immortal Essence. And Immortal Killer moves required even more Immortal Essence expenditure. But this expenditure was still acceptable to Fang Yuan after some deductions. After all, his logistics were very strong, his immortal aperture management was flourishing. During the battle to break out of the River of Time, although Fang Yuan managed to escape and thwart the Celestial Court's plan to kill him, he also suffered great losses. Especially the destruction of the incomplete Immortal Goo House, he still felt heartache over it. This incomplete Immortal Goo House was created after Fang Yuan captured many southern border Goo Immortals and obtained their Immortal Goo. He then went through many negotiations, transactions, and extortions with Southern Border's righteous path before finally obtaining the Immortal Goo and assembling it. Fang Yuan had put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this, but now it was all for naught. I hope this Heaven Form killer move can help me. Fang Yuan had high expectations for Heaven Form. If it were an ordinary killer move, Fang Yuan might be able to investigate it and deduce its power. But this killer move was rank 9, its level was too high, Fang Yuan could not understand it. This was the work of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he was proficient in Space Path and Theft Path, even if this move was not used offensively, it would definitely have great effects. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not say what this move's power was, Fang Yuan could deduce it from other aspects. For example, Shadow Sex Attitude. Shadow Sex Inkstone purposely helped by Ning Bing, his main motive was to obtain Heaven Form. Old Man Inkstone is also a Wisdom Path great expert, he must have deduced something, this Heaven Form killer move will definitely be of great help to Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was the current leader of Shadow Sect, this Heaven Form killer move would naturally be of great help to him. Other than destroying the Sea of Wills and the killer move, Fang Yuan also started to unravel the 5 Xiangs seal, he controlled the Immortal Goo House on the mountain peak as well as this 5 Xiangs public Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven only opened once every 1,000 years, it was quite rich in resources. Qi Clan's Goo Immortals were busy escaping, they did not have time to loot them, these would all become Fang Yuan's cultivation resources. Boom, a huge explosion occurred, Bai Ningbing was blasted to pieces. But at the next moment, her Bai Xiang form gathered again, charging at Qi Clan's Goo Immortals. Qi Clan's Goo Immortals had ugly expressions, they experienced the terror of Bai Xiang, with this move, Bai Ningbing was almost unkillable. Of course, she was not fighting alone, Xianxia and He Lulan were helping her from behind the scenes. Even though Fang Yuan ordered Bai Ningbing to chase after Qi Clan's Goo Immortals, he knew her limits. Ignoring everything else, she did not even have the most crucial immortal battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan had already set up an immortal formation and set up an ambush. Ever since he captured Southern Border's righteous path, he had been very fond of this method. After Qi Clan's Goo Immortals entered, they were immediately restrained by the immortal formation, they could not leave, they could only fight against Bai Ningbing. Ah! With a painful cry, the Qi Clan Goo Immortal who had recently become an immortal was dealt a fatal blow by Bai Ningbing, he died on the spot. It is my turn. Xianxia was already prepared, he immediately took action, capturing the Qi Clan Goo Immortal's soul into the formation. The remaining Qi Clan Goo Immortals roared in anger, they retaliated intensely. Bai Ningbing was smashed to pieces again, after a few breaths of time, she revived, becoming a complete Bai Xiang. Even though Qi Clan had many Goo Immortals and had great battle strength, they showed expressions of despair now. Because they knew that Bai Ningbing could not kill them, she was trapped in the ambush, if this continued, they would die from exhaustion. What do we do? Bai Ningbing is too troublesome, and most importantly, Fang Yuan is too insidious, he actually buried this formation near our headquarters, Qi Grotto Heaven. Qi Clan's Goo Immortals were very vigilant along the way, but when they returned to their headquarters, they were all captured. What they did not know was that Fang Yuan had already killed Qi Zai. Even though Qi Zai had not entered the 5 Xiangs Grotto Heaven, he knew about Qi Grotto Heaven's situation. This Qi Grotto Heaven was Qi Xiang's immortal aperture, after it fell into White Heaven, it could not be teleported away, it had to stay at the same spot. Fang Yuan relied on this information to set up the immortal formation secretly, eventually tricking Qi Clan's group. At this rate, we will lose for sure. Stall. I don't believe that her Baixiang killer move is so powerful. There will be no consequences or repercussions. Don't forget about Fang Yuan. If he comes here, this is not the Immortal Gu House's hall. The 5 Xiang seal will not be able to restrict him. We cannot break this immortal formation for now. We can only let Qi Ping Su come out and coordinate with us. That will be the fastest way to break this formation. That's not right. Qi Ping Su is the only person left in our headquarters. If he comes out, he will open the entrance. That will give Shadow Sect a chance. Who knows, Fang Yuan might be lurking at the side, waiting for the Grotto Heaven entrance to open so that he can break in. Fang Yuan did not come at all. But his terror and craftiness were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were feeling great pressure now. They were panicking. At the same time, in a certain corner of Central Continent, a young man stood quietly, looking at the immortal Gu in front of him. This young man had a mature and experienced expression. It showed that he had gone through many hardships in his life. It was none other than Guyue Fangjing. Guyue Fangjing was originally going to be executed by Crane Gate, but Fang Yuan left him alive and faked his death, allowing him to live in Langya Blessed Land. Guyue Fangjing lived in an environment filled with hairy men. He was ostracized. He had been through wars for a long time. He was in a precarious situation. There were times when he was on the brink of death. Because of all these factors, he was no longer the same as before. He had truly matured. Later on, Celestial Court invaded Langya Blessed Land. Because of his special identity, Guyue Fangjing was saved by Feng Jiuge. After saving Guyue Fangjing, he returned to Central Continent. If I am not wrong, this is a blood path immortal Gu? Guyue Fangjing looked at the Gu immortal in front of him as he showed a mocking smile. You want me to advance to blood path and become a demonic path Gu immortal to deal with Guyue Fang Yuan? Is this the righteous path of your Crane Gate? Crane Gate's rank 6 Gu immortal Fan Shilu frowned slightly as he smiled. Any strength can be used righteously or maliciously. Don't you understand this? Just like how I cultivate poison path, I can bring blessings to the world. You cultivate blood path, you can do the same. Guyue Fangjing shook his head. I cultivate blood path only because it is more beneficial to deal with Fang Yuan. After all, we are blood relatives. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his time path clone still had a bloodline connection with Guyue Fangjing. Fan Shilu nodded. That is indeed the reason. But don't you want revenge? After all, he slaughtered all of Guyue village's clansmen. Guyue Fangjing let out a long sigh, his youthful face showing a desolate look of vicissitudes. So many years have passed. To speak the truth, even though I still hate him, I understand him now. I have thought about it. When I was young, I was very naive and ignorant. Fang Yuan took care of me a lot. On the other hand, my uncle and aunt were using me as a chess piece. Do you want me to take revenge for them? I am not willing to do so. Of course, the tribe leader and Guyue Qing Shu took care of me and nurtured me. I am willing to take revenge for them. But I am tired. Sigh, you kill me, I kill you. It is always like this. I don't want revenge anymore. Fan Shilu's expression did not change. It seems that you have been through a lot these years. Guyue Fangjing looked at him, the mocking smile on his face intensified. The irony is, when I wanted revenge, my sect did not support me, they even wanted to get rid of me. When I did not want revenge, they saved me and supported me to take revenge. Saying this, Guyue Fangjing looked at the blood path immortal Gu with a dark gaze, and I know that I have no choice but to accept it. Fan Shilu sized up Guyue Fangjing again, a strange light flashed in his eyes as he smiled lightly. Is it really okay for you to speak the truth like this? There is no such thing as okay or not. I know, with your methods, how can I hide my thoughts from you? Saying this, Guyue Fangjing stretched out his hand and held that blood path immortal Gu, asking, what is this Gu called? By Ningbing, don't go too far. Qi Clan's Gu immortal leader, Qi Fa, shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly internally. Bai Xiang tore through the sky, appearing in front of Qi Fa in an instant, leaving behind Qi Jin's corpse, frozen in ice. The horrified expression on Qi Jin's face before his death was preserved, vivid and lifelike in the thick block of ice. Boom boom boom, Qi path killer moves exploded one after another. Bai Xiang dodged half Of them, the other half was blocked by the immortal formation, while the rest destroyed by Xiang. But soon, Bai Xiang returned to normal. This made the remaining Qi clan Gu immortals feel like they had fallen into an icy abyss. After a battle of life and death, 3 of the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals died, only Qi Fa and Qi Kai were left. Damn it, Bai Xiang is too powerful, we cannot deal with it in a hurry. Qi Fa gritted his teeth. The most important thing is the super immortal formation. If not for it, we would have escaped long ago. Qi Kai looked at Qi Fa with bloodshot eyes, pointing at him. Qi Fa was silent. Qi Kai was right, even though Bai Xiang was powerful, they could escape even if they could not beat it. In the outside world, they would not need to fight Bai Ningbing to the death. But it would be hard to break this immortal formation and escape. At least, Qi Fa and Qi Kai had been trying since the start of the battle, but they had no results. Qi Fa sighed, you are right, let's ask Qi Pingsu to help. Qi Pingsu only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was guarding Qi clan's headquarters, Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Right now, as long as he came out and attacked with the 2 Qi clan immortals, they would be able to destroy a corner of the immortal formation and save the 2 of them. But this way, they would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan had purposely set it up, the immortal formation did not restrict communication, he wanted to lure people like Qi Pingsu, who were guarding the Grotto Heaven, out. It was precisely because Qi Fa knew this that he was unwilling to use Qi Pingsu, an external force, even after fighting for so long. But now that the situation had reached a point where he had no other choice, if he didn't use it, he would lose his life. Qi Pingsu was already prepared, he got the order and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. I've been waiting for this moment. Saying so, she was teleported by the formation into the immortal aperture's entrance. Not good. Just as Qi Pingsu was about to go out, he saw Bai Ningbing rushing towards him. He had no choice but to retreat. The Qi Si Grotto Heaven was extremely vast, with white clouds everywhere and strong winds blowing. Once Bai Ningbing entered, she felt pressured, her strength was severely suppressed by the abundant Qi path Dao marks here. But Bai Xiang Killer Move's profundity was still present. Bai Ningbing fought against Qi Pingsu, the latter soon fell into a disadvantage. Qi Pingsu only had rank 6 cultivation level, his legs were crippled and he had injuries on his body. He couldn't defeat Bai Ningbing, so he immediately retreated. He had the geographical advantage here, so he quickly hid in the depths of the clouds and disappeared. Bai Ningbing could not help but frown. The situation had become troublesome. If she didn't kill Qi Pingsu immediately, how was she going to find him in this huge Qi Hai Grotto Heaven? Even if they found him, what if he ran away to hide? Suddenly, Bai Ningbing raised her head and saw that an extremely thick sea of clouds had gathered above her head. An intense sense of danger rose in her heart. Fatal danger. Instantly, Bai Ningbing realized the severity of the situation. She hurriedly shot down, like a meteor chasing after the moon, descending rapidly. In her vision, a round pancake-like yellow continent was rapidly expanding. Bai Ningbing's expression became increasingly grim, because the sense of danger in her heart was growing. Intense winds blew by her ears, she looked at the sky and saw that the sea of clouds was growing larger and larger, they covered the sky and land, waves were rising and falling, a powerful killer move was being prepared. At the same time, Qi Pingsu was at the center of the sea of clouds, seeing Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit appear, he was overjoyed. Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit, you actually woke up. This is too timely. Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit was snow white, it had the appearance of a young deer, its eyes were shining with golden light, it was extremely dazzling. I was startled awake. Ever since I was heavily injured, I had to seal myself and stabilize my injuries. But this time, I sensed an extremely evil and powerful existence spying on this grotto heaven. Thus, I had to wake up, but I found that the person who barged in was not the existence I expected. Qi Pingsu was stunned, I know who it is, it must be that Fang Yuan. Heavenly Spirit, you have sealed yourself for countless years, you do not know that a terrifying demonic Pathgu immortal has risen up recently, he is called Fang Yuan, even the celestial court cannot do anything to him. Qi Hai Heavenly Spirit was shocked, even the celestial court cannot do anything to him? Then it must be him. Qi Pingsu pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying furiously, This person is Fang Yuan's subordinate. She has already taken the lives of 3 of our clan's Gu immortals. Qi High Heavenly Spirit was furious, its golden eyes were filled with killing intent, a life for a life, not to mention that she is of Qi clan's bloodline, I will not let her live. As he spoke, there was a loud rumble, and a huge white pillar of Qi shot out from the sea of clouds towards Bai Ningbing with incomparable speed. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was shocked to find that a terrifying formless force was immobilizing her from all directions. Thoughts flashed in her mind, but her body did not move, she was like a bug in amber. So powerful. Even if I try my best, I can't move an inch. Bai Ningbing raised her head, only to see that the white Qi pillar was huge, it was like a mountain pressing down on her. This attack was clearly at rank 8 level, even if Bai Ningbing had Bai Xiang, she would not be able to escape, she would die for sure. But right at this moment, a jade-like speck of light appeared, the speck of light exploded, the dazzling green light was like hundreds of thousands of fireflies flying everywhere. Within the green light, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. It's him. At once, Qi High Heavenly Spirit's body shook, it cried out in shock. That's right, he is Fang Yuan. Qi Pingsu's throat moved as he swallowed his saliva, he had a nervous expression. Facing the white Qi pillar, Fang Yuan's expression did not change, he pointed with a finger. Swoosh, amidst the sharp whistling sound, an extremely sharp and powerful sword intent rushed up and directly pierced through the white pillar of Qi, splitting it in half. The white Qi pillar's power vanished, Qi Pingsu opened his mouth, he was extremely shocked. I'm saved. Bai Ningbing was stunned, her lips curled up as she flew up, standing beside Fang Yuan. What move is this? Bai Ningbing looked up, she had a hesitant expression, don't tell me, it should be Qi Xiang's signature killer move, Unlimited Qi Si. This move is grand, it is also complex and ever-changing, it can be used for both offense and defense, it was the method that made Qi Xiang famous in the past. Fang Yuan answered, his expression was solemn. Unlimited Qi Si was a rank 8 killer move, it used many Qi Path Immortal Gu as the core and tens of thousands of supplementary Gu worms. It could absorb all the Qi in the world to increase its power. This killer move was quite unique, it had the nature of growth. After Qi Xiang created this move, he absorbed all sorts of Qi and stored them in his immortal aperture, increasing the power of this move. Thankfully, Qi Xiang had died many years ago, even though Unlimited Qi Si was left in Qi Si Grotto Heaven, because of its high level, Qi clan did not have any rank 8 Gu immortals, it allowed all the Qi to dissipate. Until now, when Fang Yuan coveted Qi Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he awakened Qi Si Heavenly Spirit and forced it to activate Unlimited Qi Si. After so many years, this move had finally reappeared. Even though this move is powerful, Qi Xiang is gone, how much power can it have by using the Heavenly Spirit? Hee. Fang Yuan snickered, he suddenly flew into the sky, charging into Qi Si. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, she had an urge to fight alongside Fang Yuan, but she soon wisely stopped, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. She was too weak, she did not have the qualifications to interfere in a battle of this level. Rumble, Bai Ningbing looked at the sky, she saw that Qi Si was rumbling, after Fang Yuan charged in, the waves became more intense, it was like a white tsunami. At the same time, thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Vitality Qi. Bai Ningbing was dazzled, all sorts of Qi gathered into countless forms, like flowers, grass, blades, spears, swords, halberds, beasts and birds, they were like a hodgepodge outside Qi Si, they charged into Qi Si and fought with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt huge pressure at first, he could barely move, but after a while, he understood some of the profundities of this killer move. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Gu, bathing in the light of wisdom as he rapidly deduced Unlimited Qi Si. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan's brows relaxed as he laughed heartily, he started to charge. Everywhere he went, no matter what kind of obstacles he faced, they were all destroyed by him. He was unstoppable, he rampaged all the way until he reached the Heavenly Spirit. Qi Si Heavenly Spirit's ownership requirement was very strict, Fang Yuan could not fulfill it in a short period of time, this was the information he obtained from Qi Zi's soul. And Fang Yuan's blood light spirit suppression method could not suppress a rank 8 Heavenly Spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to kill it, killing Qi Si Heavenly Spirit. Once Qi Si Heavenly Spirit was gone, the killer move Unlimited Qi Si also stopped being used. I surrender. Qi Pingsu's body trembled, he was subdued by Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic might. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly, you are quite sensible, forget it, if you want to live, go and convince Qi Fa and Qi Zai to surrender. Otherwise, you can die with them. Yes, yes, yes. Qi Pingsu was filled with pressure as he was sent into the formation. After Qi Fa and Qi Zai learned that Qi Si Grotto Heaven was taken, their mental fortitude collapsed. After hesitating for a while, they surrendered with pale expressions, giving up on resisting. Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Puff. Fang Yuan's main body shouted as he stretched out his right hand, grabbing at the unlimited Qi Si in front of him. Immediately, an orange-yellow Qi current flew out of unlimited Qi Si. This Qi current was very peculiar, it was dazzling and had a long trail behind it as it tore through the sky. There were naturally auspicious clouds at the top of the Qi current. This was luck. It was a type of immortal material. Unlimited Qi Si included all sorts of auras, luck was one of the rarer ones. Because even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, luck of this scale was very rare. If a Gu immortal could encounter it, it was a publicly acknowledged blessing. Fang Yuan was currently splitting unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Xiang's greatest trump card, it was similar to Fang Yuan's Luopa seal and reverse flow protection seal. Unlimited Qi Si also used immortal materials, they were all sorts of Qi. The more types and scale of the Qi stored, the greater the power of unlimited Qi Si. Of course, activating this move would not only expend immortal essence, it would also expend the stored Qi. Even if he did not use it, as time passed, the Qi would be depleted. Thus, when Fang Yuan faced unlimited Qi Si in battle earlier, it was not at its peak state. It was the 5th day now. Ever since he succeeded in attacking Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he had been resting here. 2 days ago, he had calculated all of his gains, he had also placed slave contracts on the 3 Qi clan Gu immortals, Qi Fa, Qi Kai, and Qi Pingsu. Some resources could be moved into the sovereign immortal aperture, he had ordered Ing Wu Xia and the rest to do it. Meanwhile, he placed his focus on unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Path, it was not practical for Fang Yuan. Instead, after splitting it, he could obtain a vast amount of Qi currents, it was a huge fortune. And most importantly, only after splitting the killer move could Fang Yuan do something to these Gu worms. Otherwise, if he refined these Gu worms, he might trigger a backlash from the killer move. After all, this move was a complete entity, it was not ordinary. According to the current speed, I will need 3 days to completely extract these Qi. After that, I will have to refine these immortal Gu. Fang Yuan planned in his heart. There were many mortal Gu that formed the killer move unlimited Qi Si, but Fang Yuan was not interested in any of them. His main focus was on the immortal Gu. There were 6 immortal Gu that made up this move, but only one of them was a rank 8 immortal Gu called Great Qi, it was the core of the killer move. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and rank 6 Gu worms. Among them, the one that attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was a rank 7 immortal Gu called Big Family Qi. This Qi Path Gu worm could store all kinds of Qi, including tribulation Qi, the last point was crucial. Fang Yuan had once used many small family Qi Gu to store tribulation Qi and help him pass tribulations. Big Family Qi was an immortal Gu, its ability in this aspect was even stronger. With this immortal Gu, I can store and release tribulation Qi. This is a great method for me to undergo tribulation. If the calamities and tribulations are strong, I can use this Gu to absorb the tribulation Qi and weaken the power of the calamities and tribulations. If the calamities and tribulations are weak, I will release tribulation energy, allowing me to obtain more Dao marks in the end. Using this Gu, I can also absorb the outside world's heaven and earth Qi and store it. If the sovereign immortal aperture needs it, I can release it, I will not have to place my aperture and absorb heaven and earth Qi to stabilize the sovereign grotto heaven. The specific situation was analyzed in detail. It was not that the higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the more helpful it was to the Gu immortal. For example, for Fang Yuan, the rank 7 Big Family Qi immortal Gu was far more helpful than rank 8 Great Qi Gu. Refining these Qi Path immortal Gu also required Fang Yuan to spend some time and effort. There was no difficulty. Fang Yuan had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level, Theft Path Great Grandmaster Attainment Level, he even had Great Thief Ghost Hand and other methods. Like Fang Yuan expected, he extracted all the qi a few days later. These qi currents had their own storage methods. Fang Yuan could not satisfy all of them, so he kept some while selling some to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not just these qi currents, some of the resources in the 5 Xiangs Public Grotto Heaven and Qi Si Grotto Heaven were also sold by Fang Yuan, exchanging for his own resources. Normally, he bartered with other items. Immortal Yuan Stone was rarely purchased. Because Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, he had White Lychee Immortal Essence. To a certain extent, 1 bead of White Lychee Immortal Essence could be converted into 100 Red Date Immortal Essence beads, which could be converted into 10,000 Green Grape Immortal Essence beads. That was to say, 10,000 Immortal Yuan Stones could condense into 1 bead of White Lychee Immortal Essence. This conversion rate was too low. Thus, normally speaking, the Immortal Essence of a rank 8 Gu Immortal was produced, stored and accumulated in their Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture had abundant time path resources. It produced White Lychee Immortal Essence with high efficiency. He did not need Immortal Yuan Stones to replenish it. Especially when this replenishment was too strenuous and inefficient. Fang Yuan's cultivation resources were basically all exchanged for other immortal materials. He was going to refine Gu on a large scale. While Fang Yuan was concentrating on refining Qi Path Immortal Gu, Xianxia secretly came to speak to him. Right now, he was no longer a woman, he had changed into the body of a southern border Yang clan Gu Immortal. His soul path Dao marks complemented his body. And during battle, Fang Yuan would even condense some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies for him to use. Xianxia spoke, Lord Sect Leader, you have already refined the immortal Gu of the 3 Qi clan Gu Immortals and returned them to be rented out. This is a very good method to control them. But why didn't you use it on Bai Ningbing? Although Ice and Snow Path is very useful to Lord, this is only temporary. Your Ice and Snow Path attainment level will definitely rise in the future. At the same time, Bai Ningbing has the killer move Bai Xiang. It is very powerful and makes people wary. Even if she joined Shadow Sect and is restricted by the alliance agreement, Bai Xiang killer move can easily bypass this restriction. To be honest, you seem to be indulging Bai Ningbing a little. Fang Yuan smiled, shaking his head. That is because you don't understand her. A person like her is never afraid of her own death. If I treat her like this, she would rather die than submit. Even though I have methods to keep most of her immortal Gu, what use is that? You saw it in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Sometimes, I need some people to restrain Celestial Quartz people. With your current strength, you cannot execute such a tactic. Bai Ningbing, who has Bai Xiang, is very useful. With her current identity and environment, it is very difficult for her to join Celestial Court. At the same time, she needs me to refine Yin Yang Rotation Immortal Gu to help her regain her male body. Fang Yuan had Quasi-Supreme Refinement Path Attainment level. Bai Ningbing did not have the confidence to refine Immortal Gu herself. We are too useless. Xianxia lowered his head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, I understand your other meaning. Next, I will take care of you and raise your battle strength. In the past, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he naturally prioritized himself. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan was rank 8, Xianxia, He Lulan, and the rest could raise their strength. This was the icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. There was also another reason. Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy before, but now that he was rank 8, even though he was still weak against Celestial Court, ordinary people could no longer find trouble with Fang Yuan, instead, they had to avoid him. Adding on Fang Yuan's powerful methods to guard against deductions, as long as he did not go into the River of Time, he would be safe. With such an environment, Fang Yuan could easily raise the ranks of his subordinates. He had a premonition that these people would be useful in the future. Furthermore, raising their cultivation level was simple. The most important thing was to use time path methods to accelerate the flow of time in their immortal apertures. Even if they attracted too many calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan could help them. After getting Fang Yuan's promise, Xianxia left happily. Next, Fang Yuan used his free time to summon He Lulan. Let me show you someone. Fang Yuan took out the Gu Immortal He Qing, who he had captured long ago. Hei Lulan stared with wide eyes. She was furious. She wanted to tear Heiqing apart. Even though Heiqing was her father, there was a deep hatred between them. Hei Lulan did not act rashly in the end. She watched as Fang Yuan imprisoned Heiqing in his immortal aperture. She breathed roughly, her eyes were red as she said through gritted teeth, so Heiqing had fallen into Lord Sect Leader's hands long ago. Does Lord Sect Leader want to recruit him? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, compared to him, I value you more. As long as you cultivate hard and work hard, I believe you will take revenge one day. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the Gu refinement was at its most crucial moment. The huge cicada pupa quietly floated in the air, about 5 feet above the ground. The surface of the cicada pupa was not smooth, it was rough and had a metallic texture. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating the killer move that he had prepared. In an instant, cold winds blew around the cicada pupa, dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge lump as the surrounding light dimmed. Howl howl howl, waves of ghostly cries resounded, the ground turned gray-white, pitch-black ghostly hands stretched out from the ground, they were thick and sinister, grabbing towards the cicada pupa. The ghostly hands grabbed the cicada pupa, but they were illusory. The ghostly hands rippled as if they were grabbing something from the cicada pupa, the huge hands clenched into fists before shrinking back into the ground. Hundreds or thousands of pitch-black ghostly hands stretched out from the ground, grabbing the cicada pupa again and again, pulling out the impurities inside. The cicada pupa was only a half-finished product, it was not stable, but as the ghostly hands grabbed it, it shrunk, the rough surface became smooth, the metallic texture became more obvious and beautiful. Fang Yuan had been observing with full concentration, and seeing this scene, he was inwardly satisfied. This method was his own creation, the core immortal Gu used was rank 8 Soul Beast token. In the previous refinements of Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a flaw here, the immortal materials were not processed thoroughly. Now that I am using this method, it is definitely done thoroughly, but there are some repercussions. The cold wind stopped at some point, the number of pitch-black ghostly hands decreased until none remained. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and heavier, the cicada pupa had already shrunk to half its original size, it was emitting a metallic eerie light, emitting waves of coldness. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, he took out a large lump of fire. This was the rank 8 immortal material Phoenix Cry fire, the flame was orange-yellow and had 2 layers. The outer layer was light yellow, while the inner layer was orange-red. The inner layer of fire was shaped like a phoenix, it continued to flap its wings and sing loudly. As the flame continued to burn, it let out a clear and pleasant phoenix cry. Puff! Fang Yuan shouted as he raised his hand, the basin-sized phoenix cry fire accurately landed on the surface of the cicada pupa. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the flames quickly spread and covered the entire cicada pupa, burning fiercely. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the clouds. Then, the voice faded, but the flames became more and more wild, ruthlessly burning the cicada pupa. Fang Yuan held his breath and fixed his gaze on the cicada pupa. Soon, wisps of ghost chi appeared on the surface of the chrysalis, but they were burned away by the flames. This step of Gu refinement was very difficult, it was hard to grasp the intricacies involved. However, Fang Yuan remained patient until all the ghost chi in the cicada pupa had been burned away, and the surface of the cicada pupa had even begun to melt. Only then did he unhurriedly use another method. The dragon's roar suddenly exploded, and a huge dragon-shaped ice and snow whizzed over, fiercely colliding with the cicada pupa. The flames on the surface of the cicada pupa immediately resisted, but the dragon-shaped ice and snow was huge, and with the full support of Fang Yuan, it quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed the cicada pupa in the center of its body. The phoenix cry fire on the surface of the cicada pupa was extremely stubborn. It lasted for several hours before it completely dissipated. Meanwhile, the dragon-shaped ice and snow changed its fierce style, condensing into a block of ice and sealing the cicada pupa. The cicada pupa had already shrunk to the size of a palm. When the wind and snow stopped, Fang Yuan carefully took the ice block of cicada pupa into his hand. Next, he lightly let out a breath of warm air, and the ice block rapidly melted, revealing the cicada pupa inside. The cicada pupa seemed to be a bronze work of art, it was very exquisite. Fang Yuan stretched out his thumb and index finger, lightly pinching the cicada pupa. Crack crack. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the cicada pupa. Next, a rank 7 spring-autumn cicada woke up and flapped its wings. Joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. It was not easy. After many failures, I have finally raised spring-autumn cicada to rank 7. At this step, Fang Yuan had modified almost all the refinement methods he had used earlier. The Ghost Hand Purification method earlier was a combination of Great Thief Ghost Hand Killer move and Soul Beast token. But even though this method had excellent purification effect, it could easily leave behind ghostly chi. Thus, Fang Yuan carefully chose the rank 8 immortal material Phoenix Cry Fire to get rid of the ghostly chi and also to refine the cicada pupa. The dragon-shaped ice and snow that he summoned was also extraordinary. It was Fang Yuan's modified Slumbering Lightning Python killer move. In Refinement Path, one of the 4 publicly recognized killer moves to deal with immortal materials was Slumbering Lightning Python. After Fang Yuan modified it into a dragon-shaped ice and snow, it was more suitable for him and also for spring-autumn cicada's refinement. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in the Gu refinement and obtained the rank 7 spring-autumn cicada. With rank 7 spring-autumn cicada, with my time path Great Grandmaster attainment level, I can use spring-autumn cicada as the core to deduce an immortal killer move and avoid being tempted by celestial court again. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Last time, when he entered the River of Time, he was ambushed by Celestial Court because Celestial Court used a method to confuse Spring-Autumn Cicada. Back then, Spring-Autumn Cicada was only rank 6, but now that Spring-Autumn Cicada was at rank 7, if he had the corresponding Immortal Killer move, even if Celestial Court used a rank 8 level method to confuse him, he would have the ability to resist it. The best situation is to use rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core and add rank 8 Spring Goo to form an Immortal Killer move of rank 8 level. When I enter the River of Time again, other than not being afraid of Celestial Court's confusion, I can also expand the range of my search. Of course, the more convenient method was to directly raise Spring-Autumn Cicada to rank 8. But this was too difficult. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the ability to refine rank 8 Immortal Goo. On one hand, even though his refinement path attainment level was high, his foundation was not firm and his refinement path methods needed to be tempered. On the other hand, he did not have sufficient wealth. Back then, old ancestor Shui who had used up all of his wealth and even Snowy Mountain blessed land's foundation before he dared to refine rank 8 Immortal Goo fortune rivaling heaven. Of course, Fang Yuan's foundation was already very strong. Not to mention his previous fortuitous encounters, after extorting the southern border Gu immortal experts, he even obtained the resources left behind by the 5 Xiangs. One could say, his foundation was already on par with some super forces. He had many immortal Gu, even though he lost the incomplete immortal Gu house, he still had dozens of them. He also had a lot of cultivation resources of various types, he was not limited to a single path. The only flaw was that his subordinates had low cultivation level. When He Lulan, Xianxia, and the rest advanced to rank 7, along with the 3 Qi clan slave Gu immortals, Fang Yuan's side could be called a super force. Even though it could not compare to southern borders Wu clan or western deserts Fang clan, it was first-rate, surpassing ordinary super forces and even leaving Chu Du's Chu clan in the dust. I can give some rank 6 and 7 resources to Xianxia and the rest. Other than nurturing them, I need to refine Immortal Gu next. Many of the Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan relied on were still rank 6. For example, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, Dogshit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck Immortal Gu. Currently, the most important ones were Landscape as before, Man as before, and Day Immortal Gu. If these 3 time path Immortal Gu could be raised in rank, Fang Yuan's time path strength would rise greatly. His current cultivation focus was still on time path. Even though Sword Path, Soul Path, Wisdom Path, and others had huge potential and room for improvement. But if he wanted to fight in the River of Time, he would have to rely on time path. It is a pity that Xianxia sect joined Longevity Heaven, my refinement path methods still need to be tempered. If those hairy man Gu immortals could refine them for me, it would save me a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan was very regretful about this. Previously, he had used Xianxia sect too easily, it was too easy. Now that he lacked their help, he had to work hard, it was fine if it was difficult, Fang Yuan could endure it. But the problem was that his hands and feet were tied, a lot of his time was taken up, he could not be as free as before. There is another problem with Gu refinement, that is the success rate. The success rate of immortal Gu refinement was not high. The higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the higher the failure rate. It was much harder for Fang Yuan to refine rank 7 than rank 6. Central Continent. The sky was dark, there was no wind. Guyue Fangjing stood on a mountain peak, looking at the sky, thinking about the immortal ascension tribulation. He felt a trace of nervousness. Upon sensing her emotions, Fangjing could not help but laugh. He thought to himself, what's there to be nervous about? The ones who should be nervous are the people from Crane Gate, or rather, the celestial court behind the scenes. On the surface, I only have a rank 6 Gu immortal protecting me during this tribulation, but there should be many people watching me secretly. With these people around, what do I have to worry about? Even though Fangjing did not know why these people in Central Continent wanted to help him, he was certain that he had value. A long time ago, he was not willing to be used. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had vaguely pointed out that he was being used by his aunt and uncle to fight for the inheritance. This made Fangjing very angry at that time. But now, Fangjing was no longer angry. In the last 10 years, Fangjing had been through the wars of Xianxia Blessed Land's 3 continents. In order to nurture powerful hairy man Gu immortals, the black-haired land spirit spared no expense, causing the hairy men of the 3 continents to fight each other. Fangjing was also involved. In the midst of all the conspiracies and bloody battles, Fangjing had made use of others, but he had also been used by others. He gradually understood, sometimes, becoming someone's tool and being used was not a bad thing. At least, it proved his worth. If a person did not even have the value of being a tool, they would be in danger, they would often be abandoned. Of course, even with Fangjing's rank 5 Gu master strength, he had been abandoned and betrayed before. After all, he was a pure human living in Xianxia small world, which was filled with hairy men. It was normal for him to be ostracized and discriminated against. We can begin. At this time, Fan Shilu's voice resounded in Fangjing's ears. Fan Shilu had rank 6 cultivation level, he was sent by Crane Gate to help Fangjing undergo tribulation. Fangjing nodded. He calmed himself down and immediately looked into his body. His aperture soon appeared, it was filled with primeval essence, showing that he had a great aptitude. However, there were many cracks on the inner walls, giving people a fearful feeling. The aperture was the foundation of a Gu master's cultivation. For so many cracks to appear in the aperture, it was definitely a big matter. Fangjing's heart became relatively calm, and the nervousness from before also disappeared without a trace. In fact, in a battle in Xianxia Blessed Land, he was forced to use a forbidden method in a desperate situation. Even though he narrowly escaped death, his aperture was severely damaged and filled with cracks, causing his great aptitude to drop to B grade. Fangjing was rescued by Fengzhouge. After returning to Central Continent, the injuries in his aperture were healed and his aptitude returned to a grade. But the cracks on the inner walls were still there. It was not that the Celestial Court did not have methods to heal them, but these cracks would help Fangjing in his immortal ascension tribulation. Fangjing looked at his aperture. He had once been extremely proud of his great aptitude, but after this life experience, he no longer cared about his aptitude. Right now, his gaze was on the cracks on the inner walls of his aperture. To him, this was a form of merit, it was the glory he gained from fighting with blood, fire and spears. Farewell, my aperture. Fangjing muttered in his heart. As he willed, the primeval essence in his aperture surged like waves, crashing against the surrounding inner walls. The inner walls had cracks to begin with, they were not sturdy. Soon, they broke apart and formed a hole. His originally flawless aperture was finally connected to the outside world, an extremely mystical power was formed. This force attracted the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. At once, dark clouds gathered in the sky, the ground shook and dust clouds rose. At the same time, a formless heavenly power lifted Fangjing, his feet left the ground as he rose into the sky. Providence. Fan Shilu, who was hiding at the side, had a change of expression, he sensed the intense aura of providence. Fangjing's tribulation attracted much attention from providence. The tribulation started to form, a large amount of blood chi was converted from the heaven and earth chi. The dark clouds in the sky were soon dyed blood red. The scale was huge, everyone could see it from 10,000 li away. Blood path tribulation. Fan Shilu's eyes flashed with joy. The blood path tribulation was the intention of the higher-ups. Fengjing's body also started to emit aura. This was his human qi. Everyone had their own human qi. The amount of human qi depended on the Gu Master's foundation, talent, and so on. Fan Shilu paid close attention to Fengjing. Soon, a strange expression appeared on his face. Fengjing's human qi was very dense, it showed his rich experience and foundation. Heaven qi descended, earth qi surged up, they converged in the sky and intertwined with the human qi. Fengjing had a solemn expression, he tried to control the three qi, allowing them to fuse peacefully. The three qi had just come into contact, it was the best time to familiarize and control them. Fengjing had already received Fan Shilu's guidance, he was very familiar with this. But at this time, the tribulation had already been prepared, a large amount of rain fell. This rain was actually blood, the smell of blood was very dense. As the blood rain fell, white fog started to form in the air. The white fog was soon dyed by the blood rain, turning into an ominous blood fog that covered the entire mountain. Fengjing started to undergo tribulation. He activated his defenses and Gu worms, trying to resist the surrounding blood rain. At this time, if he used any kind of Gu worm, he would suffer from backlash. Soon, the Gu worms in his hands were destroyed due to the backlash. This was also the reason why after a Gu master underwent tribulation, their Gu worms would be completely destroyed. But Fengjing had the support of the celestial court, he had made ample preparations, he did not lack Gu worms. He defended calmly, he was steady and did not panic. In the battle in Xianxia blessed land, he had been through much more dangerous situations than this, his mental state had been tempered long ago. Fan Shilu was much more nervous than Fengjing. He stared at Fengjing without blinking. For rank 5 Gu masters, it was very difficult to undergo immortal ascension. Not only did they have to face the tribulation, they also had to control the three qi and maintain the balance of the three qi. I can block this blood rain tribulation for you. But the balance of the three qi will depend on you, Fengjing. Before the tribulation, I had already given you a lot of training, you cannot make any mistakes at this crucial moment. Fan Shilu thought to himself. At the same time, he interfered with the blood clouds and affected the scale of the blood rain. Even though this blood rain tribulation was huge, it was not intense, Providence seemed to be doing this on purpose. Fengjing underwent tribulation, be it internally or externally, it was very calm, there was no danger. The three qi fused smoothly, scenes of the past flashed in his mind, his physique was also cleansed. Next, heaven and earth resonated with him, he entered the golden period of the immortal ascension tribulation. During this period, he could communicate with heaven and earth. This kind of interaction was extremely beneficial to any Gu master. Fengjing suddenly realized that this blood path was quite suitable for him. As time passed, the three qi condensed into a lump of qi. Fengjing suddenly opened his eyes, he breathed in deeply as he placed a rank 5 blood path Gu worm into the qi lump. Boom, there was a loud explosion as the qi lump exploded, an immortal aperture appeared. At once, Fengjing's mind went blank, he was at his weakest and most defenseless state. A moment later, he regained his senses, he started to place his core Gu and crucial Gu into his immortal aperture. He first placed Blood Vengeance Immortal Gu, followed by a large number of Blood Path Mortal Gu. Within the immortal aperture, the three qi were sorted out, yin and yang were harmonized, heaven and earth stabilized. He obtained a high-grade blessed land of course, furthermore, there were remnants of heaven and earth qi. Fengjing was overjoyed, with these heaven and earth qi, he could raise his vital blood path mortal Gu to immortal Gu. This was dangerous, there would be calamities and tribulations along the way. But Fengjing had the courage to choose this path. Fengjing, let me in, I will protect you during your tribulation. Fan Shilu transmitted again at this time. Fengjing frowned, he showed an unhappy expression. The immortal aperture was the most private place of a Gu immortal, Fan Shilu wanted to enter, Fengjing felt offended and angry. But soon, Fengjing's frown eased, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance and said plainly, "Alright, Fan Shilu, please come in." Fan Shilu was surprised, after Fengjing ascended to an immortal, he had yet to enter the palace, but he immediately changed the way he addressed him, his attitude was so natural. However, the celestial court wants to deal with Feng Yuan. It seems like they are going to nurture Feng. In this aspect, I am really envious of him. Several hours later, Feng's tribulation was over, Fan Shilu's envy doubled. Because Feng successfully refined his vital goo, becoming his second blood path immortal goo. Cold blood immortal goo. Several days later, Crane Gate announced to the goo immortal world that Feng had succeeded in his immortal ascension. He had once been tortured by the demon Feng Yuan, he was luckily saved, he would become a core member in the fight against the demon Feng Yuan. Celestial Court purposely spread this news throughout the 5 regions. It dealt a blow to Feng Yuan's reputation. He was alone and isolated. At the same time, it showed his magnanimity. Several days later. Spirit Affinity Fairy, forgive me for not sending you off. Above the clouds, Fan Shilu smiled as he said to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun smiled, I will have to trouble you. She came this time because she heard that Feng had succeeded in his tribulation. She came to visit Feng. It was a pity that Feng did not want to see her, he was hidden by Crane Gate. Fan Shilu did not dare to offend Zhao Lianyun, because she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Even though she only had rank 6 cultivation level, she had rank 9 love goo. Fan Shilu guaranteed, I will definitely hand fairy's gift to fellow immortal Feng personally. Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing her gratitude as she left on a cloud. To be continued, for the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Feng's blessed land. Space path and time path resources were beyond the norm, this was a high-grade blessed land. The blessed land's terrain was mainly plains, but every once in a while, there would be several towering mountains. Feng's attention was on a valley now. The valley was covered in jagged rocks, it was blood red in color. If one went deeper, they would find that there were large numbers of blood flower trees planted in the valley. There were tens of thousands of these trees, they were different from ordinary trees, they bore fruit first before blooming. The fruits were the size of a baby's fist, they were round and plump. It only took a moment for the fruit to bloom. The entire shell would suddenly burst open, bursting out a huge red and white flower. The flower was white in color, but at the center of the flower, it would have the color of blood splattering. Each blood flower had a different color and shape. In Central Continent, there was once a period of time when a large number of goo masters raised these blood flower trees. Every time they bloomed, it would be a grand sight. Back then, there were even large-scale celebrations that attracted goo masters from far away. But later on, blood path was created and ravaged the world. Blood flower trees were the basic goo materials of blood path, they were gradually banned from being planted. These blood flower trees that Feng had were naturally provided by Crane Gate. More accurately speaking, they were provided by Fan Shilu personally. This was a trick of the righteous path, Feng was already used to it. In the current 5 regions, blood path was banned by the righteous path, but ironically, the ones who were secretly researching blood path were the righteous path sections. These blood flower trees are mortal goo materials, but as long as there is a certain amount, they can be stacked and used like immortal materials. This is the most unique advantage of blood path. These blood flower trees that I have can also be seen as an immortal material. But now, I already have rank 6 blood path immortal goo cold blood and blood feud, I need mortal blood goo to use them to form immortal killer moves. Feng knew that his focus now was to refine blood path mortal goo, and then use Fan Shilu's teachings to practice blood path immortal killer moves. Furthermore, he had just ascended to an immortal, there was a huge difference between the aperture and the immortal aperture, he needed time to adapt. After browsing for a while, Feng withdrew his attention and returned to reality. The faint sense of accomplishment and gratification he felt when browsing his immortal aperture disappeared, what he felt was an indistinct pressure. Feng Yuan. As soon as he returned to reality, Feng could not help but think of his brother. Over the past few days, not only did he ascend as an immortal, he also obtained information about Feng Yuan from Fan Shilu. This information was much more detailed than the outside world, and it came from the Celestial Court. From this, Feng learned about Feng Yuan's recent situation. As for the fact that Feng Yuan was not dead, he had learned it as soon as he was rescued and brought back to Xianxia state. Strangely enough, when he found out about this fact, he didn't feel the slightest bit of anger for being deceived. On the contrary, as he learned more and more recently, his heart grew sadder and sadder. As it turns out, I've never truly understood you. Fang Yuan. Otherworldly demon. Spring-autumn cicada, rank 8 cultivation level. The more he understood, the more Fang Jing felt his own insignificance. He truly felt the terror and strength of Fang Yuan, thinking about how he would have to face such an enemy in the future. He felt great pressure and even a trace of despair. He faced the despair deep in his heart. He never denied it, nor did he avoid it. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. When one is young, they are fearless and have a sense of motivation. But when a person experiences enough, they will discover their own fear. It turns out that tigers can eat humans, their claws can easily tear through cowhide. It turns out that his own strength and horns are not as strong as he thought. Imagination was beautiful. Only after a full collision with reality could one feel the pain and clearly understand the world and oneself from the pain. When I was a rank 5 Gu master, I was in Xianxia blessed land. I was caught in the conflict between the 3 countries of hairy men. I was homeless. Now that I have become a Gu immortal, I am stuck between Fang Yuan and the celestial court. I have become a pawn of the celestial court. My strength has far surpassed what it was before, but unfortunately, the situation is even more out of my control, and the danger is even greater. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid I'll die. Thinking of this, Fang Jing could not help but smile bitterly. Even now, he did not know what value he had that the celestial court placed so much importance on him. Soon, he thought of Zhao Lianyun. After his immortal ascension, he received some congratulatory gifts. This was a custom of the 5 regions. Every time a Gu master succeeds in immortal ascension, his or her friends and family, as well as their forces, would send congratulatory gifts. Fang Jing's gifts mostly came from Crane Gate, so Zhao Lianyun's gift was quite unique. From Crane Gate's information channel, Fang Jing had a comprehensive understanding of Zhao Lianyun. You are also an otherworldly demon, but you are not complete. You took the initiative to contact me. Are you trying to ally with me to deal with Fang Yuan? Zhao Lianyun's gift contained a letter. The letter expressed Zhao Lianyun's goodwill, but did not say anything else. Fang Jing, however, understood Zhao Lianyun's intention. Zhao Lianyun's gift was a blood crystal nurturing method. It was extremely suitable for Fang Jing. In the letter, she even described her understanding of Gu immortal cultivation. There was a paragraph that made Fang Jing pay attention to it. In Gu immortal cultivation, fighting is the dominant path, while managing the immortal aperture is the king path. The two complement each other and cannot be lacking. Without sufficient battle strength and dominance, no matter how well the immortal aperture is managed, you will only be bullied by others. Your hard-earned gains will become someone else's spoils of war. On the other hand, if your battle strength is strong but your immortal aperture foundation is insufficient, you will be like a burning bonfire. You can only be strong for a while. When the wood burns out, you will be nothing more than a firework. Fang Jing nodded slightly, thinking to himself, other than this paragraph, there is also the description of the calamities and tribulations. They are all insightful. This shows that Zhao Lianyun is truly sincere. It is a pity. I wanted to meet him once, but Crane Gate did not allow it. It is such a pity. Don't you think so, Fang Yuan? Saying this, Fang Jing's gaze froze. In his early days of cultivation, he had his master Tenchiru as his companion. In Xianxia blessed land, he pretended to be with Fang Yuan. Only when he was rescued and brought back to Central Continent did he become alone. Unknowingly, Fang Jing had already gotten used to having people accompanying him. Without you, I am indeed not used to it. Fang Jing shook his head and smiled bitterly. An indescribable loneliness filled his heart. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle smiled in relief. Fang Jing has already become a Gu immortal, but he still needs to raise his cultivation level to be able to restrain Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was aware of Zhao Lianyun's intentions. After all, even though Ma Hongyun was dead, his soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. The true problem is Fang Yuan himself. Ever since Fang Yuan broke out of the encirclement in the River of Time, he had vanished without a trace, never appearing in public again. Fairy Myrtle would rather he plunder resources. This way, the more clues Fang Yuan left behind, the more valuable things she could deduce. She could even break through Fang Yuan's wisdom path defenses. In Fairy Myrtle's opinion, Fang Yuan had great battle strength, but what was more terrifying was his management skills. Every time he endured for a period of time, the strength he displayed would increase by leaps and bounds. The rate of improvement was often shocking. This was the effect of his management skills. Only a sturdy foundation could support his terrifying combat strength. Right now, Spectral Soul is gradually losing control. The information obtained from soul searching is becoming more and more important. In the River of Time, the Time Path Immortal Goo houses have been repaired. There are 4 of them now. The Time Path formation needs to be modified. At the same time, I cannot let Fang Yuan have a good time. I need to contact Wu Yong. Several days later. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan pushed his palm. A powerful killer move entered the open door and entered Lulan Blessed Land. The tribulation that He Lulan was facing crumbled and dissipated. He Lulan's eyelids twitched slightly before her expression calmed down. She stood in her immortal aperture, cupping her fists towards Fang Yuan, who was outside the door. No need to be polite. Fang Yuan took a glance at Lulan Blessed Land. Lulan Blessed Land was barren and could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though He Lulan had high aptitude, she had never managed her immortal aperture properly. But this was what Fang Yuan wanted. He could provide cultivation resources to He Lulan. He Lulan would rely on him in this aspect. It was a form of control over He Lulan. In fact, Ying Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest were in the same situation. Let's leave this place. My wisdom path methods can only defend for a while. Every tribulation will greatly affect my methods. Fang Yuan urged. He Lulan nodded. She did not dare to be careless. She quickly stored the blessed land and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to retreat. Wu Yong and the rest who were rushing over could not find him. Damn it. He escaped again. This remnant aura, someone is undergoing tribulation again. Southern Borders Goo immortals had ugly expressions. Some were furious, some were silent, and some showed a trace of fear. This is the 4th. It is clear that Fang Yuan is helping his lackeys undergo tribulation to raise their cultivation level. If he continues like this, it will not be good. Wu Yong's expression was grim. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said slowly, Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel. He can escape very quickly. We can only set up beacon towers and work together in jewel yellow skies to restrict his business and weaken his profits. Over time, we will gain an advantage. Jade light flashed in Qixi Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan appeared out of nowhere. We are safe for now. They are starting to restrict my business in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He felt pressure indeed, but he had recently annexed the 5 Xiangs Public Grotto Heaven and Qixi Grotto Heaven. He obtained a lot of resources. Even if he was suppressed, it did not affect the overall situation. But this was clearly the result of the cooperation between the Celestial Court and the Southern Border Alliance. If this continued, as time passed, even Fang Yuan would not be able to endure it. He obtained a lot of cultivation resources from the Southern Border Goo immortal captives, but Southern Border's righteous path knew this. Most of his transactions were blocked. I need to think of a way. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. To be continued. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Eastern Sea. Swish swish swish, waves surged, hitting the rocks on the island and causing them to explode into white foam. Winds howled, the weather was gloomy. This uninhabited island was very inconspicuous in the huge Eastern Sea, but there were 4 Goo immortals hiding here. Ren Xiaoping, you are too much. Miao Mingxian growled. His eyes were red. He had injuries on his body. He showed intense anger and hatred. He was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. He had rank 7 cultivation level and cultivated space path. He had methods to expand immortal aperture space. He made a living out of this. He helped many Eastern Sea Goo immortals expand their immortal aperture space. He was very popular. Miao Mingxian was neither tall nor short. He was neither fat nor skinny. His appearance was above average. His facial features were ordinary. Only his wide nose left a deep impression. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But he had great ambitions. He was skilled at treating others with humility. He had quite the charisma. Eastern Sea's 3 lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gui Qiyi, followed Miao Mingxian's lead. The 4 of them formed a strong group. But at this moment, Gui Qiyi was unconscious. His skin was emitting a poisonous purple color. He was in danger. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, who were standing beside Miao Mingxin, were also in a sorry state. They had clearly gone through a huge battle. They were injured. Lord Miao Mingxin, what do we do now? Gui Qiyi was hit by the ice poison starfish's stinger. We cannot detoxify this poison. Immortal Hua Dai was worried. Not long ago, the four of them had fallen for Ren Xiaoping's trap. Ren Xiaoping had rank 7 peak cultivation level. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He enslaved the ice poison starfish to assassinate Miao Mingxin. But at the crucial moment, Gui Qiyi blocked this fatal attack for Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin reacted. He quickly brought the unconscious Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai out of the encirclement. Feng Jiang's expression was cold. Even though the ice poison starfish's stinger is troublesome, I heard that Su Chen and Fairy Jiu you can save it. Su Chen was a member of a super force, Su clan. He was skilled in healing. He was famous in Eastern Sea. He was a kind person. On the other hand, Fairy Jiu was a loose cultivator with a cold temperament. If one wanted to ask her to save Gui Qiyi, the price would be much higher. Miao Mingxin shook his head. I do not intend to invite either of them. Su Chen is a member of the Su family, and Fairy Jiu has a secret relationship with Ren Xiaoping. Ordinary people don't know this, but I do. I suspect that Fairy Jiu might be a trap set up by that old thief Ren Xiaoping. Ah? Then? Immortal Hua Dai hesitated. Miao Mingxin squeezed out a smile. Have you forgotten? The poison of the ice poison starfish can be washed away by the yellow hell water. Feng Jiang stared with wide eyes. Underworld yellow water is a rank 8 immortal material. It is rare even in Eastern Sea. Lord, you have it? Miao Mingxin shook his head. Of course not. I plan to exchange the universe extreme route at Jewel Yellow Skies. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai immediately understood. Extreme Time Route was a time path rank 8 immortal material. It landed in Miao Mingxin's hands a long time ago. He had been keeping it and not willing to sell it. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai knew about this. Immortal Hua Dai's expression changed. She said reluctantly, Extreme Time Route is a rare item even among rank 8 immortal materials. Lord, why don't you exchange it for other rank 8 immortal materials and exchange for the yellow hell water? Miao Mingxin shook his head again. Rank 8 immortal materials are basically traded with other items. If I use other immortal materials to exchange for the yellow hell water, there might not be anyone who wants my rank 8 immortal material, and even if someone wants my rank 8 immortal material, they might not have the yellow hell water. But now, you know that Celestial Court, Southern Border's Righteous Path, and other forces are working together to restrain Feng Yuan. Not only are they suppressing his businesses, they are also buying Time Path immortal materials with all their might. Time Path immortal materials are in high demand, their prices are rising rapidly. Celestial Court is a huge force, they will definitely have the yellow hell water. I can use the universe extreme route to exchange for the yellow hell water. Lord. Feng Jiang's tone was hoarse. He knew that Miao Mingxin almost died in order to obtain this universe extreme route. He paid a huge price. Miao Mingxin laughed heartily, patting Feng Jiang's shoulder. How can I let this old man die in front of me? What does a mere extreme universe route count for? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were very moved. They did not follow the wrong person. Sure enough, the following situation was as Miao Mingxin expected. The moment his universe extreme route appeared, Celestial Court noticed it. Soon, both sides completed the transaction. Miao Mingxin obtained a large amount of yellow hell water. He used the yellow hell water to cleanse Gui Qiyi's body. He carefully controlled the amount. After all, this yellow hell water could corrode the body of an unguarded Gu immortal. After careful cleansing, the ice poison starfish's poison was completely dispelled. Not long after, Gui Qiyi slowly opened his eyes. He woke up. When he learned that Miao Mingxin paid such a huge price to save him, he could not help but feel emotional. However, he rarely showed his emotions. He kept his gratitude to himself and said to Miao Mingxin, Lord, that old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping suddenly attacked us. It is most likely because of that blue dragon whale. Miao Mingxin sighed. I think so too. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping has always wanted to cooperate with me to enter the blue dragon whale and dig out the Paradise Earth true inheritance. However, the price he offered had never been sincere. This time, he actually attacked me. I was caught off guard. Old scoundrel, just tell me what you think. Guichi nodded. Lord, outsiders already know that you know the location of the blue dragon whale. It was too difficult to keep this secret any longer. Why don't we invite others to explore the blue dragon whale together? After we obtain some gains and get stronger, we can deal with Ren Xiaoping. Otherwise, with our current strength, it will be hard to determine who has the upper hand against Ren Xiaoping. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping has a group of lone immortals with him. He is a crafty old fox. If he finds himself in a bad situation, he will spread the news and attract even more attention. Miao Mingshen's eyes shined with divine light. Rather than that and let Ren Xiaoping attract even more outsiders, why don't we get reinforcements now and attack directly? This is a good idea, it is the only way now. It is a pity, if I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would be able to explore it myself. Guichi added, Lord, we need to select the people we want to invite carefully. Miao Mingshen nodded. He looked at the 3 immortals and asked, I understand this, do you have any recommendations? The 3 immortals reported their names. Miao Mingshen nodded and shook his head at times. He chose a group of people, but for safety's sake, he eliminated another group of people from the group. Reliability was the most important thing. But this way, there were fewer people. Even if the immortals worked together, they could not overcome the first obstacle. They could not enter the blue dragon whale's inner world. At this time, Immortal Hua Dai exclaimed, I have a candidate, do you remember Chuing? Chuing. Miao Mingshen's eyes brightened, amazing. This person has rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivates transformation path, and most importantly, he has enmity with Ren Xiaoping. But this person is too secretive. Even now, I have not been able to find out more about him. Saying so, he showed a hesitant expression. To be continued. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Paradise Earth's True Inheritance. Within the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven, Fang Yuan received a letter from Miao Mingshen, inviting him to participate in the blue dragon whale's exploration. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. Miao Mingshen actually had a conflict with Ren Xiaoping and started exploring the blue dragon whale ahead of time. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In his 500 years of memories, this was already ahead of time. Maybe my rebirth caused all kinds of changes to spread, causing the conflict between Miao Mingshen and Ren Xiaoping to happen ahead of time. Or maybe there is something wrong with my 500 years of memories from my previous life. After all, providence was hidden in the spring-autumn cicada. It was very convenient for it to do something. There is another possibility, that is, the celestial court secretly deduced my relationship with Miao Mingshen and wanted to use this opportunity to scheme against me again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan calmed down and slowly closed his eyes, starting to deduce. After a long time, he opened his eyes and concluded, according to the current clues, the possibility of the celestial court scheming against me is not high. It seems I have to make a trip to Eastern Sea. Among the 5 regions, Central Continent and Northern Plains were extremely dangerous to Fang Yuan because of the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. As for the remaining 3 regions, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border, Fang Yuan was most familiar with Southern Border. Especially when Fang Yuan had been hiding in Wu Clan for some time, he had captured many Southern Border experts, thus he knew a lot of information about the various clans. Another reason was that the Shadow Sect's headquarters was set up in Southern Border. The Shadow Sect had the most operations in Southern Border. They also secretly had many natural immortal formations and other places. These were all hidden in the dark and were not exposed. All kinds of reasons made Fang Yuan choose to stay in Southern Border. Even when He Lulan and the others underwent tribulation, they were in Southern Border. Although there were differences in heaven and earth chi in the 5 regions, forcefully undergoing tribulation in a foreign land would damage the immortal aperture. However, Fang Yuan himself did not want them to manage their immortal apertures well. Fang Yuan was in charge of their cultivation resources, which meant that he had strong control over them. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined all of the immortal goo in Qi Si Grotto Heaven for his own use. The resources in the Qi Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiang's public Grotto Heaven were also being digested. The remaining rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form was rather stubborn, it resisted Fang Yuan's refinement. However, there was still a lot of progress. In time, it would definitely be useful to Fang Yuan. What troubled Feng Yuan was that his family's many trades in the jewel-yellow skies were jointly suppressed by the Celestial Court of Xianxia State and the Alliance of the Decent Sects in Nanjiang, which formed a huge economic blockade. Feng Yuan had thought of many ways to compete with them in a battle of wits and strength, but the results were not good. Be it Central Continent's Celestial Court or Southern Border's Alliance of the Decent Sects, they were both wealthy and had deep foundations. Feng Yuan's capital could not compare to these two behemoths. The most direct way to solve this problem was to monopolize the business of guts goo. However, this method required a huge amount of guts goo. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan lacked soul cores. Even though Danghun Mountain was repaired, its output could not increase. His plan to take over Green Ghost Desert had already failed. If he had succeeded, Feng Yuan would not have any difficulty facing the joint blockade of Central Continent and Southern Border. Qing Chao's whereabouts were still unknown, while Feng Clan was also being targeted by Western Desert's super forces. It would not be easy for Feng Clan to raise their status. It was not that Feng Yuan had not thought of making use of Feng Clan, but he had some misgivings about this. Because his identity as Xuanbu Jin was already known by the Celestial Court. Looking at it now, it was the right decision to take in Green Ghost Desert back then. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Many things in life were contrary to one's wishes. As a result, Feng Yuan's income continued to shrink. What made him even more upset was that Central Continent's Celestial Court was increasing its efforts to plunder the time path immortal materials in jewel-yellow skies. Even so, as long as it was a time path immortal material, the Celestial Court would give the seller what they wanted. Thus, during this period, the price of time path immortal materials in jewel-yellow skies was unprecedentedly high. This made things difficult for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's income was already decreasing. He wanted to refine time path immortal goo to increase his strength in this aspect so that he could enter the river of time again, but the Celestial Court overbearingly pushed him away. The Celestial Court had been established since the remote antiquity era. After countless years of accumulation, how could Feng Yuan compare to it? Feng Yuan's progress in time path was minimal. In contrast, the Celestial Court was plundering large amounts of time path immortal materials. They might even be able to refine a fifth immortal goo house. In this situation, Feng Yuan's hope of finding Red Lotus True Inheritance was getting slimmer and slimmer. I need a large amount of time path immortal materials to refine time path immortal goo. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became venerable through Earth Path. There might not be many time path immortal materials in the Paradise Earth True Inheritance in the Blue Dragon Whale. But even so, I have to go. In this uncertain future, nobody could say what they would obtain. Even if they did not obtain time path immortal materials, the things in the Paradise Earth True Inheritance would definitely be good stuff. Southern Border's Rank 8 Goo Immortal Lu Wei Yin is the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor. If I can obtain this Paradise Earth True Inheritance, I might have a way to deal with him. More importantly, according to my memories in the 500 years of my previous life, the Blue Dragon Whale seems to contain Rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret. In my previous life, Miao Mingxin explored it many times. Even though he did not obtain the Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he made many gains each time. Because many Goo Immortals participated in it and entered it many times, rumors of Immortal Goo Regret spread. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable used Immortal Goo Regret as the core to create a famous Immortal Killer move, Repent and Start Anew. He used this move to cause many demonic path Goo Immortals to change sides. They realized their mistake and turned from evil to good. Repent and Start Anew was a killer move with great battle results. Immortal Goo Regret was naturally a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Wisdom Path had three elements. They were thought, will, and emotion. Immortal Goo Regret belonged to emotion. Later on, Goo Immortals created Emotion Path from Wisdom Path. Thus, Immortal Goo Regret also belonged to Emotion Path. In the long history records, Immortal Goo Regret appeared many times, sometimes rank 6, sometimes rank 7. It was in the hands of Goo Immortals of the 5 regions. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's hands, Immortal Goo Regret seemed to have been refined to rank 8 for the first time. Later on, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret from an unknown source. Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of Immortal Goo Regret. Because he wanted to recreate Regret Pool. Speaking of which, other than the tributary of the River of Time, the core of the Immortal Goo House Regret Pool was Immortal Goo Regret. Unfortunately, back then, the regret pool left behind in Eastern Sea was only a half-finished product. It lacked immortal goo regret. If this Paradise Earth true inheritance really has rank 8 immortal goo regret, with this goo, I can replicate a portion of regret pool's effect. It will be very useful for my goo refinement in the future. This was the reason why Feng Yuan was most moved. In fact, regret pool was also part of Feng Yuan's plan. He extorted Southern Border's righteous path and painstakingly built the incomplete immortal goo house. It fulfilled his expectations in this aspect. Regrettably, the incomplete immortal goo house was completely destroyed in the River of Time. Feng Yuan did not have time to retrieve any goo worms. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Eastern Sea. Miao Mingxian looked around. There were 8 goo immortals standing around him. Among them, there was naturally Feng Yuan. Everyone. Miao Mingxian said solemnly, regarding this operation, I have already explained it to everyone in detail. I have also given everyone a day to consider it. This is the first time I am doing this. The risks are hard to assess. There is a chance of death. If any of you choose to give up, please leave now. Miao Mingxian will not stop you, I truly understand. Sea winds blew, brushing past their ears. Miao Mingxian looked around again. No one moved. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was too high grade, even though there were few Earth Path goo immortals in Eastern Sea. Among the goo immortals present, only one cultivated Earth Path. No one wanted to give up. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Furthermore, since ancient times, among goo venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most benevolent. He had never harmed anyone. The immortal inheritances he set up were also known to be gentle. Such a fortuitous encounter, anyone who did not grab it would be a fool. Alright, since everyone wants to participate, let's form an alliance agreement first. Miao Mingxian was excited. He was naturally fully prepared for this trip. Zhengluo Zi, please help. Miao Mingxian cupped his fists and invited. Zhengluo Zi stepped forward. He wore a green and white robe, his face was thin, his cheekbones were high, his eye sockets were deep, his eyes were shining with bright light. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivated information path. Miao Mingxian had already communicated with him. He immediately said, "This is the alliance agreement we are about to form, please take a look at it." Zhengluo Zi had just said that when many of the goo immortals present shook, they showed a trace of shock. It turned out that the contents of the alliance agreement had appeared in their minds at the same time. Zhengluo Zi did this to show off his strength. He wanted to confirm his position in the group. This exploration of Paradise Earth's true inheritance had just started, but the goo immortals were already competing openly and secretly. To be continued. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Miao Mingxian's expression did not change, but he was observing carefully. Zhengluo Zi's move was part of his plan. It allowed him to gather more valuable information. Zhengluo Zi's information path attainment was something that even Miao Mingxian admired. Now that Zhengluo Zi showed his move, Miao Mingxian observed his expression and made many discoveries. There are 8 people in this trip. Other than me, Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai, there is also Zhengluo Zi, Tu Tu Tua, Tong Hua, and Chu Ying. Other than Zhengluo Zi and Miao Mingxian, there was also Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tua. The rest of the people were more or less moved. Miao Mingxian trusted Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai the most, but he did not tell them about this arrangement. They were acting as they were. Miao Mingxian interacted with Zhengluo Zi, Tu Tu Tua, and Tong Hua. He knew them very well. They were rare rank 7 goo immortals in Eastern Sea. In Eastern Sea, there were the most lone immortals. They were also a level higher than the other 4 regions, because Eastern Sea had the most resources. Miao Mingxian was slightly worried about Chu Ying. This person was a hidden immortal. He had interacted with him once or twice. He left a deep impression on Miao Mingxian. The truth was, Miao Mingxian did not intend to invite Chu Ying. But because Chu Ying and Ren Xiaoping had conflicts long ago, he saved Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, and most importantly, he seemed to have a lot of lifespan goo in his possession. With all these factors, Miao Mingxian decided to invite Chu Ying to join this trip. He was the only one who knew the exact location of the blue dragon whale. This way, any invitation from him would be a favor. Miao Mingxian wanted to cooperate more deeply with Feng Yuan. Ignoring everything else, just the lifespan goo in Feng Yuan's hands was enough to move Miao Mingxin. Zhengluozi's move made Chu Ying's expression change as well. As for Tu Tu Tua and Tong Hua, it was unknown if they were really immune to it or if they were pretending to be calm. Immortal Miao Ming saw the immortal's expressions and laughed. Immortal Zhengluozi, you have a good plan. Tu Tu Tua snorted coldly while Tong Hua glanced coldly at Zhengluozi. Feng Yuan looked at Zhengluozi in shock, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Zhengluozi's gaze swept past Chu Ying. Before meeting Tu Tu Tua and Tong Hua's gazes, he laughed heartily and threw out an information path mortal goo. The information path mortal goo also recorded the details of the alliance agreement. After the immortals inspected it, some nodded in acceptance, while others suggested to modify some of the contents. Of course, the content was not a big deal. Miao Mingxin was the leader. He led the immortals, and after the discussion, Zhengluozi acted and formed an alliance. Once the alliance was formed, the immortals looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. There is no time to lose, let's set off now. Miao Mingxin moved quickly with the immortals behind him. Miao Mingxin flew in the air for a while before falling into the sea. It's not easy to hide in the air, and it's extremely easy to be discovered. If Ren Xiaoping received news of this operation, he would definitely not sit still and wait for death. Thus, entering the sea is to use the undercurrent. Feng Yuan guessed. A moment later, as he expected, Miao Mingxin led the immortals to the bottom of the sea. They saw a huge undercurrent that was like a giant python. Miao Mingxin gradually slowed down and stopped in front of the undercurrent. Miao Mingxin looked at Zhengluozi. Before entering the undercurrent, for safety's sake, to ensure that we are not separated, I hope Zhengluozi can make a move. I know you have an immortal killer move that can mark all of us and allow us to sense each other's location. This was another method to control the situation. But Miao Mingxin did not say it when they formed the alliance agreement. He said it when facing the undercurrent. It was natural and could not be refuted. Miao Mingxin, do you really want to do this? Zhengluozi pretended to hesitate. Miao Mingxin laughed heartily. We have already formed an alliance agreement. We will work together sincerely in the future to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Can we not trust each other? His words were deep. Tong Hua, Tu Tu Tua, and the rest's gazes flashed as they nodded in agreement. Zhengluozi looked around. Then don't be nervous, don't defend, my move has no offensive power. Feng Yuan rolled his eyes secretly as he said, please do it. Let me do it first. Feng Jiang stood up first. Zhengluozi used his immortal killer move on Feng Jiang first, while the rest took turns. After a while, the immortals were all hit by the information path killer move. They could sense each other's location. That's good. Please follow me, the undercurrent is very fast. If we are slightly slower, we will be very far away. Miao Mingxin said before diving into the undercurrent. Feng Yuan and the rest followed closely behind. The undercurrents at the bottom of the Eastern Sea had different directions and lengths. They came and went, and they were the mighty forces of nature. Moving along the undercurrent, the immortal's speed was faster than some ordinary immortal killer moves. Most importantly, they only needed to defend themselves. It was very easy. If a water path goo immortal had methods, they could use the undercurrent to move faster, or even defend themselves against enemies. Feng Yuan was at the back of the group. He found that this group's arrangement was very particular. For example, Immortal Hua Dai was beside him. She transmitted to him from time to time. Feng Yuan answered her while secretly inspecting the information path Dao marks on his body. After observing for a while, Feng Yuan relaxed. It was not hard to get rid of these information path Dao marks. Feng Yuan had many ways to do so. At the same time, he had the immortal killer move self-cleansing that countered the restrictions of information path. But now was not a good time. Everyone, we are about to leave, follow me. Ahead, Miao Mingxin transmitted. After a few breaths, he got out of the undercurrent, the rest followed closely behind. After leaving the undercurrent, Feng Yuan found that he was in an ordinary nameless sea area. In the following journey, the immortals used several undercurrents to travel. If there were no undercurrents, they would hide in the sea and move forward quietly, keeping a low profile. Even if they encountered desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they would avoid them. If they encountered any natural resources, they would not take them. They traveled like this for several days. As they conversed, the group's atmosphere became more harmonious. Miao Mingshen had great interpersonal skills. He firmly secured his position as the leader. While they were chatting, he suddenly paused, saying, "We are getting close." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan was puzzled. He had already used several investigative killer moves but did not find anything. He could not see what method Miao Mingshen used to be so sure. The blue dragon whale's existence was known to everyone. But its exact location had always been mysterious. Miao Mingshen definitely had a unique method to obtain it. Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. He had great battle strength. It was possible for him to kill Miao Mingshen and plunder his soul. But there were risks. Gu Immortal's methods were mysterious and unfathomable. If they encountered a strange one, they might fail miserably. Thus, Fang Yuan did not make a move. He remained hidden. It would not be too late to strike when they reached the blue dragon whale. As they got closer, the immortals started to notice something strange. The seawater ahead became more turbulent. It was like a gentle breeze earlier, but now, it became a violent storm. The resistance of moving forward increased. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts increased in numbers. They could not control themselves in the violent currents. Fang Yuan and the rest had to move forward while resisting. They killed a large number of desolate beasts, carving out a path of blood. At this time everyone's strength started to show. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had the weakest battle strength. They were soon protected. Miao Mingshen was still moving forward. He was the vanguard, enduring the greatest pressure. Behind him were Tong Hua and Zheng Luozi. Tu Tua was an earth path cultivator. In this environment, his battle strength was greatly suppressed. Next was Fang Yuan. He had turned into a miniature seahorse. He was only the size of a palm. He moved at lightning speed. The strength he displayed was only above average in the group. It was not strong at all. They moved forward with difficulty. The path ahead was getting worse. When immemorial desolate beast figures appeared among the countless fish figures, the immortals knew that they could not continue like this. The strongest Miao Mingshen only had rank 7 cultivation level. Following Miao Mingshen, they flew out of the seawater and into the sky. Rumble. In the sky, tornadoes raged, lightning flashed like a forest, thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered like a city. There were huge waves on the surface of the sea. They were hundreds of meters tall. The situation was dangerous. It was not inferior to the bottom of the sea. Large numbers of birds and eagles flew around amidst the thunder and lightning, fighting and killing each other. In the dark clouds, the blue charm lightning shadow flickered. It was being chased by the immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. Seeing that the tail of the Thunder Phoenix flashed in the dark clouds, Miao Mingshen and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. "Quick, follow me!" Miao Mingshen transmitted. His hair stood on end as he flew forward. Gu Immortals had their own methods to hide, but in this situation, it was very chaotic. No method was safe. The wisest choice was to leave as soon as possible. The Thunder Phoenix screeched. It discovered Fang Yuan and the rest as it flew down. The seawater exploded. An immemorial octopus that was as large as a mountain moved its countless tentacles. It also targeted Miao Mingshen and the rest as prey. Damn it, damn it. Miao Mingshen's expression was distorted. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Before even seeing the blue dragon whale, they were already in a desperate situation. The aura of death was assaulting them. Split up and escape. After hesitating for a moment, Miao Mingshen shouted. The Gu Immortals quickly split up and escaped. Crack! The Thunder Phoenix was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Fang Yuan in the blink of an eye. Chewing! Immortal Hua Dai was brought along by Gue Qiyi. Seeing this, she cried out in shock. Save me! Fang Yuan shouted with a look of despair. At the next moment, he was struck by the Thunder Phoenix. His entire body was burnt to a crisp. He died on the spot. Chewing! Seeing this, the remaining 7 immortals' hearts jumped. They fled in panic. To be continued. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Boom. A lightning ball the size of a millstone exploded on Miao Mingshen's back. Guh. Miao Mingshen's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His pale face turned even more sickly. He quickly focused and activated an immortal killer move. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot and appeared thousands of steps away. But even here, there was thunder and lightning. Fierce beasts were flying. The situation was already at its worst. To think that I, Miao Mingxin, am going to die here. Miao Mingxin had a look of despair. Wasn't Paradise Earth's true inheritance supposed to be gentle? Why was it so dangerous? These questions were no longer important. Miao Mingxin's immortal aperture's immortal essence was already dried up. Even though most of his immortal goo were still around, he was already at the end of his rope. That attack earlier was his final struggle. The beast's roar almost pierced his eardrums. The immemorial Thunder Phoenix pounced at him again. Looking around, only Miao Mingxin was left of the 8 goo immortals. He was the one who lasted the longest, the others had all died. If I had known this, I would not have come to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I have not even seen the blue dragon whale and I am about to die. He, Ren Xiaoping will laugh his head off if he finds out. Miao Mingxin felt regret, but he was also helpless. In one's life, the road ahead was dark. Who could predict it all? Even the Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable Star Constellation couldn't deduce everything? Come. Miao Mingxin sighed as he puffed out his chest, facing the Thunder Phoenix's claws calmly. There was a sharp pain, followed by the deepest darkness. Am I already dead? Miao Mingxin was dazed. At this time, a voice could be heard, Lord Miao Mingxin, wake up, quickly wake up. Miao Mingxin opened his eyes. Next, he saw Immortal Hua Dai's concerned expression. Standing in front of him were Gue Qi, Feng Jiang, Tu Tua, and the rest. Even Chuing, who died first, was here. They were all smiling. You guys, what is going on? Miao Mingxin's eyes suddenly shined. Wait, is this a test? Celestial friend Miao is wise, the result of our discussion is the same. Tu Tua laughed and replied. I didn't expect the first trial to arrive before I even see the blue dragon whale. However, this trial is a little too dangerous. Miao Mingxin shook his head as fear lingered in his heart. As he spoke, he inspected his injuries. In the next moment, he was completely stunned. He found that the injuries on his body had all disappeared, the damage to his goo worms had also completely disappeared, even his dried-up immortal essence reserves were restored to their original state. This? Miao Mingxin looked up, was everything just an illusion? That's right. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method was truly amazing. We did not sense anything even though we were in this situation, only when we died did we realize it. Thinking about it, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create reincarnation battlefield. It was not difficult for him to design this test. In the historical records, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created this type of immortal killer move to subdue the rank 8 expert battle demon of that time. Reincarnation Battlefield was the pinnacle of this move. After so many years, Reincarnation Battlefield had nurtured countless goo immortal experts for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Miao Mingxin breathed heavily as his mind became clearer. I think this was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's advice. After all, once one experiences death, they can accept everything. Lord is right, the moment of death is truly unforgettable. Feng Jiang sighed. At the same time, this can also test a person's battle strength. Miao Mingxin, I can't help but admire you. We all saw your performance in the illusion realm. You are the one who lasted the longest among us. Tong Hua smiled. Miao Mingxin was both happy and worried. He was happy that his performance this time had greatly increased his prestige in the team, but he was worried that most of his own methods had been completely exposed. After all, at the moment of life and death, who could hold back? Miao Mingxin suddenly thought of Feng Yuan, his gaze turned. Chuing, to think that I was so sad and angry, to think that you are the one who saved the most effort among us. His words had a deeper meaning. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh, showing a bitter smile and shame. To speak the truth, at the moment of death, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I cursed in my heart, why was I so unlucky to be targeted by the immemorial Thunder Phoenix? But when I woke up, I was dazed for a long time before I could recover. With attitude immortal goo, his performance was very sincere. Miao Mingxin stared at Feng Yuan deeply, seeing his sincere expression, the suspicions that had just risen in his mind dissipated. Then where is this place? Miao Mingxin looked around and saw that they were on an uninhabited island. The island was surrounded by a vast expanse of blue seawater, it was boundless. Groups of fish could be seen in the seawater, waves were splashing on the surface of the sea breeze was gentle, white seabirds were chirping, some were flying in the sky while others were close to the sea surface. We were about to ask you. When we woke up, we were already here. I wonder where we should go now. Tong Hua said. Miao Mingxian nodded. Everyone, please wait a moment. Saying so, he closed his eyes and activated a mysterious immortal killer move. This was his unique method to locate the blue dragon whale, but it was hard to comprehend the true meaning of this method from the surface. Miao Mingxian closed his eyes before opening them again. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. Everyone, if I am not wrong, this should be the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture world. Miao Mingxian said something shocking. What? The immortals were shocked. They more or less knew about the situation of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had subdued the blue dragon whale and opened a grotto heaven for it. In this grotto heaven, he left behind a Paradise Earth true inheritance. For countless years, many Gu immortals tried to find the blue dragon whale, but they could not find anything. This time, the Gu immortals wanted to see the blue dragon whale's glory, but to think that they would stumble into its grotto heaven. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements are truly not something we can understand. This means that there is no difficulty in entering this place? Then why didn't anyone come here before us? Is it because the blue dragon whale is too hard to find? Then, what should we do next? Tong Hua asked. The immortals' gazes gathered on Miao Mingxian again. Miao Mingxian was very satisfied with this situation. The Gu immortals arrived at their destination but did not split up. They still wanted to stay by his side. His efforts to stabilize his position were not in vain. To speak the truth, I am not sure. However, since we've entered this grotto heaven world, we've almost succeeded in half of it. Next, we need to find the Paradise Earth true inheritance that is hidden here. This is an unfamiliar place after all. Who knows what has been living here for countless years? To be safe, let's travel together. Even if something unexpected happens, we can take care of each other. Miao Mingxian's words made the immortals nod in agreement. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. I have a humble opinion. Since we are here because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, this island is not simple either. Since that's the case, it's clear that the island we're on isn't simple. We might as well search this island thoroughly first. You are not going to explore it first? Miao Mingxian asked. The immortals shook their heads. Some looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Even though I was the first to enter, after realizing that the outside world was an illusion, I was afraid of the dangers here. Thus, I have been waiting here. Alright, then let's split up and search this island. Miao Mingxian started to assign missions. This island was not big. Fang Yuan had many people on his side. Soon, someone found some clues and called out, "Come to the center of the island, there is a rank 8 immortal Gu house here." A moment later, 8 Gu immortals stood in front of the immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house had a peculiar appearance. From the outside, it looked like a steel made of gold. Many words appeared on the surface of the steel. Feng Jiang took a few glances at the content before shouting in shock, "So this is Paradise Earth's true inheritance." Immortal Hua Dai, who was beside him, frowned, but it will be much more troublesome to inherit this true inheritance. According to the steel's records, this immortal Gu house was a rank 8 merit board. It looked after the grotto heaven of the immortal aperture. For external Gu immortals to obtain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, they had to accept the missions on the steel and obtain merit points after completing them. The more merit points they had, the more valuable the items they could exchange for. If they did not accept this, the Gu immortals could only stay on this island. They could not leave and go to other places in the grotto heaven. According to the inscription, we can only stay here for 300 days. Tong Hua said in a regretful tone. 300 days was calculated according to the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven's time flow. What kind of missions can we complete in 300 days? Zheng Luozi's eyes shined with bright light. There were only 10 missions on the steel, each one was different. This meant that there would be more competition between Gu immortals. The others were not stupid. They soon realized this problem. The atmosphere became heavy. Miao Mingxian acutely sensed the change in the atmosphere. He said, "Everyone, even though the steel says it clearly, this is the first time we are here, we cannot rule out other possibilities. In my opinion, we should test it and see if we can leave this island. At the same time, I would like to ask everyone to research this immortal Gu house. If we can find a way to break it and take it for ourselves, that would be a great thing." The immortals were moved. This was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. If they could break it and split it among themselves, the gains would be immense. Miao Mingshan continued, when we searched, we found that this island has a lot of cultivation resources, there is a huge amount of them. Let's not talk about other things first, let's split these resources first, what do you think? The immortals had benefits to gain, why would they be unwilling, they all agreed. To be continued, for the fastest novel reading, please visit. Even though the island was small, there were a lot of cultivation resources inside. This density and amount of resources were clearly planted by humans. The 8 Gu immortals, including Feng Yuan, looted the resources and distributed them. Feng Yuan was acting as Chuing, a transformation path Gu immortal. He obtained a lot of transformation path immortal materials. But because transformation path reflected countless paths, there were many types of immortal materials. For example, the soul core of a soul beast was a soul path immortal material, but if a transformation path Gu immortal transformed into a soul beast, the soul core could also be considered a transformation path cultivation resource. Feng Yuan used transformation path as a cover to collect a lot of time path immortal materials. Zheng Luozi said casually, Chuing, do you have a time path transformation path? Why didn't you use it in the outside world? Feng Yuan smiled, I was just taking advantage of the situation. I'm sure you all know about that demon Feng Yuan. These time path immortal materials can be exchanged for many good things in jewel yellow skies. After all, if I compete with you all, it would hurt our relationship. Ha ha ha. Chuing, why didn't I think of that? All laughed loudly. Zheng Luozi's eyes shined with bright light, he did not speak anymore. After the shock of the outside world's illusion realm, the Gu immortals' moods became better. After all, their gains were quite good. Especially when Miao Mingshan did not side with them, he distributed the resources evenly, the atmosphere in the group was quite harmonious. Half a day later, the immortals gathered in front of the rank 8 immortal Gu house merit obelisk again. According to the records on the merit obelisk, these resources were arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the past. It was to ensure that Gu immortals who did not want to accept the mission did not come in vain. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly kind. Tong Hua sighed. Guiqi pondered and said, now that all of us have made our moves, we have tested the island one by one. It is true that we cannot force our way out. And this merit obelisk is not something we can decipher. Feng Jiang added. The immortals were silent. How could Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements be so easy to decipher? Especially these Gu immortals, other than Feng Yuan, they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though some of them were elite rank 7s, against an immortal venerable's methods, they were too weak. I wonder if fellow immortal Miaoming has any insights? Tong Hua asked. Miao Mingshan shook his head, I know nothing about Paradise Earth True Inheritance, I am no different from all of you. In my opinion, since we cannot forcefully break Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, we only have 2 choices. The first was to not accept the mission from the steel and stay on this island for 300 days. Once the time limit was up, he should be teleported out. The second is to follow the instructions on the tablet. The immortals looked at each other. Without a doubt, the resources on the island had already been divided up. Who would want to foolishly stay here for 300 days? Because of this, the immortals tasted the sweetness and became even more interested in Paradise Earth's true inheritance. In their opinion, the cultivation resources on the island were just appetizers before the main course. Thus, the value of Paradise Earth's true inheritance could be seen even more clearly. But to accept the mission, we need to be acknowledged by the merit obelisk. This process is similar to the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu of the super clans, but it is much more restrictive. If this is a trap. In this world, there are always benefits and risks. We came here to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance, didn't we come here to take risks? I have decided to accept the mission. Since this was arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there should be no problem. The true inheritance is right in front of us, if we stop here, we will regret it in the future. After a round of discussion, none of the 8 Gu immortals retreated. Thus, according to the instructions on the tablet, the 8 immortals walked forward and placed their palms on the merit obelisk. With a flash of light, the names of the 8 immortals appeared on the new obelisk. A ranking list was formed in the original blank space. Feng Yuan's name was inside, but it was Chuing. This made Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had inspected this merit obelisk and found that it mainly used earth path and sound path. He could not decipher it. Of course, if he tried to forcefully destroy it, with Feng Yuan's battle strength, it was possible. But the risk was too high. He might as well continue to disguise himself and explore with these people. The Gu Immortal world had countless methods. This merit obelisk was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was the creation of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. There was a high chance that the Gu Immortal's true name was exposed. Thankfully, there was no such power. Otherwise, if Feng Yuan's identity was exposed, he might kill everyone around him. After all, his identity was too sensitive. It was hard to say if these people had any strange methods. Even if there was no threat, it would not be good to draw the attention of the Celestial Court. Without understanding the situation, I should not attack these people. After all, this is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. He emphasizes on forgiving people when possible. He is benevolent and tolerant. If I kill them easily, something bad might happen. The 8 immortals were already listed on the merit obelisk. They started to research these missions. There were only 10 missions recorded on the obelisk. Each mission was simple and to the point. They needed the Gu Immortal to analyze them. For example, the first mission, eliminate the water monsters around Sea Eagle City. Water monsters were similar to soul beasts. They were both Dao beasts with all sorts of shapes and forms. After death, most of their bodies would dissipate, only leaving behind water cores and soul cores. These were immortal materials that contained abundant water path and soul path Dao marks. What level of water monsters, desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, there were no details. Sea Eagle City? Sea Eagle City? Where was it? There were no instructions. Exterminating the water monster was still manageable, but the other missions were a little strange. For example, constructing a well for Round Fish Island, gathering herbs for 3 Mark tribe, managing the Spirit Spring, protecting the caravan, repairing the formation, and so on. The 8 immortals looked at the merit obelisk. After thinking for a long time, Zhengluozi sighed, my information path methods are useless against this rank 8 immortal Gu house. It seems that the missions we choose will depend on luck. I will go first. I will choose the first mission, eliminate the water monsters. The others were silent. Although Zhengluozi said that, there were differences between missions. According to common sense, the harder the mission, the greater the merit points. Water monsters were at least desolate beasts. Eliminating them was a mission with high difficulty. The corresponding merit points should be quite high. As for managing the Spirit Spring, protecting the caravan, and other missions, they were at the mortal level. They were not as difficult as eliminating the water monsters. Zhengluozi's choice was undoubtedly snatching a piece of juicy meat. The atmosphere in the group changed. Zhengluozi was silent. He was actually a little nervous. At this time, Miao Mingshan nodded in agreement. He said, you guys can choose first, I will go last. Once he said that, the Gu Immortal's gazes towards Miao Mingshan changed again. Miao Mingshan waved his hand, saying, no need to overestimate me. I just feel that since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made such arrangements, how could he not think of fairness? These seemingly simple missions might not be so simple. Towards Miao Mingshan's deduction, some immortals nodded. Tonghua spoke, then I will choose the second mission. Tutu Tua also made his choice. Their choices were the same as Zhengluozi. It was clearly a difficult mission. After Tutu Tua made his choice, there was still one mission left. It seemed quite difficult. The rest of the missions were all mediocre and ordinary. Among the remaining people, there were 3 rank 7s, Miao Mingshan, Feng Yuan, and Gue Qiyi. Next. Chuing, please make your choice. Miao Mingshan took a look and said with a smile. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai stood beside him. They did not say a word. Wait. Gue Qiyi said at this time, everyone, Lord Miao Mingshan, to speak the truth, I wanted this mission the moment I saw it. The immortals had different expressions. Miao Mingshan turned to look at Gue Qiyi with a shocked and judgmental gaze. But Gue Qiyi did not see it. He looked at Feng Yuan with an eerie gaze. Is this the case of picking the weakest persimmon? Feng Yuan chuckled internally. He said, since Gue Qiyi has such affinity with this mission, it means that this mission is fated with you. I will not snatch it from you. Let's choose the 7th mission. Everyone looked at him. The seventh mission was to collect the black oil from earth trenched deep in the sea. This had always been done by mortal Gu masters. Miao Mingshan quickly said, Chuing, brother Miao, no need to be modest, it is truly enviable that you have such a companion. This is what you deserve, if not for you, how could I have come here? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Guiqi's gaze towards Fang Yuan softened. Indeed, he insisted on the final mission for Miao Mingshan, not for himself. But like Fang Yuan said, the reason why the immortals could come here was because of Miao Mingshan. He deserved this credit indeed. Miao Mingshan rejected it, but Fang Yuan insisted. Miao Mingshan was helpless, he could only accept it. A moment later, everyone chose a mission. The merit obelisk shot out pillars of light into the sky, the Gu immortals entered the pillars of light and were transported out, vanishing on the spot. Fang Yuan felt his vision change. In the blink of an eye, he was on an unfamiliar island. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, but that merit obelisk teleported me here effortlessly. It seems to be the core of this immortal aperture grotto heaven. It is very profound, as expected of Paradise Earth's creation. Regarding these missions, he and Miao Mingshan had similar deductions. Of course, rejecting that mission was not Fang Yuan being modest, it was actually a test for Miao Mingshan. After Fang Yuan and the rest left, only Miao Mingshan and Guiqi were left. Guiqi, you. Miao Mingshan sighed. Guiqi bowed, please forgive me, Lord. What crime did you commit? It's just that you've underestimated Chuing. He was the first person to die in the illusion realm, you think that he is not strong enough. Miao Mingshan shook his head. Lord, do you think that Chuing is hiding his strength? Miao Mingshan shook his head, I did not see anything. It is unlikely that he is hiding his strength. It's just that in this unfamiliar environment, we must first unite and try our best to avoid internal strife. According to Fang Yuan's investigative methods, this island had almost no secrets to him. He found that this island that the merit obelisk teleported to was very ordinary and ordinary. The island did not have many resources. There was a fishing village with some people living there. With a fishing village, there was naturally a spirit spring. There were Gu masters of course, but with such a poor environment and population, it would be a miracle if there was a rank 4 Gu master. Fang Yuan accepted the mission to collect black oil from earth trench at the bottom of the sea. As expected, in his investigation, he soon found traces of black oil seeping out from the edges of the island. If it were other Gu immortals, they might have already gone into the sea to collect earth trench black oil. But Fang Yuan did not intend to do that. The moment he saw the merit obelisk, he started to deduce Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intentions. He stealthily entered the fishing village. This fishing village did not have many people, there were only 5 or 6 Gu masters, the highest cultivation level was a rank 3 Gu master, it could not compare to Qingmao Mountain's Guyue village. In the past, around the Guyue village, there were close to 10 such villages attached to it. Fang Yuan went to find the only rank 3 Gu master in the village. This was an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, his identity as the village head was exposed from other people's words. Fang Yuan was very satisfied. He had a high status and was old, he definitely knew a lot of things. Soul search, Fang Yuan used his immortal methods, the old village head's secrets were all exposed. In an instant, Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of detailed information. Like he expected, this village was very ordinary. And there were many other villages and islands like this in the surroundings. This fishing village does not seem to have anything fishy about it. Fang Yuan understood, he left the village quietly. The old village head only felt dazed for a moment, after a moment of surprise, he went back to doing his own things. Fang Yuan's soul search method was far superior to mortal Gu masters. Fang Yuan secretly left this island and flew to the surrounding islands. However, the scene on the island on the merit stele replayed itself on Fang Yuan. Even though he could already see the tip of a small island on the surface of the sea, no matter how he flew, the distance between the two of them could not be shortened. After trying everything, Fang Yuan's efforts were in vain. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated sound path in his early years, later on, he focused on earth path, this method that is so close yet worlds apart is his specialty. In human history, there were many battles where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stood on the spot and allowed his enemies to attack him. But the enemy's punches, kicks, and killing moves could not reach him, even if the distance seemed short. Other than that, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has another method that people yearn for, that is to create a paradise. Paradise, this was also the origin of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's title. Nobody knew how to create paradise lands, but Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left behind a large number of paradise lands for the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Paradise had one of the most obvious characteristics, and that was that there were no disasters or tribulations. This Dragon Whale Grotto heaven has clearly been enlightened by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, it has become a paradise. From the old village head soul, Fang Yuan had obtained information that proved this to a large extent. If there were any disasters or tribulations, even if the old village head could not sense them, the village's historical records should have recorded them. But there was no such information. Since Fang Yuan could not enter the other small islands, he changed his direction and dove into the water. As he dove deeper, the pressure of the water became greater. This water pressure was a problem that all oil-collecting Gu masters had to face, but for the rank 8 Gu Immortal Fang Yuan, it was negligible. To Gu masters, the water might be deep, but to Gu Immortals, it was shallow because they were close to the small islands. Fang Yuan soon discovered that a large area of dark twilight fog appeared in his vision. It was like a giant kelp, extending from east to west. This earth trench at the bottom of the sea was very majestic. The ordinary island was almost at the edge of the earth trench. According to the information obtained from the old village chief, there were also trenches extending near the surrounding islands. Earth trenches produced black oil. Be they ordinary earth trenches or underwater earth trenches. Black oil was a type of immortal material that belonged to food path. It was of high grade and had a high production rate, it was easy to extract. This was a characteristic of food path, it had high production rate, was cheap, and was close to the people. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. If black oil was sprinkled on the dead aperture, it could slow down the destruction of the blessed land. In the outside world, it was an extremely useful Gu refinement material for other Gu immortals, it had a huge market. One of Zombie Alliance's main businesses was black oil. This status was similar to the Guts Gu business to Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts Gu trade. There is about 3 million kilograms of black oil here, if I use my full strength, I can plunder it all in half a day. But I cannot go too far away from this island. Even though the black oil can flow, it is much slower than water. After I plunder this place, I will wait for the black oil from the other parts of the earth trenches to flow here before I extract the black oil, the efficiency is too low. Black oil was very easy to harvest, of course, that was only for Gu immortals. For mortal Gu masters, it was quite difficult. There was a special category, oil-gathering Gu masters. They specialized in entering earth trenches to collect black oil. These people's livelihood skills were usually passed down in their families. Oil-gathering Gu masters had their own set of Gu worms that worked together to collect a small amount of black oil. Even though they did not have high battle strength, because they collected immortal materials, they were rich and had high status, they were very popular. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had been an oil-gathering Gu master in Eastern Sea for a period of time. That was a fortuitous encounter, he almost became the son-in-law of an old oil-gathering Gu master. The methods of oil-gathering were also selectively taught to Fang Yuan by this old Gu master. The Gu masters on the small island mainly relied on collecting black oil to cultivate and survive. The old village head that Fang Yuan's soul searched was the strongest oil-gathering Gu master in the village. Even though he was old, he would still go into the water every year to collect. Seeing the black oil here, Fang Yuan's previous life's memories involuntarily surfaced in his mind. In the past, he had been an oil-gathering Gu master, going deep into the sea to collect black oil. It was like treading on thin ice, he was extremely cautious. First, he had to solve the problem of suction. Secondly, he could not go too deep into the sea, the pressure of the sea would cause him to explode. But the sea was not calm, there were large numbers of fierce beasts. Finally, collecting black oil also required unique methods. How could mortals not have unique methods to collect immortal materials, especially if the black oil was not collected properly? It would contaminate the Gu master's body, causing the Gu master to be covered in black oil stains that would not fade away. After a long time, there would be a foul stench, it would even corrode the Gu master's body. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had been contaminated by the black oil. The old Gu master who taught him the method had purposely withheld it. His intention was to force him to become his son-in-law. Back then, he was furious, he felt he had been schemed against, but now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he smiled bitterly. The old Gu master had no children, he had no successor, he could only use this method, he had no choice but to teach this method to an outsider Gu master like Fang Yuan. He had no choice. What was wrong with hiding the method and keeping it a secret? It was human nature. Back then, Fang Yuan felt like he was in a desperate situation, he had no way out. Without special methods, he could not get rid of the black oil's contamination. Even if Fang Yuan knew this method, he would need a series of Gu worms. These two formed a huge chasm, forcing him to lower his head. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan had a trace of his previous state of mind. Back then, he was extremely anxious and pained, but he also yearned for the profits of the black oil. He swore in his heart that if he had the ability, he would change the situation. For example, some water path Gu worms could allow him to swim freely and be extremely agile. Or he could design some Gu worms that could resist the pressure of the sea. Right now, he had enough ability, he had a lot of immortal Gu, he could easily refine large numbers of excellent mortal Gu. But right now, he did not need these Gu worms. Life was full of helplessness. Facing the present, some things that you desperately needed were not available. But when you had them, you no longer needed them. Thus, giving you a pillow when you were sleepy was also a kind of fortuitous encounter, you had to cherish it. Back then, when I was collecting the black oil, I almost died. But fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, I actually met Mo Er at the brink of death. From this perspective, the old Gu master had done a good deed. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a deep and complex smile. Once again, a beautiful white figure rose from the bottom of his heart. Her appearance was blurry, but also clear. Her surname was Xia, name Han Mo Xia Han Mo. Fang Yuan had never forgotten this name, because this was the love of his life in his previous life. To be continued, for the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit several days later. The tides rose and fell, crashing onto the rocks and creating countless waves. To put it bluntly, the nameless island could be said to be a barren land. Firstly, the island was not big, and secondly, there was the earth trench black oil. Because the earth trench produced black oil, the cultivation resources of other paths were suppressed, they were in dire straits. Humans had endless desires, the human way took away their deficiencies and made up for their surpluses, the strong preyed on the weak. The way of heaven, on the other hand, took away surpluses and made up for deficiencies, it was the balance of all beings. Because of the existence of an immortal material like black oil, the nameless island's other resources were in dire straits. For hundreds of years, the fishing village had been like this, it developed slowly, it could only nurture a single-digit number of Gu masters. At this moment, in the village head's residence at the center of the fishing village, Fang Yuan was fighting with a middle-aged rank 2 Gu master. Bam bam bam. After a few explosions, water splashed. Everywhere, the middle-aged rank 2 Gu master was drenched, he fell to the ground weakly. Fang Yuan used Xu Ying's appearance, he stood on the spot with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. From the start to the end, Fang Yuan stood on the spot, he did not move a single step. The middle-aged rank 2 Gu master stood up with difficulty, he cupped his fists. Master Chu has extraordinary methods, I am in awe, thank you for your guidance. He was truly in awe. A few days ago, Fang Yuan disguised himself as a rank 4 Gu master, he entered the fishing village openly and started to interact with the Gu masters here. Back then, his appearance caused a huge commotion. There were few outsiders in the fishing village, especially when they were alone. Fang Yuan used the identity of a traveling Gu master to enter this fishing village. Undeniably, his arrival disrupted the peaceful life of the fishing village. Even mortals who had no Gu master cultivation knew that a strong Gu master had come to their village. Traveling Gu masters. These Gu masters roamed around without a fixed residence, they were often alone, but there were also groups of 2 or 3. Traveling Gu masters were usually strong and had few weaknesses. This was obvious. The outside world's environment was not safe, Gu masters could travel around, they naturally had to have great abilities. This ability did not only refer to combat strength, but also included living, eating, traveling, feeding goo worms, and so on. Without great strength, one could not become a roaming goo master. Thus, once Fang Yuan appeared, the few goo masters in the fishing village were on high alert. Fang Yuan's rank 4 goo master aura made them extremely wary. The first time they met, Fang Yuan said his goo worms needed to be fed, and directly asked for goo materials from the old village head. The old village head was the only rank 3 goo master in the fishing village, the one who had his soul searched by Fang Yuan. He didn't dare to refuse Fang Yuan's request and could only agree. After the sparring ended, the middle-aged rank 2 goo master went to find the old village head. Closing the house, they released their goo worms as a precaution and the two started to talk in secret. The middle-aged goo master did not speak, showing a bitter and worried expression. The old village chief laughed. Now do you know how powerful Master Chu is? The middle-aged goo master nodded. Master Chu's strength is unfathomable. Even if we work together, we are not his match. Saying so, he looked at the village head with unwillingness. But are we just going to let him ask for goo materials like this? If his goo worms are hungry, that is his problem. Why do we have to bear the burden? Most importantly, our village's treasury has been accumulated for several generations. In just a few days, he has almost emptied it all. The old village head was silent for a while before saying with deep meaning, traveling goo masters have this custom. They go to a place and exchange for goo materials to feed their goo worms. These goo masters are usually very strong. The local forces will not reject them. They will cooperate and form a good relationship with them. This time, let's treat it as a good relationship. The middle-aged goo master frowned. His tone was filled with anger. Lord Village Head, you said it yourself, it is an exchange. But this Master Chu is asking for it directly. He did not take out anything to exchange for it. Then what do we do? What else can we do? The old village head looked at the middle-aged goo master. The middle-aged goo master was stunned. After a few deep breaths, his anger vanished, his straight back collapsed, his expression was filled with bitterness, pain, and helplessness. It is about time. At the other side, Fang Yuan smiled. The middle-aged goo master and the old village head's conversation was under Fang Yuan's observation. In fact, he knew everything that was happening in the entire fishing village. A few days ago, he went into the deep sea to collect earth trench black oil. But later, he had a flash of inspiration. He changed his mind. Fang Yuan realized, collecting the black oil is nothing, the main point is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I might as well probe it. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his method. He used his identity as a traveling goo master to approach the fishing village directly. The next day, the old village head looked at Fang Yuan, who came to him. He felt very bitter internally, but he forced a smile on the surface as he bowed. Master Chu, do you lack any goo materials? Fang Yuan smiled. Sir, thank you for your hospitality, I will be leaving now. The old village head was stunned. He felt immense joy in his heart, but he controlled it. He had a shocked and bitter expression as he urged, Master Chu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay for a few more days? We can be a good host. Fang Yuan shook his head, purposely making fun of him. Sir, I have troubled you too much these few days. If I stay any longer, they will not come to spar with me, they will come to fight me to the death. The old village head was shocked. He smiled bitterly. Master, so you knew about it? Fang Yuan said in a deep voice, I have been in the outside world for so many years, how can I not know what you are thinking? But I am not a person who bullies the weak. So before I leave, I will leave some things for you. The old village head was overjoyed, but was also a little skeptical. He waved his hands. Master, there is no need, you are too polite. Call all the goo masters here. Fang Yuan kept his smile, saying plainly. A moment later, almost all the goo masters in the old village head's house had arrived. Only the middle-aged goo master who sparred yesterday was missing. Unfortunately, he went to the bottom of the sea to collect the black oil. I am afraid we will miss him today. The old village head asked for leave. Fang Yuan looked at him deeply, smiling. Old village head is worrying too much. Everyone, please take a look at this goo worm. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, slowly opening them, revealing a rank 2 mortal goo. This goo worm was white and blue in color. It was shaped like a shell and was as big as a jade bracelet. Fang Yuan continued, this is water shell goo. it can form a layer of water shell on the goo master's body, greatly resisting the pressure of the sea. Just using this goo worm, it can go 6 li deep into the sea. The goo masters in the house were shocked. Rank 2 goo worm, can go 6 li deep into the sea? Water shell goo, why haven't I heard of it? Fang Yuan smiled, you can try it. After trying it once, the goo masters were pleasantly surprised. They found this goo worm had an excellent advantage. It consumed very little primeval essence. This is a rare rank 2 goo. Someone was so excited that his voice was trembling. A pity there is only one. Someone smacked his lips in pity. This person was immediately stared at by the old village head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, don't worry, everyone has one. Saying so, he took out many water shell goo. Sure enough, everyone had a share. Close to 10 water shell goo scattered on the spot, only one was left in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan passed it to the old village head, pass this to me. The old village head was extremely moved, choking with emotions as he apologized, it is my fault, Master Chu is a magnanimous person. When Fang Yuan asked the old village head to gather all the goo masters in the village, the old village head was afraid that if Fang Yuan wanted to kill them all, what should he do? There was such a possibility. You might know a person's face but not his heart, moreover, he had only interacted with him for 2 to 3 days. Thus, the old village head secretly placed the middle-aged goo master who had the highest chance of replacing him. Somewhere else, afraid that Fang Yuan was a beast in human form, Fang Yuan's action of gifting the water shell goo caused the old village head to be overjoyed and ashamed. But Fang Yuan had just started. This is the recipe of the water shell goo, I will give it to you all. Fang Yuan gave close to 10 goo recipes to all the goo masters present. The goo masters were stunned. Gifting a goo worm and gifting a goo recipe were 2 completely different concepts. Master Chu, how can we do this? The old village head received the goo recipe with trembling hands. It's nothing, everyone can take a look at the details of this goo recipe. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Everyone quickly looked at it, and soon, someone shouted in shock, oh heavens, the core goo material of this water shell goo is actually the spiral shell shells on the western side of the island? All the goo materials in this goo recipe are products of the island. Immediately, someone shouted in shock. Fang Yuan nodded, I have some experience in goo refinement. These days, I have been exchanging pointers with some goo masters to understand your lifestyle and cultivation, and also patrolling the island to see if there are any suitable goo materials that can be used. I created this goo recipe for all of you, so you have to accept it. Just as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan heard a plop sound. He turned around and saw the old village head kneeling on the ground. The old village head bowed towards Fang Yuan, I have eyes but failed to see, I did not know that Master Chu had such great attainment in goo refinement. I am even more ashamed, I actually misunderstood Master's good intentions. The old village head had not finished speaking when he was forcefully lifted up by Fang Yuan. Next, he saw Fang Yuan smiling at him, Sir, don't say that. I have always been a person who will repay a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. The goo materials I obtained from old Sir also solved a huge problem for me. Our meeting is all fate, we need to cherish it. But this water shell goo is my first creation, I am not too sure about its effect when I use it. Everyone, why don't you choose a few people to go into the sea with me and collect some black oil, to see its effect? I wouldn't dare to disobey. To be continued, for the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Water rippled in front of them. In the extreme silence, a group of goo masters went deeper into the sea. The light above them dimmed, the water pressure from all directions was increasing. Someone started to activate water shell goo. The water shell goo created by Fang Yuan was extremely effective. Almost at the same time, the fishing village's goo masters felt the pressure on them fall. They felt relaxed, as if a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The goo masters showed joy on their faces, even though they had already tested water shell goo in the village head's house. But at this moment, someone sent out a warning signal. A large group of shuttle sea spiders rushed towards them. These sea spiders were extremely fast underwater. They moved in groups. Once they encountered prey, they would scatter and shoot out strong spider silk from their bodies, binding the prey and slaughtering them. Seeing such a large group of weaving sea spiders, the fishing village's goo masters turned pale. Even the old village head, a rank 3 goo master, had an expression of fear. He could not remain calm. The sea spiders were huge, they specialized in fighting with numbers, using the weak to attack the strong. Many fierce sea beasts would get entangled by them and die tragically. Even rank 3 goo masters would not be their match if they fought them. There were simply too many dangers in the sea. On the surface, the sea looked calm, but in fact, it was filled with turbulent undercurrents and killing intent. No worries. Fang Yuan transmitted. At the crucial moment, he waved his hand. At the next moment, the fishing village's goo masters' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A huge water current formed instantly, pouncing on the sea spiders. It turned into a huge whirlpool. Like a tornado, it engulfed all the sea spiders. Let's go, I can't hold on for long, Fang Yuan purposely said. The fishing village's goo masters woke up from a dream. They quickly continued to dive. After reaching a safe distance, the goo masters turned around. The huge whirlpool started to dissipate. The sea spiders were in a daze. They had low intelligence, they moved based on their instincts. Without any prey in front of them, they gathered again and continued to swim. The goo masters felt relieved. They looked at Fang Yuan with admiration and reverence. Many goo masters who fought with Fang Yuan discovered that Master Chu Ying's battle strength was so strong. Most importantly, the way he dealt with it was very wise. If they went on a killing spree in the sea, the blood would attract even more trouble. Only by trapping him without killing him would he appear to be shrewd and ruthless. The group continued to move forward. With Fang Yuan's protection, these goo masters were not in any danger. Sea spiders were only one of the dangers lurking in the sea. Oil-collecting goo masters had to face no less than 100 types of fierce beasts. Sometimes when they encountered special sea currents, they could only go with the flow, powerless. For the rest of the journey, although there were still some troubles, it was no longer a disaster like the sea spiders. After swimming and stopping for a while, they finally arrived in front of the earth trench. He did not need to go deep into earth trench, because the black oil here was abundant. No goo immortal had been mining it all along. The earth trench was filled with black oil. At the same time, black oil was seeping out. These black oil looked like the tentacles of a giant octopus, or like seaweed that resembled a city wall. They were intertwined and messily. The fishing village's goo masters activated their goo worms, carefully approaching the seeping black oil. They started to collect the black oil like diligent bees. Fang Yuan did not make a move, he observed quietly from afar. These goo worms used to collect black oil were the core goo and vital goo of the oil-collecting goo masters. Fang Yuan did not ask about this in his previous interactions, it was a taboo. But with his current insight, he only needed to take a look to understand. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Refinement Path Attainment Level, this was not a joke. Around this nameless island, the #1 resource is black oil. After I use this black oil as a material to refine goo worms and get them to them, their oil extraction efficiency will rise sharply. Just as he was thinking, a large group of seashell sharks charged over. These sharks opened their mouths were filled with white shells that were their sharp teeth. Seashell sharks were unique. They were born without teeth. As they grew up, they would choose shells from the bottom of the sea and keep them in their mouths. As time passed, these shells would use their gums as their living soil. As they grew older, they would become whiter and tougher. Seashell sharks would use these shells as their teeth. They were much more powerful than normal sharks when they bit their prey. This miraculous symbiotic relationship caused the young sea-based shark to be weak in battle, but it also allowed the adult sea-based shark to become the overlord of sharks in one leap. Right now, this group of sharks was charging over, be it individually or in numbers. They were much stronger than the weaving sea spiders. But the fishing village's goo masters were not flustered. They shuttled back and forth between the overflowing black oil ribbons, moving about with great agility. At times, they would spray out the black oil and create obstacles. The seashell sharks chased after these goo masters. They were huge, it was hard for them to move around the black oil. Once they got stuck by the black oil, their speed would fall. They might even get stuck to the black oil, unable to break free. The fishing village's goo masters used the terrain to quickly feed these seashell sharks to the black oil in the trench. These seashell sharks struggled until they had no strength left. They were engulfed by the black oil until they were completely devoured. Normally speaking, the black oil would take a long time to completely corrode these seashell sharks. Every inch of their flesh and bones would turn into new black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. it had food path down marks, it was not safe, the earth trench that was filled with black oil was a dangerous place. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed internally. He thought back to the first time he saw the black oil devouring its prey in the 500 years of his previous life. From that day on, he had nightmares for several nights. He dreamt that he was stuck by the black oil and was slowly devoured. Nobody could save him. Normally speaking, oil-collecting goo masters would travel in groups. They were afraid that they would get stuck by the black oil and die in the process. But the oil-collecting goo masters of a fishing village would not travel in groups. It was easy to cause conflict, and they could all die in a dangerous situation. Right now, almost all of the fishing village's goo masters were here. It was a special situation. I suggest that you try to drag out all of the seashell sharks that were trapped earlier. These are also goo materials, I can use them. Fang Yuan transmitted at this moment. Master Chu, these seashell sharks have been stained by the black oil. The old village head said hesitantly. Don't worry, I have a way to extract the black oil. Trust me, these seashell sharks will be very useful to you. Fang Yuan smiled. He had a goo recipe that used these seashell sharks as the main goo material. If he did not have water shell goo, these fishing village goo masters would not believe it. But since Fang Yuan displayed such strength, the old village head did not hesitate. He ordered, you heard it, hurry up and do it. But be careful, we cannot get ourselves stained by the black oil. If we do, it will be too troublesome to deal with it. Not just troublesome, the price was huge. The black oil was an immortal material after all. Once it got stained, it would be food path Dao marks on the goo master's body. Just the rejection of different Dao marks was fatal, not to mention the goo master's mortal body could not withstand the corrosion of the black oil. Don't worry, if you get stained by the black oil, I can remove it for you. Fang Yuan said. His words made the goo masters overjoyed, but even with his guarantee, these goo masters were still very careful. They were afraid of getting stained by the black oil that they loved and hated. Seashell sharks were taken out one by one. Most of them were not dead, they were still alive. If they fell into the black oil, they would not suffocate to death for a while. At this time, an unexpected situation occurred. Look at what I found. A mermaid is trapped here. A goo master dragged up the corpse of a mermaid. Her body was covered in sticky black oil, her appearance could not be seen, only her body shape showed that she was a female. She seems to still have some aura. The goo master who saved the mermaid was surprised. Let me do it. Fang Yuan made his move. The goo masters were shocked, because they saw the black oil was like an obedient child. It separated from the mermaid's body and gathered in front of Fang Yuan, forming into a huge black ball. Master Chu is truly unfathomable. With this method, how much black oil can he collect each time? The goo masters were filled with envy. They also felt even more respect towards Fang Yuan. So don't worry, with me around, you will all be safe. Fang Yuan's action was purely to reassure these people, but at the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His gaze landed on the mermaid's face. He was in a daze. MOR? For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit at this depth. The seawater was almost pitch black. But in Fang Yuan's vision, it was all eerie green. Good, this new goo is quite useful. With it, I can barely see in the deep sea. Fang Yuan was happy. The situation in the deep sea was complex. One could not blindly activate the light. No one knew what kind of predators would be attracted. In the midst of the dark green, there were a few strands of deep black. It was naturally the black oil. The black oil intertwined and tangled with each other, like a group of strange pythons. It was almost motionless, but it still gave people a strong visual impact. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, the gills on his cheeks moved, filtering the air in the seawater for Fang Yuan to survive. Calming himself down, Fang Yuan cautiously approached the black oil. His hands slowly stretched out, stopping when they were about a foot away from the black oil. Next, he activated his goo worms. 2 lumps of bright blue light condensed in his palms. The 2 lumps of blue light each formed a small light pillar that shone on the black oil. Bit by bit, lumps of black oil flowed along the 2 light pillars, merging into Fang Yuan's palms. Fang Yuan's palms were like 2 bottomless holes, continuously absorbing the black oil. As time passed, Fang Yuan maintained a high level of vigilance. He was not only investigating the surroundings, he was also paying attention to the primeval essence reserves in his aperture. Because he activated several goo worms at the same time, Fang Yuan's primeval essence expenditure was not slow. Not long after, he reached a critical point. It is time to stop and return to the surface to rest. Sigh, my aptitude is not enough. If I had a great aptitude, I could have lasted longer. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. At the same time, he decisively stopped activating his goo worms and retreated. But in the final process of retreating, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a huge force came from the calm seawater, sending Fang Yuan flying. Oh no, I encountered an impact current. Fang Yuan's heart shook, quickly activating his goo worms to escape. The impact current looked no different from ordinary seawater, but when it encountered life, it would burst forth with a huge impact force. Bam bam bam, while Fang Yuan was escaping, he was hit by the impact currents, his bones were fractured in several places, blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, thoughts flashing in his mind as he tried to find a way out. But he was not in his best condition, he had expended a lot of primeval essence, and this impact current was huge. Fang Yuan had no way to counter it, he could only rely on luck to dodge. Soon, Fang Yuan's primeval essence was expended, he was hit by the impact current on the black whale behind him. Am I going to die here? Fang Yuan could not break free, he could only watch as the black whale stuck to him, slowly spreading and engulfing him. His primeval essence was completely dried up, but fortunately, the gills were made of transformation path goo worms and could still last for some time. But this was truly a struggle at death's door. This is the last moment of my life. Sigh, I originally wanted to collect as much black whale as possible, accumulate wealth, and go to the sea market to exchange for a solution to the black whale corrosion on my body. Now, I don't have to worry about this anymore. He. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and fell into deep despair. In the end, he was completely covered by the black oil, and his body was gradually engulfed by it. Am I going to die? Death was approaching, but Fang Yuan's heart was calm. Or, to be more precise, a stretch of indifference. He was also very indifferent to his own life and death. That's fine. If I die, then so be it. After coming to this world for so many years, I've wandered from place to place. I'm really tired. Who can avoid death? Then you might as well take a good rest. Fang Yuan closed his eyes. After an unknown period of time, he gradually regained some consciousness. Vaguely, he heard someone talking beside him. Saintus, why did you save this mortal goo master? All these years, haven't the humans bullied us enough? That's right, Saintus, this goo master is clearly an oil-collecting goo master, but this sea area is the territory of us mermen. He is a sea rat that specializes in stealing our black oil, he is shameless to the extreme. We can let him die, there is no need to care about him. At this time, a clear and friendly voice spoke, since we met him, how can we not save him? I know he is a human and not a merman, but he is also a life. The ones bullying us are human forces, it has nothing to do with him, a lone shadow branch human goo master. He is here to steal our black oil, but how much can he steal alone? He is taking such a huge risk to secretly collect black oil, it shows that he is an ostracized person, he is in a difficult situation. We can help him, why should we be stingy? Saintus, is it good for you to be so kind? He is not a big shot, he is too lowly, there is no use in saving him. Fang Yuan used all his strength to barely open his eyes. His vision was still blurry, he could only see 3 figures. One white, one blue, and one red. Human body, fish tail, from the figures, he could tell that they were 3 mermen. Mermen were a type of variant humans, they were born with the ability to breathe in water and live freely. Mermen were close to rivers and lakes, they were most skilled in water paths. Be it male or female, they were all very beautiful. Thank you, for saving my life, I will repay you. May I know your names, benefactors? Fang Yuan spoke with difficulty, his voice was hoarse, but it became smoother as he spoke. But this was already the limit of his current abilities, his body was too tired, he could not muster any strength, he was already using all his strength to speak. Humph. We don't need your repayment. If not for Saintus' insistence, we would not have saved a dirty human like you. You don't need to know our names, but Saintess' name is Xianxia. Remember it well, remember it for life. To be saved by the Saintess, this is really a blessing that you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Alright, the two of you should stop before going too far. The white figure sighed gently, before saying to Feng Yuan, even though you are very weak now, I have already healed your injuries. You seem to have been corroded by the black oil. I can't heal such an injury in one go, but I left a goo worm for you. With it, you can heal yourself. Saying so, the white figure left with his 2 subordinates, until they were completely out of Feng Yuan's vision. Feng Yuan wanted to speak, but he had used up all his strength, he could not speak. Extreme fatigue and weakness caused his vision to turn dark again. All of these scenes happened 500 years ago in his previous life. Feng Yuan's gaze regained clarity, he woke up from his memories. Right now, he had already led the fishing village's goo masters back to the island. This was the old village head's house, it was not dark at all. It was evening, the light of the setting sun shone in through the window. Outside the window, seabirds were flying above the beach, chirping loudly. The mermaid that was accidentally saved was a little girl, and she was still unconscious. After being saved by Feng Yuan, her pale face had regained some color of health. Her thick eyelashes cast 2 shadows on her cheeks under the light of the setting sun. Looking at this mermaid girl, Feng Yuan's gaze went into a daze. Now that he looked closely, this girl was not the Xianxia in Feng Yuan's memories. There was a huge difference in appearance, even though they were both extremely beautiful. They can only be considered similar. Also, and there was a huge difference between this mermaid girl and Xianxia, that was the color of their scales. Mermaids had a human body and a fish tail, their scales had all sorts of colors. Blue and red were common, white and black were very rare. White-scaled mermaids had the qualifications to compete for Saintess and Sun, while black-scaled mermaids were cursed and inauspicious. Once they were born, they would be strangled and killed, often by their parents. Xianxia was a white-scaled mermaid, she was the Saintess of the merman race. And this mermaid girl had blue scales, in the merman culture, she was very ordinary. Master Chu. At this time, the old village head and the middle-aged goo master came to the door. After Feng Yuan nodded slightly, the 2 of them walked in lightly. After collecting the black oil from the sea, be it the old village head or the middle-aged goo master, they looked at Feng Yuan with extreme respect. On one hand, it was Feng Yuan's unfathomable strength, on the other hand, it was the benefits that Feng Yuan brought them. Water shell goo was very useful, the goo masters who went to collect the oil knew it. And most importantly, after returning, Feng Yuan promised to design a goo worm for them. This goo worm would be of great help to them in the oil collection field. Master Chu, the food is ready. Are you? The old village head smiled. I will take care of her, master, don't worry. When she wakes up, I will bring her to you. The middle-aged goo master said. Feng Yuan looked at the mermaid girl, shaking his head as he walked out of the house. No need to bring her to me, when she wakes up, tell her to leave. Even though this is human territory, she came to collect the black oil, it is considered stealing. But it seems that she is not having an easy time, for my sake, let her off. Master Chu, don't worry, we will not make things difficult for her. That's right, these years, many mermen have come to this island to steal the black oil. We have always closed one eye, after all, there is so much black oil in Earth Trench, we cannot collect it all, it is fine to give us some. The old village head chuckled. Feng Yuan nodded. He had obtained all the information he needed from the old village head and this mermaid girl's soul. There was something interesting. In the outside world, mermen had lower status than humans, there were many conflicts between them. But here, the relationship between mermen and humans was much better, they interacted a lot and lived in peace, there were even intermarriages. In the small house, it was as if waves were surging. The dark red light was like waves, moving around with Feng Yuan at the center. Feng Yuan was refining goo. His fingers were spread open, a dark ball was held in his palms. This ball was the size of a wash basin, it was flowing slowly on the surface, it was the essence that Feng Yuan extracted from the black oil. The goo refinement was already at the middle stage, it was the most crucial moment. Feng Yuan willed as his immortal aperture's entrance opened slightly, he took out a dazzling golden scale. The scale shot into the black oil ball, causing a slight explosion. In Fang Yuan's vision, the black oil ball expanded at the moment of the explosion. At the same time, golden light shined in the black oil ball, condensing into a golden dot. Fang Yuan's fingers moved slightly, the black oil ball floated in the air and started to rotate rapidly. As it rotated, the golden light flickered continuously. A stench started to spread. This was the impurities being expelled by Fang Yuan. When the stench was about to spread out of the small house, an immortal formation flashed. It was like a pot cover. It was translucent blue and restrained the stench inside, not letting it leak out. This stench was also an immortal material. It contained food path down marks. It was much scarier than the black oil. If a mortal goo master came in contact with it, they would die immediately. Fang Yuan's goo refinement was already at the level of a goo immortal, because he used two immortal materials. One was the black oil, the other was the golden fish scale. It was pulled out from the desolate beast golden dragon fish. After a series of deductions, Fang Yuan found that the golden dragon fish and the black oil had a high degree of compatibility. One golden dragon fish scale was not enough. Next, Fang Yuan threw in more golden scales. The black oil ball turned into a black gold color. Many incomplete goo worms started to appear in the ball. Fang Yuan was refining gather oil goo. It was specially refined for the goo masters of the fishing village. The entire goo recipe was created by Fang Yuan. Of course, he also used the contents of Shadow Sex and Xianxia's true inheritances as reference. Fang Yuan sincerely wanted to help the fishing village's oil-collecting goo masters. Why, in the end, it was still the mission on the merit stele. What is merit? Fang Yuan had been pondering this question since the beginning. Was the task on the merit stele as simple as it seemed on the surface? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention was in this. Thus, helping these fishing village goo masters was to complete the mission and also to verify some of Fang Yuan's guesses. Fang Yuan didn't have any psychological burden when he did bad things. Similarly, doing good deeds required a calm and tranquil heart. In fact, to him, there was no good or bad, nor was there good or evil. He had long since become indifferent to these concepts. In this world, there were only advantages and disadvantages. Now that Paradise Earth's true inheritance was in front of him, Fang Yuan was willing to do some good deeds to help him reap more benefits. Xiaolin slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. I did not die. After being dazed for a while, she reacted. She had a dazed expression, but her eyes started to shine brightly. Mermaid, you are quite lucky. If we found you later, you would have died. You would have been corroded and turned into new black oil. The middle-aged goo master sensed that the mermaid had woken up. He walked into the house. My name is Xiaolin. Did you save me? The mermaid struggled to get up. Not me, it was Master Chu. You should thank him. He was the one who healed your injuries. The middle-aged goo master smiled. The mermaid was reminded and quickly inspected herself. At the next moment, she was overjoyed. Unbelievable. I was corroded by the black oil. My injuries were too severe to heal. Even the strongest healing goo master in the clan could not do anything, but now, I am completely healed. The middle-aged goo master smiled proudly. Of course. Don't you know who saved you? It was Master Chu. Saying so, the scene of Fang Yuan saving her appeared in the middle-aged goo master's mind again. The goo masters of the fishing village were stunned on the spot. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Master Chu saved my life and healed my injuries. How can I not repay such kindness? The mermaid pursed her lips, showing a firm expression. Lord, please introduce me. Even if I have to die, I will repay you. All right, follow me. Follow me. The middle-aged goo master thought for a moment before opening the door and walking out of the room. The mermaid Xiaolin supported herself up, using goo worms to create a lump of water that supported her as she followed behind the middle-aged goo master. The two walked into the courtyard. Passing through a vegetable garden, they arrived outside Fang Yuan's house. Rumble, suddenly, a black gold pillar of light shot out of the house, charging into the sky. This is? What happened? This phenomenon could be seen from 1,000 li away. It attracted the attention of the fishing village's goo masters. After Master Chu finished his dinner, he said he was going to refine goo. He locked himself in the small room and instructed that no one was to disturb him. The old village head looked at him with hope. this means that Master Chu should have some progress in refining goo. Master Chu's goo refinement attainment is too high. Just from this scene, I can tell that his goo refinement is not ordinary. What you're saying is nonsense. Master Chu is an expert, how can he be ordinary? Xiao Lin listened carefully. The goo master's conversations made her imagine the image of an expert goo master in her mind. He had white hair, he was gentle and refined, he was shrewd and strong, but he was benevolent. The dark golden pillar of light faded, a dark fragrance spread in the courtyard, there was a huge hole in the roof of the house. A moment later, the door of the house was pushed open from the inside, Fang Yuan walked out. The fishing village's goo masters were waiting for him, seeing that Fang Yuan came out, they quickly bowed and greeted, Master Chu. The mermaid Xiao Lin looked at Fang Yuan curiously, Master Chu was so young, this was out of her expectations. She immediately knelt down, Master Chu, my life was saved by you. This life-saving grace, even if I have to die a horrible death, I must repay it. No need. It was just a small matter. Fang Yuan looked at the mermaid, she was not Xia Han Mo after all. The dead were gone, they were gone with the wind. Several days later, Fang Yuan returned to the Merit Obelisk. Oh? A new mission appeared. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, he soon noticed the changes on the obelisk. There were only 10 missions originally, but now there were still 10 missions, but most of the content had changed. And on the merit board on the other side of the Merit Obelisk, the rankings had also changed. 3rd place. Fang Yuan soon found his position. He was overjoyed, most of his guesses were verified. From Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's perspective, merit meant helping others and doing good deeds. Fang Yuan saw this ranking and analyzed the others' positions, he was certain, if he worked alone and collected the black oil, he would not be at this position. Of course, he could not just help these goo masters without doing anything. Thus, after refining gather oil goo and distributing it, Fang Yuan went into the sea alone and collected most of the black oil, leaving a small portion for the fishing village's goo masters. At the foot of the Merit Obelisk, there were some information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan picked them up and looked into them. As expected, these were the goo worms left behind by Miao Mingshen and the rest, they recorded their discoveries. Some people found out that humans and mermen coexisted peacefully here, they had equal statuses. Some chose missions with high difficulty, even though they killed the desolate beast, many humans were implicated and lost their lives. After returning, they found out that they were at the bottom of the merit board. Some people deduced the meaning of the merit board, it was to do good deeds and help others. But this was only a guess, it had not been verified yet. These goo immortals who were chosen by Miao Mingshen were not fools. Miao Mingshen's discovery made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. He found that they were not the only ones who came to this blessed land, there were goo immortal predecessors who came before them. The most valuable piece of information came from Feng Jiang. He found out that there was a sea area in this blessed land, it was a forbidden area, it was called Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. According to rumors, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable enlightened this grotto heaven and turned it into a blessed land, he suppressed a peerless demon in this sea area and set up a super immortal formation to make him repent. Thus, this sea area was filled with the cries of this peerless demon. In front of the rank 8 immortal goo house merit obelisk, an information path mortal goo was casually thrown down by Fang Yuan. In this goo worm, Fang Yuan told the truth, he recorded the process of collecting the black oil on the island, as well as the verification of the merit board. If any goo immortals returned, they would definitely obtain this information. There was no need to hide this information. Firstly, these people already had their guesses, secondly, this guess could be easily verified. Rather than that, it was better to let Fang Yuan expose it before they could verify it. Or rather, to put it simply, this secret is not a secret at all. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable probably created this true inheritance intentionally, he wanted to guide people to do good. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's style of doing things. At this point, Fang Yuan no longer had any doubts about the authenticity of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Goo masters and goo immortals left behind their inheritances, this was one of the greatest cultural characteristics of this world. Each inheritance was filled with the mark of an individual, they retained their personal style or had a strong will. For example, the flower wine monk's inheritance, he wanted to take revenge on Guyue village, even if he died, he wanted to take revenge. Thus, he left behind a shadow that depicted Guyue tribe leader's defeat. He dug a tunnel and lured Fang Yuan to destroy Guyue village's spirit spring. Another example was 88-point Xianxia Tower. This was the luck path true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Its main purpose was to maintain the Huangjin bloodline in northern plains, to maintain their rule. It was the benefit that Giant Sun Immortal sought for his descendants. There was also He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan had intended to pass his legacy to his granddaughter, but due to a mistaken fate, he did not get what he wanted. There was also the Shadow Sect true inheritance. If Spectral Soul did not fail and was not captured by the Celestial Court, this true inheritance would not have existed. But things did not go according to plan. He was captured and Fang Yuan took over. In order to increase his strength and fight for the slightest hope in this desperate situation, there was the Shadow Sect true inheritance. Every inheritance was different. The Paradise Earth true inheritance was different from the other true inheritances. It was filled with peace, kindness, light, and warmth. If I fail and die one day, I won't have any hope no matter how hard I try. In that case, I will also leave behind an inheritance. Fang Yuan's thoughts spread. Although he was an otherworldly demon, he had lived here, struggled, and fought for so long that he had long since integrated into this world. If he had set up the true inheritance of Fang Yuan, it would have been to encourage those who came after him to pursue eternal life. Time passed quickly and 70 or 80 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Fang Yuan completed many more missions. His name was always at the top of the merit list. Hua hua hua, as the tide rose and fell, the fishy sea breeze blew on his face. This time, Fang Yuan came to City B. His task was to punish a profiteer in this sea market. Sea markets were very popular in the East China Sea. According to the size, there were 4 types: small, medium, large, and super sea markets. According to the time division, there were temporary sea markets and fixed sea markets. The sea market was a place where cultivation resources were distributed and exchanged. In this paradise, there was also a sea market. This was a fixed sea market. Although it was not open all year round, it was open most of the time every year. At the core of the sea market was a small island. This island would be submerged by the sea for half a year. This was also the time when the sea market closed. When the island was exposed, the sea market would open. Outside the island, there were large numbers of gu houses. They looked like boats. They were linked together using decks and chains, forming the outer sea market. Walking on the deck, Fang Yuan was surrounded by people. There were human gu masters and mermen. There were also many mermen. They occupied almost half of the area. This situation was very rare in the 5 regions. After all, humans were the rulers now. Other variant humans were suppressed and ostracized. There was almost no space for them to live. They had to tuck their tails between their legs. Come, take a look. These are the best crystal corals. There are 3 gu house river cart left. Hurry up and buy them. Buying great Ming clay, buy as much as you can. The shouts, the sounds of buying and selling, and the sounds of haggling, they were everywhere, entering Fang Yuan's ears. It was a different kind of clamor and bustle. Large numbers of gu masters had set up stalls of all sizes on the deck. There were very few mortals doing business. Fang Yuan walked past one gu house after another, heading towards the core island at the center of the sea market. He had already investigated. This mission was to punish the unscrupulous merchant, and this unscrupulous merchant was at the center of the island. Of course, completing the mission was only Fang Yuan's secondary goal. His main goal was to obtain information. This sea market was closest to Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. There were large numbers of gu masters and forces gathered here. Fang Yuan had a high chance of obtaining information about Regret Gu. Although it had been so long since he came here, Fang Yuan had not entered Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea even once. Gu immortals did not have much freedom in this paradise. Like the first mission, Fang Yuan could only patrol around the island. There was a limit to the distance. Every mission's location had such restrictions. As for returning to the Merit Obelisk, it was simple. The gu immortal only needed to chant return 3 times. From this, Fang Yuan could feel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Even though Fang Yuan had a deep foundation and rank 8 cultivation level, He could not unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, even though he had never stopped researching the Merit Obelisk and this paradise. Other than that, the communication between Gu immortals was also obstructed. Firstly, they could not communicate with jewel yellow skies or the outside world. Secondly, they could not communicate with each other in time. Left with no choice, everyone thought of the stupid method of leaving information path mortal Gu in front of the Merit Obelisk. It should be here. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped. This was a gambling den. The plaque on the door had the words Golden Jade House written on it. Golden Jade House was at the center of the island. It represented the highest standard of the sea market. Not any random Gu master could enter the island, there was strict security here. Of course, how could mortal methods do anything to Fang Yuan? Looks like I might as well gamble on rocks. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. To punish unscrupulous merchants, it was not to kill them. Fang Yuan had been a merchant for a period of time, and had even opened a gambling den himself. He was very clear on what he had to do to make a gambling den merchant feel heartache. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stepped in. Some memories suddenly surfaced in his mind at this moment. Ha ha ha, who wants to gamble with me? Even the saintess is afraid, do you still dare? A sturdy merman shouted arrogantly. Around him, there were many human Gu masters and mermen. Most of the mermen stared at him angrily, but could only grit their teeth. This Lu De is truly despicable, he actually dared to provoke Lady Saintess in the sea market. He doesn't have the guts, it's the patriarch of the Frost-Tide tribe behind him who is supporting him. This cannot go on, it will damage Lady Saintess' reputation, what do we do? The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards were deeply worried. What does it matter? Xianxia smiled lightly, let him do as he pleases, no matter how much reputation he loses, it cannot shake my foundation. The other party is using this method to provoke me, it means they are already panicking. We do not need to fight, we just need to follow the rules and win. The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards immediately felt as if they had come to a sudden realization after hearing her words. Saintess is the clearest, you are right, Lu De is just a clown. But I still feel a little sullen about making Saintess suffer. Can't some of us merfolk stand up to fight against Lu De? Xianxia smiled, Lu De is a rank 4 expert after all, he has over 10 years of reputation in this sea market. It is understandable that no merman is willing to step forward, we need to be tolerant. The moment she said that, a voice resounded, I will gamble with you. Who was it, who dared to challenge Lu Da's authority? Everyone turned to look, only to see a human Gu master walk out of the crowd. Xianxia was stunned, the blue and red scales guards said together, it is the human Gu master that we saved. The merman Gu master Lu De was also surprised, he frowned as he stared at Fang Yuan, saying, human Gu master, this is our merman tribe's matter, do you need to get involved? To speak the truth, your saintess saved my life once, I am here to repay her kindness. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude, he looked at Lu De fearlessly. This lad, we did not waste our efforts in saving him. The blue and red scales guards nodded. Xianxia sighed, let's go, he is an outsider, we cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. The red and blue scales were surprised, they quickly stopped her, Saintess, you analyzed this situation earlier, we cannot show ourselves. Once we show ourselves, we will fall into their trap. On the stage, Lu De showed a ruthless expression, he laughed from extreme anger, good. Human Gu master, since you are courting death, don't blame me. I have already stated the rules of the duel, come. I will let you choose first, let's see whose Gu worm is better. You can choose first. Fang Yuan's gaze shined with brilliance as he smiled calmly. The first exchange was very short and ended with Fang Yuan's victory. The second battle lasted for a long time, but the victor was still Fang Yuan. Human Gu master, I have underestimated you. Tell me your name, you are qualified for me to remember it. Lu De showed a solemn expression, he looked at Fang Yuan in a new light. I am Gu of Fang Yuan, remember it well. I have opened a gambling den before. Fang Yuan raised his voice, this is the final round, it's your turn. Lu De chose a rock in silence. Then, he suddenly attacked and destroyed all the other rocks in the field. You are cheating. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Lu De laughed loudly, why would I cheat? I have already said that the two sides cannot attack each other, but that does not include these rocks. I have the rocks now, and I am sure there are goo worms here. But you are empty-handed, so no matter what goo worm I have, whether it is dead or alive, you will lose. Lad, you only have rank 3 cultivation, you dare to come here, and this is the sea market that I have been managing for over 10 years. He, kill yourself, I don't have to do it. Fang Yuan clenched his fists, about to retaliate. Wait. A voice resounded, the crowd split apart as Xia Han Mo walked into the stage with a cold expression. To be continued, for the fastest novel reading, please visit Fang Yuan suppressed the memories in his mind. He entered Golden Jade House. This gambling den was considered high class, there were dozens of huge rocks in the hall, suppressing the scene. Behind the hall were small rooms with all sorts of rock-dissecting goo worms, satisfying the customer's hobby of personally dissecting rocks. Of course, experienced rock-dissecting goo masters were also well equipped. It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to determine whether these rocks contained goo worms. After all, he was already a goo immortal, it was not hard for him to use immortal methods to find mortal goo. Similarly, no matter how weak the goo worms sealed in the rocks were, immortal methods could usually heal them. Even if they could not be healed, don't forget, Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. Thus, sweeping through all mortal rocks and mortal goo was a piece of cake for Fang Yuan. Of course, above mortal rocks, there were immortal rocks, or more accurately, immortal materials. After an immortal goo is sealed and hibernated, the immortal material with corresponding Dao marks would gradually condense on the surface of the goo worm. In order to gamble on this immortal material, most immortal methods would be ineffective. Fang Yuan was about to use his methods to teach this unscrupulous merchant in Golden Jade House a lesson when he suddenly heard people arguing at the back of the hall. You are cheating! The mermaid Xiao Lin shouted in anger and shock. I am cheating? Why would I cheat? The information path goo worm's contents are clear, even though you have paid back some, there is still a large amount left. The person standing in front of the mermaid was also a merman, but his body was like a bear, there was a long scar on his face, his body was filled with killing intent. You. Xiao Lin pointed at this merman, her eyes were red, you are shameless. You actually tampered with the contract, the loan I made with you only had 10% interest. But now, you secretly increased it by 60%. The scarred merman's expression turned solemn, he looked at Xiao Lin with a ruthless gaze, you cannot say such things, young lady. You are trying to ruin our reputation, all businessmen care about our reputation. If our reputation is ruined, who would come to our shop? Can you bear the losses caused by this? Pfft. Even if I die, I will expose the true face of your unscrupulous shop. The scarred merman's tone changed, he said eerily, die? So naive, sometimes, the feeling of wishing for death is more terrifying. A peculiar light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, this familiar voice reminded him of the mermaid girl he saved several months ago. Why was she here? Xiao Lin's tears flowed down her face. Several months ago, her only relative, her grandfather, had passed away. Mermaid sea burial required a high price. In order to bury her grandfather at sea, she could only borrow primordial stones on credit. In order to repay the debt, she had no choice but to take the risk to collect the black oil and almost died in the earth trench black oil. Fortunately, he met Fang Yuan and the others, and was miraculously saved. Xiao Lin also obtained gather oil goo from Fang Yuan, thus her oil extraction efficiency rose sharply and she quickly earned a large number of primeval stones from selling the oil. She brought these primordial stones to the Golden Jade House to pay off the debt, but she didn't expect the shop to be so shameless as to tamper with the IOU. A feeling of death rose in Xiao Lin's heart. Her only family member had passed away. In this world, she was all alone. She had been ostracized by her tribe since she was a child, and her life had changed drastically. Her heart was filled with confusion and discouragement. She felt that the world was pale, and she could not find any joy in living. What's so scary about death? Death is the end of everything. Thinking so, Xiao Lin shouted and attacked. Hua, with a loud explosion, a torrent of water sprayed out. The scarred merman did not expect such a situation to occur, a rank 2 goo master actually attacked him, a rank 3 goo master, in Golden Jade House's territory. The scarred merman was caught unprepared and was swept away by the torrent. He flew backward and smashed into 2 walls and a large number of decorative bottles. This commotion was too big. The goo masters who were quietly choosing, dissecting, and gambling stones came to the hall one after another. Many gazes landed on Xiaolin and the scarred merman. What happened? What else could it be? This golden jade house must have used some method to harm innocent people. Quiet down, this golden jade house's owner is the local tyrant. I heard that golden jade house often gives out high-interest loans to exploit low-level goo masters. It is better to avoid trouble. This is the merfolk's internal matter, it has nothing to do with us humans. At this time, the scarred merman stood up from the rubble. You have guts, you actually dared to attack me, I will make you wish you were dead. He approached Xiaolin. Xiaolin's expression was pale, she was intimidated by his aura but she bit her lips and did not retreat. The distance between the two shrunk. Just as the scarred merman was about to attack, a voice resounded, "Wait." The scarred merman stopped moving, the anger and malevolence on his face disappeared as he lowered his head towards the person who stopped him. "Shopkeeper, why are you here?" It was the owner of Golden Jade House, a fat yellow-scaled merman. The yellow-scaled merman frowned as he shouted at the scarred merman, "What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy my shop?" "Shopkeeper, it's her." Before the scarred merman finished speaking, he was interrupted. "How many times have I told you, harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth, do you understand?" "Yes, yes." The scarred merman did not dare to retort, he quickly nodded like an obedient child. A chill spread throughout Xiaolin's body. She had been through a lot, she had lived with her grandfather since she was young, she had tasted the coldness of the world. Someone who can make the scarred merman lower his hands like this must be even more terrifying. With such a clear understanding, Xiaolin looked at the yellow-scaled merman's smiling expression, her wariness was raised to the limit. The yellow-scaled merman stared at Xiaolin for a while before speaking, "Little girl, don't worry, I am a reasonable person. With me around, I can ensure your safety, no one will touch you. But I want you to be reasonable too. The debt you owe is written in black and white, are you trying to deny it?" At the mention of this, Xiaolin became furious, "You are shameless, changing the IOU, changing the interest from 10% to 60%. I do not owe you anything, I have already paid you back." The yellow-scaled merman's smile became wider, "Little girl, I did not expect you to be so good at acting at such a young age. But it is useless. No matter how realistic your acting is, you can't prove anything with just words alone. On the other hand, our IOU is clear, it is clear who is right and who is wrong. You. Xiaolin pointed at the yellow-scaled merman, she was so angry she could not speak. The yellow-scaled merman laughed and waved his hand, forget it, little girl, I will not bully a junior like you, in case people say that my Golden Jade House is bullying my customers. How about this, pay me back half of the debt and I will let you go, all the debts will be written off. I am already very sincere. Think about it, if you pay me back, you will only be paying 30% interest. This is the market outside. Which bank didn't charge this level of interest when they borrowed money? You said we agreed on 10% interest? Who would believe it if he said it out loud? Go outside and look. Which bank only wants 10% of the profit? Xiaolin's chest rose and fell, her eyes were red from anger. Precisely because of the 30% interest in the market, Xiaolin borrowed from Golden Jade House back then. To think that this was a trap, she fell into the hands of this black shop. Seeing that Xiaolin was silent, the yellow-scaled merman took out an information path. Mortal goo, this is our agreement, if you pay me back now, I will return this agreement to you. Xiaolin was slightly stunned before smiling coldly, I do not have enough yuan stone. The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he clapped, no problem, if you do not have yuan stone, you can use goo worms to repay the debt. I know you have a gather oil goo, use it to pay off your debt and this matter will be settled. Xiaolin heard this and came to a realization, so this is your true motive, you want my gather oil goo? This is a rank 5 goo, you are dreaming. Even if I die, I will not give this goo to you. The surrounding goo masters heard this and went into an uproar. Gather oil goo? Did I hear wrongly? That rank 5 goo that has been spreading like wildfire recently? I heard that it can be used to collect black oil with shocking efficiency. Not just shocking, it is a top quality goo. Even though gather oil goo is rank 5, it consumes the goo master's bone marrow instead of primeval essence. Even rank 1 goo masters can use it. I heard that not long ago, someone misused gather oil goo and killed himself. Sigh, he abused it too much. With the help of bone path goo worms, gather oil goo is very safe. Clap clap clap. The yellow-scaled merman clapped. Young lady, you are a smart person, you should understand the principle of possessing a precious item. A grand rank 5 goo, how can you, a rank 2 goo master, protect it? Hand it over, I am not the one who is looking for trouble, others will. Hand it over and exchange for a safe future, isn't that good? Oh no. Even if I die, I will not hand it over to a disgusting person like you. Xiaolin was firm, she resisted to the end. The yellow-scaled merman felt a headache. Stealing someone else's goo master was very difficult. Xiaolin only needed a thought to make the goo worm self-destruct. By then, the yellow-scaled merman's plan would fail. The ideal situation would be for Xiaolin to hand it over. Secondly, he could use theft path methods. But theft path goo masters did not exist in this paradise, it was only a legend. And even if there were theft path goo masters, it was too difficult to steal a rank 5 goo worm. The yellow-scaled merman was not flustered, he had already planned for such a situation. At this time, he could not let Xiaolin push him too hard, thus, the yellow-scaled merman decided to give in. How about this, I will give you a chance, you give me a chance too. Let's make a bet. Bet? Let's bet on rocks, on the goo we open. Some wins over none, superior wins over inferior. 2 wins out of 3. Xiaolin sneered, you despicable person, going back on your words and changing the agreement, how can I trust you? The yellow-scaled merman thought about it, he waved his hand and tossed that information path mortal goo to Xiaolin. Xiaolin received it and was very surprised. The yellow-scaled merman added, I can also make an oath to the sea god. Mermen were different from humans, they had their own beliefs, they believed in the sea god. Making an oath in the name of the sea god was very solemn, it showed great sincerity. Almost no merman did not trust the sea god. The yellow-scaled merman said with sincerity again, what are you hesitating for? Gambling on rocks depends on judgment, but even more depends on luck. I will give you this chance, don't be ungrateful. I will tell you the truth, this is your only chance to leave today, you need to grasp it. The yellow-scaled merman used both hard and soft tactics. Xiaolin was flustered. Just as she was hesitating, she heard a voice resounding in her mind, don't be afraid, I am here, bet with him. Master Chu. At once, Xiaolin almost screamed in joy. Fang Yuan continued, but you need to change this bet, it is too small. If you trust me, let's make it big. I trust you, master. Xiaolin replied without hesitation. Because her life was saved by Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan wanted to harm her, he did not need to save her. My life was saved by Master Chu in the first place. If he wants to harm me, I will accept it, at most, I will return my life to him. Thinking of this, Xiaolin replied to Fang Yuan in her mind, Master Chu, I will listen to whatever you say. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Stone Gambling was indeed a matter that depended on luck. No one could deny this point. Be it goo masters or goo immortals. But the yellow-scaled merman was very confident in himself. Because he was prepared. These years, he had opened this golden jade house and often gambled on rocks. After so many years, he observed, analyzed, and picked out some rocks. He was very confident in the items in these rocks. The items in these rocks were not valuable, if they were, he would have opened them himself, he would not have left them in the shop until now. He was thinking of his own business. These rocks had a high chance of producing goo worms, even though they were not valuable, to the customers, it was a small thrill. It was like bait on a hook, attracting them to gamble and invest more money. The yellow-scaled merman knew where these rocks were placed. Sometimes, he would purposely sell his rock gambling experience in front of important customers. By opening these rocks, he would get goo worms, creating an image of himself as an expert in rock gambling. Right now, the yellow-scaled merman was using these rocks to gamble with Xiaolin, he had high confidence in himself. But in the first round, he tasted defeat. Xiaolin actually got a rank 3 goo worm, suppressing him. This was a good start, the surrounding goo masters gasped in shock. The yellow-scaled merman's gaze was also uncertain. Was this mermaid girl hiding her strength? He had suggested winning 2 out of 3 rounds earlier, but Xiao Lin changed it to winning 3 out of 5. The stakes were even higher, including the whole golden jade house. At the same time, the rules changed. As long as Xiao Lin lost once, she would have to hand over gather oil goo. But now, Xiao Lin won. Not only did she keep gather oil goo, she even got 20% of golden jade house. What a joke, I actually lost. The yellow-scaled merman could not believe it. He stared at the mermaid girl in front of him, the suspicion in his heart dissipated. The yellow-scaled merman was experienced. He could tell that Xiao Lin was a newbie. Especially when she opened the goo worm, her expression of joy was not fake, it was her true emotions. There was also proof, Xiao Lin did not know how to open rocks herself. She chose the rocks with the help of the rock dissection goo masters in Golden Jade House. Damn it, looks like she got lucky. Fortunately, the bet has been changed. If it was the best of 3, I would be in a very passive position. Now that it's best of 5, I still have a lot of room for improvement. Thinking of this, the yellow-scaled merman looked at the rock dissecting goo master behind Xiao Lin with an extremely secretive gaze. The rock dissecting goo master nodded slightly. The yellow-scaled merman laughed in his heart. With one of them here, no matter what rock Xiao Lin chose, even if it had goo, she would be able to turn it into a dead or crippled one. Let's see how she's going to fight me now. The second round began. It's my turn to choose first, Xiao Lin said. Go ahead, the yellow-scaled merman replied with a smile. Xiao Lin circled left and right twice and was dazzled. I choose this. Suddenly, she stopped and pointed at a strange stone in front of her. This strange rock was very strange. There were countless holes on its surface, and its shape was also distorted. Its texture was not dense, as if it was formed by the accumulation of sand. According to the rock gambling terms, this was a sand cave rock. It was very difficult to extract a goo worm from it. Seeing Xiao Lin's choice, the yellow-scaled merman laughed. He pretended to walk around, touching this and knocking on that. After a while, he patted a huge rock and said, then I'll choose this one. The rock dissection began. The yellow-scaled merman did it personally, while Xiao Lin asked a goo master who specialized in dissecting rocks. This bet was public. The 2 sides fought in the main hall. More and more people came to watch. As they conversed, those who came later learned of this huge bet. They stopped in interest and chose to watch. For goo masters, this was a huge bet. On one side was the entire Golden Jade House. It had been operated for many years. It had a lot of capital. On the other side was the rank 5 top quality gather oil goo. The 2 side stakes were about the same, because gather oil goo was too outstanding. With it to collect black oil, the profits would be quite high. The yellow-scaled merman chose a huge rock. It took some time to dissect it. Xiao Lin's rock was dissected very quickly. After all, the sand cave rock was made of such a rough material. The goo master who dissected Xiao Lin's rock was very generous. He did not feel any burden at all. Because even if he accidentally hurt his goo worm, the yellow-scaled merman would be happy about it. But at this time, Xiao Lin suddenly said, use the gray earth method. The rock dissecting goo master slowed down. He looked at Xiao Lin. Are you sure? This method has limited effect on sand cave rocks. I am sure. Xiao Lin said. The rock dissecting goo master shook his head. Little girl, I am not lying. Since I dissected the rock for you, I will not lie. You can ask the people around. They all know that this gray earth method has almost no effect on sand cave rocks. I don't need to ask, just do it. The previous bet was very clear. Charlene insisted. Good, good, good. The rock dissecting goo master nodded. Once the gray earth method was used, the efficiency of the sand cave rock fell to rock bottom. The rock dissecting goo master felt very depressed. Earlier, he was like a chef using a knife to cut tofu. Now, he was using a needle to stab the tofu. The primeval essence expenditure was even higher. Use the fire incense method. A moment later, Xiao Lin said. The surrounding goo masters cried out in shock, trying to stop her. The rock dissecting goo master also said, the fire incense method will seep into the inside of the sand cave rock. If there are goo inside, they will be killed before they are extracted. Just do what I tell you to do. Charlene was expressionless. The surrounding goo masters immediately sighed. Someone said, "This little girl is betting with others? She is not even a newbie, she is just messing around." But Xiao Lin had a confident expression, she even had a trace of leisure. The rock-dissecting goo master shook his head. "Since you have decided, I will do it. Everyone can see that I am not trying to ruin your plan, you requested it. Use the dripping method. Blue pattern method. Change to a different chi method." Next, Xiao Lin continued to speak, giving instructions calmly. The sand cave rock had already been cut to the size of a fist, but no goo worms came out. The rock-dissecting goo master had an unfriendly expression. He thought that Xiao Lin was purposely making fun of him. She knew some rock-dissecting methods and spoke nonsense. "Alright, give it to me, I will dissect it myself," Xiao Lin suddenly said. "What?" The rock-dissecting goo master was stunned. He quickly reacted and let out a breath of air, handing the rock to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin bit her tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood at the rock. She used gather oil goo to suck the rock. Crack. The rock broke open, a rank 3 goo worm was revealed. "There really is a goo? What goo is this? I have never seen it before. It is still sleeping, it looks like it is intact, it is not injured." The surrounding goo masters went into a small commotion. The rock-dissecting goo master was completely shocked. He looked at Xiao Lin in a daze. He was filled with doubts. Is this little girl really pretending to be weak? The yellow-scaled merman also stopped dissecting the rock. His expression was dark. Even if he dissected it, his rock only contained a rank 2 goo, while the other party had a rank 3 goo, and it was alive. There really is a goo. Master Chu was right after all. Xiao Lin was overjoyed. In the crowd, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Actually, there was no goo worm in this sand cave rock, it only contained a goo material. Fang Yuan instructed Xiao Lin. He was indirectly instructing the rock-dissecting goo master to refine this goo material. Eventually, Xiao Lin dripped her blood and used gather oil goo to complete the final step. Normally, refined goo worms would be lively, but Fang Yuan's goo refinement method was special. The refined goo worms would fall into a hibernating state. This was a perfect disguise. All the other goo masters present were deceived. Not a single person noticed any clues or loopholes. Quasi-Great Grandmaster attainment level and refinement path was not a joke. Everyone could not remain calm. The way they looked at Xiao Lin had undergone an earth-shattering change. "Who sent you?" The yellow-scaled merman growled. His previous demeanor had completely disappeared. He realized something was wrong, thoughts were racing in his mind. These years, he had offended many people. He felt that this Xiao Lin was a bait, he had fallen into someone's trap. Using a rank 5 goo as a trap, it was truly a huge move. Calm down, calm down. I cannot take the risk anymore." The other party came prepared. The yellow-scaled merman wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He focused his gaze. He still had trump cards. In this golden jade house, there was a batch of special rocks. These rocks were not formed naturally, they were fake rocks made by the yellow-scaled merman himself. He first placed dead or alive goo worms into a hibernating state. Next, with them as the center, he added more rocks outside. Finally, he created a natural rock that looked like it was real. Rocks that contained goo worms usually had some external characteristics that made them different from ordinary rocks. This kind of stone was not easy to find. Sometimes, to solve the problem of the gambling den shortage, the yellow-scaled merman would create fake rocks himself. Of course, not all of these fake rocks contained goo worms, some only had special characteristics on the surface. Third round, loss. Fourth round, loss again. The surrounding goo masters were in an uproar. No one had expected such a result. Everyone was sizing up Xiao Lin with wariness and seriousness. The yellow-scaled merman's expression was pale. He gritted his teeth. There was a trace of ruthlessness in his gaze. He was like a wolf that was forced to the edge of a cliff. This is the final round, I cannot lose. It seems that I need to use my greatest trump card. The yellow-scaled merman's trump card was naturally huge. He hid the remains of a rank 5 goo in one of the fake rocks. According to the rules of gambling, only a living rank 5 goo could defeat him. Both sides chose their rocks and dissected them. Snap. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. Time Path Immortal Killer Move. The entire Golden Jade House and even the island went silent, everyone and everything was motionless. Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd, arriving in front of the yellow-scaled merman. He was staring at the fire in front of him, dissecting the rock meticulously. Fang Yuan walked to the rock and squeezed, a rank 5 goo worm's remains appeared in his hand. Next, he placed this goo worm into the rock that Xiaolin chose, returning to the crowd. At the next moment, time flowed again. For the fastest error-free novel reading, visit when the results of the 5th round came out. The yellow-scaled merman stood on the spot in a daze. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe this. He clearly remembered the goo worm remains that he used to create the fake rock. But why? Why was the remains of this goo worm not in his hands, but in the hands of his opponent? The yellow-scaled merman could not understand. Could it be that all of this is an illusion? He was about to go crazy, and his pale face suddenly flushed red. He suddenly pointed at Xiaolin, shouting in a sharp tone, "You cheated!" The mermaid Xiaolin heard this and became furious. She was also kept in the dark. How could she know what Fang Yuan was doing? She rebuked, "A loss is a loss, everyone is watching. Are you still trying to deny it?" The yellow-scaled merman looked at Xiaolin and the surrounding goo masters. His gaze turned dull as he muttered, "No, this is not real, everything is fake, this is all an illusion." He retreated, trying his best to escape this cruel reality. Seeing his pitiful state, the surrounding goo masters had complex expressions. Some of them looked at Xiaolin with wariness. The yellow-scaled merman was almost broken by Fang Yuan. Xiaolin did not want to give up. "Hand it over, you did not win a single one of the 5 rounds, this golden jade house is mine." The yellow-scaled merman's body shook like he was electrocuted. He reacted and shouted in a frenzy, "No, this is mine, this is my foundation, I cannot let anyone else take it. Don't even think about it, not unless I die. Sir, if worse comes to worst, we'll just fight to the death." The scarred merman stepped forward and spoke with a fierce and sinister expression. The yellow-scaled merman's body shook again. He had the same thought, but after being reminded by the scarred merman, he came to his senses. No matter who the other party is, this mermaid girl is just a pawn on the surface. The other party is able to trick me without me knowing. I have no way to resist. With such strength, how can I fight against him? If I were to fight, wouldn't that be courting death? Although the yellow-scaled merman didn't want to part with the golden jade house, compared to his life, the latter was more important. The yellow-scaled merman looked around. His instincts told him that the enemy was among these goo masters. He was suspicious of everyone he saw, but he couldn't confirm their identities. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Suddenly, he dispelled the technique on his body and laid on the ground like a dead fish, shouting and screaming. He prostrated himself on the ground and admitted defeat. "No matter who you are, I admit defeat, okay? If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. But even if you want me to die, please let me know why I died. How did I offend you?" The crowd was in an uproar. The yellow-scaled merman's actions were unexpected. There were some who felt disdain, but there were others who felt that he knew when to bow and submit, that he was quite the character. To be able to be an unscrupulous businessman and to be able to stand tall here for decades, he was indeed not that simple. Xiaolin was also stunned. At the same time, deep admiration for Master Chu surged in her heart. She knew that this was all because of Master Chu's instructions. Without his guidance, Xiaolin would be in a worse state than the yellow-scaled merman. Now that she saw the yellow-scaled merman kneeling and begging for mercy, Xiaolin felt joy and joy. "It's time." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing to guide Xiaolin. Xiaolin said to the yellow-scaled merman, "Do you know why you lost?" Seeing her speak, everyone quieted down. The yellow-scaled merman raised his head, looking at Xiaolin. "I don't know, please guide me." "Because someone wanted you to lose." Xiaolin said something useless. The yellow-scaled merman's heart shook. He quickly kowtowed. I understand. Xiaolin continued, "Do you want your golden jade house back?" "Ah?" The yellow-scaled merman was stunned. What was this? Of course he wanted it back, but he could not grasp the other party's background. What did she mean by this? Was she playing with him, or did she have other intentions? Xiaolin continued, "If you want it, I can give it back to you, but I have a condition." The yellow-scaled merman cowed out again. Great aunt, please tell me. Xiao Lin looked at the yellow-scaled merman on the ground, saying slowly, the reason why you ended up like this is because you asked for it, you committed too many evil deeds. From now on, if you do good deeds, and turn over a new leaf, I'll spare you this time. I will also return this golden jade house to you. However, you have to remember that if you continue to do evil in the future, we won't just be taking this golden jade house. Once she said this, the surrounding Gu masters showed strange expressions. After going through so much trouble, Xiao Lin and the person behind her actually had such a plan, reprimand evil, this was a rare sight to behold. The yellow-scaled merman was surprised too, but he did not dare to show it on the surface. He quickly said with gratitude, I will change, I will definitely change, I will definitely repent. Great aunt, you are the benefactor in my life, you made me realize my mistakes. You are like a saintess that descended to the mortal world, guiding people to do good and saving those who are lost. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Thank you, saintess, for giving me this chance. From now on, I will be a good person, I will do good deeds for the rest of my life. The yellow-scaled merman cowed out and apologized, his attitude was very direct, he was pitiful like a 3-year-old child. Xiao Lin's face turned red, I am not a saintess, I am not qualified to be one, don't speak nonsense. You have to do what you say, we will be watching you. If we find out or someone reports you in the future, you'll be in for it. Saying so, Xiao Lin turned around and left. The surrounding Gu masters immediately made way for her. The moment Xiao Lin walked out of Golden Jade House, she vanished without a trace. At the next moment, she was teleported to the edge of the island by Fang Yuan. It is safe here, you can go back now. Fang Yuan did not appear, he transmitted his voice. Master Chu, you saved me again, how can I repay you? Xiao Lin called out in her mind. Master Chu? Master Chu. We will meet again if fate allows it. Fang Yuan said as he smiled, memories appeared in his mind again. On the beach, Fang Yuan caught up to Xiahan Mo and the rest who were about to leave the island. Please wait. Xiahan Mo and the rest stopped, the 2 guards stared at Fang Yuan unhappily. Lad, don't chase after them. If you want to repay us, stay away from us. Do you know, the saintess could have stayed still this time, but in order to save your life, she had to show herself. Now, we can't find any evidence, the other party is even more vigilant. I know. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. What do you know? The blue-scaled guard rolled his eyes. Fang Yuan chuckled, he raised his head and looked at Xiahan Mo and the other mermen. I was too rash earlier, but after this matter, I have seen it clearly. I know that you are the current saintess of the Merman Imperial Court, you are here to investigate the corruption of Frost Tide Tribe. Thus, I can help you in this matter. Because I have operated a gambling den before, I know about the tricks involved. And Frost Tide Tribe's main source of money laundering should be that gambling den from earlier. Saintess, please give me a chance, let me repay you for saving my life. The blue-scaled guard and red-scaled guard hesitated, they turned to look at Xiahan Mo. Xiahan Mo's thick eyelashes drooped down before lifting up slightly, her clear eyes stared at Fang Yuan. After 3 breaths of time, she nodded, thank you, human Gu Master. I have not asked for your name. My surname is Gu Yue, my name is Fang Yuan. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Time Passed Quickly. More than 20 days went by in the blink of an eye. In front of the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan looked at the ranking with his arms behind his back. His ranking on the merit list had already fallen to the 5th. Initially, he was at the top, but a change occurred soon after. Some Gu immortals found that as long as they focused on this merit obelisk, they could find many choices. These choices had a price tag, they could use their accumulated merit to exchange for them. Immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and even immortal Gu houses, they had everything. According to the accumulated merit of Miao Mingshen and the rest, they could only exchange for the lowest rewards. Rewards without enough merit points were like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, it greatly stimulated the Gu immortals' enthusiasm. The competition became fiercer and fiercer. Fang Yuan's attention was elsewhere, his target was Regret Gu. Regret Gu was very important to Fang Yuan. Even though the rewards displayed in the merit obelisk were generous, they were only icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. Regret goo was a timely help, it could help him change qualitatively. But among these rewards, regret goo was not present, neither was the obelisk itself. This meant that the rewards here were very limited. Even if regret goo was not in the rewards, it did not mean that this paradise did not have regret goo. Fang Yuan did not waste these last days, he collected clues everywhere, he chose missions with a goal, he used wisdom path methods to deduce and eliminate all sorts of doubts. Eventually, only demon suppression regret crying sea remained in his vision. There were many rumors about this sea area. After Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high chance that regret goo was hidden here. However, even though Fang Yuan knew the location, he could not get close. The mission from 20 days ago was to punish the unscrupulous merchants, it was the closest place Fang Yuan had gotten to. However, he had also tried, and after leaving the small island for less than 15 kilometers, he could no longer move forward. How can I enter demon suppression regret crying sea? This problem gave Fang Yuan a huge headache. Paradise Earth's arrangements were too powerful, Fang Yuan could not do as he pleased. Fang Yuan's attainments in space path were not very strong. He had tried fixed immortal travel before, it did not work, even though it was an immortal killer move that he created later on. This also meant that once Fang Yuan left this paradise in the future, fixed immortal travel wouldn't be of any help to him if he wanted to return. As for these people, Fang Yuan looked at the names of the other goo immortals on the merit board as he squinted. He planned to keep these people. On one hand, there was a huge risk in killing goo immortals in paradise. On the other hand, these goo immortals could earn merit points to exchange for mission rewards, they would be like fattened chickens and ducks. Once they left, Fang Yuan would make his move. Not only would it not be too late, but he would also be able to reap even more benefits. Therefore, not only did Fang Yuan not frame them, he even tried his best to help them by providing them with more detailed information. The competition between Miao Mingshen and the rest became more and more intense. Especially since he could investigate the mission rewards. After all, these rewards could be exchanged for by anyone, whoever exchanged first would get it first, they would not get it if others got it. Thus, even though they did not assassinate each other, there were more and more schemes, and fake information. In this situation, the sincere and honest, secluded cultivator Chu Ying stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Miao Ming, Shen and the rest did not say anything on the surface, but their impression of Fang Yuan was growing day by day. The turning point came 3 days later. A new mission appeared on the merit obelisk, head to the sacred city of the mermen and participate in the sea god ceremony, protect the sacred city from the attacks of sea beasts. Once this mission appeared, it was chosen by Fang Yuan. The chance I have been waiting for has finally appeared. Fang Yuan was very excited. The sea god ceremony was a special ceremony of the mermen. In this ceremony, the single men and women of the mermen would form a new family, and more importantly, they would choose a saintess. The saintess had an extremely high status in the merman society. And Fang Yuan had already gathered crucial information. In this paradise, the saintess role was even more important. After every saintess was chosen, their first mission was to enter demon suppression regret crying sea and use their singing to calm the killing intent of the giant demons at the bottom of the sea, stabilizing the demon suppression sea area. The missions on this merit obelisk are all for the benefit of humans and mermen, they are for the common people, they are for the good and punishing evil. After the saintess is chosen, she will definitely enter demon suppression regret crying sea. Maybe by then, there will be related missions. But no matter what, I need to take this mission first and come into contact with the saintess in advance. I have been waiting for this day and night, the sea god ceremony is finally here. Xiao Lin pushed open the window of the inn, immediately, the clamor of the street assaulted her senses. Her room was on the second floor. At this moment, Xiao Lin looked down from the window, she saw that the street was filled with people, they were rubbing shoulders with each other. The signboards were like flags fluttering in the wind, there were shops selling goo, snacks, gambling dens, all of them were doing very well. Xiao Lin's mood was also affected, she became cheerful. Plop. Suddenly, there was a soft sound as a pearl jumped onto Xiao Lin's window. Xiao Lin was stunned, a blush flashed across her face. Pearls had extraordinary meaning in the sea god ceremony, they represented a proposal of love and marriage. Someone threw a pearl to Xiaolin. It meant that a man had taken a liking to her and wanted to marry her. Who is it? Xiaolin did not dare to pick up the pearl, because the action of picking up the pearl had extraordinary meaning. She looked at the street, she saw dozens of men raising their heads and looking in her direction. They were still throwing pearls in their hands. Sui. Sui. I love you. Accept me, Sui. The men who were throwing pearls shouted loudly. Big sister. Someone called out to Xiaolin. Xiaolin's gaze moved and stopped at a young man on the street. He was a merman, but his clothes were tattered. He was clearly from the slums. The merman young man's face was red as he shouted at Xiaolin, Big sister, I was the one who threw the pearl on your window. I am too weak, I did not manage to throw it, please throw it to me. Xiaolin instantly understood, this young man wanted to throw the pearl to Sui, but he was too weak, he did not succeed and the pearl landed on her side. Lady Sui is indeed a famous beauty, her charm is too great, be it young boys or old men, they are all infatuated with her. Xiaolin breathed out lightly, waves surged and swept up the pearl on the window, it floated down and landed on the merman young man's hand. Thank you, thank you. The young man was overjoyed, he threw the pearl high into the air. The pearl continued to rise, this time, the direction was very accurate, but Sui frowned and slammed the window shut. The young man's pearl crashed into the window and fell down, more than 10 other pearls had the same fate. These pearls were different, some were as big as longan fruits, some shone with golden light, they were not ordinary. But on the street, the men did not scatter because of the rejection, they became even more passionate. More and more people heard that Sui was staying here and hurried over, wanting to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Of course, some wanted to throw their pearls, what if she took a fancy to them? A bunch of boring mortals. Sui frowned, a pink cloud dragged her fishtail as she slowly floated down the stairs. She was beautiful and had a proud expression, the most attractive thing was her snow-like white scales. Merman scales had different colors, white scales were 1 in a million, it was considered the purest color and was highly respected by the mermen. 2 mermaid nannies followed behind as they muttered. These guys, why don't they look at themselves in the mirror, they want to be under Lady Sui's skirt. What a joke. Our Lady Sui is competing for the saintess, she will not accept any man's pearl. The merman saintess was pure and flawless, once she became the saintess, she could not marry and had to maintain her virginity. Xiaolin walked out of the room and lowered her head, Big sister Sui. Little sister Xiaolin. Sui revealed a faint smile as she hid her arrogance deep in her eyes, how was your rest last night? Have you thought it through? Thank you for your hospitality, Big sister Sui. At this time all the inns are full, without you, I would not have a room to rest in. Xiaolin immediately thanked her. The mermaid nanny smiled, it is fate that you met our Missy. In the vast ocean, 2 mermen could meet by chance and get along well, it is a great opportunity. I am too straightforward, normal mermen would love to get to know our Missy. Sui was not just a simple white-scaled merman, she had a noble background and was the beloved daughter of a powerful merman tribe leader. Nanny Rong, what are you saying? I met Xiaolin because we hit it off. Xiaolin, you don't have to worry, if you have something urgent to do, just go. After all, if you follow me and participate in this sea god ceremony, you will be taking a huge risk. Sui walked to Xiaolin and grabbed her hands, saying with a sincere expression. Xiaolin was moved, Big sister Sui, you have helped me so many times along the way, since you want to compete for the saintess position, I will definitely support you. But I am afraid that my strength is too low, after all, there are only 4 followers. Suyi's eyes shined as she grabbed Xiaolin's hands, saying excitedly, Xiaolin, thank you, with your help, I have a higher chance of becoming the saintess. Xiaolin's cultivation level was very low, she was only rank 2, but she had a rank 5 goo worm. Gather oil goo, this was a top-tier rank 5 goo worm, of course, this goo worm did not have any offensive power, but Sui had found out about the saintess test, in one of the rounds, gather oil goo would be very useful. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Fang Yuan strolled in the merman sacred city, he did not disguise himself, he still looked like Chuing. But his aura was completely concealed, he was like a mortal. On the streets, people were moving around. The Gu masters that passed by Fang Yuan would never imagine that they would be walking past a rank 8 Gu immortal. On both sides of the streets, there were rows of shops and houses. The merman houses had a unique style. They were mostly in the shape of shells and conches. Many of them were made from giant shells and conches, or the shells of giant crabs and tortoises. There were also a small number of Gu houses. Each Gu house symbolized wealth and authority, and had strong defensive abilities. Other than private houses, the Gu houses that were used for shops were doing very well. As he walked, the people in front of Fang Yuan started to move. They started to cheer loudly. As he got closer, Fang Yuan saw that a female mermaid's eyes were red as she carefully took a jade eye pearl from a male Gu master's hands. This kind of pearl was rare. It had a beautiful jade texture and was covered in light, forming the shape of an eye. It was not rare for a tyrant. As for Fang Yuan, it was even more of a disdainful mortal material. But this male Gu master was only rank 2, it was not easy for him to take out a rank 4 Gu material, jade eye pearl. The mermaid girl might have taken a liking to the male Gu master's feelings. She took the jade eye pearl in front of everyone. It was equivalent to accepting the male Gu master's feelings. Following that, the mermaid placed the jade eye pearl in her mouth. Immediately, a commotion and cheers sounded from the surroundings, causing the person in question to blush shyly. This action had an extraordinary meaning. She was accepting the young Gu master's marriage proposal. In this paradise, there are no rules. Mermen and humans can love each other freely. Nobody can stop them from getting married and having children. But in the outside world of the 5 regions, love between mermen and humans is taboo. They will not be encouraged. Their children will be looked down upon, ostracized, or even killed by the 2 races. Fang Yuan had an eerie gaze. The sea god ceremony was about to begin, and the holy city was brimming with a celebratory and joyous atmosphere. This couple was not the first couple Fang Yuan had seen. Perhaps they were very ordinary, insignificant figures in the vast holy city. However, being ordinary did not mean that one was isolated from happiness. Such a beautiful moment would be the pearl of their entire life. 500 years of memories from his previous life slowly rose in his heart. A group of mermen raised their heads high and arrogantly walked in front of Xianxia, Fang Yuan, and the rest. I am the investigator Wu De. I have received reports from many tribesmen that our tribe's current saintess Xianxia has an affair with the human Gu master Guyue Fang Yuan. We are here to investigate. The leading green-scaled merman said in an icy tone. What? I dare you to say that again. The 2 guards behind Xianxia were immediately enraged and were about to make a move. Xianxia expression was calm while Fang Yuan's face was gloomy as he clenched his fists tightly. He had helped Xianxia investigate the gambling den and found a lot of evidence of corruption. The saintess mission had a breakthrough. But the other party was not going to wait for death. They used schemes and malicious rumors, saying that the current saintess was impure and had an affair with the human Gu master Fang Yuan. These rumors had no evidence at all. They were completely groundless. Xianxia, Fang Yuan, and the rest did not care about it. But to think that the Merman Sacred Court's investigator was actually lured out. They sent an investigator without any evidence. Frost Tide Tribe's leader is probably not the only one who is corrupted. There are other important figures involved. Fang Yuan transmitted to Xianxia. Xianxia frowned slightly, showing a stunned expression as she spoke. I am the saintess. You are just an investigator. Do you have the token of the Elders Association? The green-scaled merman smiled as he took out an information path Gu worm. Xianxia had a calm expression. Only this token? The green-scaled merman smiled again. Of course we cannot investigate you with just one token. But Fang Yuan is different. He is a human Gu master. Not just one token. Even if there is no token, we can investigate it. Even though Fang Yuan was a human, and humans were the absolute overlords of the 5 regions, Eastern Sea's Merman Sacred Court was a super force. Fang Yuan had no backing, so the green-scaled merman was not exaggerating. Sinister and vicious, to think that Frost Tide Tribe's leader is such a despicable person. The other party is afraid. He knows how powerful Fang Yuan is. He is afraid that he will help us find more evidence. The 2 guards blocked in front of Fang Yuan. After this period of interaction, they had acknowledged Fang Yuan. Please wait. If there is a conflict between us, it will be like the other party's wish. We will not be able to explain ourselves. I am willing to go with them. We have already made huge progress in the gambling den. Even without me, you can still succeed if you continue using the same method. Fang Yuan transmitted. Absolutely not. Fang Yuan, you are too naive. If you end up in their hands, you will die. The two guards shook their heads. Fang Yuan smiled. What are you afraid of? At most, I will die. My life was saved by you, so this way, I can repay your kindness. The two of you shouldn't underestimate the other party's plan. This plan seems to be targeting me, but it is actually targeting Saintess. Once the Saintess's reputation was tarnished, rumors would spread, and her position as the Saintess would be jeopardized. It is not important to sacrifice me, but you must protect the Saintess position. Without this position, how can we investigate and punish the corruption? The two guards couldn't help but hesitate. Xianxia still had a calm expression. She looked at the jade-scaled merman and said, "Go back, I will not give him to you." The jade-scaled merman was slightly stunned before smiling. "Saintess, you want to protect this human goo master? Even if there is a conflict between you and us inspectors, you will not hesitate?" Xianxia nodded. "You can leave." The jade-scaled merman looked at Fang Yuan and then at Xianxia, showing a smile of success. "Good. In that case, we are not Saintess match, we can only retreat." Ha ha ha. With that, he waved his hand and led the group of mermen away. "Saintess, why are you doing this?" Fang Yuan said anxiously. "This way, we will." Xianxia interrupted Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, you are a good person. Eh? You are not afraid of death, other than courage. The biggest reason is that you are bored, right? You seem to be disappointed in this world and your own life, your eyes are filled with weariness and exhaustion. But all of this cannot deny that you are a good person." Xianxia said quietly. "Fang Yuan," Xianxia continued, "and I am also a good person. Why would a good person give up on a good person?" Saying so, she winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in a daze. This was the first time he had seen such a lively expression on Xianxia's face. It was cunning and cute. "Then, what should we do about the rumors?" "That's right, that damned inspector will definitely add fuel to the fire when he returns." The two guards were deeply worried. Xianxia's expression returned to normal. She replied lightly, "Then let them speak." Several days later, the sea god ceremony began. The male mermen wore armor made from shells, they held spears, long blades, and so on. According to tradition, these shells and long-handled weapons were all made from local materials and polished by their own hands. Meanwhile, the female mermen wore kelp of all kinds of colors. Pink kelp was usually worn by unmarried girls, widows wore black kelp, while noble ladies wore gold, silver, or glass-colored ones. Ordinary women wore brown, dark blue, or gray-white colored ones. This was the national attire of the mermen. It was very unique. A long time ago, mermen did not know how to use goo worms, they lived a primitive life. Men hunted, women gathered. In the plaza at the center of the sacred city, people gathered here, singing and dancing were celebrating peace. A large number of merman warriors waved their spears, their armors collided with each other, creating loud noises. The kelp on the mermaids' bodies were like ribbons, they danced along with the singing, they did not know fatigue. This moment belonged to the mermen, all of the human goo masters were watching. From outside, the song and dance continued for several hours. Merman men and women carried broken shell armors or dragged their tired bodies out of the plaza. Gradually, several merman girls stood out, they were the candidates for the Saintess position this year. What surprised Fang Yuan was that there were a total of 8 or 9 competitors, not all of them were white scales. It seemed that in this paradise, the qualifications to compete for the Saintess position were not exclusive to white-scaled mermen, the other rainbow-scaled mermen were also qualified. End of chapter 1626. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.